Boss, 10 portions of duck leg rice, please. But hold the rice. With bleary eyes, Wang Fan approached the restaurant and placed his order directly, prompting a sidelong glance from the proprietor. This is a Shaw County eatery. I know, just the duck leg rice, no rice. Wang Fan stared at the menu on the wall, swallowing hard, yet he remained resolute. The owner's eyelids twitched, and his expression darkened. Are you looking for trouble? No, how about this? They'll take the whole pot of duck legs. Just sell them to me at the duck leg rice price, all right? Wang Fan slapped a thick stack of cash onto the counter, and before the owner could respond, he had already reached into the pot and retrieved 2 duck legs, devouring them with fervor. The owner stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. So delicious. It's unbelievably delicious. Sob, S-O-B-A-S, he continued to eat. Tears streamed down Wang Fan's face, leaving the few other patrons in the restaurant equally bewildered, whispering amongst themselves. Is that a plan from the boss? Yeah, for just 1 duck leg rice. Is it really that good? Look at him gobbling it down, as if he's never had a meal before. Could he be mentally unstable? At that moment, the owner was equally flustered. Standing behind the counter, he picked up his phone and dialed 110, but hesitated over whether to actually report it. What would he even say? That a lunatic had stolen his duck leg rice, only wanting the duck legs and not the rice. Yet, the man had indeed paid, and the sum was enough to buy 3 times the amount. Still, something fell off, boss. This duck leg, is truly delectable. This is the best duck leg I've ever had in my life. Wang Fan mumbled praises as he gnawed on the duck leg, causing the owner to feel increasingly uneasy. Savoring the real meat flavor in his mouth, Wang Fan suddenly paused, then slapped himself hard, first yelping in pain before breaking into laughter, returning to his feast. He's gone mad, definitely a madman. The nearby patrons, including the owner, had reached a consensus. Thus, the owner discreetly dialed 110 again. Just then, Wang Fan tossed aside the duck leg and dashed out the door. As he ran, he shouted on the phone that I want meat. Any meat will do. And soon everyone heard Wang Fan's distant cry to the sky. I'm back. Indeed, Wang Fan had been reborn. He had returned from the aftermath of the apocalypse, 30 years back to the time before it began. The first thing he did upon waking was eat meat. Thus, without washing his face, brushing his teeth, or changing his clothes, even barefoot, he rushed downstairs to the nearest Shaw County eatery, leading to the scene at the beginning. But that wasn't the end. After satisfying his hunger, he picked up the phone to place an order for himself. Please, deliver me 1,000 portions of beggar's chicken. I want 1,000 portions of roasted duck. Give me 1,000 portions of your Sanshine set meal. Hurry up. There was no choice. He was terrified of hunger. In the apocalypse, food was the scarcest resource, and in his previous life, he had witnessed countless people kill for a mere sausage, a pack of instant noodles, or even a moldy piece of bread. That scene would overwhelm even Bear Grylls. Thus, upon confirming his return, he resolved to procure food, and it had to be delicious. Starting from the morning, Wang Fan's phone had not stopped ringing, with delivery personnel calling incessantly. Yet he remained calmly stationed by the 8th floor window, instructing them to unload everything into the truck below. This was his recently purchased, nearly obsolete heavy truck, which he dubbed Apocalypse Heavy Supply Reserve Zombie Crusher Vehicle Number 1. Advance. To charge through hordes of zombies. Retreat. To serve as a temporary campsite. Once all the deliveries were complete, he extinguished his cigarette, changed his shoes, and headed downstairs. Wang Fan opened the truck's cargo hold, and an array of familiar aromas wafted into his nostrils. Absolutely divine. This era is truly wonderful, he exclaimed, sounding almost insane. Then with a wave of his hand, all the neatly stacked beggar's chicken, roasted duck, braised beef, and more disappeared. Of course, there were no magical spells, but there were supernatural abilities. Wang Fan's power was storage space, a seemingly useless ability that allowed him to eat to his heart's content. Most notably, all food stored in this space would never spoil, akin to a colossal virtual refrigerator. It was simply delightful. 30 days later, the world would inexplicably erupt into an apocalyptic crisis, with most humans transforming into zombies without any preparation, while some surviving humans and animals would also mutate, acquiring a variety of extraordinary abilities. Amidst the assaults of zombies and the ensuing chaos between those with powers fighting for resources, the entire world would be devoid of hope. When mere survival became a luxury, destruction would be imminent. In his previous life, Wang Fan had acquired spatial abilities, and although he had managed to survive until the end, he sadly realized that the world resembled a game, with him as the sole player left on the server, surrounded solely by monsters. Ultimately, he unleashed all his might to combat the monsters of the apocalypse, only to be torn to shreds by a group of creatures he didn't even recognize. It seemed the world detected the absence of players and rebooted. Wang Fan returned with the memories of his past life and his spatial abilities to a month before the apocalypse began. Standing at the back of the second-hand truck, he sighed softly. Alas, it seems survival alone won't suffice this time. I must change my strategy. At the very least, I need to find a woman to survive with me, to ensure this world has a future. Click. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Fan noticed a flash of light. Turning his head, he saw a man lurking outside the iron fence, camera in hand and wearing a sun hat, hastily retracting his long camera lens. Oh, hey paparazzo? It took Wang Fan a while to recall that he had been a somewhat notable star before the apocalypse struck. After 30 years of survival, those memories had become a bit hazy. However, upon remembering, he chuckled. Although he had been a star, it seemed he had already faded into obscurity by the time the apocalypse arrived. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been tossed aside as cannon fodder by Wang Kuei and Wang Dali at the last moment. Shaking his head, he realized there was no time to dwell on that now. What he needed to do was quickly stockpile resources, fill his storage to the brim. Securing the truck's cargo hold, he resumed his phone calls to order supplies. However, he soon discovered that his finances were somewhat strained. Returning to his residence, he pulled out his ledger and began calculating. The food I've ordered so far has already cost 1.5 million. Besides food, I need to acquire more water and beverages, as well as various seasonings, daily necessities, and as much staple food as possible. As the calculator's numbers climbed higher, Wang Fan felt a pang in his jaw. Yet, reflecting on his previous life, he realized that while he could survive, he had been woefully unprepared in terms of supplies. In the early years, he could sneakily gather from some obscure shops, but later those places were either overrun by zombies or monsters or devastated by floods and fires. Even when he found food, it was often spoiled and inedible, leaving him in a state worse than a beggar. A beggar could still forage for wild fruits or catch fish in the river, but in the apocalyptic wilderness, all that existed were man-eating plant monsters, and the fish had taken to the land to feast on humans. Were you still hoping to eat fish? No, I must find a way to make money first. Those damn Wang Kuei and Wang Dali, if it weren't for those bloodsuckers, how would I be in this miserable state? Wang Fan gritted his teeth and pondered for a while when suddenly his phone rang. Checking the number, he noticed it wasn't saved in his contacts and instinctively answered. Hello, Brother Wang. Are you planning something big? Huh? What big plan? Oh, come on, don't play dumb. The news is out. The paparazzi caught you ordering a massive amount of gourmet food. Are you planning something big? If there's a benefit, remember to take care of your brother. Take care of you? He'll take care of your butt. Even after hanging up, Wang Fan couldn't recall who this so-called brother was, but he was particularly intrigued by the mention of news. So he opened a browser and searched for his name, sorting by date, only to be left dumbfounded. Has-been star Wang Fan orders a large quantity of delicacies, suspected of preparing to host the entire entertainment industry. The article featured a photo of him receiving supplies from the heavy truck, and the paparazzi truly had some skills. In addition, it included interviews from several restaurants, concluding with speculation that the washed-up star Wang Fan seemed to be planning a grand banquet to treat the entire entertainment circle, likely intending to orchestrate some major event. Returning to 30 years ago, he had already made headlines, which initially pleased him, but upon glancing at the comments section, he was left speechless. Who cares about an invitation? This is clearly preparing for a live stream sales pitch. Even washed-up stars are using this tactic now. Wang Fan, heed my advice. You're still young, you won't be able to handle this. I suspect this guy might be planning to open a restaurant. Nowadays, stars are diving into the food industry, becoming hands-off bosses while letting others run the show and rake in profits. He used to be quite popular, but these years he's hit rock bottom. If he throws a banquet, who would even come? Who's going to bother with that meal? If he were still in his prime, not only would he treat, but people would be lining up to get in. Upon reading these comments, Wang Fan experienced a moment of clarity. That's right, I may be broke, but these people in the entertainment industry are not. They are all ripe for the picking. Chapter 2. Cutting the chives. Lying languidly on his bed, Wang Fan lazily opened his WeChat contacts. While sifting through suitable candidates in his mind, he began sending messages. The first message read, "Sister Ing, are you free tomorrow? I have some matters I wish to discuss with you." In a reply, he switched to another contact and sent a second message. "Brother Liu, this is Fan. Are you available tomorrow? I need to talk to you about something very important." Still no response. He pressed on. After half an hour, Wang Fan surveyed the results. He had sent out 23 messages, of which 18 went unanswered, and 5 displayed a red exclamation mark. Growing frustrated, he sent messages in several actor groups, only to find the once lively conversations abruptly silenced, with one group even expelling him. "Damn it, these ingrates. When I was popular, they called me Brother Wang. Now that I've faded, they refer to me as Xiao Wang. And now that I'm down and out, not even Master Wang is uttered." Wang Fan gritted his teeth in frustration. Unyielding, he shouted in the group, "Why is no one speaking? Are you all so busy?" After 4 or 5 attempts, he sent a red envelope, and the results were immediate. "Delu has claimed your red envelope. Sun has claimed your red envelope. Sister Lily has claimed your red envelope." Good grief. The moment he sent out the 100 envelopes, they were snatched up in a mere 3 seconds. Yet when he attempted to send another message, silence reigned once more. He thought to himself, "It matters not. If you hold me in contempt, I shall prepare to deal you a blow in return. After all, we are not virtuous beings." After a moment's contemplation, Wang Fan sent a message in the group. "Esteemed seniors, brothers and sisters, I am Wang Fan. I plan to withdraw from the industry. Tomorrow at 6 p.m., I will host a private gathering at number 1, Hepping Road, Xianying City. I hope you will grace me with your presence." After sending the message, the group remained eerily quiet. Lighting a cigarette, he took a drag and added, "By the way, I will be selling all my copyrights tomorrow." Upon sending that, the group erupted in chaos. "Xiao Wang is only 25, right? How can he withdraw from the industry at such a young age? I'll definitely be there tomorrow. I'll bring you a nice bottle of wine. Why is he withdrawing all of a sudden? Don't worry, little brother. I'll buy a ticket right now." Wang Fan understood that these individuals were clamoring for his copyright, but he was indifferent, for he too was after their bank accounts. In an instant, the group was filled with flattery and expressions of reluctance towards Wang Fan, and none felt embarrassed, or rather, they all felt justified in their lack of shame. Turning off his phone, Wang Fan lay in his dark room, reflecting on the unfortunate reality that this place was rented. Otherwise, he would sell it for supplies. After sleeping soundly until dawn, he was unaware that the previous night's group chat had been disseminated online by a lurking media person. Ironically, the washed-up star Wang Fan had once again trended online. The headline read, "Wang Fan reveals plans to withdraw from the industry, to publicly sell all his copyrights today." The comments were lively. "See, I told you. This guy is up to something big. How tragic, just 25. Why is he leaving the industry? I used to really like Wang Fan. He went from a minor role to a big star. Then wrote songs and screenplays, published books. I don't know why he suddenly fell off. I wouldn't have known about him if he hadn't trended. Looks like he's really withdrawing. I saw his personal page selling all his entertainment-related items. I just spent 29,000 on a half-used lipstick from Sister Hui. Who knew Wang Fan had so many good things that he out of his mind. He even has worn stockings from female celebrities. And they're all signed. Ing Jis are 9,999 yuan. Li Bao's are 8,888 yuan. I refuse to accept that our Li Bao's aren't worth as much as Ing Bao's. I saw that too. Utterly shameless and morally bankrupt. By the way, my family isn't well off, and school is starting soon. I need 9,999 yuan for tuition. Could any kind soul lend me some money?" After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Wang Fan was about to head downstairs for breakfast when he was immediately surrounded as soon as he stepped out of the elevator. "Brother Fan, is it true that you're withdrawing from the industry? Brother Fan, is it because of a secret marriage? Brother Fan, rumors say you have a terminal illness and need a large sum of money for treatment abroad. Is that true?" From being surrounded by inquiries to inviting all media friends to the community's green lawn, Wang Fan did not display any irritation. Instead, he reveled in this atmosphere, not in the glory of stardom, but in the presence of living souls. The first 10 years after the apocalypse were manageable, but for the subsequent 20 years, he had not seen a single living person, let alone spoken to one. Eventually, when he encountered monsters, he could only instinctively curse. losing most of his linguistic abilities. The more he cursed, the more even some monsters learned to greet him with exclamations of "what the hell." By noon, celebrities began to arrive, some wearing masks. Some came for the copyrights, others simply to witness the spectacle, and many more seized the opportunity to gain exposure in this trending event. After all, free publicity is too good to pass up. Wang Fan, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, called out from under a tree, seemingly wanting Wang Fan to approach. However, Wang Fan merely glanced at him and turned away, with no other option. The man could only come over, grumbling, "What is this? Have you learned to act all high and mighty? I can't even get your attention. How dare I? You are General Wu from Thunder Entertainment." "And I am but an insignificant figure," Wang Fan retorted, "a faded star at best." Before he could finish, Wang Fan suddenly smirked and added, "However, if I were to continue in this industry, I certainly wouldn't dare to disrespect you. Alas, I am about to exit this realm, so that you are now just an ordinary person in front of me." "You?" General Wu was momentarily taken aback. Given his status, even the top-tier stars in the industry would have to bow and smile before him. Yet Wang Fan spoke a truth that could not be denied. No matter how formidable one is in the entertainment world, if one is no longer part of it, does it truly matter? After a brief moment of embarrassment, General Wu regained his composure and smiled again. "You, my friend, are quite something. Everything is fine about you except your temperament. Otherwise, you wouldn't have offended the entire entertainment circle." "Did I offend your little harem?" Wang Fan scoffed. "Why be so hypocritical? To be honest, old Wu, I can't stand your duplicitous nature. You take every woman you meet as a goddaughter. Would you agree to such a thing if your daughter acted in the same way?" General Wu's expression shifted several times. Wang Fan had been quite popular in the entertainment industry, but he had offended two female stars who just so happened to be General Wu's goddaughters. Thus, with a few words from them, General Wu acted decisively, and Wang Fan's career plummeted, losing advertisements and facing rejections. Had it not been for the copyrights he had already sold, he might have been left destitute. Feeling that further dialogue was pointless, General Wu got straight to the point. "Well, let me be frank, I came here today to discuss copyrights with you. I've calculated that you still hold 23 songs, 3 films, and 2 novels that I'll buy them all from you for 100 million. With that money, you could live comfortably for the rest of your life, even if you withdraw from the industry." Seeing Wang Fan silent, General Wu added sternly, "I admit your works are exceptional, but don't forget, if I don't buy them, no one else will dare to, rendering them worthless. Just a pile of trash in your hands." "Oh, General Wu, you speak with such bravado. Do you truly believe you can control everything?" A short, stout man wearing sunglasses and a mask had approached without anyone noticing, sneering, "And you are?" General Wu attempted to recognize him by his silhouette but could not. The stout man puffed out his chest and proudly replied, "My surname is Fao. Where does Mr. Fa hold a position?" "It's not Fa, it's Fa. The Fa of Prosperous Butterfly. Is it Flower?" "Mr. Hua." General Wu's brow furrowed. He scrutinized the man. Finding him somewhat inscrutable, in fact, 2 or 3 years prior, he had sought to purchase the copyrights Wang Fan possessed, but Wang Fan had adamantly refused to sell, even if it meant starving, and now the most undesirable outcome he had foreseen was unfolding right before him on the lawn. "Hello, you bastards. I know you are all opportunistic and unscrupulous, but I am powerless against you. Of course, I can curse you. And you can do nothing to me either, for today, I am officially withdrawing from the industry. I am done." A murmur rippled through the crowd as Wang Fan continued on stage. "I know you are all here for the copyrights I possess. General Wu just calculated it for me. I still hold 23 songs, 3 films, and 2 novels in their entirety. General Wu has offered me a private price of 100 million. Therefore, today I am preparing for a tearful clearance sale, everyone. The highest bidder wins." Wang Fan shot a glance at General Wu, who, upon hearing tearful clearance sale, was momentarily excited, only to feel a surge of blood at the mention of highest bidder. Meanwhile, Wang Fan's uncle, Wang Kuei, who also served as his manager, was seething with rage, nearly bursting with indignation. "This bastard has gone mad. How dare he sell all the copyrights without my consent?" As he spoke, Wang Kuei was filled with 9 parts fury and 1 part fear. Chapter 3: The Power of Media. Upon hearing that the copyright prices were to be auctioned, the audience below eagerly rubbed their fists in anticipation. As Mr. Wu remarked, It is not that these copyrights lack value. Rather, it depends on whose hands they rest. With Wang Fan's character, possessing these copyrights would surely lead to his demise. Conversely, should these copyrights fall into the hands of substantial capital, they could potentially yield hundreds of billions, if not trillions. After all, Wang Fan initially skyrocketed to fame with the song That Kind of Youth, raking in over 300 million from ringtone fees alone within a year. Subsequently, his songs Youth, Years Like Songs, and The Woman I Love, among others, all became sensational hits. His involvement in the film industry saw him star in 3 productions that shattered domestic box office records. The 2 novel copyrights he held had yet to be developed. Yet their valuation had already surpassed 30 billion. Regrettably, individuals like Mr. Wu, who possess the means, choose not to purchase. Those who wish to buy are deterred by the fear of offending Mr. Wu, rendering these copyrights akin to a useless bone. Now, let us officially commence the auction. Without further ado, all copyrights are to be sold as a package. Payments and contracts will be executed on site. The starting bid is set at 1 billion. After Wang Fan called out the bid, the room fell into a profound silence. With no one daring to raise their offer, Mr. Wu, feeling smug, thought to himself, "Did I really give you face? Today, I shall see who dares to bid in the entertainment industry." Yet, before he could relish his triumph, a short, chubby man in sunglasses and a mask called out, 2 billion. Everyone turned in unison to gaze at the man, only to shake their heads in unison, indicating they did not recognize him. Mr. Wu glanced at the man, internally seething. Before arriving, he had already notified several capable individuals about the copyrights. Yet unexpectedly, a wild card had appeared. The short, stout man, dressed sharply, was undoubtedly a representative of a major consortium, complicating matters significantly. 3 billion. However, retreat was no longer an option. If these copyrights were acquired by the conglomerate, it would disrupt the current equilibrium of the entertainment industry. If he obtained them, it would certainly be a profitable venture. Thus, Mr. Wu immediately raised his bid to 3 billion. The chubby man, however, showed no signs of intimidation. 10 billion. Upon hearing the figure of 10 billion, Mr. Wu's resentment grew. Just as he was about to raise his bid, he heard Mr. Chen mocking him beside him. Mr. Wu, you wouldn't be unable to produce 10 billion, would you? If so, I shall bid on your behalf, 11 billion. Mr. Wu shot a glare at him, snorting in disdain before quickly following suit. Consequently, amid Mr. Chen's derision and the chubby man's provocation, the price for the copyrights rapidly escalated to 98 billion. At this point, Mr. Wu was nearly at his breaking point. Those conglomerates think they are so formidable. You may come to the entertainment industry to earn a living, but you must consider whether I allow it. I can endure, but my patience has limits. I bid 100 billion. Mr. Wu bellowed, his face contorted in rage, shocking everyone present. Many had previously estimated the value of Wang Fan's copyrights at 20 to 30 billion based on market norms. While these items could yield substantial profits upon development, the costs of production, including purchasing scripts, hiring actors, filming, post-production, and marketing, were considerable. Moreover, profitability hinged not only on operational expenses but also on luck. Otherwise, how could there be profit-sharing agreements in the entertainment industry? And now, congratulations to our esteemed Mr. Wu. Come, Mr. Wu, please step forward. Stoned, Tio signed the contract. Wang Fan, brimming with enthusiasm, stood atop the stone, brandishing the pre-printed contract, account details, and all copyright authorization documents. Mr. Wu's expression was a tapestry of emotions. He had won, yet it felt as though he had lost. Despite the smile plastered on his face, joy eluded him. The copyrights had been sold, and Wang Fan seemed to have lost his last vestige of value in the entertainment industry. Under the glaring lights of the audience, Mr. Wu signed the contract atop a stone on the lawn and made the payment on site. Once the crowd dispersed, the chubby man in sunglasses and a mask stealthily approached Wang Fan. "Hey, my act as a decoy was decent, right? After all, we did spend 3 years together as extras in Hungyan." The man removed his mask and sunglasses, revealing a plump, round face adorned with small, tightly shut eyes and a slightly upturned mouth. Giving him a somewhat endearing appearance, he was known as Fatty, having grown up alongside Wang Fan in an orphanage. Wang Fan was adopted at the age of 10, and his adoptive parents treated him well. But unfortunately, good people do not live long. After the tragic car accident that took his adoptive parents, he began to wander, starting as an extra in Hungdian and gradually working his way up to writing songs and achieving fame. Then his adoptive father's brother, Wang Kuei, came knocking, using familial ties and sweet words to deceive Wang Fan into signing a contract with his agency, resulting in nearly all of Wang Fan's earnings lining the pockets of Wang Kuei and his son. As for Fatty, his story was equally intriguing. Like Wang Fan, he was adopted from the orphanage with no name or identity. Wang Fan later took his adoptive parents' surname, while Fatty, before turning 18, had given himself many names. One day, he was Benboer Ba. The next, he was Babener Bo. Ultimately, he selected a name through a lottery when obtaining his ID card. However, for over 20 years, Wang Fan had simply called him Fatty, a name that had become ingrained in their bond. For Fatty, he and Wang Fan had shared skewers and beer just last week. Yet for Wang Fan, this brother before him was someone he had not seen in 30 years, prompting him to tear up and embrace Fatty. Whoa! Hey, hey, hey! I said I would stand by my brother through thick and thin, but this matter is off limits. Fatty vigorously pushed Wang Fan's head away, muttering loudly in his previous life, Fatty had awakened Earth-based abilities. And with his robust physique and hearty appetite, he had survived alongside Wang Fan. Ultimately, he did not perish at the hands of zombies or monsters, but rather fell victim to an ability user. Consumed by immense grief and fury, Wang Fan's powers mutated, transforming him from a useless space ability user into a ruthless killing machine. In his quest for vengeance, he wielded shards of space as weapons, decimating the city. Even when besieged by thousands of top-tier ability users, he could escape using his spatial powers. This battle altered humanity's perception of so-called useless ability users, revealing that abilities do not awaken merely once. Reborn as a human, their reunion filled Wang Fan with a myriad of emotions. Yet at this moment, he could not afford to reminisce with Fatty, for soon, the second phase of his plan was set to commence. Chapter 4. A series of schemes. After a prolonged moment, Wang Fan released Fatty and patted his shoulder. Fatty, Wang Kuei, and Wang Dali will be here shortly. I have a lifetime of words to share with you. But unfortunately, time is of the essence. Please return to the supermarket first. Once I sort out this chaos, I will come find you. I intend to speak with you for 3 days and nights. Seeing Wang Fan's unusually serious expression, Fatty understood the gravity of the situation and began scanning the surroundings before nodding. All right, I shall take my leave. Rest assured, if the entertainment industry proves untenable for you, come to me. A small subperma, however, while water may be consumed with the utmost disregard, one must always resort to the finest quality of toilet paper. In his previous life, he had endured the days of using leaves and clods of earth. By the time the phone call concluded, it was nearly 11 o'clock in the evening. He stifled a yawn and glanced at his watch, aware that the anticipated guest would soon arrive. Meanwhile, the news of Wang Fan selling his copyright for a staggering 10 billion had spread like wildfire. Trending on social media once again, Wang Fan retires from the industry, selling his copyright for 10 billion. Is this a mere capital ploy or the result of profound loneliness? Wang Fan's copyright package for sale at 10 billion, the genius, buried by the entertainment industry, has finally vanished. Such news was somewhat expected, yet some reports appeared rather frivolous. For instance, what secrets lie behind Wang Fan's urgent copyright sale? Men weep, women's hearts shatter. Wang Fan may have been diagnosed with late-stage lung cancer. The 10 billion will reportedly establish a charitable foundation. Like and share to pray for Wang Fan. Wang Fan's scandal exposed. A lack of self-discipline has led to prostate enlargement and ovarian cysts. The comments section was even more outrageous, filled with all manner of speculation, each utterance delivered with an air of authenticity. For example, I live in the same neighborhood as Wang Fan. Don't listen to these online slanderers. He's perfectly fine, just lost a bet overseas and is hastily repaying his debts. My aunt's uncle's cousin's niece is Wang Fan's classmate. She told me directly that Wang Fan was pursued by a female star surnamed C, and when he refused, she threatened to blacklist him, prompting his abrupt retirement. He reportedly used the 10 billion to purchase an island abroad and retire completely. What nonsense! I am Wang Fan himself. How would I not know? I am Wang Fan's dog. I can attest that the person upstairs is indeed him. The online commotion was matched by real-world activity. Barely had Wang Fan finished his phone call when a series of unfriendly knocks echoed at the door, heralding the arrival of 2 uninvited guests. Wang Kuei's expression oscillated between warmth and frost, while behind him, Wang Dali could no longer contain himself and began to berate Wang Fan. Have you lost your mind? Why did you sell your copyright without informing us? Why are you retiring? Who gave you the audacity? Wang Fan languidly reclined in his wooden chair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Dali with a cold snort. Inform you? Ha! I am selling my own copyright. Why should I tell you? Wang Dali was about to lash out when Wang Kuei intervened. Xiao Fan, what on earth is going on? Are you in need of money? If you need financial assistance, just tell your uncle. I will not let you suffer. You live in this house, paying a rent of 18,000 a month, over 200,000 a year. When have I ever let you down? Have I ever denied you anything you wish to eat or drink? You have never denied me anything, because it is all my earnings, and what I spend is but a fraction. Don't you think for a moment I am unaware of how much you two have exploited me over the years? Xiao Fan, didn't your uncle say this before? We are a company. A team. Do you understand what team means? Oh, perhaps you don't know this English term because you haven't read much. It means we are in this together, seeing his father's solemn demeanor. Wang Dali cleared his throat and corrected him. Dad, it's not team, it's steam. Wang Kuei waved his hand dismissively. That's not important. What matters is that we are family and should support one another. After all these years of raising Wang Fan, are you suggesting that I would forsake you when I am no longer profitable? Let you starve? Even if I am not your biological father, I would never wish you harm. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? Patting Wang Fan on the shoulder, Uncle Wang Kuei sighed and continued. The main issue is the entertainment industry. You cannot grasp it. Fine. If you have sold your copyright, then at least share with your uncle what you plan to do with this 10 billion. Do you have any ideas? Rest assured, whatever you decide, your uncle will support you wholeheartedly. Wang Fan smirked mockingly and queried, Really? I plan to invest it in virtual currency, uncle. You and my brother Dali should join me. I have inside information. If you invest now, within a month, you are guaranteed to make a profit, with a minimum return of 5 times. Are you supportive? Gasp. Wang Kuei nearly choked. Having just pledged his unwavering support, he truly dared not engage in virtual currency. After all, he had already lost 2 billion to Wang Fan. He struggled to maintain composure, finally managing to pat Wang Fan's shoulder awkwardly. This virtual currency seems rather unreliable. If you invest all the money from selling your copyright, and how about this? It's getting late. Dali and I haven't had dinner yet. Since we met, we'll go eat first, then find a hotel to stay overnight. And we can discuss this further tomorrow. Why stay at a hotel? We still have several vacant rooms here. Wang Fan feigned an invitation, though it was evident that Wang Kuei would not accept. He needed to return to the hotel to strategize with his son. Chapter 5. I dare you to fall into the trap. The relationship between Wang Kuei and Wang Fan is rather intricate. Since he could remember, Wang Fan was with Fatty at the orphanage. Later, he was adopted by Wang Kuei's brother, but 5 years later, when Wang Fan was 15, the couple tragically perished in a car accident. The responsible party compensated 1.8 million, but how could such a sum be entrusted to a child who had been adopted for only 5 years? As the elder brother, Wang Kuei seized the compensation, claiming his brother's house and car, leaving the 15-year-old Wang Fan to fend for himself. Wang Fan later found himself in Hongdian, working as a background actor for over a year, gaining modest recognition. It was at this juncture that Wang Kuei resurfaced, actively seeking out numerous media outlets to lament the misfortunes of his brother's family. He claimed that Wang Fan had abandoned him, yet he bore no ill will, insisting on treating Wang Fan as his own son. At the time, Wang Fan was only 16. Being young and unable to withstand the barrage of insults from keyboard warriors labeling him an ingrate, he foolishly signed a talent agency contract with Wang Kuei after being sweet-talked. The terms were exceedingly harsh. Despite his doubts about Wang Kuei, the latter's repeated assurances that he harbored no malicious intent swayed Wang Fan. From that moment onward, Wang Fan became Wang Kuei's cash cow. However, Wang Fan was not foolish. Upon discovering Wang Kuei's schemes, he retaliated by deliberately offending the entire entertainment industry, employing a scorched earth tactic in an attempt to coerce Wang Kuei into terminating their contract. Nevertheless, this was hardly a matter of deep-seated animosity for Wang Fan. What haunted him was the betrayal he endured during the apocalypse in his previous life. That time, he, along with Wang Dali and Wang Kuei, were negotiating contract matters in the Kyoto studio when the zombie outbreak occurred. In a desperate bid for survival, the father and son duo had pushed him towards the oncoming horde. Theo Wang Kuei and Wang Dali. Wang Fan was merely a piece of trash picked up from the orphanage. As they exited the gates of Wang Fan's neighborhood, Wang Dali could no longer restrain himself and muttered under his breath, "Dad, why didn't you agree earlier? I know about virtual currency. Just a few years ago, it was worth only a few cents, and now it has skyrocketed to several thousand. To people in the industry say it will soon surpass 10,000. If Wang Fan invests 10 billion, the insider information must be reliable. We should invest alongside him. Even if we incur losses, he would bear the brunt of it. I refuse to believe he would let his 10 billion go to waste. If that were the case, having lost his copyright and retired, he would likely end up begging on the street tomorrow." After hearing Wang Dali's words, Wang Kuei nodded in agreement, but then shook his head. Continuing to walk, "I have a feeling this little fox has something up his sleeve. Over the years, he has put considerable effort into shaking off our control. Fake marriages, suicide attempts, gas poisoning. He has tried every trick in the book. I suspect he might be concocting something yet again." Wang Dali, upon hearing this, was utterly perplexed. Listening to your words is like hearing a riddle. He had no idea what his father meant. Yet he dared not question further and simply followed behind. Puffing along as they walked, a foul odor wafted through the air, prompting him to shout, "Watch out!" By the time Wang Kuei looked up, it was too late. Engaged in their conversation, they had failed to notice a burly woman approaching them. With a loud crash, she collided with them, clutching her chest and crying out, "You perverts!" Her shout activated the nearby community lights. And before they knew it, the robust woman seized Wang Kuei by the collar and delivered a powerful blow. Wang Dali, witnessing the force behind it, immediately yanked his father and turned to flee. Alas, these two were men of some standing, yet they found themselves chased through the streets at midnight, utterly exhausted, only managing to find refuge in a hotel by 1 o'clock in the morning. Wang Dali, observing his father's black eye, dutifully produced a chilled bottle of mineral water to apply as an ice pack, casually bringing up their earlier discussion. "Dad, what should we do next? If what Wang Fan is saying is true, we might miss the opportunity. Don't rush. Here's the plan. Tomorrow, I will stabilize the situation with him, and you return to Kyoto." "Return to Kyoto?" "Yes, I suspect that Wang Fan's sale of the 10 billion could be a trap. So you need to investigate discreetly. Meanwhile, I will try to extract more information from him tomorrow, and I will provide you with specifics then." Having reached an agreement, the father and son duo set off on their respective missions as dawn broke. Just as Wang Dali took flight towards Kyoto, Wang Kuei re-entered Wang Fan's home. "Xiao Fan, I apologize for my poor attitude last night. However, you know that your uncle has always regarded you as his own son. Over the years, for your sake, look at this head of white hair." Wang Kuei vigorously tugged at his hair, ensuring Wang Fan could see the full extent of it. Yes, somewhat unappealing. Wang Fan pinched his nose, leaving Wang Kuei feeling slightly embarrassed. It is not without reason that I rushed to catch a flight to see you until the dead of night yesterday, on my journey back. That is not the crux of the matter. The crux is that you must speak the truth to Uncle about this 10 billion. What exactly is it for? Just as Wang Kuei's words trailed off, Wang Fan's phone rang. "All right, I'll be there shortly." After a few affirmations, Wang Fan hung up and scrutinized Wang Kuei, who seemed to be awaiting a response, so he could only feign helplessness with a shrug. "All right then, I'll lay my cards on the table. This 10 billion is not for virtual currency. No worries, you have your reasons. Uncle is already aware." Wang Kuei smiled, revealing a knowing expression, then assumed a listening posture, at which point Wang Fan commenced his performance. He approached the window, drew the curtains, and lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Uncle, this 10 billion is actually intended for strategic materials." "Strategic materials?" "Indeed. You may have heard that the conflict between Dai and Daewoo has escalated. Daewoo is struggling, so they are sourcing materials at exorbitant prices. Luckily, I have a friend with connections in this area. We only need to procure according to the materials list, gather everything at the dock, and when the time comes, he will take the goods, and we shall settle the accounts. The profit margin is likely to remain around 80. "Oh, is that so?" Wang Kuei wore an expression of skepticism, but Wang Fan had anticipated this reaction. Sincerely nodding, he retrieved his phone, opened the dialer, and called the previously mentioned number. "Hello, master. How long until you arrive?" "At most half an hour." "Great." After ending the call, Wang Fan turned to Wang Kuei. "Uncle, this is the material I have ordered. Starting today and continuing until the end of the month, various supplies will be continuously delivered to Xianying Dock No. 1. from food and drink to daily necessities, clothing, and even generators. You heard me just now. Oh, Wang Kuei responded with a meaningful tone, still seemingly doubtful. As Wang Fan walked toward the door, he continued, if Uncle doesn't believe me, let us go take a look together. Seeing is believing. Huh, you jest. Uncle could never doubt you. Despite his words, Wang Kuei wasted no time in changing his shoes to follow. The two drove to the dock, where the truck driver had also arrived, and the owner, who had previously been in contact with Wang Fan, approached with a beaming smile and shook Wang Fan's hand. I didn't expect to meet a superstar. I saw your news online yesterday. Who would have thought the one placing the order would be you? My wife and daughter are your fans. Haha, I've retired from that world. Let us discuss the goods first, shall we? Wang Fan responded with a smile, while the owner nodded awkwardly and proceeded with the introductions. Today's delivery consists entirely of pork, totaling 1,000 tons. This is the first batch, and there will be more trucks coming in sequentially. Well, Wang Fan understood the owner's implication, opened one of the truck compartments, and began inspecting the contents while smiling. Rest assured, as long as the goods are satisfactory, we will settle the payment alongside the transportation fees once the unloading is complete. For subsequent deliveries, I'll settle each batch as it arrives. Wang Fan had already arranged for refrigerated containers. In order to deceive the cunning Wang Kuei, he pretended to inspect the goods thoroughly before instructing the dock workers to begin unloading. At this moment, Wang Kuei was utterly unsettled. This was genuine pork, something he had not only tasted, but had also witnessed being transported. He immediately grasped Wang Fan's arm and inquired, did you truly invest the entire 10 billion? Absolutely. Wang Fan's honesty did not deceive the old fox. However, the next day and the day after still awaited. Once Wang Kuei witnessed thousands of trucks delivering goods to dock number 1 over the course of 3 consecutive days and personally saw Wang Fan transferring funds to these owners multiple times. He could no longer remain composed. Dolly, this time we are truly going to strike it rich. Quickly halt all current operations and immediately, right away, secure a loan from the bank using our company as collateral. Yes, borrow as much as possible. And also reach out to those friends of yours who lend at high interest. Yes, borrow as much as you can from them too. All the funds must be deposited into my account by tonight. I won't go into specifics. You'll understand everything when you arrive. Chapter 6. Tang Hengdao at 8 in the evening, Wang Kuei's impulsiveness began to wane, and he contemplated the risks involved. Thus, during dinner, he deliberately purchased fine liquor, pouring a glass for Wang Fan and another for himself. Here's to you, Xiao Fan. Uncle raises his glass in your honor, celebrating your successful retirement from the entertainment industry. The entertainment world is something you cannot grasp. If you wish to withdraw, then do so. Thank you, Uncle. The two clinked glasses, and as Wang Fan began to feel slightly inebriated, the crafty Wang Kuei finally spoke up. Xiao Fan, Uncle can probably raise 10 billion this time, but I can't shake the feeling of unease. Who is this friend of yours? Does Uncle know him? Perhaps we should arrange to meet tomorrow. Hey, I say, Uncle, how could I possibly fear you? Besides, I can't possibly introduce you to my friend. What if you abandon me and go off on your own? Wang Fan, slightly tipsy, stumbled over his words. Upon hearing this, Wang Kuei intended to respond, but Wang Fan slammed the table. Uncle, you don't believe me. You've never believed me. If you are truly worried, I'll sign a contract with you. If any issues arise, I'll compensate you for that 10 billion. Sign a contract? This remark piqued Wang Kuei's interest. Gazing at the now somewhat inebriated Wang Fan, he thought to himself that this was indeed a golden opportunity. At this moment, Wang Fan was also internally urging, damn it, I'm in this state, so hurry up and take action. 10 minutes later, Wang Kuei presented a draft of the contract, the terms so stringent that even he felt uncomfortable reading them. Ahem, Xiao Fan, come, let us sign this contract. Once signed, Uncle's 10 billion will be transferred to your account immediately. Squinting slightly, Wang Fan quickly scanned the document, thinking, the old fox has finally fallen into the trap. After 8 years of scheming, this time, I shall reclaim everything. With a decisive flourish, he signed his name, and Wang Kuei, feeling uneasy, stealthily pressed Wang Fan's hand to affix his fingerprint. Xiao Fan, remember, it's 1 month. Uncle expects to see a return. Uncle, rest assured, it won't take a month. 28 days will suffice. My friend arrives quite punctually. Wang Fan smiled as he patted Wang Kuei's shoulder, but the smile that was somewhat unsettling. Holding the contract, Wang Kuei felt no anxiety whatsoever. In his mind, even if the money vanished, as long as Wang Fan remained, he would continue to be his cash cow, and moreover, a means to repay debts. Just a gentle nudge would yield money. Shake vigorously, and even more money would come forth. Thus, after assigning Wang Dali to oversee Dock No. 1, Wang Kuei returned to Kyoto to handle other company matters. With Wang Dali's limited intellect, Wang Fan paid him little mind, merely exchanging a few pleasantries before diving into his own affairs that he still needed to procure a batch of equipment. Earlier, Ponzi had given him an electric baton, which sparked inspiration after the apocalypse began. Humanity awakened various abilities, yet the nature of these powers varied greatly. Even among those with similar abilities, the differences could be staggering. In Huaxia, abilities were classified from level 1 to level 20, though there should be levels beyond 20. For when he died, he was at level 20, while the monsters that had slain him were at least level 30, almost a dimensional overwhelm. No wonder humanity faced extinction. For instance, a fire ability at level 1 might triumph over a fire ability at level 2 due to physical or environmental advantages. But a level 1 against a level 10 would surely find itself crushed. Additionally, the classification of these abilities was quite chaotic. The apocalypse struck swiftly, catching nations unprepared, leading to a state of disarray overnight. The subsequent classifications were often arbitrary divisions made by small groups. Aside from the standard 1, 2, 3 for levels, there were also classifications like A, B, C, D, or even celestial and earthly distinctions. Some enthusiasts of the fantastical even devised grading systems reminiscent of foundational building and core formation, which left foreign ability users utterly bewildered. As for upgrading abilities, the process was equally convoluted. Every human ability user possessed a crystal core within their consciousness. By defeating opponents and acquiring their cores, one could absorb these cores to restore their own vitality or elevate their level. As for animals, zombies, and plants, some could enhance their capabilities through absorption of crystal cores, while others could improve through flesh and blood. Wang Fan had even witnessed one capable of absorbing souls to elevate itself. In summary, the apocalypse was a chaotic melange, with all manner of monsters abounding, while Wang Fan had awakened spatial abilities ahead of others. He lamentably remained at level 1, possessing not only a limited storage capacity but also lacking offensive capabilities. Therefore, until he reached level 3, he was essentially comparable to an ordinary person, and when faced with zombies, his only option would be to flee. Yet running would not allow him to slay zombies and level up. Thus, it formed a vicious cycle. In his previous life, fortune smiled upon him. After being duped by Wang Kuei and Wang Dali, he narrowly escaped death at the hands of zombies, later being rescued by a small team, and subsequently, he exchanged his spatial abilities for supplies, which enabled him to gather enough crystal cores to reach level 3, thus gaining the ability to protect himself. In this life, however, luck would not be so readily found. Everything would rely on his own efforts. Besides gathering supplies, he also needed to prepare some transitional measures in advance. After ensuring Wang Dali's stability, Wang Fan seized the opportunity to soar directly to Pingxi. He had previously established contact with a seasoned craftsman in this region, in the spring and autumn, as well as the Warring States periods. This locale was revered as a sacred ground for iron smelting and sword forging. During the spring and autumn, it belonged to Chu, while in the Warring States, it was under Han's jurisdiction. The strategies of the Warring States, the swords and halberds of Han emerged from Tangxi. The records of the Grand Historian notes, the 9 famed swords of Huaxia all originate from Pingxi. Master Sun, is the item I ordered ready? The old man, likely in his 70s, often found at the forge. His skin flushed from the heat, greeted Wang Fan with a broad smile as he entered. You, my boy, are quite fortunate. It's the usual pace. It would take at least 6 months, but considering the price you offered, 10 days will suffice. Wang Fan shrugged, thinking to himself how refreshingly direct the old man was. Look, the craftsman produced an object that resembled both a knife and a sword, tossing it towards Wang Fan. Wang Fan hurriedly caught it, drew the blade, and upon inspection, what the heck, I don't even understand this. Nevertheless, he couldn't afford to lose face. A fine blade. Do you understand swords? A little. His modest claim genuinely impressed the old man, who proceeded to explain, you mentioned it would primarily be used for chopping, so I crafted this Tang broadsword for you. Observe, the blade is thick and sharp, sturdy and durable, with a long handle for two-handed wielding, making it exceptionally fierce for chopping. Are you familiar with the katana of Little Japan? The Tang broadsword is its ancestor, often used by us to sever them, and they later came to learn the craft from us. Afterward, the old man inquired, by the way, according to tradition, this sword is generally not allowed to be sharpened. Your sword, Dato? I simply adore the relics of our ancestors and wish to procure one to ward off evil at home. After all, it only works effectively when sharpened. No. No. I'm asking how you plan to take it back. Don't say I didn't warn you. A sharpened sword won't pass security checks. That's fine. I'll drive back slowly along the country road. After acquiring the sword, Wang Fan prepared to leave, but suddenly remembered his chubby friend had come along. Contemplating whether to purchase a weapon for him as well, Wang Fan recalled how, in his previous life, the chubby friend had often lamented the lack of a suitable weapon, ultimately suffering greatly from an ambush due to being unarmed. Today, he had the opportunity to remedy that oversight. By the way, Master, do you have any heavier weapons? Heavier? Chapter 7. The arrival of zombie friends. The chubby friend later awakened to earth-based abilities, making heavy weaponry most suitable for him. Yes, take a look at this large saber. Once wielded by the legendary Guan Yu.Uh.D. Oh, you have anything shorter? This saber is at least 3 meters long. It wouldn't fit in the broken vehicle he drove. Surely, he couldn't hold Guan Yu's South Green Dragon Crescent blade in one hand while steering with the other. Could he? Shorter. The old man, having forged weapons all his life, had never encountered such a request. At this moment, he patiently rummaged through his wares, while Wang Fan's gaze fell upon a dark, hefty wolf-tooth club lying flat in the corner. Curiosity piqued, he approached and attempted to lift it with one hand, only to find it utterly immovable. Try with both hands. Still, he could not lift it. The old man, taken aback, finally reacted after a moment. You want this? It looks rather heavy. Is something wrong with it? Not for sale? No. Note at this. The old man appeared somewhat embarrassed, hesitating before awkwardly explaining. This is actually a defective item. Our usual wolf-tooth clubs are hollow. But this one is solid, though it is made from quality materials. The phrase quality materials seemed to be a last-minute addition by the old man, hoping to fetch a better price. This must weigh over 100 pounds. Right? Exactly 208 pounds. All right, I'll take this. How much? After driving back with the Tang broadsword and the wolf-tooth club, Wang Fan ventured out again, this time seeking electric batons. Of course, not just any ordinary batons. As to whether they would be effective against zombies, he was uncertain. After all, he had never tested them in his previous life. However, having witnessed the electric baton given to him by his chubby friend, he felt it warranted a try. Zombies conduct electricity, after all. Naturally, if the electricity failed to subdue them, he still had the Tang broadsword as a backup plan. As for firearms, he did harbor an interest. Yet alas, he lacked expertise, and acquiring them abroad posed a risk. Currently, he lacked nothing but time. If he were to travel overseas and encounter delays, he would undoubtedly survive, but his chubby friend might not be so fortunate. This time around, he was unwilling to lose his only friend. Another reason that ordinary firearms held little advantage against those with abilities, unless they were heavy weaponry, which he couldn't possibly procure abroad, given that he was merely an ordinary person and not a crime lord. With all 100 high-voltage electric batons secured, all of them being the extended versions, both for safety and because the extended sections were fitted with batteries. According to the proprietor, these could easily electrocute dozens of pigs without issue. Regrettably, charging these in the apocalypse would prove challenging, as they were disposable items. Initially, he had planned to acquire more, but time was too tight. Additionally, these would only serve as a transitional measure in the early stages, becoming practically useless later on. Upon checking his account, he found that the funds sent by Wang Kue had been transformed into daily necessities, various food items, and medicines, until his storage space was completely filled. Originally, he had intended to save enough for a second batch of supplies, but now he estimated that even a third batch would suffice. His mind felt much more at ease now. Upon returning to Xianyang, it was evident that Wang Dali was neither at Pier Number 1 nor at the hotel or their rented accommodation. However, this was preferable, as it allowed Wang Fan to proceed with his plans more conveniently. He first went to the pier to collect all the goods that had been delivered over the past few days, then prepared to meet his chubby friend to inform him of everything, ensuring he would be ready for what was to come. Yet, just then, the old fox Wang Kue arrived. Xiao Fan, How are things looking with De and Dowu lately? Only 5 days remained until the apocalypse descended. Just 5 days until Wang Fan was due to fulfill his promise to the old fox regarding profit sharing. Fearing any sudden changes at this critical juncture, the old fox had repeatedly urged his son, yet remained uneasy. If anything were to go awry, it wouldn't just be the end of the world. Even if peace prevailed, he would certainly leap from a building, especially since his son had taken out high-interest loans from various bigwigs. Thus, for the last few days, he resolved to stay close to Wang Fan, determined that this boy wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. Wang Fan immediately discerned the old man's intentions. Realizing he wouldn't be able to shake him off during these days, he quickly sent a text to his chubby friend, advising him to stay awake 5 days hence, fearing the chubby friend might misinterpret his intentions, and added, "It's not what you think." Throughout these 5 days, Wang Kuei remained almost inseparable, even going so far as to have his son Wang Dali take turns with him for sleep. Each time Wang Fan went to the restroom or showered, the father and son would anxiously rush to the door to listen for any sounds. Therefore, the supplies he had initially planned to continue procuring would have to be temporarily stored at the pier, to be retrieved after the apocalypse arrived. As for any additional or hard-to-find items, he would have to resort to zero-cost purchases. However, he also kept busy preparing what he could. During these 5 days, he downloaded every novel he could find onto several massive hard drives, followed by music from various platforms. Next, he downloaded comedic performances, cooking recipes, traditional Chinese medicine research materials, and finally, when he truly had nothing left to download, he even backed up various architectural blueprints, wellness guides, and chess strategies. On the last day, with little left to download, he decided to download 3,000 episodes of the news broadcast. Seeing this scene, Wang Kuei curiously inquired, "What have you been doing with all this stuff over the past few days?" Wang Fan finished organizing a large pile of external hard drives in the corner, then turned off his laptop and smiled as he replied, "Uncle, let me pose a philosophical question to you. If I gave you a computer connected to the internet, filled with novels and videos, and offered you $10,000 a day to stay in a sealed room, how long could you last?" "I could last. What does this question have to do with De and Dawu?" At that moment, Wang Kuei had no desire to entertain such trivialities. Today marked the day Wang Fan had promised to deliver the first tranche of return money, and his mind was solely focused on the cash. Wang Dali anxiously nodded along. Yes, let us talk about De and Dawu." Just as Wang Fan was about to speak, a loud knock echoed at the door. Sounding quite urgent, he smiled and pointed toward the door. "Look, my friend has arrived. Arrived? Ha ha ha, that's splendid. Let me open the door." Wang Dali, in a rush, sprang up to answer it. That moment, Wang Fan stood up and walked over to the pile of hard drives, grinning at Wang Kuei, saying, "Uncle, let me show you a magic trick." A magic trick? Wang Kuei was puzzled, just as Wang Fan waved his hand, and the pile of hard drives instantly vanished. He was about to ask how this was accomplished when a blood-curdling scream emanated from the doorway. Wang Kuei jumped, immediately turning to look, and to his astonishment, the door had swung open, revealing a man clad in pajamas, his face a ghastly shade of blue-black, eyes bloodshot, and a gaping mouth oozing a white, viscous substance. He looked the very embodiment of a hellish specter, currently sinking his teeth into Wang Dali's arm. "Dad, save me, it's a ghost." Chapter 8. The apocalypse arrives. Wang Dali screamed desperately, and Wang Kuei, initially panicked, quickly regained his composure, eyeing Wang Fan suspiciously. "Wang Fan, you haven't really swindled my money, have you? This is one of those actors you hired from Hongdian, right? I tell you, if I don't see the money today, don't blame me for being merciless as your uncle. We have a contract." He excitedly pulled out the contract, yet before he could finish his words, he saw a large chunk of flesh on Wang Dali's arm had been torn away. The sight of the zombie devouring him ravenously immediately made Wang Kuei feel weak with fear. "Quick, call the police, there's been a murder." Instead of rushing to save his son, he retreated to the corner of the wall, grabbed his phone, and made a call. But how could there possibly be a signal at such a moment? "Dad hurried, save me." This moment, Wang Dali was making his final struggle, desperately trying to push away the crazed zombie that was clinging to him. No matter how hard he tried, it was futile, and what filled him with despair was the sudden appearance of another female zombie at the door. She appeared to be in her 20s or 30s, adorned with heavy makeup, which only made her look more terrifying after her transformation. The female zombie lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Wang Dali's thigh and began to gnaw at him. "Dad, save me." These were the last 3 words Wang Dali would leave behind in this world. Yet, at that moment, instead of rushing in to help, Wang Kuei thought only of escaping while the zombies feasted on his son. He pressed himself against the wall, using a wooden stool as a shield, and just as he reached the doorway, he lost his sanity upon seeing the scene in the hallway. Groups of 3 to 5 zombies were already roaring their way up. Although their speed was slow, their mere presence sent chills down his spine. "Wang Fan, what cruel methods did you use to turn these people into this? Let me tell you, if I die, you must die too." With no way out, Wang Kuei charged back in, ready to confront Wang Fan in his mind. He still believed this was a tactic employed by Wang Fan against him. "So you're ready for a one-on-one?" Wang Fan chuckled, flipping his hand as a 1-meter-long retractable high-voltage electric baton snapped straight. The crackling sound of electricity made Wang Kuei halt in his tracks. "Wang Fan, don't act impulsively. Do you realize that murder is a crime? It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. How about this? I don't want the money anymore. It's all yours. I still have cars and houses under my name. All of it for you. Just spare me a way to live." "Pa." The dinner plate spat out a mouthful of spit and disdain. "Who the hell are you to call me uncle? I, Wang Fan, was thrown into an orphanage since childhood. Even when I was later adopted by Wang Qing, you have no right to be my uncle. You took all the compensation from my adoptive parents, even seized their house. Did you ever think about this day when you drove me away? I was just 16, struggling on the streets, scavenging for garbage, begging for food, smoking the butts of others, getting slapped by others. Fine, I relied on no one but myself. After I finally made a name for myself, you came to exploit me, finding media to tarnish my reputation, accusing me of being ungrateful, claiming I stole your money and ran away, that I repaid kindness with ingratitude, tricking me into signing a predatory contract, treating me like a cash cow, making me earn billions for you in a year, and I couldn't even buy a house without your approval." Crack. Wang Fan jabbed the electric baton forward, and Wang Kuei instinctively reached out, letting out a scream as he collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. That it seemed this device was far superior to what the fat man had given him, though he wondered if it would be effective against zombies. Wang Dali had already become a mere remnant of food, and though Wang Kuei was only stunned, the zombies that had just entered were not idle. Although these zombies were no longer human, they retained a basic level of intelligence. In this apocalyptic world, newly evolved zombies possessed a form of intelligence, albeit the most primitive, limited to basic foraging and hunting instinct, including simple climbing and rage. They would gradually grow stronger by consuming flesh and blood, some even mutating during their growth process. Often, mutated zombies could surpass their counterparts among evolved humans, yet their glaring weakness was their lesser intelligence compared to humans. Seeing the father and son had met their demise, Wang Fan's gaze gradually shifted towards the zombies at the door. 1, 2, 3, a total of 8, which wasn't too many. Renting this place was a deliberate choice. The garden villa had 8 floors, and he occupied one of them, leaving 7 households on the other floors. Among these 7 households were wealthy families, and during this time, he had casually inquired about them. The couple on the 7th floor was away on vacation, and the family on the 3rd floor had been living abroad for years. By now, they might already be among the deceased. The remaining floors, 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, had a total of 18 people, most of whom Wang Fan recognized. This was the 6th floor, the 1st floor, the 4th floor. While identifying the residents, he cautiously jabbed at one of the zombies with the electric baton from a distance. The crackling sound accompanied by the zombie's wail echoed, and within mere 3 seconds, the zombie collapsed to the ground with a thud. The surrounding zombies showed no reaction. Instead, those who couldn't squeeze and rushed to take the place of the fallen one. Resembling piglets fighting for milk. What a perfect setup, a conscientious boss. Holding the electric baton, Wang Fan complimented it, only to hear a pop as it emitted a puff of black smoke. And died out. What the hell? Damn it. It burned out? In truth, Wang Fan had indeed been deceived this time. Of course, he couldn't entirely blame the unscrupulous boss. One only needed to think for a moment, without special authorization. Who would dare manufacture standardized high-voltage electric batons and sell them to an ordinary person? Therefore, when Wang Fan initially proposed to purchase such an item, almost no one dared to comply. One boss even went as far as to alert the authorities. Eventually, Wang Fan was ready to give up when a vice president from a company secretly contacted him, saying they could produce it, but only 100 units. This vice president wouldn't take risks for money. So during production, he tampered with the load inside. Everything seemed normal during testing, but as soon as the usage time extended slightly, the load would short-circuit and burn out due to excessive voltage. He retrieved another baton. This one was fine, but it only lasted about 10 seconds, taking down 3 zombies before burning out. Ultimately, after Wang Fan cursed the heartless boss for 5 minutes, he managed to take down 8 zombies at the cost of 4 electric batons. Yet, he faced another dilemma: the crystal nuclei. Each zombie's mutation was caused by a crystal nucleus forming in their brain. This so-called crystal nucleus had been analyzed by scientists in his previous life, speculating it to be a brain affliction resulting from genetic mutation. Of course, evolved humans were the same. In other words, these zombies were just like ordinary people, except they were unfortunate. While others gained abilities from their mutations, they became zombies instead. These crystal nuclei were stored in their brains. Simply put, one could make a hole at the temple and see the crystal nucleus. The problem was, despite preparing everything, Wang Fan had neglected to bring a knife. He rarely cooked in his rented place, so he didn't even have a kitchen knife. The only tool available was a nail clipper. After pondering for a long while, he could only reluctantly take out a Tang Hung knife. After much hesitation, it felt like trying to slice a watermelon with a meter-long knife, quite awkward. Although it was challenging, thankfully, the Tang Hung knife was sharp enough, and he ultimately succeeded in obtaining 8 crystal nuclei. Chapter 9. The living ones. The 8 crystal nuclei were all gray, roughly the size of sesame seeds, but incredibly hard to the touch. He held them in his hands, eagerly beginning to absorb them. In an instant, the 8 nuclei turned to powder, slipping from his fingers and scattering in the wind. A faint surge of power flowed into his body, coursing through his limbs, which for Wang Fan was better than nothing. Unfortunately, it wasn't even enough to level up by 1. He recalled that leveling up to the first level seemed to require 10, or was it 12? Feeling somewhat disappointed, Wang Fan sheathed the Tang Hung knife and surveyed the room, finally glancing at the lifeless forms of Wang Kuei and Wang Dali on the ground. Those bitten by zombies would also turn into zombies, but unlike mutated ones, these bitten zombies had weak attack capabilities, and their greatest flaw was that they feared sunlight. If they failed to replenish their flesh and blood within 3 days, they would starve to death. Thus, in the previous life, many evolved humans referred to these zombies as waste or rotten eggs. The term rotten egg was quite amusing. In the early days of the apocalypse, zombies hunted humans, but as evolved humans sought upgrades, they began hunting zombies in return, primarily for the crystal nuclei in the zombies' brains. These were valuable items. In the later world, money had lost its significance and humanity reverted to a barter economy, with crystal nuclei serving as a hard currency akin to gold and silver. However, these bitten zombies held no crystal nuclei in their brains. So after being killed, people would curse and call them rotten eggs, which eventually led to the term's popularity. In about an hour, Wang Dali and Wang Kuei would transform into rotten eggs, yet to prevent them from causing harm, Wang Fan used the electric baton to strike the brain region of both, effectively destroying their brains, leaving little chance for them to become rotten eggs. Closing the door, the stairwell was eerily quiet. This was the 8th floor. Below, there was the 2nd floor, and the 5th floor likely still had people. Based on the numbers, there should be around 10 people left, but judging by the speed at which the zombies had come, it was likely that misfortune had also befallen those on the 2nd and 5th floors. As he reached the doorway, he noticed a large puddle of wet traces on the ground, and a strange smile crept across Wang Fan's face. At the onset of the apocalypse in his previous life, many people naively thought it would be like in the movies, some with crucifixes, some with holy water, and others bringing black dog blood. In the end, they discovered that none of these were effective. The only method was to destroy the zombies' brains. However, during the attempts, some rather interesting situations had occurred. For instance, there was once a suggestion to douse zombies with the blood of black dogs, which resulted in a calamity for all the black dogs in the vicinity. Subsequently, a group of individuals encountered mutated black dogs, and thereafter, their fate was sealed. Moreover, there were claims that garlic could ward off evil spirits, leading to a bizarre situation where garlic became more expensive than meat. Unfortunately, the unfortunate souls who procured garlic found that, instead of repelling the malevolent entities, it attracted hordes of zombies, resulting in their swift demise. However, from the lessons of those who came before, a valuable insight emerged. Although zombies possess eyes, their primary means of perception is through scent. They are drawn to stronger odors, mistaking them for food. Thus, some individuals with special abilities often resorted to covertly applying distinctive scents to their unsuspecting companions, such as urine. Naturally, Wang Fan was not inclined to resort to such repugnant measures. Instead, he opted for garlic juice. He poured an entire basin of it at the entrance of the corridor, and at the onset of the apocalypse, all the zombies in the building flocked to the 8th floor. This action served 3 purposes. First, it would aid in avenging Wang Kuei and Wang Dali. Second, it would eliminate the entire building's zombie population, thereby ensuring the safety of the survivors. And third, it would use Wang Kuei and Wang Dali as bait to draw the zombies away, allowing him to hone his skills, considering he was still a level 1 novice. Without the attention of the father and son duo, facing even 8 zombies would be a daunting challenge, especially since he had been duped by an unscrupulous boss with his electric baton. After hastily descending, he attempted to contact Fatty, only to remember that his phone was rendered useless. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. In his previous life, he had also encountered Fatty a month later, meaning that Fatty was relatively safe for the time being. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he knocked on the door and a woman's terrified screams emerged from within, but it sounded more like fear than an attack. Having experienced much, he could easily distinguish between different types of screams. For instance, a scream of "ah" indicated sheer fright, while "ah" suggested a bite. Of course, there was also the which could imply that someone was being bitten while lying down. Though not be afraid. I am Wang Fan from the 8th floor. I have already called the police. Please open the door. Upon hearing the mention of the police, the woman inside seemed to regain some composure, and the door opened a crack before swinging wide. A girl with long hair immediately lunged forward to embrace Wang Fan, weeping uncontrollably. If it weren't for her tears, Wang Fan might have suspected that she was a zombie trying to attack him. She appeared to have just bathed, clad in a sheer silk nightgown that left little to the imagination, as the lower half seemed conspicuously absent. Clearly, she was quite startled, for upon opening the door, she clung to Wang Fan tightly. He could only awkwardly pry her head away, as the scent of shampoo enveloped him. In any other circumstance, one might not have been able to withstand such a scene. But given the apocalypse, it felt almost surreal. It's so terrifying. Save me. The girl trembled, stammering and pointing towards the window for Wang Fan to see. However, he had little time for such distractions. The street outside had descended into chaos. He simply asked her, "Have you seen The Walking Dead?" The girl nodded. "That's good. It makes things easier to explain. Our world is now a real-life version of The Walking Dead, and most people have turned into zombies. We must hurry to the 2nd floor, but I'm scared. Let us wait for the police. This world is finished. No one will save you but yourself. Whether you come or not is your choice." After saying this, Wang Fan turned on his heel to leave, prompting her to panic. "Huh. All right. Just wait for me. I'll grab my bag and phone." "What do you need those for?" Wang Fan retorted with irritation, thinking to himself that in his previous life, he would have dealt with her much differently. If not for the eventual extinction of humanity, he wouldn't have bothered with her at all. After cursing under his breath, Wang Fan quickly descended the stairs. The girl, momentarily taken aback by his words, hurried to follow him, but as the wind blew, her long nightgown fluttered, reminding her that she had just bathed. With a startled gasp, she rushed back inside to change. On the 2nd floor lived a family of 3. The man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, appeared cultured. Wang Fan recognized him as a university professor, though he had only just moved in a few days prior and had merely exchanged pleasantries. Being a professor, he was undoubtedly more composed than the woman on the 5th floor. Upon entering, he raised an iron stool defensively. Wang Fan chuckled and refrained from stepping inside. "Professor Zhang, do not be afraid. I am from the 8th floor, and this young lady is from the 5th. We are all normal people, not zombies. Are those truly zombies out there?" Professor Zhang gulped, and Wang Fan neither confirmed nor denied, but instead proceeded to issue firm instructions. "Do not ask too many questions. Listen carefully. First, this building is safe, but I cannot guarantee the outside. Second, only drink bottled water, and do not let tap water enter your mouth while bathing. Third, lock the door. Do not open it for anyone, regardless of their claim to be a police officer. I will go out briefly. Remember my voice, and I will return shortly. We can discuss any questions then." After delivering this, Wang Fan hurried down the stairs. Chapter 10. Fatty's bedroom, exiting the community and securing the anti-theft door, Wang Fan glanced at his phone. Though it had no signal, it still functioned as a watch. And it was now 10 o'clock at night. This community was considered high-end, offering reasonable privacy and security, thus rendering it relatively safe for the time being. After boarding the heavy truck he had purchased, he started the engine and hit the streets. At that moment, the streetlights had all lost power, and only a few emergency lights from businesses illuminated the road. In the shadows, oblivious zombies charged into the beams of his headlights, and Wang Fan drove over them with brutal force. The journey to Fatty's small supermarket should have taken about half an hour, yet it took him a grueling 2 hours, even with his rebirth. He never anticipated humanity's tenacity for survival to be so formidable. In the dead of night, countless families were desperately trying to flee the city, transforming what should have been an empty street into a chaotic scene. Especially after the traffic lights ceased to function. The cars were gridlocked, giving the zombies an opportunity as they relentlessly pounded on the blocked windows. Thankfully, these primitive zombies had yet to learn to utilize tools. So aside from a few unfortunate souls in convertible cars, most were unaffected. The streets were now in complete disarray. The few supermarkets they passed were filled with zombies attacking people, yet no one seemed to be raiding the supplies. Perhaps most were still focused on escaping the city rather than hoarding resources. However, they might not realize that there was nowhere left to flee. Frustrated, Wang Fan incessantly honked the truck's horn, and after toppling yet another zombie, he finally arrived at the neighborhood where Fatty resided. The sign for Little Fatty's supermarket was dark, and the interior was shrouded in darkness, but Wang Fan could distinctly hear Fatty's heavy breathing and cursing from within. "Damn it! I told you to behave. I'm hitting," followed by the sound of slaps and the creaking of the bed. Wang Fan stood there momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, what the hell? Even in the face of the apocalypse, this guy has the time for this. Although it was called a supermarket, it was rather small, only about 70 to 80 square meters. When Wang Fan had become prosperous, he had asked Fatty about his dreams. The simple-minded Fatty had expressed a desire for neither house nor car, just a small convenience store. This had been their shared dream since childhood, standing in front of the orphanage's convenience store, watching other children buy snacks. Each time, they had fantasized about one day owning their own store, free to indulge in snacks as they pleased. Thus, Wang Fan invested in a small supermarket for Fatty. Given his resources, he could have easily opened a large chain supermarket, but Fatty insisted that such a life would be too exhausting, firmly refusing the idea. Eventually, they settled on Little Fatty's supermarket, a compromise between being both large and small. The layout was simple, with 2 rows of shelves in the center and 3 rows along the walls, with the checkout counter and cigarette cabinet at the entrance, and a bathroom and bedroom storage area in the back. The commotion was coming from Fatty's bedroom. Wang Fan hastily approached, awkwardly knocking on the door. When there was no response, he grew impatient, pulling out his flashlight and bursting through the door. Upon entering, he was left dumbfounded. Fatty stood by the bed, one hand gripping a woman's elbows and the other grasping her hair, forcing her down onto the bed. However, the woman was remarkably strong, struggling fiercely and emitting muffled cries. While Fatty cursed and attempted to restrain her, their tug-of-war caused the bed to creak ominously. Coupled with Fatty's shouts and heavy breathing, it was easy to misinterpret the scene. "Fatty, let go of that girl. I'll handle this," Wang Fan shouted, instantly causing Fatty to panic. "Damn it, you're finally here. Hurry and help me. This girl is like a rabid dog." She tried to be, however. He also lamented the good fortune of the fat man. Noting that despite the door being ajar, no other zombies had managed to enter. On the count of 3, "You move aside," Wang Fan instructed as he brandished a disposable electric baton to illuminate the room. Then immediately began to count. 1. The fat man sprang to his feet, and the female zombie, having lost control, abruptly lifted her head in an attempt to bite. Wang Fan deftly thrust the electric baton into the gaping maw of the zombie. A crackling sound mingling with the stench of burnt flesh, after which the creature fell motionless. Glancing at the defeated zombie, Wang Fan exhaled in relief and chuckled at the fat man. Who would have thought we would be so in sync?" Just as he finished speaking, the sound of shattering glass echoed from outside the door, followed by the raucous shouts of 3 or 4 men. "What the hell? There are zombies everywhere now. It's complete chaos. And they're just grabbing whatever they can point," one voice exclaimed. "Look at this street. They've already looted the gold shop. What do they have to fear?" Another chimed in, exactly. So many have died. Who is going to care if we take a few things? From the sound of it, this group appeared to be on a looting spree after robbing the gold store. Wang Fan and the fat man stepped outside, and upon seeing the crackling electric baton, the group hesitated in fear. The leader, adorned with numerous gold chains around his neck, swallowed nervously before stammering, boss, I just want to buy a pack of cigarettes. Get lost. Wang Fan's icy retort sent the group scattering in an instant. Had it been in his past life, these men would have met their demise long ago. However, he had no time to dwell on them now, especially since the fat man remained oblivious, still believing that the woman who had just lunged at him was merely rabid or suffering from some illness. Utterly unaware of the apocalyptic reality that, of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't believe it. Unless one had witnessed a horde of zombies attacking, who would accept that the world had ended? If he did believe it, then either he was insane, or the other was, or perhaps they both were. As the clock struck midnight, he, too, was human and needed rest. Tomorrow would bring a fierce battle. When dawn broke, the weary survivors would surely know what to seize. Unlike this group of fools who were intent on robbing a gold store, what on earth was wrong with them? Had they mentioned zombies? Thus, the woman he had just subdued was also a zombie at that moment. The fat man seemed to grasp some understanding, gazing blankly towards the bed in the inner room. Wang Fan sighed, recognizing that the supermarket was no longer a safe haven. Conversing here would render them targets for both looters and zombies. He quickly retrieved the crystal core from the female zombie's body and, pulling the fat man along, made for the exit. Let us go. We'll head to my place. The road is long, and I'll explain everything to you in the car. He had no intention of keeping secrets from the fat man. After all, he was a comrade worth dying for, and indeed, the only comrade. The fat man nodded in understanding, but cast a wistful glance at the shattered glass door. This little shop had not been thriving, barely managing to break even, and that door had taken him days of hard work to afford. Although Wang Fan was wealthy, he had never once asked him for a dime. What if they returned to rob the supermarket? The fat man fretted. Wait for me. He was clearly still uneasy. This was his means of survival, or rather, his home. In a hurry, he dashed back to the cash register, retrieving a piece of cardboard on which he hastily scribbled a message before finally stepping outside with a sense of reassurance. Wang Fan assisted in lowering the shutter gate, offering him a comforting assurance, don't worry. Among all these shops, yours is the least valuable. They'll likely hit the gold store or the bank first. If you're really worried, I'll accompany you back in the morning to help you secure your stock. Wang Fan had contemplated using his powers to clear the inventory, but he knew the fat man well. If he didn't clarify the zombie apocalypse, the fat man would undoubtedly demand he help him retrieve everything from shelves to beds, toilets, and even light bulbs. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. So it was better to leave such matters for tomorrow. Right now, he was famished, with his stomach growling in protest, and still had a long drive ahead as they prepared to leave. The fat man hung the cardboard sign on the shop door. Wang Fan almost lost his composure upon reading its message. There's someone inside. If you're lying, you're a little dog. The two then climbed into the heavy truck and sped towards Wang Fan's rented residence. Chapter 11. Discussing strategies. Once inside the truck, before the fat man could inquire, Wang Fan promptly spoke up. From today onward, this world has officially entered the era of the apocalypse. The exact cause remains unclear, but I suspect it may be due to water contamination. However, some believe it could be linked to a certain form of electromagnetic radiation. The woman you subdued earlier was indeed a zombie. Apocalypse? Are you joking with me? Or is this some sort of bizarre reality show? Where are the hidden cameras? The fat man glanced around, searching for evidence of a prank, but Wang Fan's serious tone silenced him. When have I ever joked with you? He had shared many jokes with the fat man, and as soon as he spoke, he felt a blush creep to his cheeks, quickly coughing to mask his embarrassment. Fat man, I am not deceiving you. You've seen the female zombie in the bedroom, and look at these zombies on the street. We've already run over 3 of them. If this were a film, do you think I would dare to actually hit someone? Then, as if recalling the best way to prove his point, Wang Fan shifted the topic to be, by the way, you must have awakened your earth-based powers. Do you see that water cup in front of you? Pick it up. The fat man glanced at the metallic thermos before looking back at Wang Fan. And then, Wang Fan gestured, then crush it. The thermos was stainless steel with a tempered glass lining. How could he possibly crush? Before he could finish his thought, the cup in his hands crumpled under his grip with a series of creaks. Staring in disbelief at the distorted cup, the fat man appeared skeptical. Suspecting it was some trick of Wang Fan's, and pulled out a bunch of keys from his pocket. Oh, hell. In just a second, the entire keyring was crushed into an iron ball in the fat man's hand. Wang Fan chuckled. Now do you believe me? If it weren't for the earlier female zombie, she would have had you pinned down in no time. Just because she is a woman, don't underestimate her. A zombie's strength surpasses that of an ordinary human by 3 to 4 times. Without your earth or strength-based powers, how could you have subdued her? The fat man nodded vigorously. I believe it now. Oh my God, I need a moment to process this. I've never questioned my existence this much, not even while playing that game. Looking at the iron ball in his hand, he seemed to struggle with acceptance, alternating between rubbing his face and tugging at his hair. After a long pause, he finally relaxed and asked Wang Fan, "You just said, I'm an earth-based power user. What is this strength-based power you mentioned? How did you know? And what exactly is going on?" However, Wang Fan did not respond immediately. After a lengthy sigh, he finally spoke. "I don't know if this is a dream or if there is truly a cycle of reincarnation. This is actually the second apocalypse I have experienced." "Second? What happened the last time?" "Yes, in my previous life, all of this transpired, but we all perished. Not just us, but humanity as a whole was obliterated. 30 days ago, when I called you last, I awoke from a nightmare only to find that I had come back to life, and now you see me." Feeling that his explanation was convoluted, Wang Fan paused to clarify. "Perhaps you can understand it this way. I carry the memories of my past life and have returned to a month before this apocalypse began. Therefore, I know many things. Including your powers, you are an earth-based power user. In addition to the strength of your powers, you will gain the ability to control earth elements upon leveling up." Leveling up? Is this like a game? Can people really level up? You can think of it as a game, but there is no respawning in this one. Every zombie has a crystal core in its brain. By absorbing enough cores, your abilities will enhance. Crystal core? You mean that when you rummaged around in my room earlier, it was just to collect a crystal core? I thought you were just being a perv. Wang Fan nearly choked in frustration, having accepted Wang Fan's claims. The fat man transformed into a curious child, bombarding him with questions. It was now past 4 in the morning, and traffic on the streets had significantly dwindled. When they arrived at Wang Fan's upscale villa, the place was enveloped in darkness. Observing the quiet second floor, Wang Fan surmised that the family had likely refrained from turning on lights to avoid attracting zombies or looters. He couldn't help but admire their prudence. Such individuals would likely survive longer in this apocalypse. Knock, knock, knock. It's me, Wang Fan. In the stillness of the hallway, Wang Fan gently rapped 3 times. The door swung open immediately, revealing Professor Zhang's surprised face. However, his expression quickly shifted to one of wariness upon seeing the fat man behind Wang Fan. "Oh, don't be alarmed. This is my friend, the fat man, an awakened power user. Having him around is safer than the police." "Awakened powers? Come in and explain." Professor Zhang, somewhat taken aback, refrained from further questioning and ushered them inside, leading them not to the living room but to the smallest room in the back. Upon entering, Wang Fan once again praised Professor Zhang, noting that this room was situated at the innermost part of the building, featuring only a small window which, at that moment, was heavily draped with layers of bed sheets by Professor Zhang. His wife and the woman from the 5th floor were present in the room. Was the night still safe? "By the way, you two haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's have a meal first." The modest space housed a round table, upon which sat a plate of stir-fried vegetables and a bowl of congee. He then proceeded to serve a bowl for the hefty man. Given the limited conditions, they made do. Professor Zhang appeared somewhat embarrassed. Yet Wang Fan felt an unusual fondness for this man. He understood that the professor's home could not possibly be so meager and recognized that he was not stingy. The fact that the professor could think of conserving resources immediately after the apocalypse began was undoubtedly a sign of brilliance. Observing the congee, the hefty man wasted no time in drinking it down, while Professor Zhang and the 2 women gazed at Wang Fan, hoping he would impart something of greater value. Indeed, Wang Fan did not disappoint them. "Currently, this building is secure, so as long as you remain here, there shouldn't be significant issues. Additionally, bathing is permissible, but try to refrain from drinking tap water. I suspect that the recent zombie transformation might be linked to the water supply. Of course, if you find yourselves in dire need of water, do your best to filter it. As for the reasons behind the emergence of zombies, Wang Fan was not entirely certain in his previous life. Many refrained from drinking groundwater, not solely out of fear of becoming zombies, but because the number of deceased was overwhelming, with corpses and various pollutants rendering the water unclean. The consequences ranged from mild diarrhea to fatal poisoning. Thus, in his former existence, he primarily consumed filtered water or purloined bottled water. Furthermore, he lacked a clear understanding of the specific causes. Although he survived until the end, much of his time was spent hiding in a cave. Merely scraping by. Chapter 12. The astute professor. Given the perilous nature of this situation, why don't we leave? Before Wang Fan could respond, the woman from the 5th floor eagerly inquired. Just as he was about to speak, Professor Zhang shook his head and answered. It had been quite some time since the incident occurred, yet they had not seen police cars or officers. Moreover, all electronic devices were inoperative. I suspect our troubles extend beyond just us. It is likely a vast area, perhaps an entire province, or even a nation, or potentially the entire world. Not the whole world. The woman gasped, and Professor Zhang nodded affirmatively. Yes, moreover, from the current state of affairs, it seems the water supply may not be the primary issue. While water sources can influence zombies, they cannot possibly affect the electrical systems and electronic devices. From this perspective, I lean towards the theory of some form of electromagnetic radiation or an anomalous element that has suddenly appeared in the air. Much like certain sci-fi films depict, this unknown element could carry an electric charge or exert an unforeseen influence on electronic products, while simultaneously impacting the DNA structure of humans. Those who have transformed into zombies or awakened special abilities may be the result of such influence. Hence, it is conceivable that, in a singular moment, the genetic makeup of humanity could be altered globally. Of course, this is merely my personal conjecture. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems. Professor Zhang's words left those present in a contemplative silence, with only the hefty man obliviously slurping his kanji. After a significant pause, Professor Zhang let out a leisurely sigh and then turned to Wang Fan. Your calm demeanor in this environment is remarkable. It suggests you are not an ordinary individual. Additionally, you mentioned that your friend possesses special abilities, so surely there must be a way for them to assist us? It's difficult. Wang Fan sighed as well, before slowly continuing. The professor's deduction is quite astute. Indeed, the apocalypse has erupted globally. However, alongside the emergence of zombies, special abilities have also manifested. To put it simply, some individuals may possess the ability to fly, others immense strength, and some can even burrow through the earth. Yet these individuals are not necessarily the saviors one might envision. Rather, they could be even more terrifying than the zombies. After all, zombies lack intelligence and move slowly. As long as one can strike their brain with a weapon, they are safe. Conversely, these individuals with special abilities, upon hearing this, Professor Zhang immediately grasped the implications. Nodding thoughtfully in the dark, you are correct. With the advent of the apocalypse, laws and morals have vanished. If someone suddenly emerges with the power to act without restraint, this could indeed signify the true end of the world. In essence, this is a case of man-made disasters outweighing natural calamities. One cannot help but admire Professor Zhang's analysis. In Wang Fan's previous life, he had witnessed countless individuals wielding their abilities without regard for others. Some committed atrocities for a mere sip of water, while others unleashed their fury upon women. Still, others used their powers to forcibly command dozens, even hundreds, of ordinary people to serve them, treating them as mere slaves. There were those who simply sought to enhance their abilities, killing other ability users on sight. Thus that our next steps must involve vigilance not only against zombies, but also against those malevolent individuals with special powers. Professor Zhang concluded, while the woman from the 5th floor subtly grasped Wang Fan's arm, playfully whispering, "You will protect us, right?" Wang Fan withdrew his arm, offering a wry smile and shaking his head. I am not a savior. Moreover, even if I possess the ability, I could not remain here to protect you indefinitely. However, I do have some suggestions for you. Oh? Professor Zhang raised an eyebrow in interest. Wang Fan nodded and continued. This place is temporarily safe, but it cannot remain so forever. Therefore, I recommend that once an appropriate opportunity arises, you should seek a new secure location. Such places are not rare. For instance, mountainous regions, remote villages, or other defensible areas. Additionally, you must gather sufficient supplies, such as relying solely on scavenging for supplies is futile. Professor Zhang immediately refuted Wang Fan's statement, then added, "This apocalypse is irreversible. It will not simply resolve by tomorrow. Thus, for the long term, we must find sustainable resources. Otherwise, even if we currently possess a truckload of supplies, they will eventually run out. What then? Furthermore, most supplies have a shelf life. 3 years, 5 years, 10 years down the line. Even if you are fortunate enough to find food and water, it is likely to have expired and be unusable." This perspective intrigued Wang Fan, causing him to regard Professor Zhang with renewed respect. After a moment of silence, Professor Zhang seemed to deliberate before finally resolving to speak. "Very well, I know of a location that should meet these criteria. In the coming days, we will begin gathering supplies and vehicles for relocation. And then we shall set off." He then furrowed his brow and added, "However, the current issue of supplies is significant." He hesitated, wanting to express that relying on a professor like himself, along with 2 women and a child, to gather supplies would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, he found himself unable to directly ask Wang Fan for protection. Meanwhile, Wang Fan had his own plans. His primary objective in this life was to ensure not only his own survival alongside the hefty man, but also to enable as many others as possible to survive. He had no desire to hide alone in a dark cave for eternity. That feeling was far worse than death. Initially, he believed he should wait until he had acquired formidable strength before undertaking such endeavors. For otherwise, attempting to assist others with his current abilities would be akin to a zero-sum game. However, Professor Zhang's reasoning and knowledge altered his perspective. If he could help Professor Zhang and the others find a secure refuge, perhaps these individuals could gradually ignite a flame that would spread far and wide. After all, there is saying, "Give me a woman, and I can create a planet." So, what if we provide these people with dozens of men and women? Wouldn't that lead to the creation of an entire universe? Having grasped the crux of the matter, Wang Fan smiled and spoke. "There is no issue with supplies. Many merchants have rented the basements of our complex as warehouses. At dawn tomorrow, we can simply take the necessary tools and go retrieve them. Since no one is overseeing things, why shouldn't we just raid the supermarket directly?" the woman from the 5th floor questioned. Wang Fan shook his head. "While you might think of going to the supermarket, others will think of it too, leading to one of 2 outcomes. What outcomes? One, that either you encounter zombies and meet your demise. 2. Or you run into others like yourselves, competing for food resources, leading to a violent confrontation. If you win, you gain food. If you lose, you become food. Conversely, targeting warehouses that draw little attention is a much wiser choice. Typically, merchants near supermarkets prefer to rent basements for storing supplies, so if you are fortunate enough to locate one, congratulations. You would be set for at least a year or more without needing to relocate." Although Wang Fan possessed spatial abilities, he had no intention of revealing this to the others. If anyone were to divulge it, he would undoubtedly become the coveted target among the awakened ability users during the apocalypse. After all, while defeating zombies yields crystal cores, killing him would not only provide crystal cores but also an endless supply of food. Chapter 13. The hefty man's affection. The group conversed until dawn, their specific plans gradually taking shape. "Let us proceed thus. The rotund fellow and I must venture out once more. Your task today, my companions, is as follows. Begin your search within our building. At this juncture, set aside any concerns of legality or morality. Your survival is paramount. Thus, arm yourselves, first for prying open doors, and secondly for self-defense. Gather every resource you can and transport it to your abode. We shall reconvene here this evening. I had originally intended to catch some much-needed rest, but alas, Wang Fan finds himself in no better predicament. Fortunately, the carefree rotund fellow, having satiated his appetite, has long since succumbed to slumber, making it a perfect opportunity for me to take his place. The streets at dawn are even more harrowing than the previous night. Devoid of sunlight, the somber thoroughfares are rife with wails and cries of despair. Swarms of zombies have already invaded the streets, while the panicked masses careen about in their vehicles, forsaking order and civility. Families rush headlong, indifferent to the carnage they may cause in their frantic escape. Even amidst this chaos, there are those newly awakened to their powers who do not seek to protect the innocent or vanquish the undead, but instead exploit their abilities to violently break into shops, robbing them of gold and jewelry, or forcefully dismantling ATMs, and even gleefully pursuing fair maidens. The malevolence of humanity is laid bare at this moment, unrestrained and unleashed. The rotund fellow curses incessantly, having already run over 3 wretches who flaunted their powers to bully the ordinary. These unfortunate souls, under the delusion of invincibility due to their abilities, include one who dared to withstand the might of a heavy truck, a foolish display that left Wang Fan speechless. Though you may possess strength, you are but a newly awakened ant, marginally larger than your ordinary counterparts. What gives you the audacity to stand against a 560 horsepower truck? Careening through the streets, the rotund fellow drives his truck to the entrance of his supermarket. Yet to Wang Fan's astonishment, he does not stop there but continues forward until he arrives at the front of an opulent villa. What is this? Have you lost your mind? I thought we were going to the supermarket? Wang Fan inquires, bewildered, while the rotund fellow's cheeks flush slightly. Ha! What does this paltry supermarket matter? If it's lost, so be it. Our priority is to save lives. Save lives? This revelation leaves Wang Fan even more confounded. The rotund fellow is far more ruthless than he, and now he speaks of rescue? Surely, he intends to abduct someone. He follows the rotund fellow out of the vehicle. The villa before them is not particularly grand but undeniably luxurious. Its black metal fence and surrounding apparatus indicating a security detail that likely once stood guard. What on earth is happening here? We have no time for frivolous antics, Wang Fan remarks, surveying the villa as the rotund fellow begins to bash down the door. His face tinged with embarrassment. It turns out, the reason the rotund fellow can operate his supermarket is due to his infatuation with a wealthy heiress residing in this very villa, a sentiment that remains unrequited. He knows she would never look his way, nor would she ever shop at his humble establishment. Yet he harbors the hope of merely catching a glimpse of her passing by, and if she were to acknowledge him, it would bring him joy for days. Are you not simply a love-struck fool? Wang Fan quips, to which the rotund fellow responds by smashing the iron door, chuckling and shaking his head. I wish to be that fool. But she offers no opportunity. I see this as a chance. Money has lost its value, rendering us equal in this dire time. Moreover, in a sense, I am an ability wielder now. She would be the one reaching for me. The rotund fellow's reasoning leaves Wang Fan momentarily speechless. Indeed, in the previous world, it was true. Whether it was Ma Yun or Huatang, currency had become naught but waste paper in the apocalypse. The might of one's fist determined one's standing, and ability wielders were the objects of ordinary people's envy. Wang Fan had witnessed this firsthand. A mere level 4 strength wielder commanded the attention of dozens of women, all vying for his favor, often resorting to jealousy-fueled brawls. As for those who traded their bodies for sustenance, they were innumerable. He recalls passing through a strange city, where lines of long-legged individuals stood, each adorned with a sign around their necks, the content both amusing and pitiful. For instance, star of numerous films, 1 steamed bun for 10 minutes, 1 bottle of water for 30 minutes, meals and lodging provided free for a month. However, Wang Fan believes the rotund fellow is overly optimistic, at least in his previous life. He had never encountered this maiden, suggesting she may have perished, transformed into a zombie, or perhaps found herself in the embrace of a more powerful ally. With this thought, he pats the rotund fellow on the shoulder. When you go in to save the damsel, refrain from revealing your status as an ability wielder at first. If she genuinely wishes to be with you, I will not object, but if she perceives you merely as a gullible fool. The rotund fellow pauses, nodding vigorously. I understand. They forcibly enter the villa, where 2 zombies aimlessly wander the first-floor hall, appearing to be former servants. Upon noticing Wang Fan and his companion, the zombies pause momentarily before drooling yellow-black saliva and slowly advancing toward them. Damn it, let me handle this. The rotund fellow rolls up his sleeves, but Wang Fan swiftly produces an electric baton, incapacitating the zombies with ease before skillfully extracting the crystal cores from their skulls. Goodness, how unfortunate. One of them had a foul core. Among the 2 zombies, one had naturally evolved, while the other was merely an ordinary person who had been bitten, leaving only one with a crystal core. Yet, this is sufficient. With 8 from the community, 1 from the rotund fellow's supermarket, and this additional 1, they now have precisely 10. Once absorbed, Wang Fan's mind clears instantly. The sensation akin to a stuffy nose finally unblocking. The feeling of leveling up is simply splendid. As he closes his eyes to savor the moment, he realizes his storage space has significantly expanded, perfectly enabling him to procure a second batch of supplies. However, just as he prepares to ascend the stairs, He notices the dining room's chairs and table remain intact, stirring an unusual sentiment within him. At this moment, the rotund fellow is already impatiently racing up to the second floor. Upon Wang Fan's arrival, he witnesses the unfolding scene. With a sudden shriek from a girl, the rotund fellow calls out from the doorway. "Xiao Ye, do not fear. It is I, your chubby brother, here to rescue you." The rotund fellow's voice, once deep and resonant, now adopts a high pitch, making Wang Fan cringe. "Xiao Ye, I am the chubby brother from the supermarket across the street. A good person." Chapter 14. Testing Xiao Ye. After 10 excruciating minutes of this, the door finally creaks open a fraction. "Hee, Xiao Ye, do you recognize me? I am the owner of the small supermarket 500 meters across the street. Just call me Brother Fat." "Yuda, how do you know my name?" Well, I actually." The rotund fellow fumbles, and Wang Fan, unable to bear it any longer, interjects, "He has been secretly in love with you for over a year." "How could he not know your name?" Xiao Ye's cheeks flush with embarrassment, and seizing the moment, Wang Fan inquires, "By the way, is anyone else at home?" "What about your parents?" "My parents just left on a business trip a few days ago. I am alone at home. Last night, I was asleep when I heard Aunt Zhao's screams. I couldn't get through to the police, and when I went downstairs, I was nearly frightened to death when I saw Aunt Zhao." Wang Fan has no fondness for this woman and, not waiting for her to continue, redirects the conversation. "Oh, do you have any food or drink?" "No." Xiao Ye shakes her head defensively. In truth, Wang Fan had already checked the refrigerator on his way up, finding it emptier than her face, save for some inedible condiments and a few empty jars. "Simple enough. My supermarket has plenty of food. You haven't eaten, have you? Come, let us go to my supermarket." "This place is too unsafe." The rotund fellow eagerly approaches, seizing the electric baton from Wang Fan's hands and presenting it to Xiao Ye, a plan they had devised together. The three descend from the villa and board the heavy truck, arriving at the rotund fellow's supermarket. Upon entering, Xiao Ye's eyes light up as if she has entered a treasure trove, rapidly filling the bag handed to her by the rotund fellow with an array of items. However, as fate would have it, calamity strikes. Two zombies stagger into view outside the door. Wang Fan feigns anxiety, swallowing hard before addressing Xiao Ye. "Why, dear, here's the plan. You are slim and quick. Go draw the zombies away while we ambush them from behind." No. I haven't eaten all day. I'm too weak. Let Brother Fat distract the zombies instead." Xiao Ye retreats, backing into the inner bedroom, only to be startled by a zombie lying on the rotund fellow's bed. At this moment, Wang Fan pretends to be at his wit's end and pulls a bottle of garlic juice from his pocket. Then there's no other choice. Zombies fear garlic juice. We should all smear it on our faces and make a run for it. Before he can finish, Xiao Ye snatches the garlic juice and applies it to herself. "I'll go first, then I'll lure the zombies while you two escape." She speaks without a shred of shame, while the rotund fellow beside her already begins to frown. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ye not only smeared the garlic juice, but also depleted it entirely, preparing to flee without giving the two a chance to speak. "Look, I told you beautiful women are unreliable, right?" Wang Fan shrugged, while the chubby man's face darkened. Xiao Ye, having already circumvented the zombies and now triumphantly standing at the door, called out to the two, "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I accidentally used up all the garlic juice. Thank you both. You are such good people and I will remember you. Once the zombies have left, I'll help you collect the bodies. Don T thank me. I see that fatso over there fond of me. Consider all the food and drinks in the supermarket as my gift to myself. Hee. Yet, before her moment of triumph could last 3 seconds, the zombies that had been charging in suddenly turned around and lunged at her. This moment, Wang Fan sneered. "I must apologize. I misspoke earlier. Actually, zombies are not only unafraid of garlic juice, but seem to quite enjoy it. Moreover, we will remember you too." With that, he waved his hand and began gathering supplies from the supermarket. Even the smallest morsel is precious in the apocalypse. Wasting food would bring tears to the eyes of even the most hardened capitalist. Initially, Xiaoya didn't believe Wang Fan's words, but upon turning her head, she was met with despair. The once empty street entrance was now teeming with hordes of zombies that seemed to have emerged from nowhere, each staggering towards her with the glint of hunger in their eyes. "Now that the task is complete, let us depart." Wang Fan patted the chubby man on the shoulder and sighed lightly. In his memory, this was likely the chubby man's first love, albeit a one-sided affection. He had experienced such emotions himself, especially the feeling of being betrayed. It was indeed Quite delightful. Ha ha. The two climbed into the truck and started the engine. Big brother, save me. Xiaoye, now adopting a different demeanor, called out. The chubby man rolled down the window, glaring coldly at her. Wang Fan merely scoffed. You wretched creature, stop your feigned innocence. I knew you were no good from the moment I entered your home. Two cleaning ladies resided in the east and west bedrooms, respectively. You could have saved one, but instead, you let her become cannon fodder, giving yourself time to empty the refrigerator. Furthermore, if I'm not mistaken, you should have awakened your abilities, particularly in the realm of mental manipulation. How did you know? Is it really so difficult to guess? Did you not attempt to control us earlier without success? And not question it at all. Upon hearing this, Xiaoye finally panicked. Wang Fan's words were spot on. She had awakened her powers at the onset of the apocalypse, and that very night, after one of the cleaning ladies had turned into a zombie. She had indeed awakened her abilities, when the other cleaning lady, who had not turned, hid with her. Xiaoye concocted a nefarious plan. She intended to control the cleaning lady, sending her to serve as bait for the zombies while she seized all the food from the downstairs refrigerator. This way, she would not only remain safe but also avoid sharing her limited provisions, thus ensuring her own survival. As for how Wang Fan knew, it was quite simple. Abilities granted a faint sense of connection among users due to the crystal cores, which a select few could detect, particularly those with mental, spatial, or natural abilities. If she had been a bit more observant, Xiaoye could have sensed Wang Fan as well. Unfortunately, she had just awakened and was still inexperienced. As for Xiaoye taking the food, it was equally straightforward. No household, at any given time, could possibly lack food entirely, especially not a wealthy family like hers. When Wang Fan discovered the refrigerator was empty upon entering the house, he began to harbor suspicions. The sight of two cleaning ladies as zombies downstairs, with all the furniture still in place, further fueled his doubts. If ordinary people were being chased and bitten by zombies, they would surely knock over tables and chairs in their frantic escape, even using them as weapons against the zombies. Moreover, the distance between the two cleaning ladies' rooms was substantial. An ordinary person would never voluntarily run towards the zombies to offer themselves up as a sacrifice, even if ordered to do so by an employer. The only logical explanation was she had been controlled, walking willingly to her doom at the hands of the zombies. Chapter 15. The 5 major warehouses seeing her ruse exposed. Xiaoye decided to drop the act entirely. She brandished the electric baton with a cold laugh. So what if you've seen through me? I have this electric baton in hand. If I rush out, I can easily control a few ordinary people afterward. Wang Fan smiled and replied, I usually don't give my enemies any chances. With that, he slammed the accelerator and drove off. Xiaoye thought to herself, this isn't right. How can he just leave after throwing out a threat without any follow-up? Doubtful. She pulled out the electric baton, preparing to zap the approaching zombies, and then, pfft, the electric baton sizzled and burned out upon contact. What? In that moment, Xiaoye was utterly bewildered, even questioning whether Wang Fan possessed the ability to remotely destroy her weapon. Yet before she could ponder further, 4 or 5 zombies had already surrounded her. The screams behind her were drowned out by the roar of the truck. The chubby man retracted his gaze, feeling an unusual calm wash over him. The two collected themselves and set off again. Wang Fan's immediate goal was to secure the second batch of supplies, for supplies were the very foundation of survival. Initially, to guard against Wang Kuei and his son, he had discreetly relocated the second batch of supplies to another large cold chain warehouse. The third batch was not far away, and if time allowed, he intended to collect it as well. After half an hour of driving, Wang Fan could no longer endure his fatigue. He had the chubby man take the wheel while he lay back to catch some rest. By around 1 p.m., the chubby man parked the vehicle in the yard of the cold chain company. Spotting 7 or 8 zombies ambling toward the truck, he grabbed a crowbar and prepared to engage. Wang Fan called out, You are an Earth-type ability user. That crowbar is a bit too light for you. Here, take this big one. With a wave of his hand, a meter-long spiked club materialized in the air. But Wang Fan couldn't wield it, causing it to crash to the ground. The chubby man nodded without further ado, picked up the spiked club, tested its heft, and then, satisfied, spat in his hand, shouting, Come on. I'll take you down. He swung the spiked club at the charging zombies, and with a single blow, the first zombie was sent flying several meters away. You fool, aim for the head. Seeing the zombie rise again, Wang Fan leaned against the truck, smoking, and offered tactical advice. The chubby man didn't respond, but for his second swing, he aimed for the head. The impact was as if several 100 pounds of force had struck a watermelon, sending red, white, yellow, and black matter flying everywhere. Afterward, the chubby man dispatched the zombies one by one, creating a seismic disturbance as bits and pieces flew in all directions. When he finished off the last of the zombies and others began to approach, the outcome remained unchanged. Wang Fan recognized that the chubby man was venting his earlier frustrations, a common form of catharsis. Thus, he refrained from intervening. Once the chubby man had finished obliterating the zombies, Wang Fan gestured for him to look closely, search carefully. There are crystal cores the size of sesame seeds in the zombies' heads. These are valuable. Hee. Where did this spiked club come from? It's practically a divine weapon. After venting, the chubby man appeared much more cheerful, praising the spiked club while he began to sift through the remnants for those tiny crystal cores. Wang Fan could only shake his head in disbelief, thinking to himself that had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have given the chubby man the spiked club. Although it was powerful, the difficulty of finding the crystal cores made it akin to mining for gold in a pile of excrement. However, the chubby man seemed unfazed. Within a short while, he excitedly held a sesame-sized crystal core between his plump fingers, exclaiming, "Look, this must be a crystal core, right?" "Indeed, take it and concentrate on absorbing it," Wang Fan advised. And the chubby man nodded, quickly reducing the tiny crystal core to a puff of ash. I don't feel much change. What do you expect? That was just one, and the lowest grade at that. Are you expecting a transformation? Do you want to take the entrance exam? Oh. The chubby man responded, continuing his search. He soon found a second, then a third. After a full hour, he had collected around 12 cores. Losing interest in further hunting, he absorbed them all, and like Wang Fan, successfully advanced to level 2. How does it feel? Although the difference between levels 1 and 2 was primarily in strength, the elevation in rank was distinctly noticeable. He inquired of the chubby man, who hefted the spiked club and felt it carefully. Seems this club feels a bit lighter. And, before he could finish, his stomach let out a loud growl. Hee. I also feel suddenly very hungry. The chubby man sheepishly rubbed his belly, while Wang Fan chuckled. This was entirely normal. After all, a power user with a robust physique needed ample sustenance to fuel their energy. Thus, the food requirements for a level 1 chubby man would be exponentially greater than that of a level 10. Let us go. There must be food in this warehouse. Hurry and get me something to eat. I feel like I'm starving, the chubby man urged, while Wang Fan cast a glance at the 5 warehouses behind him, sensing something was amiss. In a rush. If you're hungry, let us have a meal first. With a wave of his hand, tables and chairs along with a spread of food appeared before them. At this moment, the Peking duck from Kyoto was still exuding steam, and the portly fellow seized it with his hands and stuffed it into his mouth. Just then, another dish known as beggar's chicken appeared on the table, and with his other hand, he grasped the chicken greedily. It was truly a sight to behold, with a chicken in his left hand and a duck in his right. Standing between them was a chubby child. Ah, how delightful it was. By the way, where did you procure these chicken and duck? Performing magic tricks, perhaps? Me? Hee. My supernatural ability is space manipulation. Did you not see me gathering items at the supermarket just now? Wang Fan chuckled, but the portly fellow shook his head and then scolded. If you possess space manipulation, why didn't you procure some food when we were in the community last night? I ended up having to consume 2 large bowls of gruel just to stave off hunger. Fool, that is my greatest secret. Aside from you, how could I possibly disclose it to anyone else? The portly fellow nodded in understanding, his mouth dripping with grease, and then inquired curiously, what other delicacies do you have in your space? Do you have dishes from the 8 major cuisines? Where's the menu? Wang Fan could hardly contain his laughter, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Come on, Dio, you really think I am a mobile kitchen? You actually want to place an order? Initially, he had considered preparing such dishes, but if they were delivered in large quantities, they would undoubtedly become cold. Moreover, their preparation was rather slow, so he had ultimately abandoned the idea, opting instead for items that could be prepared quickly and stockpiled easily, particularly cooked foods. Nevertheless, he did not leave the portly fellow wanting, producing 2 roast chickens and a bottle of Maodai from his space. The roast chicken paired perfectly with the liquor, enhancing the experience with every sip. The portly fellow proudly lifted the Maodai and gulped it down, and after finishing 2 chickens and a duck, along with a bottle of Moutai, he finally let out a satisfied burp. In contrast, Wang Fan was far from satiated, still struggling to finish a single roast chicken. He shook his head, pondering if the portly fellow would consume more than a pig by the time he reached level 20. Little did he know, the portly fellow's appetite was indeed thrice that of other Earth-type awakened beings at the same level. Chapter 16. A close call. After both had indulged to their heart's content, Wang Fan resumed his observation of the distant warehouse. However, the more he looked, the more he sensed something was amiss. Logically speaking, in such a vast factory area, it was improbable that only a handful of workers were present. Yet, apart from the dozen or so zombies that had rushed out, there appeared to be no one else. Nevertheless, giving up was not an option, as this batch of supplies had cost him dearly, and the quantity was substantial. Be cautious. Wang Fan warned the portly fellow, then approached the first storage room. He carefully pushed open the door, revealing a spacious interior filled with neatly stacked goods. The duty room at the entrance of the warehouse was empty. The portly fellow, wielding a spiked club, vigilantly scanned the surroundings, then shook his head at Wang Fan. I think you are being overly cautious. There's no one in this warehouse. Strange, could it be my imagination? I feel as though there are others here, perhaps even awakened beings. Wang Fan murmured quietly, then began to collect the supplies. However, as he finished gathering all the items from the warehouse, no unexpected events transpired. Perhaps I was merely paranoid? Wang Fan sighed in relief, then proceeded to the second storage area for collection. Next came the third and fourth warehouses. It was not until the fifth warehouse that an unexpected incident finally occurred. At this moment, not only had Wang Fan let his guard down, but even the portly fellow had relaxed his vigilance, assuming there was no danger. Yet, just as Wang Fan was collecting the goods, a sudden sharp sound rang out from the portly fellow's chest. Ding! The sound was akin to metal clashing, echoing painfully in the quiet warehouse. Wang Fan turned sharply, his guard up, and found the portly fellow staring in bewilderment at his own chest. Where his heart resided. Be careful, there's an invisible awakened being. In just a second, Wang Fan quickly reacted, drawing upon his experiences from his previous life. He immediately positioned himself back-to-back with the portly fellow and swiftly moved towards the corner of the wall. Meanwhile, Wang Fan's hands were also busy. With a flick of his wrist, a bag of flour erupted into the air, followed by another bag with another wave. The portly fellow, gripping his spiked club, anxiously scanned the area. There, before they could retreat to the wall corner, Wang Fan spotted a flour-covered figure darting towards the exit, about 10 meters away. Trying to escape, the portly fellow, fueled by anger, hurled his spiked club like a javelin. This was a solid spiked club weighing over 200 Gene, and with the force behind the portly fellow's throw, it could easily crush not just a person, but even a cow. There was a loud thud as the figure, 10 meters away, fell without a sound, a pool of blood appearing out of nowhere, revealing the figure of a short, balding man in his 30s, clutching a dagger, already lifeless. Wow, he really was an invisible awakened being. Wang Fan was nearly drenched in cold sweat. The two of them had almost met their demise today. As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly recalled the earlier metallic sound that had emanated from the portly fellow's chest and curiously asked, "Earlier, when that person lunged at you with a dagger, were you wearing something metallic on your chest?" The portly fellow exclaimed, touching his chest, and then gasped in surprise. "Wait, how did I end up like this?" He lifted his shirt, revealing that his chest had sprouted bluish scales, much smaller than fish scales, roughly the size of a grain of rice, covering an area about the size of a palm. From a distance, it resembled a bluish birthmark. Wang Fan. Am I turning into a zombie? Typically, the portly fellow referred to Wang Fan as Old Wang. If he used his real name, it indicated he was genuinely serious. Wang Fan approached and touched the scales. Strangely, while the scales appeared hard, they felt remarkably soft to the touch, even though he had distinctly heard the sound of metal clashing just moments ago. How peculiar. How could this be? To be honest, Wang Fan was just as perplexed, for in his previous life, the portly fellow had been an Earth-type awakened being, and in this life, he was still an Earth-type. Yet, how could such an anomaly appear on his chest? Moreover, he had never encountered something like this before, not even in his past life. However, seeing the portly fellow's look of fear, Wang Fan maintained a relaxed demeanor to reassure him. Don't worry, there's nothing to be concerned about. Zombies do not develop such things. From what I gather, this should be a manifestation of your level up. If you don't believe me, I can conduct an experiment. Saying this, Wang Fan picked up the dagger from the ground and aimed it at the portly fellow's scales. The portly fellow immediately dodged and exclaimed, Hey, are you experimenting with my life? What if it goes wrong? Why not you try it yourself? Wang Fan shrugged helplessly and handed the dagger to the portly fellow. With a backward grip, the portly fellow gently poked at the scales. And in an instant, the scales seemed to possess a life of their own, stiffening immediately and blocking the dagger. Hey, it really works. It feels like I've stabbed a steel plate. The portly fellow gradually began to feel elated, increasing the force of his stabbing until it emitted a sound akin to metal clashing, identical to the noise from earlier. The crisis was averted. Although they could not comprehend why the portly fellow had undergone such a transformation compared to his past life, it seemed to be a positive development for now. All they could do was take it one step at a time. Wang Fan collected the remaining supplies, then glanced at the corpse of the awakened being on the ground. Gesturing to the portly fellow, this person was quite clever, using his invisibility to hide in this warehouse. The zombies outside served as his eyes, ensuring that any intruder would first encounter the zombies before he could ambush them from behind. If it weren't for your sudden transformation, we might have met our end here. After speaking, he pointed at the corpse on the ground. Awakened beings also possess crystal cores, and theirs are far superior to those of zombies. This one is quite rare. The crystal core should be quite valuable, so let us not waste it. The portly fellow gave him an understanding look, then squatted down, quickly extracting a crystal core the size of a grain of rice. Perfectly transparent. Indeed, it's different. The size and color are both distinct, the portly fellow exclaimed in amazement, then attempted to give it to Wang Fan, who shook his head in refusal. You should absorb it. I wouldn't be able to match you in terms of output, and this would be more beneficial for you. All right then, I want to be polite about it. The portly fellow chuckled and nodded. Beginning to absorb it, soon, he looked down in delight, noticing that the bluish scales on his chest had started to grow, expanding from the size of a palm to that of a head. It seems this has something to do with the crystal core I absorbed. But even at level 3, it's only this size. It'll take a long time to cover my entire body. The portly fellow remarked with a hint of awe, and Wang Fan nodded in agreement, present. It appeared that these scales were defensive in nature, aligning with the traits of an Earth-type awakened being. However, as far as he knew, Earth-type awakened beings only developed such defensive capabilities, known as Earth armor, after reaching level 5, and that was achieved through the condensation of power into a defensive form. The skin would not take on such a form. This was indeed a fruitful harvest. Nevertheless, the scales were still rather small, which seemed somewhat inadequate. The portly fellow touched the scales, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, and Wang Fan rubbed his chin in contemplation, nodding along. Had the invisible being stabbed the portly fellow in the back or neck, the outcome would have been entirely different. Fortunately, luck was on their side. The portly fellow had only been struck on his chest. A rather fortunate location. Chapter 17. The woman who crashed into glass. The two exited the storage room, regaining their composure and preparing to leave in search of the third batch of supplies. At that moment, a desperate cry for help echoed from the third floor of the office building on the left. Wang Fan turned his head to see a woman standing at the window. Her hands bound behind her back and her mouth gagged with a cloth. It seemed she had just shattered the glass with her head, and blood was streaming from her forehead. Upon noticing Wang Fan and the portly man looking at her, she immediately shouted frantically, but could only manage muffled cries. Initially, Wang Fan had no intention of getting involved in this predicament, but the portly man found himself rooted to the spot. The reason? The woman who had crashed through the glass was unclothed. Of course, Wang Fan was not much better off than the portly man. They quickly made their way toward the office building, only to find the entrance on the first floor obstructed by a large iron frame. Clearly a precaution against zombies, it was evident that, with the presence of a bound woman above, this office building served as the lair of an invisible supernatural being. With a grunt, the portly man lifted the iron frame and tossed it aside, then kicked open the wooden door leading inside before ascending the staircase. However, upon reaching the second floor, both men were struck with horror. The corridor on the second floor was stained with vivid crimson blood, presenting a particularly chilling scene, resembling the entrance to a slaughterhouse. Is there a zombie on the second floor? The portly man cursed, raising his spiked club. But Wang Fan shook his head, frowning. It's not a zombie. This is the blood of ordinary people. If it were zombies, there would be bits of flesh scattered about. Moreover, have you ever seen a zombie that bites someone and then drags the body away? As he spoke, he followed the trail of blood to the nearest office door and pushed it open, only to be met with a horrifying sight. The room was filled with corpses, limbs lay askew. And upon cursory inspection, there were no fewer than 34 bodies. What the hell is this? Even the portly man, who had already dispatched a dozen zombies, felt his hair stand on end. Wang Fan glanced around the room and was taken aback. Why are there only men here? What the hell? Wasn't there a woman? The portly man pointed to a corpse hanging from the ceiling fan, and Wang Fan could hardly be blamed for his confusion regarding gender. For the body had been so mangled that its features were unrecognizable, and most of its hair had been torn away, making it difficult to discern whether it was male or female. Had it not been for the portly man's keen eyesight, which caught a glimpse of the floral-patterned lingerie the woman had worn, it would have been nearly impossible for anyone else to tell. But this only deepened Wang Fan's perplexity. In a room filled with dozens of male corpses, there was only one woman, and she had been brutally disfigured and hung from the ceiling fan. This was no mere slaughter. It resembled a calculated act of vengeance. Was this the work of that invisible scoundrel? What a monster he must be! With a sigh, Wang Fan silently closed the door behind him. He had long understood that supernatural beings would target ordinary people, yet he never expected to witness such a scene so soon after the apocalypse began. Upon reaching the third floor, the sight before them sent chills down their spines. Well, chills might not be quite the right term. More accurately, it was blood boiling. In the expansive office on the third floor, there were 30 to 40 women bound in various positions. Some were tied to chairs, others to tables, while some were bound to pipes. Some lay flat, some knelt, and others crawled on hands and knees. They were all naked, their mouths stuffed with coarse rags. The left side of the room was filled with various food and drink items, while the other half consisted solely of toilet paper, some used, some unused. As soon as they entered, the women began to collectively whimper, unable to speak due to the gags in their mouths, tears streaming down their faces. This is truly despicable. Perhaps we should help these poor girls. The portly man swallowed hard and looked at Wang Fan with a questioning gaze. Wang Fan approached the window and removed the cloth from the mouth of the woman who had shattered the glass with her head, causing her to burst into tears as she cried. She seemed to remember her nakedness and quickly covered herself with her hands. With only 2 hands, she was at a loss as to where to place them, ultimately turning away, her back to Wang Fan. Moments later, she turned back, awkwardly meeting his gaze, seemingly hoping he would provide her with clothing. Wang Fan merely rubbed his nose, too indifferent to respond. It wasn't a matter of male chauvinism. It was simply that there were not only her in this room without clothes, but also 30 to 40 other women. Even if Wang Fan and the portly man stripped down, there would only be enough for 4 of them to share. At this moment, the portly man had also begun to untie the other women, and then he approached Wang Fan, exhaling deeply. Phew, this job is exhilarating. I feel like I might bleed from my nose. Your instincts are quite accurate. Wang Fan rolled his eyes, thinking that today served as a practical lesson for the portly man, especially since in the previous apocalypse, countless supernatural beings had met their demise in the embrace of women. The portly man awkwardly wiped his nose, then turned his attention to the other women cowering in the corners, waving his hand to reassure them. Fear not, ladies, we are good people. Rest assured, rest assured. Wang Fan surveyed the scene, then addressed the woman who had her back to him. You can be at ease. I am here to retrieve supplies. This batch of goods is what I ordered, but upon arrival, I found things amiss. Just now, a short bald man attempted to ambush us but was killed. He must be the one who kidnapped you. He is dead? Upon hearing this, the woman turned around in excitement, but the force of her movement caused her to lose balance and fall straight down. Do you recognize that short bald man? He is the murderer Chen Chong. The woman gritted her teeth and began recounting the tale to Wang Fan and the portly man. This invisible supernatural being, Chen Chong, had once worked here, marrying a female worker. However, due to his nefarious activities, he was caught stealing client goods and, in his escape, stabbed a security guard to death, resulting in a death sentence with a 2-year reprieve. Given this trajectory, even if he behaved well during those 2 years, he would still face life imprisonment, and even with exemplary conduct, he would not be released for decades. Therefore, upon entering, his wife naturally left him. Eventually, his wife, Xiaotsue, became involved with another worker from their factory and even had a child. No one knew that Chen Chong had escaped from prison. After only 3 years, he was a veritable demon. The woman trembled as she spoke of Chen Chong, likely unaware of the apocalypse that had befallen the world. Nevertheless, Wang Fan could certainly deduce the sequence of events. It was likely that when the apocalypse struck, Chen Chong awakened his invisible powers and successfully broke out of prison. Upon his release, his foremost desire was, of course, vengeance. He believed his thefts were for the purpose of providing a good life for his wife, only to find her betraying him for another man. Thus, with his newfound abilities, his mind had twisted further. The woman who was disfigured and hung on the second floor must have been his wife. Right? Wang Fan inquired, and the woman nodded. Yes, he came to our factory in the early hours of last night while we were on the night shift. Many male workers were suddenly stabbed to death at their stations. And before we could comprehend what was happening, we saw Chen Chong dragging his wife's hair and beating her. Then, he suddenly vanished. Chen Chong arrived at the factory, first killing his wife and her lover. Then, using his invisible powers, he stealthily killed the other male workers one by one. Initially, he intended to leave, but outside, a group of workers had already transformed into zombies, and with the vast resources stored here, he changed his mind out of course. Another factor that influenced his decision was the company president's daughter. The woman continued to whisper about the events that followed. After killing everyone, he gathered us on the 3rd floor, burned our clothes, and as she spoke, the woman began to sob uncontrollably again. Once her emotions stabilized, she pointed to another girl shivering in the corner. That beast claimed that his imprisonment was our boss's fault. And after killing our boss, he also violated the boss's daughter. Following the direction of the woman's finger, Wang Fan and the portly man indeed spotted an extraordinary girl among the crowd. How to describe her? Though everyone was unclothed, this girl was indeed exceptional. First, she had a complexion as pale as mutton fat jade. Second, she was well endowed. Third, she was youthful, likely in her early 20s, while the youngest among the other female workers was in her late 20s. It must be said, Chen Chong certainly knew how to indulge himself. Surrounded by vast resources and in a secluded location, finding 30 to 40 young women in his office was akin to living like a king in the apocalypse. Alas, he was rather unfortunate, for these resources belonged to Wang Fan. Wang Fan merely sighed, and after hearing the full account, he intended to leave. However, at that moment, the woman called out to him. Could you please help us call the police or find us some clothes? Call the police? Ha! Wang Fan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. This world has changed. Zombies roam freely outside. Otherwise, do you think Chen Chong could have escaped so effortlessly? As for clothing, there are plenty of rooms on the 2nd floor. You can help yourselves, and let me give you a word of advice. After you get clothes, it's best not to move alone. Being isolated makes you an easy target for zombies. With that, he gestured to the portly man, and the two quickly made their way downstairs, hopped into their vehicle, and sped away. After Wang Fan's departure, it took this group of women quite some time to regain their composure, only to crumble again upon reaching the 2nd floor. The sight that greeted them was grim, as most of the bodies scattered about belonged to their fathers or husbands. This was an old industrial area where many couples worked together, and some were even fathers and daughters. The scene before them was simply too harrowing. It wasn't that Wang Fan was devoid of compassion. Rather, the sheer brutality of their reality in this apocalyptic world felt almost trivial. After all, he had endured 30 years of such horrors in his previous life. Meanwhile, Wang Fan and his companion proceeded to another cold storage warehouse, where, fortunately, everything went smoothly. Aside from encountering a horde of zombies, no other unforeseen incidents transpired. Notably, excluding the foul-smelling corpses, the remaining zombies allowed Wang Fan to level up to level 3, while his companion, the portly man, successfully advanced to level 4. Following their promotion, the dark spots on the portly man's chest had expanded to cover his entire front and back. Remember, the matter of my storage space and supplies is our final trump card. Let's keep it between us. Wang Fan admonished his companion once more as they prepared to head home. As dusk settled, the two returned to their residential complex. Upon entering, they were greeted by a rich aroma of cooked meat, and at that moment, Professor Zhang's daughter, Nyonyo, had also awakened. Ñoño, greet your uncle, Ñoño, around 7 or 8 years old, seemed to have endured quite a scare these past few days. Upon seeing two unfamiliar men suddenly appear in her home, she promptly hid behind her father's back. Professor Zhang awkwardly smiled at the two men. While Wang Fan was unbothered, he and his companion went to wash their faces in the restroom before being ushered by Professor Zhang into the master bedroom. Look, this is what we managed to gather today. And this is merely a fraction of it. I've marked the rest, as there is simply too much to carry, Professor Zhang excitedly informed Wang Fan. You are absolutely right. Following your strategy, we discovered several basement warehouses today. One was filled entirely with rice and flour. It seems the owner was in the grain and oil business. Another warehouse was stocked with an array of snacks. The floor of the master bedroom was piled high with various food items: rice, instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, ham sausages, and even a mound of vegetables and fruits. Noticing Wang Fan's interest in the bounty, Professor Zhang quickly explained. These were sourced from the refrigerators of the residents on our floor. We have enough for now, so let us indulge tonight. I also found several steaks and seafood on the 3rd floor, which will be ready shortly. You went to the 8th floor? Wang Fan suddenly inquired. Fixing his gaze intently on Professor Zhang, in that instant, Professor Zhang felt an immense weight of pressure. He regretted not slapping himself for his earlier decision. When they had split up, he had not intended to visit the 8th floor. As that was where Wang Fan resided, it seemed inappropriate to rummage through someone else's home. Yet, during their separation, the woman from the 5th floor had inexplicably run up to the 8th floor. Upon hearing her screams, he rushed up, only to find a scene of impending tragedy. The floor was littered with zombies, and there were also 2 corpses of ordinary individuals, both of whom had died in Wang Fan's residence. Their bodies bearing marks from electric shocks. Zombies could not wield electric shock weapons, so who could have done this? Surely it was Wang Fan. But why had he killed these 2 innocents? Was it a case of home invasion gone awry? Or did he know them beforehand? Or perhaps he had unleashed his extraordinary powers recklessly to commit murder? A vendetta? A crime of passion? Ultimately, these speculations mattered little. What weighed heavily on Professor Zhang's mind was the fear that Wang Fan might silence him to protect his secret. His complexion paled, and he felt an awkwardness creeping in. We didn't intend to go to the 8th floor at tea that time. The girl from the 5th floor miscounted the floors. She meant to go to the 7th, but accidentally ran to the 8th. I heard her screaming up there and thought it was a zombie, so I followed her up. That's not what I was asking, Wang Fan replied with a faint smile, causing Professor Zhang to grow even more anxious. He felt disoriented, fearing that Wang Fan might believe he was exposed and would eliminate him. I found many zombies on the 8th floor. They must have been your doing. Additionally, there were 2 ordinary corpses, bearing signs of electric shock. Yes, those 2 were killed by me. They were either involved in a home invasion or I deliberately ended their lives. Chapter 19. Each with their own motives. Listening to Wang Fan's blunt admission made Professor Zhang even more fearful. But Wang Fan waved his hand dismissively. Why are you so frightened? I am not a psychopath. I do not kill without cause. So, does that mean you would only kill if there were a reason? Professor Zhang's heart raced with panic. They both ought to perish. Yet, this was merely a conflict between the 2 of them. Understanding. Understanding? Well, you see, I've also harbored thoughts of killing others. There is a term in criminal law called crime of passion, which generally refers to when a victim provokes you with words or actions, inciting you to lose your reason and kill them in a fit of rage. No, I am not a crime of passion. My grievances with those 2 run deep. The particulars are rather complex. If you are willing to listen, we can discuss it later when we have time. Wang Fan concluded with a smile. Just then, the voice of Professor Zhang's wife calling for dinner echoed from the kitchen, providing Wang Fan with an opportunity to exit the master bedroom. Meanwhile, Professor Zhang was drenched in cold sweat. In this house, the rooms and living area were filled with their spoils from the day: fruits, snacks, nuts, and beverages galore. At the dining table, the group finally wore smiles. Today, we should celebrate, old Zhang announced, so I've prepared a couple of extra dishes for everyone to taste. Please let me know if there's anything amiss. Professor Zhang's wife offered a polite remark, and at that moment, Professor Zhang took the chance to introduce everyone, primarily focusing on Wang Fan and the portly man. This is my wife, Wu Lily, and this is the girl from Building 5. Named Aisha. In truth, this is merely a celebration. I thought it was serendipity that we encountered one another, and considering the food we discovered today, much of it cannot be preserved for long. So it's best we enjoy a hearty meal. I am Wang Fan, and this is the portly man. Once introductions were complete, it was finally time to eat. One must commend Professor Zhang's wife for her culinary skills, especially given the premium ingredients available. Abalone, lobster, king crab, steak, accompanied by red wine and champagne. However, it would be unfair to criticize Professor Zhang for being extravagant. Wang Fan, upon inspecting the dishes, was inclined to commend him for his adept resource management. Most of the seafood had been scavenged from the refrigerators of the residents upstairs, and since it wouldn't last long, it was better to treat everyone to a fine meal. I know you both smoke, so I brought you something special, Professor Zhang said, pulling out a pack of cigarettes with a sheepish grin, offering them to Wang Fan. Wang Fan opened the pack, took one out, and glanced at Nyonyo beside him. He refrained from lighting it and instead asked, Professor Zhang, where did you acquire so many batteries? Professor Zhang, realizing his oversight, quickly set down his knife and fork. Oh, these were found in the underground warehouse. There are many more. I only brought this small quantity. These are lithium batteries. I figured they might come in handy later. What use could these possibly have? Are you planning to make a hasty escape on an electric bike? They have significant applications. For instance, they can be used for starting fires in the wild, generating electricity, or even fashioned into explosives. Just these batteries? Wang Fan found it hard to believe, but Wu Lily chimed in. Both Old Zhang and I are professors at Xianying University. I'm in the mathematics department, and he is in physics. Old Zhang speaks the truth. These batteries will be incredibly useful outdoors, especially in our current situation. Look over there. She pointed to a corner of the kitchen, and Wang Fan turned to see, puzzled. Professor Zhang chuckled awkwardly as he explained. I had some free time and created a small charging device using the batteries. I tested it with the microwave earlier, and it worked quite well. Wang Fan regarded this revelation with renewed interest. Such a cautious personality, combined with practical knowledge from the physics department, alongside a wife who was a mathematics professor. If they were provided with a stockpile of supplies, he believed they could yield remarkable results. After dinner, Wang Fan shared a room with the portly man, while Professor Zhang and his family occupied another. Strangely, the girl from Building 5 had her own room. Wang Fan had initially contemplated switching places with the portly man, especially since Professor Zhang was aware of his murderous actions. He feared that out of concern for his family's safety, Professor Zhang might act unpredictably. However, the portly man fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed, leaving Wang Fan with no choice but to endure the night alone. Keep it down. It was unclear how late it was. But Professor Zhang's low voice from the adjacent room jolted Wang Fan awake. Realizing he had dozed, she is searching for the gold and silver jewelry in someone's home. Although there are no laws in place now, do you truly look down upon such behavior? Regardless, it makes me feel uncomfortable. Just watching it unsettles my heart. Yet, let's not complicate matters further. It's best to avoid trouble. I've already made up my mind. In the next few days, we will gather supplies, and 3 days later, we will seek out a heavy-duty truck. When the two of them go out, we shall make our escape. This doesn't seem right. After all, they have helped us quite a bit. Just consider the zombies on the 8th floor. If it weren't for them, who knows what would have happened to us? Alas, I do not wish to be seen as a villain, but these two individuals have taken lives. If we remain together, what if one day they become displeased? Our lives may be forfeit, and it doesn't matter for us. But what about Nyonyo, who is still so young? Wang Fan could indeed comprehend Professor Zhang's perspective. Even though we are in the apocalypse, we have only just entered it 2 days ago. Ordinary people still adhere to the moral standards and legal norms of a functioning society, rather than succumbing to the law of the jungle. For Wang Fan, having experienced the apocalypse, killing zombies is no different from killing ordinary people. As long as one possesses the capability and the desire, it is permissible. However, this logic is not shared by Professor Zhang and others. Killing zombies is acceptable, but killing ordinary people makes one a murderer. While this reasoning may appear flawed, it undeniably exists, just as ordinary people understand that tap water should not be consumed directly. And dirty apples should not be eaten unwashed. It is acceptable to wash the dirty apple with tap water before consumption. Humanity is indeed a curious species. At this moment, Wang Fan felt a sense of relief upon hearing these words. For he was also concerned that Professor Zhang and his wife might come to harm him in the dark. If they were to turn against him, he would not be afraid, but it is a pity to lose such a valuable talent. especially since Professor Zhang is of great use to him. Nevertheless, if he intends to establish a team with them, he must assume the role of leader, with everyone obliged to heed his commands. This is the most fundamental condition and requirement. It seems that Professor Zhang requires a bit of pressure. Wang Fan murmured to himself in the darkness before drifting off to sleep. Chapter 20. The Seed and Pesticide Store After 2 Sleepless Nights. Wang Fan finally awoke naturally, only to discover it was already 3 in the afternoon. "Fatty," he called out, to which the response came from the living room. "What is up? Where are they?" "They went out to gather supplies." "Why didn't you go?" "I just got up," Fatty mumbled, but soon after, Wu Lily emerged from the room with 2 plates of food, smiling as she explained to Wang Fan. "Early this morning, old Zhang and Shasha set out to find supplies. I stayed home to look after the child and cook for you too. Now that you're up, hurry and wash your face for dinner, okay?" All right. Thank you." Wang Fan pondered the word thank you, realizing it had been nearly 30 years since he last uttered it. Of course, during the previous apocalypse, he had been all alone, with no one to express gratitude towards. Upon reflection, he recognized that he had not truly contributed anything of substance while staying with Professor Zhang. Rather, he had been a freeloader, receiving care and concern from them while they dreaded the possibility of him turning violent. It felt fundamentally wrong. "Are we going out today?" "Oh, I was just asking casually." Wu Lily smiled awkwardly before returning to care for the child. After finishing the meal, Wang Fan called for Fatty, and they set out once more. "Where are we heading today?" Fatty inquired. Wang Fan pulled out a list and finalized their first destination. "Let us head to Shouyuan Street." "All right. Wait. Shouyuan Street is all about selling fertilizers and pesticides. What do you need to go there for? Stop talking nonsense and let us go." Wang Fan rolled his eyes and closed them to rest. Currently, his storage space held nearly 30 billion worth of supplies, of which 20 billion were purchased, and another 10 billion was acquired through zero-cost purchases. Among these supplies, there was a plethora of items. Yet they lacked fertilizers, pesticides, and seeds. While fertilizers and pesticides could be overlooked, seeds were essential. For humanity to survive sustainably, relying solely on looting supplies was insufficient. As Professor Zhang said, "You can scavenge supplies this year, but what about 5 or 10 years from now?" Not to mention the possibility that there may be no supplies left to scavenge. Even if there were, could the food and drink obtained still be usable? It would likely have spoiled and turned toxic long before. What then would happen when there was no food? Even if Wang Fan's storage space were vast and brimming with provisions, there would eventually come a day when everything would be consumed. Hence, for humanity's enduring development, seeds are of utmost importance. They must learn to cultivate and be self-sufficient to survive and propagate through generations. As for industry and civilization, after the apocalypse, these notions are mere nonsense. The priority should be ensuring that the living are well fed. Fatty drove the heavy truck at breakneck speed, running over anything that attempted to block their path, be it zombies or humans. Initially, he would stop for humans who tried to obstruct the vehicle. But after being ambushed by a fire-based ability user who hurled a fireball at him, he decided to let loose. The 1-hour journey was reduced to a mere 30 minutes thanks to the absence of traffic lights and Fatty's reckless driving. Upon disembarking, Wang Fan scanned the street and, upon spotting a few swaying zombies, chose to ignore them, instructing Fatty to start breaking down doors with his spiked club, one store at a time. Inside the first store, Wang Fan immediately grabbed seeds and stored them, then urged Fatty to break through the wall into the next establishment. They continued their looting spree from the easternmost store to the westernmost. Most of these shops were rented, and after the outbreak of the apocalypse, no one remained foolish enough to stay behind. Those who could escape have done so. Additionally, no one would be silly enough to rob fertilizers and pesticides, so the stores were largely deserted, devoid of any zombies. However, as with all things, surprises were inevitable. While Wang Fan and Fatty were engrossed in their looting, suddenly boom, Fatty crashed through a wall, and they entered another store, only to find the place was filled with dust, and in the center stood a square table with a bubbling hot pot, around which 4 men, covered in grime, stared at them with bewildered expressions. The 2 parties exchanged glances, and one bald man, stuffing a piece of meat into his mouth, said to them, "Care to join us for a meal?" This was the epitome of awkwardness. One man attempted to inquire what the 2 were doing, but upon seeing Fatty wielding a spiked club over a meter long, he wisely swallowed his words. "Actually, I could say we're here to buy seeds." "Would you believe that?" Fatty raised his club as he spoke. and the four men hastily nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, in unison, the four of them began to reach into their pockets. Soon, phones, wallets, bank cards, and cash were neatly placed on Fatty's table, and they stood up with their hands raised in surrender. Fatty wanted to speak again, but Wang Fan patted his shoulder and asked the four men, "Are you the owners of this store?" Three of the men pointed to the bald one, who awkwardly nodded and smiled. Hee, brothers, I'm the owner. Take whatever you want. Don't feel shy. Today is our grand opening. Everything is free. Wang Fan rolled his eyes in disbelief. We are not robbers, so don't be afraid. We genuinely want to buy seeds. How much for all the seeds you have in your store? The bald man thought to himself, brother. You say you're not robbers, but you need to let this burly man put down that spiked club before anything else can be discussed. You standing there speaking without any regard for the current situation, and what price can I even mention? With so many zombies outside, what good would money do me? How about this? You have a warehouse for all your seeds. Where can we find more seeds? Wang Fan inquired. Going from store to store was too slow, and the stock in these shops was limited. Since the owner was present, Wang Fan felt awkward to simply take everything. So he decided to ask for a location instead. Yes, there's a seed company in the south of the city, about 10 kilometers from here, right next to the grain station, but we source our seeds directly from there. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Enjoy your meal. Wang Fan waved his hand and, with Fatty, exited through the iron door of the adjacent store, leaving the four men with dirty faces and chopsticks staring at each other in confusion. After a long while, one finally whispered, Does this count as robbery? It shouldn't, right? They didn't take our things. Still, I can't shake the feeling that something is off. Having learned the location, the two resumed their journey towards the south of the city. Chapter 21. The swarm of rats. Before long, they arrived at the so-called seed company. After dispatching a few wandering zombies, they successfully reached the warehouse. Bags upon bags of various sealed seeds piled high, resembling a small mountain, and for Wang Fan, it felt akin to discovering a treasure. A century later, when the apocalypse had ended and human civilization had been restored, history would record the events thus. Mr. Wang Fan, the savior of humanity, opened the gates to the seed vault. These seeds had fulfilled their glorious mission and were soon sown by the first generation of healthy humans on fertile soil. Within 4 months, they matured and were harvested, providing the first generation with a glimmer of hope for survival. Thus, humanity officially entered a new agrarian era post-apocalypse. Of course, this was a century later. Now, Wang Fan and his companion, the portly man, returned triumphantly, laden with goods. Just as they prepared to depart in their heavy truck, they stumbled upon an even greater fortune. I heard from Bald Brother that, isn't there a grain station next door? It seems so. I noticed it when I came in. The portly man nodded. He then approached the wall and struck it with a spiked club, creating a large breach, and pointed towards the vast grain storage. Indeed, it is a grain station. Wang Fan shook his head in disbelief. The two men entered through the hole, initially satisfied with a cursory glance at the storage, where rows of grain silos delighted Wang Fan. However, as his gaze swept across the yard, a chill ran down his spine. In the center of the yard lay more than a dozen corpses. No, they were no longer merely corpses, but rather white, bleached skeletons. The portly man attempted to advance but was halted by Wang Fan, who pointed at the skeletons for analysis. It appears these individuals died while fleeing the granary, which implies the danger originates from there. Are there zombies in the granary? The portly man inquired, to which Wang Fan shook his head. It cannot be zombies. They are similar to humans and, after biting, they do not consume every last bit. After all, they still possess human anatomical structures. Their stomachs can only hold so much. What if there is a large horde of zombies? The more there are, the more they can consume. Even so, have you ever seen a zombie that can leave a body so utterly devoured? Not even if you tried yourself could you achieve such a feat. What could it be then? I am uncertain. Wang Fan replied, shaking his head. The portly man scratched his head and asked, should we retreat? After all, your stored supplies should suffice. Wang Fan contemplated the idea of retreating. After all, a gentleman should not stand beneath a perilous wall, especially since both he and the portly man were still in their developmental stages and needed to survive. He nodded in agreement to withdraw. However, just as he lifted his foot to step back, one of the iron doors of the granary creaked open slowly. The two men squinted into the distance, only to see a rat emerge from the crack of the door. A rat? The portly man asked in disbelief, which quickly transformed into an exclamation of horror. Oh no! A rat, he exclaimed, seizing Wang Fan's arm and sprinting backward as a horde of rats poured forth from the grain storage like a deluge. No wonder the corpses were so cleanly picked apart. Even a dinosaur would be reduced to shreds. Run. As they fled, they cursed incessantly, akin to having disturbed a hornet's nest, racing toward the upper floors. Wang Fan glanced up at the office building of the seed company and called for the portly man to head to the second floor. Unfortunately, the rats were far too swift. By the time they reached the second floor, the rats were already in pursuit. With a loud crash, they slammed the door behind them and gasped for breath. Good grief, are these really rats? They look like oversized rabbits, the portly man panted, while Wang Fan wore a wry smile. In his previous life, he had encountered rats larger than rabbits, even those the size of trucks. If humans could mutate, so too could rats. Who were they to look down on? However, in his last life, such rats were a culinary delight for Wang Fan. After skinning and gutting one, skewering it on a willow branch, and roasting it over a fire, it sizzled with delicious fat. Roasted rat meat was the epitome of organic cuisine. Yet, after witnessing a rat devour a fallen zombie, he had vomited for 3 days and subsequently adopted a vegetarian diet. Dio, you think these rats are mutated? No. They likely have been affected by some influence, but haven't reached the point of mutation. Otherwise, with so many mutated rats, not just us, but the entire city would be overwhelmed. So, they are merely larger than average ordinary rats? Exactly, but don't underestimate them. With their numbers exceeding 10,000, if they swarm us, we will become mere snacks. What should we do? This rickety building lacks windows or back doors. I fear this security door won't hold for long. The portly man, using all his strength, braced against the door. Though the rats had sharp teeth, they struggled to breach the reinforced door. Wang Fan felt a pang of regret, wondering how they had fallen into such a dire situation so swiftly. He scanned the room, realizing it was likely an archive. Perhaps around a dozen square meters, with no exits other than the security door. This meant they would have to confront the swarm of rats head-on. But the critical factor was that the rats were more formidable. Quick, think of something. I can barely hold on. The door emitted a deathly creak, and there was no need to look. The corridor was likely packed with rats, as the portly man exerted every ounce of his strength. Wang Fan suddenly slapped his forehead, cursing himself for his foolishness. No way out? Then let us create one. With a burly companion like him, why fear a lack of passage? He pondered briefly, then retrieved some gasoline from his storage space and began to douse the entire room. He then opened 3 gas canisters. Portly man, braced the cabinet against the door and then stepped back. Wang Fan pointed toward the wall behind them. The portly man nodded and gave an okay gesture. I will count to 3. Wang Fan began his countdown. Point 1. Just as he finished counting, the portly man charged like an arrow towards the wall. With a resounding crash, the wall crumbled as if made of paper. Wang Fan followed closely, leaping through the breach to the first floor. Simultaneously, he pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and after rolling several times, flicked it away. As the words left his mouth, flames erupted behind them, followed by a tremendous explosion. The rear of the building housed a lotus pond, and as the two jumped into the water, their heads plunged into the mud, only to witness the building behind them being lifted as if its roof had been torn off, soaring into the air and then crashing down, sending clouds of dust spiraling. Amidst the yellow dust, dark specks mingled, resembling sesame seeds from a distance. Yet upon closer inspection, the black specks were all rat carcasses. Ugh, ugh! The portly man pulled his head from the mud, spitting out the sludge, and glanced at the swirling dust, muttering, they must all be dead now, right? With this kind of force, even if rats or their distant relatives came, they would be utterly annihilated. Wang Fan emerged from the water, wearing a triumphant grin, ready to call the portly man over to inspect the aftermath, only to hear a strange, urgent screech from the opposite side of the building, in the direction of the grain station. The sound was sharp and frantic, causing discomfort to the eardrums and a slight sense of dizziness. What is that noise, like a ghost wailing? The portly man asked. Rubbing his sore ears, Wang Fan's expression shifted to one of peculiar emotion, alternating between joy and hesitation. He was all too familiar with that sound. After all, While he had never eaten pork, he had certainly seen pigs run. Portly man, prepare yourself. It's coming. Huh? What's coming? Your ancestor. Huh? The portly man remained bewildered as the ground behind them trembled, followed by another screech. The previously smooth cement surface rapidly cracked, and then with a loud bang, earth and concrete flew in all directions as a massive gray rat emerged from the ground, standing half a person tall. Oh my goodness! It's truly an ancestor. This creature must have feasted on pig feed to grow so large. It could feed us for a week. Stop chattering. That beast is at least level 3. Be careful of its teeth. Don't let it bite you. Wang Fan cautioned, then kicked the portly man in the rear while shouting, Go for it, Pikachu! The portly man yelped, and before the giant rat could recover, he raised the spiked club and charged forward. Meanwhile, Wang Fan stepped back 3 paces, brandishing his sword in a defensive stance. Soon, a fierce battle commenced between the portly man and the enormous rat. The gargantuan rodent, despite its size, moved with surprising agility. Before the portly man could even close the distance, the rat leaped into the air, aiming directly for Wang Fan. Wang Fan swallowed hard and swung his sword, knowing that if he struck true, the rat would be split in 2. However, the cunning creature twisted midair and lunged for the portly man's back instead. Newton himself would be baffled by how it generated force and changed direction in mid-flight. Watch out! Wang Fan exclaimed urgently. Yet the portly man was no fool. Upon hearing the warning, he did not turn but executed a sweeping 360-degree swing with his club. A tremendous thud echoed as the massive rat was sent flying through the air, just shy of colliding with the portly man's back. Got it, the portly man chuckled, only to feel dismayed moments later. In the past, a single swing of his club would reduce a zombie to pulp, but this massive rat was merely knocked aside, not a single hair dislodged. Portly man, watch your feet. Observing the dazed figure of the plump man, Wang Fan once again issued a reminder, and no sooner had his voice faded than the rotund rat burrowed underground, preparing to launch a surprise attack, as the concrete floor beneath began to bulge ominously. The plump man rolled to the side, evading the impending threat and creating 3 divine positions. With a resounding crash, the fat rat, just emerging from the soil, was forcefully struck back into the ground. The impact left a sizable crater in the earth. Plump man, cover your ears. Wang Fan's voice rang out again, prompting the plump man to hastily shield his ears. Indeed, the rat's nauseating and disorienting shriek echoed once more. 9 o'clock, throw it! Wang Fan shouted, and the plump man, in perfect synchronization, hurled his spiked club towards the specified direction. A typical individual would never dare such an act, as the 9 o'clock position was devoid of any targets, making the throw equivalent to offering one's weapon to the enemy. Yet, the plump man held unwavering trust in Wang Fan. Naturally, Wang Fan would not act without purpose. The spiked club soared through the air with a piercing whistle, resembling a swift sword as it hurtled towards the 9 o'clock direction. At that moment, the fat rat leaped up from the ground, colliding perfectly with the rapidly descending club. The blow struck the rat squarely on its forehead. While it did not kill it, the impact seemed to daze the creature, causing it to sway as though intoxicated. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Fan dashed forward, raising his tang sword to strike, with a decisive snap. The rat's head was severed, and a foul, black blood sprayed across the ground. Wang Fan appeared to have anticipated this outcome. Immediately after the strike, he rolled away, creating a distance of 3 to 5 meters. However, the plump man was not so fortunate. Following his throw, he lunged forward, expecting the club to reach him within a second, allowing him to retrieve it for a second assault. But as he lunged, the black blood gushed forth, drenching him from head to toe. Damn it! He squinted, cursing vehemently, and then, without hesitation, directed his ire towards Wang Fan. You did that on purpose, didn't you? After venting his frustrations, he immediately squatted down, retching violently. Chapter 23. Rat-tooth dagger. After retching, the plump man, eyes tightly shut and feeling his way like a blind person, staggered towards the previous location of the lotus pond, seemingly intent on bathing. A wicked smile crept across Wang Fan's lips. Indeed, he had deliberately provoked the plump man. Although the fat rat was a level 3 creature and posed a certain level of pressure, Wang Fan knew that defeating it was well within their capabilities. In his past life, he had slain countless such creatures. After all, in the apocalypse, rats were among the most common mutated beings, thriving in various environments. Thus, when the fat rat raised its rear, Wang Fan could easily predict its intentions, enabling him to preemptively advise the plump man.as for the rat's attacks. They were quite straightforward. Sonic assaults, earth evasion sneak attacks, and close-range bites, in his past life. Those with abilities had long since mastered strategies against such tactics. When it squeaked, one simply covered their ears. When it burrowed for a sneak attack, one needed to observe the ground, or better yet, remain vigilant and wait for it to counterattack. In close quarters, however, if one found themselves in such a situation, they could only brace themselves, for the rat's teeth were not only sharp, but also carried the plague virus. Enough of this foul business. What's there to be afraid of? Seeing the plump man still washing, Wang Fan urged him, raising the spoils in his hand. Here, these are your rewards, consider them compensation. In his grasp was a gray crystal core, irregularly shaped, about the size of a fingernail. The plump man, initially seething with anger, immediately transformed upon seeing the object. So big? If I absorb this, won't I jump straight to level 7 or 8? He reached out eagerly to snatch the crystal core, but Wang Fan merely shook his head dismissively. Dream on. It's not that simple. Levels become increasingly difficult to attain later on. I estimate this level 3 core will only push you past level 5, and you might still fall short. Indeed, Wang Fan's prediction proved accurate. The plump man, impatient to upgrade, clutched the core tightly, and soon the black scales on his body began to expand, enveloping his arms and thighs. Wow! This sensation is incredible. Even though I'm only level 5, I feel a significant boost in strength. The plump man clenched his fists, the cracking of his joints resonating with a sense of power and intimidation. However, Wang Fan scrutinized him with growing curiosity, his chin resting on his hand as he assessed the plump man, causing the latter to feel somewhat uneasy. What are you looking at? Something's not right. What's not right? The plump man touched his face. While Wang Fan's brows furrowed deeper in his past life, the plump man had awakened a level 5 earth ability, and Wang Fan distinctly recalled the yellow glow that accompanied this awakening, a hallmark of a level 5 earth ability user known as Earth Armor. Simply put, upon reaching level 5 in the Earth domain, one could manipulate Earth elements for defense, typically generating a faint layer of protective Earth armor around their body, even without active defense. Yet, before him stood the plump man, clearly at level 5, but apart from his flabby physique, there was no sign of such armor. What could this mean? Wang Fan was perplexed. Moreover, he was further puzzled about what kind of ability the plump man possessed now. In his previous life, Wang Fan had encountered various abilities, yet the plump man's current manifestation left him utterly baffled. If he were to classify it as earth-based, the absence of earth armor contradicted that assumption. If it were strength-based, the plump man's power seemed to surpass typical strength users. And what were these bizarre scales appearing on his body? Hey, say something. Noticing Wang Fan's silence, the plump man grew anxious, reaching out to prod him. However, Wang Fan recoiled at the stench, nearly gagging. The fat rat was already foul-smelling, but now it seemed to have consumed something even more repugnant, the scent reminiscent of a blend of rotten feet and dead rats. The plump man suspiciously sniffed his hands, only to retch in response. He then leapt back into the water to wash himself again, causing the fish that had once thrived in the lotus pond to float belly up. After the plump man had cleaned himself for what felt like the umpteenth time, Wang Fan had already ground down the fat rat's teeth and polished them. Here, your weapon. Is this it? The plump man examined the pair of half-meter-long white bone teeth, slightly curved with a large end suitable for gripping and a sharpened small end resembling daggers. Are these dots sturdy? They won't just snap, will they? He brandished them, expressing doubt. Wang Fan rolled his eyes. Remove the question mark. These are the teeth of a level 3 mutated rat in my previous life. Many teams use them as standard weapons. Combined with your ample physique, a single thrust would likely pierce right through even a level 10 Earth user's armor. He added, kicking the spiked club at his feet. While the spiked club is decent, it's cumbersome. Should someone close in on you, you'd find yourself in a tight spot. Carry these rat-tooth daggers. They will compensate for your close-range shortcomings. When you encounter a mutated Wolf King later on, we can upgrade your weapon. All right. Hearing Wang Fan's endorsement, the plump man eagerly stowed the rat-tooth daggers away as if they were treasures. Let's go gather supplies. Wang Fan waved his hand, leading the way to the supply depot. Upon arriving, the depot was eerily silent, though sadly, a significant portion of the grain had already been consumed by the rats. After collecting what remained, the duo returned to their rented accommodation that as they entered. Wu Lily pinched her nose and fixed her gaze on the plump man. "Why do you smell so bad?" "Oh, what?" The plump man soiled himself. Wang Fan quipped. Wu Lily, still pinching her nose, pointed at Wang Fan's face and inquired, "And what's wrong with your face?" Before Wang Fan could respond, the plump man interjected, "His face was blown up by my fart." With that, he strutted off proudly to the bathroom. Chapter 24. Professor Zhang's disappearance. Has Professor Zhang and Aisha not returned yet? "Oh, not yet," Wang Fan inquired, to which Wu Lily's evasive response suggested something was amiss. Her expression was akin to someone who had never lied before, as if the very act of deceit was inscribed on her face. However, apart from curiosity, Wang Fan bore no other thought. It was entirely normal for someone to conceal their actions, just as he had been sneaking around himself. Once at home, they awaited dinner. After the plump man finished bathing, he incessantly complained of hunger, yet Wu Lily appeared increasingly restless, her mind preoccupied with something else. She kept glancing at the mechanical wall clock, seemingly oblivious to the children calling her name. Lost in her own thoughts throughout the afternoon as dusk approached, her restlessness reached a breaking point. I have a request." Wu Lily stood, a blend of embarrassment and urgency on her face, mustering every ounce of courage to address Wang Fan. "You want me to find Professor Zhang, don't you? How did you know?" Wu Lily's surprise was tinged with confusion. Wang Fan pointed to the clock on the wall and chuckled. "You've checked the time 3 times in a minute. If Professor Zhang hasn't returned by now, he has likely left the community." Actually. Wu Lily's face flushed crimson, as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Fortunately, Wang Fan did not require an explanation. "I am aware of your intention to part ways with us in 3 days. But it matters not that I shall assist you in locating Professor Zhang. However, I hope this will be the last time. After all, if I am to rescue him, he ought to be alive and waiting for my aid. I sincerely hope we are not too late." With that, Wang Fan waved goodbye to the rotund man, who rose to follow him. Once outside, the rotund man expressed his desire to drive, but Wang Fan gestured toward a row of shops diagonally across the street. "No need for a vehicle. They must be nearby." "How do you know?" the man inquired. That even a question. Professor Zhang witnessed the corpses of Wang Kue and his son, leading him to believe we are ruthless murderers. Therefore, he intends to hoard supplies and abandon us. The resources in this community are insufficient, so he must identify additional secure supply points, from which he can later drive off with the goods. Wang Fan couldn't help but chuckle at this notion. He realized that Professor Zhang's strategy regarding supplies was remarkably similar to his own, not putting all one's eggs in one basket, adhering to the principle of proximity, and similarly, if one has money, buy with it. If one lacks funds, resort to zero-cost procurement. However, the rotund man was not in agreement. Indeed, the books do not lie. Intellectuals are indeed treacherous. Are you implying that those who are chivalrous are often treacherous, while those who are treacherous tend to be learned? Precisely. Ugh. The rotund man spat in frustration, continuing, "Here we are, acting like sentinels to protect them, serving as their security, and yet they regard us as mere lackeys. What good is it for us to save such a person? It would be best if he perished outside." With that, the rotund man rolled up his sleeves, ready to ascend the building, but Wang Fan swiftly intervened. "Enough. It is only natural for him to be cautious, especially since he is unaware of my true nature. He may genuinely believe I am a bloodthirsty maniac who electrocuted Wang Kue and his son." Patting the rotund man on the shoulder, Wang Fan lit a cigarette and took a drag before earnestly addressing him. "I do not act on impulse. In my previous life, I was like you. If I could kill, I would. If I could not, I would flee. I never saved anyone nor sought assistance, decisive in my killings and truly surviving in hiding. However, have you ever considered that if everyone behaved in such a manner, humanity would eventually face extinction? Let it perish. What does that concern us? As long as we survive," the rotund man retorted defiantly. Wang Fan responded with exasperation. "If there were not a single person left in the world, what meaning would our survival hold? Are you planning to reproduce with me in the end? Or perhaps you envision procreating with monkeys or tigers? I doubt. Why must I have children? Is it not sufficient for me to live? Of course, you may live alone, But is that not a form of solitude? Just like in my previous life, when everyone around me perished and ultimately, you too would die, leaving me alone in a dark cave for 20 years. Do you understand that feeling? But the rotund man appeared at a loss for words. Wang Fan smiled, patting his shoulder once more, and whispered in his ear, I do not wish to be a saint. But the author has dictated it so. Before long, the reluctant rotund man was persuaded, shouldering his wolf-toothed club while muttering, I will save them, but this time, we must teach them a lesson. Then you shall heed my instructions and play the role of the heavy. Are you suggesting that I play the good cop while you play the bad cop? The rotund man waved dismissively. Close enough. In any case, we must properly educate Professor Zhang this time. Otherwise, he will always be a traitor. The journey continued in silence. The shops across from the community were quite simple. Aside from some banks, hardware stores, and restaurants, there were only 2 supermarkets, one of which was comparable in size to that of the rotund man. At present, there was not even a shutter left intact. One could see straight through the interior, where only collapsed shelves and a smattering of trash remained. Only 4 walls stood. Thus, their destination was solely the last large supermarket. Surely it cannot be here. The rotund man pointed at the closed supermarket door, but no sooner had he spoken than they heard a scream from within. The 2 exchanged glances. The rotund man shrugged, then spat into his hand and emitted a strange call before charging toward the supermarket's shutter. Boom! With a resounding crash, the shutter was deformed and came crashing down, leaving both the inside and outside in a state of shock. As the dust settled, amidst the scattered counters, a woman crawled out. Beside her stood a man. They exchanged silent, bewildered glances. After a moment, Wang Fan awkwardly averted his gaze, scratching his nose and waving his hand. My apologies, please continue. With that, he pulled the rotund man along into the interior. Chapter 25. The secret in the warehouse. The ground floor merely served as an entrance, typically designated for customers to store their belongings. Descending further, they reached the basement level, which housed the supermarket. However, judging by the antics of the couple earlier, Wang Fan had little hope. Indeed, as soon as they arrived, they were met with an empty supermarket. Hey, you two! A male voice called from behind them. The 2 turned to see the young man they had observed earlier at the counter. What are you doing? I must inform you. This supermarket belongs to my family. So if you run amok, it may be considered impolite. While the young man was somewhat impolite, he soon became more courteous upon witnessing the rotund man's wolf-toothed club crush the supermarket's cash register. Hee, good sirs, please, have a smoke. Wang Fan waved dismissively, preparing to refuse the offer, but the young man promptly clapped his hands and exclaimed, I understand. It's not that I am preventing you from robbing. But you are simply too late. Over the past few days, people have come to loot repeatedly, and there is hardly anything left to take. Just look, all that remains are these shelves. If you don't mind the effort, then feel free to carry them away. Leaning against the cash register, Wang Fan ignored the offered cigarette and instead retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He tossed one to the rotund man and lit one for himself, taking a drag before sneering at the young man. Enough of your nonsense. Let's get to the point. Where are the goods? He gestured to the rotund man, who understood the cue and raised his wolf-toothed club like a baseball bat, sweeping it across the cash register's monitor. The monitor let out a shriek as it flew several meters away, crashing into a shelf and warping the iron frame with the force of the impact. Witnessing this, the young man fell to his knees, his previous composure evaporating into frantic pleas. Heroes, please do not kill me. I am just a worker. This has nothing to do with me. I earn merely 3,800 yuan a month. At this point, there was no need for further inquiry. The young man began spilling the details to it. Turned out that when the zombies first appeared that night, the supermarket's owner had immediately bolstered security, fearing for his assets. Not only had he reinforced the supermarket's entrance, but he also discreetly ordered the workers to transfer the goods to the warehouse, fearful of looters. As for the young man, he had been dispatched by the owner to guard the place. After all, the supermarket had run out of goods, but there were still fixed assets that could not be moved. The young man, unable to leave due to the locked door, was both bored and hungry, so he brought his girlfriend along. After all, being together provided safety, and the owner had promised to pay double wages. However, as time passed, the couple decided to try their luck at the cash register, as such opportunities were rare, shouting so loudly, I thought your girlfriend had been bitten by a zombie. The rotund man cursed as he extinguished his cigarette. Wang Fan surveyed the layout of the supermarket, then turned to the young man with a sardonic smile. Brother, allow me to offer you some advice. Money belongs to others, but life is your own. It would be best if you were forthcoming. My patience is rather limited. The rotund man was taken aback, quickly realizing the implication as he scolded. What do you mean? Are you suggesting this lad has yet to tell the truth? The young man, seeing the wolf-toothed club pointed at his head, immediately gestured toward the back of the supermarket. No, no, no. I will tell you. Although the owner moved the goods to the warehouse is right here. You can access it from the back. There is a loading dock. Once you exit, it leads to Minnell Lane. Our supermarket's warehouse is located at 28 Minnell Lane. See, had you cooperated from the start, there would have been no issue. Here, take this. Remember to smoke these fine cigarettes. They won't make you cough. Wang Fan chuckled as he stuffed the remaining half-pack of cigarettes into the young man's pocket, then signaled to the rotund man, and together they made their way toward the loading dock at the back of the supermarket. Curiosity piqued. The rotund man gazed at the empty supermarket and could not resist asking Wang Fan, "How did you know that the goods were not stolen but rather taken by the owner?" Wang Fan explained with a smile, "It's quite simple. If it were looters, first, they wouldn't have been so thorough. Look at the ground. Not a scrap of trash in sight. Second, if it were indeed looters, the shelves would be askew, possibly even toppled, and not arranged neatly as they are now. Thirdly, if there had been a robbery, the supermarket would have sustained some damage. Look at the entrance, the counters, the cash register, and the computer. There isn't even a scratch. How could that be? And how do you know this lad is telling the truth? What if the warehouse isn't here? If the warehouse is too distant, do you think the boss would still dare to accept the goods? He would fear being robbed by refugees halfway there. Thus, I conclude that their warehouse must be situated right here. Moreover, the proximity of a typical supermarket warehouse facilitates the loading of goods, just like yours, which is conveniently located within the supermarket itself, saving both money and effort." The stout man nodded in agreement, then shook his head, muttering, "It seems I need to be cautious in the future, or I might easily be taken down by scoundrels like you." As the two continued their conversation, they swiftly made their way from the loading dock to Minnell Alley. Indeed, the so-called number 25 was just diagonally across from the supermarket's back entrance, but at that moment, it appeared to be exceptionally lively. The roll-up door had been pried open halfway, revealing a shadowy interior that obscured its contents. However, from the cacophony of shouts and screams, it was evident that many people were inside. "It seems like there are zombies," the stout man mumbled, and then he forcefully swung the roll-up door open and stepped inside. The moment he entered, he let out an exclamation of horror. Dim light illuminated the scene, revealing 3 or 4 men crawling towards the door, wailing like banshees. But they were immobilized by a sticky, yellow-red sludge beneath them, akin to glue. Behind them loomed an enormous zombie, over 2 meters tall and wide, seemingly a former security guard from the warehouse. Aside from the tilted security cap perched on its head, its clothing had been torn asunder by its grotesquely transformed body. The security guard's mouth dripped with the yellow-red goo, and it clutched the arm of some unfortunate soul, gnawing on it as if it were a duck neck, capable of swallowing it down and spitting out the bones. Goodness, that is utterly revolting. The stout man, feeling nauseated, hurriedly retrieved a mask from his pocket. He had prepared it after a previous encounter with a fat rat, never expecting to need it so soon upon stepping outside. Wang Fan, on the other hand, stared at the zombie with wide, gleaming eyes, akin to a child coveting a precious treasure, nearly drooling in excitement. What a splendid specimen! This is a level 2 zombie. Although it is of a lower rank than the fat rat, the quality of its crystal core is undoubtedly superior. Chapter 26. Mutant Zombie in the Last Apocalypse. Once humanity established a foothold and realized that hunting zombies could elevate their levels, such evolved zombies became highly coveted. Sometimes, it would take considerable effort to find one, often resulting in fierce competition among large groups. It was akin to playing a game. When one was at a low level, encountering a boss would send everyone fleeing. Yet at higher levels, seeing a boss typically ignited a frenzy to seize it. Initially, defeating a boss didn't necessitate casualties, but often the rush to claim the boss led to numerous deaths. For instance, as a space ability user, it was widely known that individuals like him possessed spatial abilities, leading to many teams targeting him as if he were a boss. Once, during a conflict to capture him, Over 100 people perished. Many small teams hesitated to collaborate with space ability users, fearing they might be struck down by lightning. In a way, I'm giving up on this crystal core. If you want it, go ahead. The stout man gagged and shook his head vigorously, finding the prospect akin to a toad leaping on his foot. It was revolting without even needing to bite. Observing the stout man's predicament, Wang Fan felt a twinge of sympathy. The primary attack method of these evolved zombies was slime. They stored their food in massive stomachs, subsequently transforming it into corrosive slime. When a target approached, they would regurgitate the slime to ensnare and erode their prey before indulging in a slow feast. This method of attack bore a resemblance to that of a spider. Seeing the stout man in this state, Wang Fan seized the opportunity to enlighten him, or rather, to tease him. This is the natural evolution of a zombie's devouring ability, essentially meaning it consumes humans. Based on my past experience, these creatures typically gain the ability to expel slime after consuming one person, but bear in mind that the chance of such evolution is quite low. Not every zombie can achieve this. As it continues to consume more, its size will increase, but its offensive capabilities remain quite singular, and its movements will grow increasingly sluggish. The stout man, despite wearing a mask, seemed unable to endure and pinched his nose to inquire, "How tall can this creature grow?" Wang Fan shook his head. "I'm not sure. However, in my previous life, I encountered one that was approximately 3 stories tall. Goodness, that how many people must it consume to reach that size? Indeed, it requires many to as." This thought crossed Wang Fan's mind. He wore a melancholy expression. The stout man feared the zombies, whereas he feared humanity. In his last life, upon realizing that such zombies could evolve, some awakened individuals, in their madness, began to raise a horde of zombies, capturing living humans to toss into the mix for cultivation. That time, he believed that humans were truly the most terrifying creatures in this world. Help me." A cry shattered Wang Fan's reverie. He glanced down at the few individuals still crawling in the slime, their eyes reflecting his pity as he spoke to the stout man. These individuals are beyond saving. While the slime is not highly corrosive, prolonged exposure could lead to amputation at best or death at worst. Given their current predicament, they won't even have the chance to amputate. With that, Wang Fan retrieved a stun baton and sighed deeply. Rather than allowing them to suffer and die in fear, it would be more merciful to grant them a swift end. Help! Crackling sounds erupted as one of the individuals began to call for help, but before he could finish, Wang Fan thrust the stun baton into the slime. The goo was conductive, and cries of agony resonated from both the pleading individual and the mutant zombie. However, merely 5 seconds later, the baton fizzled and burned out. These individuals had been electrocuted to death, and the mutant zombie roared in a frenzy. Without hesitation, Wang Fan produced 3 more stun batons and thrust them into the slime. The electric sparks illuminated the dark warehouse. With a thunderous boom, the mutant zombie finally collapsed. Wang Fan swiftly extracted the crystal core with his dagger and took off running. The stout man, perplexed, scratched his head and asked, "Hey, why are you running? Aren't they already dead?" Just as those words left his mouth, a resounding explosion echoed from the mutant zombie's enormous belly. A torrent of rancid slime erupted forth. A minute later, the dark warehouse erupted with the stout man's thunderous roar. "Ah, Wang Fan, I will kill you." 10 minutes later, the stout man, his eyes bloodshot, was still wiping away the slime with wet tissues, while Wang Fan stood 10 meters away, wearing a triple-layered mask to comfort him. "I sincerely apologize. I completely forgot that mutant zombies explode upon death. After all, it's been over 20 years since I last dealt with one of these creatures. It's only natural that I wouldn't remember." "Get lost?" The stout man pointed at Wang Fan, who cautiously took 2 steps back, yet continued to explain with a grin, "Don't worry. While the remnants of the mutant zombie's explosion may be a bit foul-smelling, I assure you, there is no danger to human health, and furthermore, help." Wang Fan was about to continue when he heard the familiar voice of Professor Zhang calling for help from an upstairs hotel room. He glanced upward. Although he couldn't see anyone, the hotel was not particularly tall, only 6 stories. Though the stout man was itching to kill Wang Fan on the spot, he nonetheless rushed to smash open the hotel's front door and dashed inside. Upon entering the lobby, they spotted a zombie crouching in the corner, gnawing on a bone. Wang Fan, feeling disgusted, zapped it with a stun baton, and the two hurried upstairs. Gradually, Professor Zhang's cries for help grew louder. Before long, they reached the rooftop. At that moment, Professor Zhang and Aisha had been cornered by 7 or 8 zombies. They faced a dilemma: either confront the horde or leap down from the building. Professor Zhang wielded a steel pipe, smeared with blood, but as a frail scholar unaccustomed to combat, he found himself facing a throng of zombies. "Hey, Professor Zhang, out on a night stroll to observe zombies?" Seeing that Professor Zhang was not in immediate danger, the stout man brandished his spiked club and began to taunt him. However, upon spotting the two, Professor Zhang looked as if he had seen a ray of hope, immediately crying out for assistance, particularly Aisha, who was trembling and nearly in a state of collapse, her pants dampened with fear. If not for Professor Zhang holding her up, she would have likely collapsed to the ground. "Stout brother, Wang brother, please help us." "Help you? Ha! Why should we? Professor Zhang, taken aback by the stout man's question, suddenly found himself at a loss for words, only to hear the stout man mockingly add, "We're not related." "Why should we save you? Weren't you planning to ditch us once you found a vehicle and flee? What has changed? Now you want us to save you." "I doubt I never said that." "Stout brother, please don't joke with us. The zombies are about to come. Fine, helping you isn't out of the question, but you must agree to one condition. If you do, then I agree." Before he could finish, Professor Zhang had already raised his hands in surrender. Exclaiming his agreement, the stout man nodded in satisfaction and added, "From this day forth, you must call us boss and vow to obey us without question. Never to betray us, boss, I swear." Before Professor Zhang could speak, Aisha was the first to raise her hand to make the vow. Subsequently, Professor Zhang followed suit, but at that moment, the zombies had already pounced before him. His mental state had shattered, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Boss, please save me. I'll kneel and sing Conquer for you." "Really? Then sing one." Upon hearing the stout man's voice right by his ear, Professor Zhang took a deep breath to compose himself. When he opened his eyes, the zombies were sprawled all over the floor, thoroughly dispatched, while Wang Fan was busy extracting crystal cores with his dagger. Chapter 27. Who was the boss? The journey proceeded in silence. Professor Zhang and Aisha, exhausted and overwhelmed by fear, could scarcely utter a word. Upon their return home, as soon as they stepped inside, Wu Lily wrinkled her nose and directed her gaze towards the hefty figure. "Why does he stink again? Did he soil his pants?" Wang Fan replied. The hefty man grunted in annoyance before twisting open the bathroom door and retreating to take a shower. "You've brought him back, so hurry up and prepare a meal. Fatty and I haven't had a morsel of food all day." All right, I will get to it immediately." Wu Lily's anxious heart finally eased as she swiftly donned her apron and headed into the kitchen. In the dimly lit living room, only Wang Fan, Professor Zhang, and Aisha remained at that moment. Wang Fan lit a cigarette and, after exhaling a cloud of smoke, began conversing with Professor Zhang. "Professor Zhang, I am aware that you harbor lingering doubts regarding my past actions, and thus you are inclined to sever ties with me. However, allow me to inform you that everyone outside is tenfold more ruthless than I am. Offer them a loaf of bread or even a cigarette, and women will shed their trousers while men will brandish knives. In contrast, I only eliminate those I despise or who bear a grudge against me. Now that the matter is laid bare, I shall speak candidly. I find your intellect quite impressive, and as a physics professor, I wish to propose a collaboration with you." Wang Fan's words, though veiled in politeness, resonated with Professor Zhang as a clear message. "I hold you in high regard. I hope you do not fail to recognize my intentions." At this moment, Professor Zhang felt particularly awkward. After Wang Fan's departure that morning, he had conferred with Aisha and Wu Lily, concluding that their community supplies were insufficient. Thus, they resolved to seek additional resources, believing it would enhance their chances of survival. This was the very reason he had braved the dangers posed by the zombies to venture outside the community. As Wang Fan had astutely pointed out, Professor Zhang was indeed quite astute. Once outside the community, Aisha suggested they visit the nearby supermarket. However, Professor Zhang believed that if they could think of it, so could others, and the supermarket was likely to be stripped bare. Even if it remained intact, the risks were exceedingly high. Therefore, he opted to search the basements of the residential areas first. Fortunately, luck was on their side. Armed with a crowbar, they pried open the supermarket's warehouse. Just as they crawled inside, they stumbled upon a mutated zombie devouring a person. In a panic, they fled into the adjacent hotel, only to find themselves surrounded by 3 or 4 zombies in the lobby. After a harrowing escape, they found themselves embroiled in a chase between the undead and the living. When had Professor Zhang ever encountered such a scenario? As he and Aisha fled, the pursuing zombies were relentless, turning their escape into a game of cat and mouse. Ultimately, they found themselves cornered on the rooftop, with the number of zombies behind them multiplying from 3 or 4 to a veritable horde. Fortunately, Fatty and Wang Fan arrived just in time. Feeling a profound sense of shame for having sought to abandon those who had come to his aid, Professor Zhang exclaimed, "I thought I was wrong. I apologize." He rose and bowed deeply to Wang Fan, resembling a child who had erred in school. Even Wang Fan could not suppress a shiver of discomfort. Ahem. Let us set the apologies aside. I simply wish to inquire. Do you intend to act independently? Or will you join us? I will join you. Just as Wang Fan posed the question, Aisha raised her hand in agreement, but Wang Fan paid her no mind, continuing to focus on Professor Zhang. No need to fear. If you choose to go your own way, I will not claim any of the supplies you have found. We can part on good terms. However, you must consider this. Even if you discover a so-called safe haven, you will undoubtedly encounter various zombies and ill-intentioned superhumans along the way. A truckload of supplies will make you a prime target in their eyes, not to mention the safety of your wife and daughter. I will follow you. Professor Zhang's mental defenses crumbled entirely. He was not a fool. He understood Wang Fan's words all too well. Initially, he had feared that Wang Fan was a remorseless killer, which had prompted him to contemplate severing ties. However, now that his life had been saved, he had no doubts remaining. Very well, since you will be joining us, let us clarify something in advance. This team must have a leader, and all members must obey unconditionally. I understand. You are the leader. I do not agree. Just as Professor Zhang spoke, the freshly showered Fatty emerged, striding toward him with indignation. Who was the boss here? Professor Zhang was taken aback by Fatty's outburst and, feeling awkward, turned to Wang Fan and whispered, "Why don't you two discuss it?" Both Fatty and Wang Fan had grown up in an orphanage, sharing similar ages, and as for their actual birth dates, even the orphanage staff were unaware, given that they had all been found and brought in. Consequently, throughout their lives, they had often bickered over who would assume the leadership role. Now, this contentious issue had resurfaced. As per the usual custom, let us arm wrestle. Whoever wins shall be the boss, Fatty proclaimed as he positioned himself beside the coffee table. Wang Fan, however, began to complain. You must be joking. You think you can lift the coffee table with your strength and challenge me to an arm wrestle? Then what do you suggest we compare? Fatty retorted. How about we test our wits instead? Whoever is smarter shall be the leader. Wang Fan knew that this was a futile comparison, as Fatty could hardly match him in intellect. Just as Fatty was about to refuse, Wang Fan uttered a line that left him no room to decline. What is the matter? Are you afraid? With an IQ of 250, what is there to fear? Surely, you cannot be intimidated by me. Flattered by Wang Fan's compliment, Fatty immediately beamed with pride and nodded in agreement. Wang Fan then posed a riddle. Suppose you own a shoe store where the wholesale price of shoes is 20 yuan, and the retail price is 30 yuan. A customer pays you 50 yuan, but you find yourself without change. You go to your neighbor to exchange it, and upon concluding the transaction, your neighbor discovers that the 50 yuan was counterfeit. Consequently, you give your neighbor 50 yuan in real money. Pray tell, how much did you lose in this transaction? Fatty scratched his head, desperately seeking assistance from Professor Zhang, who feigned ignorance. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Fatty slammed his hand on the table and declared, I will first eliminate the neighbor, then pursue and kill the one who gave me the counterfeit money. In that case, not only do I not incur a loss, but I also gain 50 yuan. Ha! Professor Zhang nearly choked on his drink at this absurd answer, his face turning a deep shade of purple in an effort to conceal his amusement. To mask his embarrassment, he quickly grabbed a cup and pretended to drink. Chapter 28. Eliminating the Superhuman's Question. What is 112? Fatty proudly blurted out, only for Wang Fan to chuckle as he traced his finger in the water on the table. It equals Wang. Look closely. 11, doesn't it resemble Wang? That's nonsense, Fatty fumed, slamming his hand on the table with such force that it left a dent, glaring at Wang Fan. If we are to compare intelligence, let us do so without insulting my intellect. Wang Fan erupted in laughter, raising his hand. All right, let us simplify it. Question. What is 30,000 multiplied by 30? 000, 900, 000, Fatty exclaimed, puffing out his chest in triumph. Wang Fan gave him a thumbs up, but Professor Zhang, who had been sipping tea, could no longer contain his laughter and ended up spraying it everywhere. Cough. My apologies. I'll head to the kitchen to assist. Barely recovering from choking, Professor Zhang hurried away, while Fatty, puzzled, asked, what happened? Was that wrong? 3 times 3 equals 9, right? ISNT at 900, 000? Thus, under the relentless pressure of Wang Fan's intelligence, the team was officially formed, with Wang Fan unquestionably taking the lead. While they were eating, he notably sought the opinions of the others. I assume there are no objections to me being the leader. Everyone shook their heads in unison, each secretly thinking, of course. Aside from Fatty, who else would dare contest your position? Seeing no one opposed, Wang Fan clapped his hands and declared, very well. Since there are no objections, I shall announce the rules of our small team. First, all actions must follow orders. Second, the same as the first. Third, the same as the second. Fatty. Professor Zhang. All right. Now I will announce our tasks. Tomorrow, Fatty and I will continue our search for supplies, while Professor Zhang and Aisha should prepare everything we intend to take. We shall depart promptly at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, but Fatty suddenly suggested, I think that since we have established a team, why not give it a name? I propose we call ourselves Wolf Fong Squad. Look at my Wolf Fong Club. It's absolutely imposing. The mention of a name piqued everyone's interest. Even Nyo, who raised her chopsticks and shouted Underwater Squad. However, in the end, everyone agreed that Wang Fan's suggestion was superior, of course, mainly because the others, aside from Fatty, dared not oppose him, and the decision was made based on the principle that the majority rules. Thus, the name of the squad was established, War Wolves. All right, from now on, we shall be known as the War Wolves. Wang Fan raised his glass, and the others stood, each wearing a serious expression. Meanwhile, Wu Lily discreetly cast a glance at her husband. But Professor Zhang seemed oblivious, showing no reaction. Nevertheless, this subtle gesture did not escape Wang Fan's notice. The following day, Wang Fan and the plump fellow did not take the heavy truck, leaving it for Professor Zhang, advising him that today he could prioritize transferring the more significant supplies onto the vehicle. Having switched to Wang Fan's second-hand Santana, the plump man suppressed a smirk, mocking the situation, while celebrities drove luxury cars worth millions. Here was Wang Fan with this contraption. No wonder he wasn't famous. Not being famous is still better than your situation. At least I have a second-hand Santana. What about you? You're driving an old man's car. One that was discarded by Uncle Zhang. What's wrong with an old man's car? My old man's car has low fuel consumption. Is that really low consumption? You're charging it. So what's the point of fuel consumption? The two continued their banter while driving towards the city center, with their task for the day being to acquire more supplies. And of course, a secondary objective was to obtain crystal cores. Wang Fan's storage space had been filled to capacity. But fortune favored him. After encountering a mutated zombie, he leveled up once more, this time jumping straight to level 5, thereby expanding his storage space by over 2-fold. With such ample space, not utilizing it would be a waste. And wasting was a crime. They had a full day for preparation, so off they went, blissfully unaware that this trip would almost cost them their lives. Upon arriving in the city, their first stop was the Herka Mall. After parking, the plump man brandished a spiked club while Wang Fan wielded a tang sword, and the two directly entered the supermarket on the first floor. Being in the city center, this supermarket was not only spacious but also bustling with activity. Witnessing a chaotic melee between zombies and ordinary people, the plump man couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "Wow, there are indeed those unafraid of death, just to fill their bellies. I'll gather supplies. You handle the zombies. Let's meet back here in half an hour." Wang Fan patted the plump man's shoulder, who rolled up his sleeves and shouted back, "All right." Subsequently, he raised his hand and shouted towards the people inside the supermarket, "Listen up. This place is claimed by your Uncle Fatty. If you don't want to die, scram quickly." No sooner had the plump man finished speaking than a middle-aged man with dyed yellow hair sneered ominously. "What a boast. Just because you've gained a little weight and wield a spiked club, do you think you can intimidate everyone? Let me tell you, this place belongs to our Tiger Head gang. So if you don't want to die, hurry up and get lost." As he spoke, seemingly attempting to issue a warning, the yellow-haired man conjured an ice spike that shot towards the plump man like a bolt from a crossbow, embedding itself with a thud into a nearby metal shelf. He believed this would frighten the plump man, but instead, the latter merely grinned wickedly, raising his spiked club, and then, BM. With one powerful swing, a metal stool on the ground flew towards the yellow-haired man like a bullet. The yellow-haired man's eyes widened in alarm as he dodged just in time, breaking into a cold sweat. "Ah, so you're a power type," he exclaimed. "My apologies, brother. I misunderstood. Why not join our Tiger Head gang? Together, we can be stronger." Seeing the plump man's prowess, the yellow-haired man's strategy shifted. If he couldn't win, he would try to recruit instead. The plump man chuckled. "Sure, I was just lamenting my lack of a team." He moved closer to the yellow-haired man. "I have a suggestion." What suggestion?" the yellow-haired man inquired. With a sinister smile, the plump man slowly replied, "My suggestion is to never stand so close to someone with power abilities." Before the yellow-haired man could react, the plump man swung his spiked club, sending the yellow-haired man flying into the wall. His frail body, being an ice element awakened, was no match for even an ordinary person, and he died on impact. Nearby, a skinny monkey saw this and immediately grabbed a row of shelves to hurl at the plump man. The plump man's eyes lit up with excitement. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so skinny. And yet you've awakened power abilities?" Shaking his head, he added, "What a pity. Your strength is too weak." Chapter 29. The peculiar corpse. With a grin, the plump man effortlessly caught the thrown shelves, his hands bending them repeatedly until they crumpled into a heap of scrap metal. Then he asked with a smile, "Ever played golf?" He swung his spiked club, launching the pile of scrap metal forward. A scream echoed as the skinny monkey was struck, embedding him into the wall. After dispatching the two awakened individuals, the plump man collected their crystal cores and slowly made his way to the back. This moment, he realized that the group of about 30 individuals behind him, all armed with various weapons, were likely also members of the Tiger Head gang. However, these were merely ordinary people, struggling in pairs to beat down zombies, their purpose being straightforward: to assist the two awakened individuals in gathering crystal cores. As for the reward, it consisted of the supermarket supplies. This kind of arrangement was quite common in the previous apocalypse. Although the awakened possessed great strength, they couldn't do everything themselves. They preferred to subjugate large numbers of ordinary people to procure the necessary resources. To put it simply, I provide protection, and you provide labor. In his previous life, Wang Fan had even witnessed an awakened individual controlling a small town with a population exceeding 1,000. These individuals would venture out daily to hunt zombies for crystal cores, while the awakened would lay back and level up, surrounded by a throng of willing or coerced beauties. Regrettably, this model contained a significant flaw. If a more powerful awakened individual arrived, you would meet your demise, and your slaves would become theirs. Alternatively, if you exploited these slaves too ruthlessly, they might unite to eliminate you. Do not assume that awakened individuals are invincible. In truth, they are not as formidable as one might imagine, as the plump man articulated. If you stand too close to others, even an ordinary person with a knife could deal you a lethal blow. No matter how powerful you are not impervious. Even a defense-type elemental awakener cannot keep their defenses up constantly, as it must adhere to the laws of energy conservation, consuming energy in the process. At this moment, the group of 30 was still entangled with the zombies, their coordination appearing quite seamless. Pairs separated the zombies and then took aim at their heads. Occasionally, a misfortunate soul might get scratched, but for the most part, their progress was relatively smooth. Thanks to everyone's silent efforts, this area is now under my control. If you don't want to die, get out of here, the plump man shouted from the periphery. A tall individual turned to glance at him, initially intending to curse, but upon losing focus, found themselves dragged away by a zombie for an unwelcome embrace. The others cursed as well, lamenting, "I would love to leave." But the zombies won't allow it. Seeing no one move, the plump man approached, swinging his spiked club once more. He sent both the zombie and the two individuals attacking it flying. He then swiftly wielded his club, the sounds of crashing and screams echoing continuously. Within merely 5 minutes, not a single person remained standing. Just as the plump man finished collecting the crystal cores from the zombies, he turned to boast to Wang Fan, only to find that the once spacious supermarket had been entirely cleared out by Wang Fan. "Goodness, with that speed, you could make a fine thief," the plump man remarked in astonishment. He then inquired, "By the way, Now that Professor Zhang and the others are effectively our allies, do you still intend to conceal your abilities from them? When the time comes to haul supplies with the heavy truck, wouldn't that be akin to taking off your trousers to fart? Wang Fan glanced at the plump man and shook his head. Of course, I must keep it a secret, not just now, but in the future as well. And from everyone. Why? The plump man asked. Use your impressive IQ of 250 to ponder this. If a supermarket can incite such desperation among these people, imagine their reaction if I were to reveal that I have hundreds of billions worth of supplies stored in my space. They would treat you like a mobile boss. The plump man finally understood. In truth, this ability was a source of great distress for Wang Fan in his previous life. Initially, no one paid attention to space-type awakeners. But as resources dwindled, they became as rare as pandas. Powerful teams would recruit space-type awakeners as their personal storage warehouses. Simultaneously, they would hunt down other team space-type awakeners, for after all, raiding a supermarket could only sustain a handful of people, whereas eliminating a space-type awakener could yield over 100,000 pounds of food. Thus, during that time, space-type awakeners lived in constant fear. Even if you professed that your space held no food, it wouldn't matter. They would still kill you to see for themselves. It was akin to someone slandering you for consuming several bowls of cold noodles. To prove your innocence, you might end up needing to slice open your own belly. Consequently, having learned this lesson, Wang Fan resolved not to disclose his secret to anyone except the plump man. The plump man, upon hearing this, recognized the gravity of the situation and nodded vigorously. Next, they returned to their usual business, with Wang Fan and the plump man plotting to raid the supermarket's warehouse. However, just as they prepared to leave after emptying the warehouse, they were startled by a series of agonizing screams emanating from a restaurant on the upper floor. What could be happening? Those screams sound ominous. Could it be another mutated zombie? The plump man, having absorbed 2 crystal cores and nearing level 6, had little interest in supplies anymore. Rather, he was eager to hunt down more zombies. Seeing the plump man's demeanor, Wang Fan nodded. All right, let's check out the restaurant and see if there's something worthwhile. The two ascended the fire escape to the 8th floor restaurant, and upon entering, they were both left speechless. The restaurant's hall lay in utter disarray, with tables and chairs strewn about haphazardly. Amongst the chaos, 2 or 3 dozen corpses lay sprawled in grotesque positions, a mix of ordinary individuals and zombies. Their identities rendered indistinguishable, for now, all had transformed into desiccated remains. These bodies appeared as though they had been rapidly drained of moisture, devoid of flesh and blood, leaving only skin stretched over bones, each contorted in anguish on the ground. Their eye sockets sunken into deep hollows, creating an unsettling sight. What on earth could have caused this horror? A vampire, perhaps? Could it be that foreign zombies are responsible? I've heard tales of vampires abroad. Vampires? Wang Fan pondered, recalling that in his past life, he had never encountered such a creature. Just then, from the corridor's end, the sounds of an argument and a woman's blood-curdling scream pierced the air. I don't want to please, I beg you. This was followed by the grating noise of an iron door slamming shut. Moments later, a frail girl trembled as she turned to face them, pressing herself against the wall. Clearly terrified, does she think we are zombies? The stout man scratched his head and asked Wang Fan, then attempted to convey a friendly expression, only for the girl to dissolve into tears. Don't come any closer. Woo Woo, Chapter 30. Wu and the movie star the girl, with her eyes tightly shut, retreated until she had nowhere left to go but the wall. Then, as if remembering the iron door beside her, she plaintively pleaded with the unseen occupants inside. Let me in, Woo Woo, please. Let me in. Unfortunately, the silence from behind the iron door was deafening, with no one responding. Wang Fan surveyed his surroundings, finding no immediate threats. He, too, wished to escape. Yet he feared the mysterious creature might have just departed, and stepping out could lead to an encounter with it. As the saying goes, the most dangerous places can also be the safest. Since these people had just been drained of life, the creature must have left, making this spot relatively secure. Thus, he boldly approached the girl. Hey, stop crying. We are normal people. What happened here? After repeating himself several times, the girl finally came to believe that these two were not zombies. Through her sob-filled, fragmented narrative, Wang Fan and the stout man gleaned the gist of the events. It turned out that the girl was a waitress at the restaurant. And during the onset of the apocalypse, some patrons and staff had turned into zombies, resulting in a chaotic scene. Some were bitten to death, others fled downstairs, while those who could not escape sought refuge in the cold storage beside the girl. Fortunately, the power had gone out, preventing them from freezing to death. They remained in the cold storage for a day, but staying put was not a viable option. Yet, no one was willing to venture out to assess the situation, leading them to hold a vote. This decision became quite the spectacle. According to the girl, there were 10 individuals in the cold storage. One restaurant owner, his wife, a leader from Agency X, 2 actresses, a male proprietor, and 3 male and 1 female waitstaff. Consequently, during the first vote, the first male waiter was cast out, only to meet a gruesome fate outside. Half a day later, the second round of voting commenced, resulting in another male waiter being expelled. Thus, every half day, one person was voted out until today, when this female waitress was the latest to be cast aside. Goodness, even in the apocalypse, these people are still concerned with status? The stout man could hardly contain his disbelief. However, Wang Fan, displaying a gentler demeanor, inquired of the girl, "So, did you raise your hand during the vote?" The girl shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "How could I? They are all my friends, but even casting an abstention was useless. The boss and the others deemed our lives worthless, saying that if we died, they would compensate our families handsomely." Upon hearing this, Wang Fan felt a sense of relief. The girl's ignorance had unwittingly revealed crucial information regarding her fate. He knocked on the door, but received no response and signaled to the stout man. The stout man raised his spiked club and struck the iron door with force, causing it to crash down with a resounding thud. Amidst the gasps of shock, the 2 groups came face to face. The foul stench hit them first. After all, it was a cold storage unit that had gone days without power. The food inside had spoiled, and this group had been living in their own filth. The odor was anything but pleasant. However, once Wang Fan lowered his hand from his nose, he and several individuals inside simultaneously exclaimed, "President Wu! Wang Fan? Ha ha ha!" They exchanged knowing smiles. Yet, President Wu's laughter stemmed from relief at encountering an acquaintance in this dire situation. While Wang Fan's amusement was of a different kind, "Ha ha, grandson, you've finally fallen into my grasp." Upon noticing the stout man, President Wu pointed at him and exclaimed, You daughter you Hua Zong." The stout man chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Not Hua Zong, but Fa Zong, Fa. The Fa of Fa Fu Dai." This revelation jogged President Wu's memory, and he glanced between Wang Fan and the stout man, swiftly realizing and cursing. "So, Wang Fan, you two are in cahoots." The copyright auction was a ploy to get a hefty bid from a stout man, wasn't it? Wang Fan ignored him, instead casting an eye over the crowd behind. He recognized the restaurant owner and the Agency X leader, but noted 2 actresses following President Wu. He recalled that when he was at the height of his fame, Ailing was merely an unknown model. During his early days in the entertainment industry, he had been naive enough to get drunk with a group of investors, only for this model to shamelessly claim to the media that he had assaulted her. Although he ultimately won the lawsuit after involving the police, the public remained skeptical, leading to his temporary ostracization from the industry. In contrast, the very model who had framed him quickly ascended to stardom, landing multiple film contracts. Wang Fan later learned that this was all orchestrated by President Wu, merely a tactic for commercial rivalry. After a resurgence in his career, Wang Fan fell victim to several of President Wu's traps. As the apocalypse dawned, fate had brought them face to face once more. Just as President Wu hurled an insult, his expression shifted, seemingly struck by a terrifying realization as he turned to Wang Fan and the stout man, his demeanor transforming into one of ingratiating flattery. "Wang Fan, Fa Zong, we are not enemies. If you save me, I will lavishly invest in making you both A-list stars." "Ha, do I need your help to achieve fame?" Wang Fan replied with a cold smirk. Seeing that his bait had failed, President Wu turned his attention to the stout man Fa Zong. "If you save me, I'll cast you as the leading man in my next film. I promise to." Wang Fan interrupted with a fierce retort. "Go to hell." At that moment, President Wu's expression contorted into a snarl. With a sudden burst of aggression, he attempted to shove the stout man forward, hoping to use him as a human shield against the approaching zombies. As others turned to witness the commotion, they realized that 3 zombies were advancing from behind. President Wu's plan was to sacrifice the stout man to buy himself more time. However, the outcome was unexpected. He exerted all his strength, yet the stout man remained unmoved. After a futile attempt to push him again, President Wu slowly raised his gaze to the stout man, who grinned menacingly. Hee, are you looking to play a game of lift the baby? Let me show you how it's done. With that, the stout man effortlessly hoisted President Wu into the air. Then, with a swift motion, he hurled him outwards, followed by a piercing scream, quickly drowned out by the frenzied howls of the zombies. This sight sent shivers down the spines of those left behind. Brother, I am from Agency X, save me, and I will surely. Enough. Wang Fan gestured, and the stout man seized the agency leader by the collar, tossing him to the zombies. What about these remaining few? The stout man pointed at the rest, and Wang Fan indicated the restaurant's owner and his wife. Another two screams echoed through the air. Soon, only the two actresses and the waitress remained. Ailing trembled, falling to her knees, weeping pitifully. Fangirl, I was wrong. I harmed you in the past, but it was all President Wu's doing. I was forced, amidst her desperate cries. The stout man showed no mercy, lifting her up and casting her out. Strangely, there were no screams this time, nor did the previously vocal President Wu or the restaurant owner make a sound. Wang Fan squinted towards the back. What he saw was astonishing. The individuals recently thrown out began to wither as if electrocuted, visibly shrinking before their eyes. Not only them, but even the zombies attacking them were mysteriously drying up at an alarming rate. Ah, the other actress, unable to contain herself, screamed and dashed towards the exit. Yet, as she reached the restaurant door, her body quivered and she halted, slowly turning her head back. Wang Fan and the stout man could clearly see her once beautiful face rapidly desiccating. At that moment, they finally discerned the truth. Mosquitoes! The stout man shouted, while Wang Fan, having realized the situation, swiftly retrieved 3 high-end motorcycle helmets from his storage space. Put these on, run, he shouted, handing each of the hefty man and the waitress behind him a stun baton. The hefty man, not lacking in wits, did not flee directly through the door. Instead, he charged violently into the adjacent wall, causing a thunderous crash that sent all 3 of them tumbling into a room on the next floor. Without missing a beat, the hefty man rolled on the ground and collided once more, propelling them into yet another room. Thus, the hefty man continued to crash into walls while they desperately fled. Unfortunately, by the time they reached the first floor, the waitress, exhausted and unable to keep up, fell victim to the relentless mosquito, leaving behind a desiccated corpse. It was under these dire circumstances that the hefty man and Wang Fan managed to leap into a second-hand Santana at the very last moment. Believing they were safe, they suddenly heard the sound of glass shattering from the side window. Turning their heads, both men felt their souls leave their bodies in terror. Before them hovered a palm-sized mosquito, entirely black with glowing red eyes, poised and ready for its next attack. Goodness, even mosquitoes can become formidable creatures. The hefty man, shrieking in horror, flung open the car door to escape, only to have the mosquito lunge at him, its 3-inch proboscis piercing directly into his heart. Ah! The hefty man screamed in agony, and Wang Fan, hearing his friend's cry, felt as though his heart were being ripped apart. He jumped out of the car, baton in hand, ready to confront the mosquito, but as soon as he stood, he was left dumbfounded. Although the hefty man was yelping in distress, it seemed he was entirely unscathed. At that moment, not only was the hefty man bewildered, but the mutated mosquito appeared equally perplexed. It lunged at the hefty man with its proboscis, yet to its astonishment, the hefty man remained unharmed, and so, it attempted again. Still, the hefty man was fine. When it made its third attempt, the hefty man swung his baton with great force, sending electric currents crackling through the air, causing the mosquito to flail wildly. Ha! Who would have thought my black scales would prove so resilient? Now it's my turn. The hefty man patted his unscathed chest and boldly shouted at the mosquito with his baton raised. However, the mosquito, seemingly not so foolish, redirected its attack towards the hefty man's face after several missed attempts. This foolish mosquito, didn't it see that I, the hefty man, am wearing a reinforced helmet? Just as he was feeling smug, there came a crack. With a single strike, the mosquito pierced through the hefty man's helmet. Damn! Wang Fan, where did you buy this shoddy product? Enough of this nonsense. Next time I'll get you a stainless steel one. Hurry and run, Wang Fan retorted, for his helmet had also been penetrated by the mosquito. Not only that, but both of their faces had been pricked several times. Thankfully, with the batons in hand, they managed to repel the mosquito just in time. Nevertheless, after being pursued for 7 or 8 kilometers, their heads swelled like doughy buns. "I can't run anymore, hefty man. How about you?" Wang Fan, whose stamina was already limited, was utterly exhausted from running for his life and lay on the ground, watching the hefty man wielding his baton, still engaged in a final struggle with the mosquito. The hefty man lay beside him like a dead dog, lacking even the strength to speak. The surroundings were eerily quiet. After a moment of heavy breathing, Wang Fan opened his eyes and was greeted by a familiar sight. The Dolly convenience store, the God-slaying chaos hall, Zhang Ye's bun shop. Especially behind him, the Yifan orphanage. This is. Wang Fan struggled to prop himself up, scrutinizing the orphanage behind him. This was the place of his earliest memories. He had been here since he could remember. Later, he had asked the staff at the orphanage and learned that he had been found by other citizens in a desolate area of Xianying district, subsequently sent to the police, and then to this orphanage. Thus, he had come to regard it as his home. His entry into the entertainment industry was also a result of this place. Originally, it had been called Wadayaku Orphanage, but later, a male star named Liang Yifan donated funds to renovate it and supported many children. In gratitude, the establishment was renamed Yifan Orphanage. After being adopted, Wang Fan had not originally borne this name. He had changed it to Wang Fan out of gratitude, and his subsequent pursuit of a role in Hongdian was also influenced by Liang Yifan. Unfortunately, the idol he revered, Liang Yifan, later, after being arrested for drug-related offenses, he struggled to redeem himself, apologizing to fans and engaging in charity work, only to be arrested again for further infractions. It was only after entering the entertainment industry that Wang Fan understood the ulterior motives behind such charitable acts, merely to build a public persona. Thus, Liang Yifan's grand image in his mind had crumbled in an instant. Following Liang Yifan's downfall, the words he had inscribed for the orphanage were swiftly scraped off by the director. However, the name Yifan Orphanage had remained intact. For Wang Fan, dying at his doorstep now felt like a fitting end. Observing the hefty man, now a swollen mass from mosquito bites, Wang Fan managed a bitter smile. Who would have thought that starting with such a strong hand would still lead to inevitable demise? He slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Yet, at that very moment, suddenly, a girl's voice rang out from behind. "Doo-doo! Stop!" Chapter 32. The magical little girl with the little girl's call. The mosquito that had been attacking the hefty man seemed to respond to some sort of summons, immediately halting its assault and emitting a gentle, almost playful buzz. It flitted above the hefty man's head for a moment, as if trying to communicate something. Remarkably, the little girl appeared to understand, scolding the creature in a tone tinged with annoyance. "This is my hefty brother and my little brother Fan. Apologize to them at once." The mosquito buzzed again, its tone noticeably dejected, before it flew toward the hefty man, who, having rolled on the ground multiple times, was now terrified and leapt to his feet with a yelp. The little girl sweetly laughed as she explained, "Don't be afraid, my hefty brother. This is my friend Doo. He is very obedient." "Doo-doo? What did you just say? This is your friend?" At that moment, Wang Fan also managed to rise, helping the hefty man sit on the steps at the entrance of the orphanage. This little girl had a rather sad background. Due to policy changes, Yifan Orphanage was on the verge of closure. So when Wang Fan and the hefty man became financially stable, they quietly started providing support from behind the scenes. This little girl was someone they had found by the entrance of a restroom in Hongdian, and they named her Xiao Hua. However, in the previous life, Wang Fan had been unable to protect himself, and when the apocalypse struck suddenly, he never encountered Xiao Hua again, completely unaware of her fate. Yet in this life, the three of them had met in such a miraculous manner. Xiao Hua nodded, then waved at the mosquito, which, astonishingly, obediently perched on her shoulder. "Doo-doo is very cute. Every night he tells me interesting stories." "He tells you stories?" Wang Fan felt as though his jaw might drop in disbelief. Subsequently, both Wang Fan and the hefty man entered the orphanage, which was now in much better condition than before. With fewer children, Xiao Hua had her own room, making the hefty man's accommodations seem less favorable by comparison. As Xiao Hua observed the two resting, she seemed a bit puzzled and curiously pinched Wang Fan's cheek, asking, "Hefty brother, little Fan brother, why have you both gotten so chubby?" The hefty man looked at Wang Fan, and Wang Fan looked back at him, Then they both turned to the mosquito Dudu, perched atop the water cup, thinking that reporting to Xiao Hua in front of this creature might lead to their doom. Xiao Hua, dear, let me ask you, have you felt anything unusual these past few days? Perhaps stomach aches, headaches, or any other symptoms? Wang Fan sought to inquire if Xiao Hua had also awakened any special powers. But unfortunately, Xiao Hua had no concept of such things. She even thought that being able to communicate with small animals was perfectly normal, as it was portrayed in cartoons. Then let me ask you, when did you meet Dudu? Just a couple of days ago, when I was sleeping, Dudu came in through the window, and we talked all night. Oh? What did you talk about? Xiao Hua scrunched her brows in thought, seemingly unable to recall their conversation. But that wasn't important to Wang Fan that he glanced around the yard and other rooms, then curiously asked, by the way, where are the others from the orphanage? In his previous life, Wang Fan had come here infrequently due to work commitments, mostly providing financial support, while the hefty man took care of deliveries of food and drink to the orphanage each week. Wang Fan knew that besides Dudu, there were other children and several staff members, but now that they had been here for some time, no one had appeared. Xiao Hua pouted and shook her head. I don't know either. I haven't seen them since I woke up a few nights ago. Wang Fan found this answer rather puzzling. If these individuals had fled, they would surely have taken Xiao Hua with them. If they had perished at the hands of zombies, they would have died here. Yet why was there no sign of life or death? Then how have you managed to eat these past few days? Though the kitchen still had supplies, Xiao Hua was only 7 years old and couldn't cook. How had she survived all this time? Just as Xiao Hua was about to answer, the answer presented itself. Clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp bell sounds rang out, startling Xiao Hua, who jumped up in delight. Ah, little Bumpkin is back. In a swift motion, Xiao Hua embraced a dog from outside, its breed resembling that of a Chinese rural dog. Its coat a lustrous ebony, and its size comparable to a basketball. However, at that moment, it gripped a large bag of snacks in its mouth, containing instant noodles, ham sausages, a hefty duck leg, and even a row of Waha drinks. Brother Xiaofan, these days, it's been Xiao Binbin bringing me food. Xiao Hua affectionately patted the little dog on the head. Wang Fan thought to himself that this was indeed true. Her Dudu was far more ferocious than this dog. Having previously dispatched 2 to 3 dozen adversaries in the restaurant, be they zombies or ordinary humans, showing no discrimination whatsoever. The hefty boy, rubbing his swollen face, rose to pet the little dog, chuckling as he teased it. Tiske, so? You're the little fool? Quite adorable indeed. To everyone's astonishment, the dog suddenly spoke. You big fool, you're the little fool. What the? The hefty boy was so startled that he jumped in place. Pointing at the black dog, stammering, it can talk? Big fool. Can't you talk too? The black dog, named Xiao Binbin, rolled its eyes humanly, then nestled comfortably in Xiao Hua's embrace. Meanwhile, the mosquito Dudu, seemingly intimidated by Xiao Binbin, fluttered its wings and flew to the bedside, a meter away. Wang Fan began to piece everything together. Both the mosquito Dudu and the black dog Binbin had awakened. However, he was curious as to why Xiao Hua, by his perception, did not seem to be an awakened individual herself. Yet, how could she command these 2 awakened animals? Even if Xiao Hua were a mental type awakened, it would be impossible for her to control 2 awakened creatures simultaneously. Moreover, given Dudu's previous behavior of draining human essence, it appeared to be beyond Xiao Hua's control. Should he directly inquire of the black dog Binbin? He hesitated, fearing the dog would insult him again. Thus, after some contemplation, he cautiously asked Xiao Hua, may I inquire whether this Xiao Binbin also learned to speak a few days ago? As expected, Xiao Hua nodded earnestly. Wang Fan solemnly followed suit, deducing the sequence of events. It seemed that after awakening that night, this black dog had driven away the other residents, subsequently teaming up with the mosquito to protect Xiao Hua. The black dog was responsible for foraging food, while the mosquito's blood-sucking behavior appeared to be instinctual. However, what could be the black dog's ability? Surely, it couldn't just be the power of speech. Chapter 33. Telepathy and Dogs. Wang Fan dared not ask. Nor did he wish to test the waters. Xiao Hua, what are your plans moving forward? Plans? Xiao Hua looked perplexed, seemingly pondering the meaning of the word. It was apparent that she might not fully grasp the concept of an apocalypse. Wang Fan chuckled and rephrased his question. It seems the orphanage might not be able to continue. The others have left. Now, I ask you, would you like to leave with me? Leave? Both Xiao Hua and Wang Fan had grown up in this place since they could remember. It was her home. Why must we leave? It's quite fine here. Xiao Hua tilted her head in confusion. Just as Wang Fan was about to elaborate, the little Binbin nestled in Xiao Hua's arms interjected. You should come with us. They harbor no ill intentions. This genuinely startled Wang Fan. He widened his eyes at the dog, thinking, what the doc could it possibly read minds? Just then, he heard Binbin roll its eyes and retort. You're the one who reads minds. I have a name. I'm called Xiao Binbin. Stunned, Wang Fan realized he no longer needed to guess. This dog could indeed read minds. Seemingly taking Binbin's suggestion to heart, Xiao Hua nodded and then sweetly addressed Binbin. This is my brother Xiao Fan and my brother Xiao Bang. You mustn't bully them, okay? Also, don't bully Dudu Woof. This time, Xiao Binbin refrained from speaking human language, instead letting out a soft whine, seemingly expressing its grievances. Subsequently, Xiao Hua turned to the mosquito Dudu perched on the bedside. Dudu, do you wish to come with us? The poor mosquito Dudu hadn't yet responded when Binbin immediately lifted its head, causing Dudu to tremble and nod in agreement. Wonderful, brother Xiao Fan. They all wish to leave with us. Wang Fan swallowed hard, smiling as he nodded. Thus, Wang Fan and the hefty boy strode proudly out of Yifan Orphanage, feeling unperturbed by the average zombies or awakened beings they might encounter. After all, with this group, even the pesky mosquito could trample all foes. Consequently, the trio, along with one dog and one mosquito, located the worn key to the orphanage's delivery van in the director's office. Starting it up and driving toward the horizon, upon returning to Professor Zhang's residence, both Professor Zhang and Aisha had already returned. Upon seeing Wang Fan and his entourage, everyone was dumbfounded. Boss, Xiaopeng, what happened to you two? Stung by bees? Professor Zhang swallowed hard as he inquired, noticing that the hefty boy, already portly, now appeared even rounder, his eyes nearly obscured. Wang Fan fared better. Aside from his head having grown larger, his physique remained unchanged. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the stares from everyone in the room, Wang Fan cleared his throat and changed the subject, introducing, this is Xiao Hua, from Yifan Orphanage, and this is, before he could finish, Wu Lily rushed over with sparkling eyes, enthusiastically embracing Xiao Hua before reaching out to pet the dog Binbin nestled in Xiao Hua's arms. Wang Fan nearly choked, fearing the dog might curse at her, yet strangely, the dog seemed to revel in the attention, letting out a few satisfied grunts. However, Professor Zhang wasn't as fortunate. As he approached and remarked, Hey, what a beautiful little black dog. He was met with Binbin's sharp retort, Big fool, you're the little black dog. Huh? Professor Zhang's reaction mirrored that of the hefty boy, recoiling as if electrocuted, which elicited hearty laughter from the hefty boy. Meanwhile, Wang Fan awkwardly continued the introductions. Its name is Binbin, and it has also awakened its abilities. Before the astonished crowd could react, he tugged at Xiao Hua's arm, causing her to slightly shift, revealing her ponytail, upon which the mosquito Dudu was perched. The untrained eye, with its wings spread, it resembled a black bow adorning her ponytail. This is also an awakened ability, and it's called Dudu. After that, Wang Fan composed his thoughts and added, that these are our esteemed guests, so please try not to disturb them. This statement was met with unanimous agreement, especially from Professor Zhang, who promptly led Nyonyo to maintain a distance of at least 3 meters from these esteemed guests. After the introductions, it was mealtime, and just then, another issue arose. In an apocalypse. Resources were precious, so aside from the seafood they had previously consumed, under Professor Zhang's guidance, everyone had been quite frugal, with meals consisting of porridge and pickled vegetables for breakfast and dinner, and rice accompanied by 1 meat and 2 vegetable dishes for lunch. However, upon seeing the table set with porridge and pickles, particularly when Professor Zhang placed a bowl of leftover food for Binbin, the dog was incensed. You white-faced fool, I want steak. The moment those words were uttered, all eyes turned to Wang Fan, clearly aimed at him. As Wang Fan turned his head, he heard the dog snarl, You little rascal, you're being dishonest. Clearly, there's steak, yet you serve me leftovers, you're such a dog. Observing the dog's mocking gaze, Wang Fan realized it had likely used its telepathy and was aware of his spatial storage abilities. He was infuriated, yet utterly helpless. This dog was now using the promise of steak as leverage. If he didn't comply, it would reveal his spatial abilities to everyone else. After a brief moment of eye contact, Wang Fan relented and called out to Wu Lily, Cook him some steak." Just as Wu Lily was about to rise, the dog added, "I have a big appetite. 1 piece isn't enough. I need 5. Wang Fan nearly died from anger, thinking to himself, "I can barely afford to eat. And here I am having porridge, yet a mere dog demands 5 steaks." However, after grinding his teeth in frustration, he ultimately had Wu Lily prepare the steaks. This creature was not only a nuisance, but also possessed the ability to read minds. He could curse it in his heart, and it would still know. Keeping this troublemaker around was a headache for Wang Fan. Comparatively, the mosquito Dudu was much more obedient, while Xiao Hua drank her porridge. It perched next to her water cup, content with just drinking water. However, the dog was indeed a true dog, while the mosquito was simply too much of a rascal to feign cuteness in front of Xiao Hua. But when it flew out, it transformed into a devil in the eyes of everyone else. Yet, that was not what Wang Fan found most intolerable. As night fell, just when he and the hefty boy lay down. The dog once again spoke that, "I'm taking this bed. You two can sleep in the living room." This time, the hefty boy could no longer contain himself, but upon seeing Xiao Hua standing beside them with a pitiful expression, he ultimately relented, and the two of them sadly squeezed their bedding and rolled into the living room. Chapter 34. Temporary Rescued. A night passed in silence. The next morning at 7:30, after the dog had once again demanded 5 steaks, the group prepared to depart as originally planned. With an array of bags in hand, Professor Zhang stood at the door, letting out a deep sigh. "Alas, my spouse and I have just managed to pay off our mortgage after much toil." With a heavy sigh, he closed the door behind him, leaving the key pressed beneath the doormat, a key that may very well remain there indefinitely, in hopes that it might be found by someone in need. Downstairs, the heavy truck had already been loaded with supplies, yet upon pulling back the rain cover, Wang Fan felt a twinge of confusion. "Professor Zhang, the supplies we discovered earlier were far more substantial than this. How can it be that, according to our previous reserves, we could easily fill a truck, and even 2 more heavy trucks would suffice?" However, Professor Zhang appeared equally helpless, raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation. "It is unfortunate. Though we have indeed found a considerable amount, the majority consists of perishable goods that are difficult to store. Even if we were to load them, many have already spoiled today, and others can only last a few days at most." This predicament was undeniably awkward. For instance, if one were to stumble upon a room filled with fruit in a post-apocalyptic world, one might feel a fleeting joy, believing they would not starve for a month. Yet the grim reality is that such fruit could not last even that long, especially in a high-temperature environment. Thus, even if one were to find enough fruit to last a month, the actual outcome would likely be a mere 3 to 5 days of sustenance before everything rotted and became inedible. Professor Zhang's explanation seemed reasonable, yet Wang Fan found it hard to accept. He had previously witnessed an entire basement stocked with boxes of instant noodles, but the truck was clearly not carrying enough. However, it was not his place to question now, as the dog had already answered on behalf of Professor Zhang. He had cleared space in the truck, intending to plead for assistance for his friend. Upon hearing this, both Professor Zhang and Wu Lily instantly wore expressions of embarrassment. Ultimately, it was Wu Lily who, steeling herself, spoke up, "Boss, fat brother, we are both teachers at Xianyang University, and leaving like this truly weighs heavily on our hearts for the teachers and students still at the school. I had hoped to ask old Zhang to appeal to you." But this prompted Wang Fan to recall that during several previous meals, he had noticed the couple hesitating to speak, which was indeed about this matter. Yet, this posed a dilemma for him as well. Xianyang University boasted 5,000 to 6,000 faculty and students, and even if none had perished, there would still be at least 1,000 that could he and Fat Brother manage. Even if they were to rescue these individuals, how would they accommodate them? A single heavy truck could only transport so many people, and even if they managed to load them, what if they encountered danger on the road? Seeing Wang Fan furrow his brow in silence, Professor Zhang quickly seized the opportunity to speak. In our search for a refuge, our students and faculty could be quite valuable. For instance, with this device, he pulled out 2 walkie-talkies, handing one to Wang Fan, and switched it on. "Hello, hello." Professor Zhang called into his walkie-talkie, and immediately, a response echoed back. "Wasn't it said that communication devices were inoperative?" Wang Fan inquired, curiosity piqued as he held the walkie-talkie. Professor Zhang, appearing somewhat pleased, explained, Indeed, most communication towers are rendered useless due to power and frequency issues, but I have been experimenting at home and discovered that by altering the frequency of the walkie-talkie, it can function normally. Moreover, I have upgraded these devices. While standard civilian walkie-talkies operate within a 10-kilometer range, mine can transmit over 50 kilometers. This was a remarkable find. In a world turned upside down, the most disheartening aspect was the inability to relay information swiftly. For instance, if two individuals were to separate on a mission, lacking a walkie-talkie would render them as blind men feeling an elephant, oblivious to the dangers that might befall their counterpart. With this device, however, the safety of the team would be greatly enhanced when acting independently. Observing Wang Fan's satisfied expression, Professor Zhang breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "Our university is home to many specialized talents. Given adequate time and resources, they can construct roads, repair bridges, and establish production that to be frank. This is what truly stirs Wang Fan's interest." He had also contemplated this issue. Even if he managed to rescue a group of individuals to the refuge, if they were all inept, he would be left to distribute limited supplies for their survival. Yet, if these individuals were skilled, the outcome would be vastly different. For instance, doctors could heal the sick, workers could repair roads and bridges, farmers could cultivate food. Only when each person possesses a useful skill can the refuge thrive harmoniously. Very well, I agree. Upon hearing Wang Fan's acquiescence, Professor Zhang's face lit up with joy. However, Wang Fan quickly added, "But that I do not hold out much hope, for the apocalypse has already descended for several days. Zombies and awakened beings are rampant, and it is entirely possible that your school has become a ghost town." Professor Zhang, however, appeared confident in this regard. He raised the walkie-talkie in his hand and declared, "In fact, I have secretly attempted to contact the school using the walkie-talkie over the past few days. Some individuals there have also modified their communication frequency. Although the reception is somewhat unclear, I can confirm that there are indeed survivors." After a brief pause, Professor Zhang continued, "As for the issue of relocation, that is also manageable. Our university's garage contains dozens of buses. We can have them follow behind us. The only concern is the journey that I fear that with so many of us, we may encounter further dangers." "Rest assured," Fat Brother interjected. Finally able to join the conversation, he patted his chest and proclaimed, "When we set out, Wang Fan and I will lead the way, while Binbin and Dudu will bring up the rear. With our strength, anyone who dares to oppose us shall face the consequences." The dog beside them rolled his eyes, seemingly eager to contest. Yet upon barking once, he directed his gaze towards Aisha, revealing a knowing smile. "Very well, it is settled then. We shall depart now for Xianying University." Wang Fan gestured, and the group promptly boarded the heavy truck, just as Wang Fan was about to climb into the driver's seat. The dog quietly warned him, "Be cautious of Aisha. She is an awakened one." Wang Fan paused, taken aback. He had lost trust in Aisha when he overheard Professor Zhang mention her intentions to pilfer gold and jewelry instead of seeking supplies. Nevertheless, out of respect for their chance meeting, he had decided to take her along, thinking one more person would not hurt. Yet, he had never anticipated that Aisha was an awakened being. How had he not sensed this during their days together? Did Aisha not realize her awakening, or did she know but choose to conceal it? What was her ability? As he pondered whether the dog had misread the situation, the dog chimed in again. "Fear not. With me around, she won't cause any trouble." "What the hell?" Wang Fan glared at the dog, who wore a proud and triumphant expression, feeling a surge of frustration. Chapter 35. Lost once everyone had boarded. The vehicle roared to life. Setting aside the earlier excursion across the street, this marked the first time Professor Zhang and his family had truly ventured into the bustling streets. At that moment, Wu Lily quietly sobbed in the truck's cabin, while Professor Zhang let out a deep sigh. The once vibrant and lively Xianying city now lay in disarray, with vehicles haphazardly strewn about. Zombies could be seen feasting on the living, while others valiantly fought back against the undead. More often than not, groups of citizens were engaged in chaos, looting, vandalizing, and setting fires. The cacophony of weeping, screams, shouts of anger, and cries of despair filled the air, painting a grim picture of devastation. "Watch out, there are people ahead." As they drove through an intersection, a burly man wielding an iron rod suddenly lunged forward, attempting to flag them down. Professor Zhang anxiously urged Fat Brother to stop, but to his surprise, Fat Brother accelerated instead, ramming into the man. Crash! The man was sent flying over 10 meters, only to be crushed beneath the truck's wheels. We hit someone, Wu Lily gasped, covering her eyes. While Fat Brother smirked, gesturing dismissively towards a nearby scene of carnage. Hitting someone is nothing. Look over there. They are still devouring people. Wang Fan sighed, as if to explain, or perhaps to speak to himself. In this world, there is no government, no law, no morality. Everyone is struggling to survive, and we are no exception. Thus, when faced with threats to our lives, be they monsters or zombies, awakened beings or ordinary folk, be they elderly or children, the only course of action is to eliminate them. If we show mercy, it is our lives that will be forfeit. Do any of you wish to die? If so, you are welcome to disembark and tell the robbers not to steal, instruct the zombies not to eat the living, and remind everyone to act with civility and courtesy. Professor Zhang, fearing his wife might not accept such a harsh reality, shook his head in disapproval. This approach is untenable. Under these circumstances, no one will survive. With so many deceased, if we do not promptly dispose of the bodies, we risk a plague breaking out. Just as he finished speaking, Fat Brother resumed his mocking tone. Oh, how noble! But right now, it's every man for himself. The majority of the populace lacks food, and with zombies and robbers abound, who has the time to play volunteer and clear away the corpses? Besides, with so many bodies, who possesses the means to handle it? Even the crematorium director is likely dead, leaving no one to incinerate them. Indeed, Professor Zhang's concerns are well-founded, at least in the previous life. Wang Fan witnessed numerous cities and towns ravaged by epidemics triggered by corpses. Many individuals survived hunger and the threat of zombies, only to succumb to the plague in the end. However, the point made by the chubby man is also reasonable. When one's life is at stake, who has the leisure to concern themselves with the dead? One must ponder, are there places in this world that remain untroubled by the afflictions of zombie mutations? Are there any islands abroad that offer safety? Or has our nation established any secret bases? There may be, but what distinguishes such locations from caves or caverns hidden in deep mountains and steep cliffs? Humans are inherently social creatures. If only a handful of individuals reside in such an environment, the ultimate outcome would be madness or death. This topic veers into the realm of philosophy. Human lifespan is fixed. And while one cannot control its length, one can certainly influence its depth. Listening to these discussions, the chubby man felt a twinge of agitation as he could not comprehend. Thus, in an effort to assert his presence, he abruptly slammed on the accelerator in the middle of the road. 3 or 4 zombies were feasting on a mangled corpse, and the heavy truck crushed these remnants into flat pancakes, amid Wu Lily's scream of alarm. The truck gradually approached the entrance of the university town on the ES first. Let us wander around and assess the situation. Upon finishing his statement, Wang Fan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. This wretched place appeared shrouded in a dense fog, rendering it impossible to discern directions or find suitable landmarks. Thus, any path taken seemed equally futile and devoid of significance. Never mind, let us proceed in this direction. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Fan deemed the location where the tiger had vanished to be unsafe, prompting him and the plump fellow to choose the opposite path. Meanwhile, Xiao Hua, along with Guzi and Wenzi, stood bewildered on the fog-enshrouded prairie. Xiao Binbin, can you locate Brother Pang and Brother Wang Fan? Woof, Guzi barked, incessantly sniffing the surrounding mist until he finally fixed upon a direction. The fatso is this way. Guzi yelped, signaling them to follow. 3 minutes later, Xiao Hua beheld the plump fellow perched atop the back of a white-furred, fierce tiger, one hand firmly pressing down on the beast's head while the other pounded its kidneys with mighty fists, eliciting pitiful howls akin to an old dog. This is indeed the real fatso. Oh, Xiao Hua, what brings you here? Wait for Brother Pang. I'll be done shortly, the plump fellow exclaimed, his right arm forming a bow as he tightened his grip around the tiger's neck. One could have anticipated that the ferocious tiger would be strangled to death by the plump fellow. This scene left Guzi utterly dumbfounded. Observing the tiger's last breaths, the fatso eagerly intended to extract its crystal core. But as he rose, the corpse of the tiger inexplicably dissolved into specks of white light, swiftly merging with the fog. Is this some kind of trickery? I haven't even collected the crystal core yet. The plump fellow childishly flailed about in the mist left by the tiger's disappearance, leaving both Wenzi and Guzi in stunned silence. with tears streaming down Guzi's face. "Stop it, you foolish buffoon. That tiger was an illusion." Finally, Guzi could no longer hold back his admonition. Chapter 37. The faux fatso an illusion? Who created it? How would I know? Then how can you ascertain it was an illusion? Because we encountered it too. Guzi expressed his exasperation at the plump fellow's lack of intelligence. He was reluctant to engage in further conversation, fearing it would lower his own IQ. Earlier, Xiaohua and her companions had also encountered a tiger. But with Wenzi present, the tiger had lunged at them only to be met by Wenzi's stinger piercing its forehead. Meanwhile, Wang Fan and the plump fellow, the faux fatso, were treading in the opposite direction. But soon they realized something was amiss. "Wait, why is there a willow tree here?" The two stared blankly at the willow tree that had suddenly appeared before them. The plump fellow stroked his chin, wearing a puzzled expression. "Isn't this a good thing? We can use the willow tree as a reference point." Wang Fan shook his head without further explanation, then drew his Tang broadsword and struck the willow tree. "Let us continue walking and see what else we can find." 30 minutes later, indeed, the willow tree reappeared within the mist, and it bore the unmistakable scars from Wang Fan's previous strike. Could it be? We've been going in circles this whole time? At this revelation, the plump fellow finally grasped the situation. Wang Fan remained silent, his expression grave as he took out the Tang broadsword and struck the tree once more. "This time, let us change direction and head this way." He pivoted 90 degrees from their previous course and set off. Half an hour later, the two found themselves back at the same spot, staring at the two marks on the tree. Wang Fan was utterly speechless. Subsequently, he decisively severed the willow tree with a single blow, inspecting it to confirm its genuineness as a regular willow, not some mutated plant. After that, the two continued their journey in a different direction. Another half hour passed, and they returned once more to the severed willow's location. "Perhaps that we should take a break," the plump fellow suggested, panting heavily. Wang Fan nodded in agreement. They settled beneath the tree, with Wang Fan muttering in disbelief. "It shouldn't be like this. If this is some sort of illusion, wouldn't it be simpler to trap us entirely within the fog? Why go through the trouble of placing a willow tree in the middle? Doesn't that make it easier for us to realize we're in an illusion? Perhaps the opponent is a trickster who enjoys revealing their hand and watching us struggle to cope." The plump fellow chimed in, to which Wang Fan remained non-committal. What could be the nature of this situation? Sitting on the ground, Wang Fan furrowed his brow in contemplation, forcing himself to quiet his restless heart. He began to meticulously ponder all the potential scenarios he had encountered in his previous life that could create illusions. Generally speaking, even if a human with awakened abilities could conjure illusions, it would be impossible to generate one of such vast scale, especially one that could manifest a fierce beast like a tiger to attack you. After all, creating illusions consumes their own energy. Each additional scene conjured would deplete their reserves further. However, there are exceptions. For instance, those with psychic abilities induce hallucinations not by creating illusions in the external world, but rather within your mind, making you perceive them as real. In simpler terms, it's akin to dreaming. If you dream of eating meat, as long as you don't wake up, it feels just like actually eating. Besides this, there are also master illusionists among plants. In the last apocalypse, Wang Fan had encountered such plants that, upon awakening their abilities, altered their predatory methods. They would generate various illusions within a certain radius around themselves to lure in humans or animals. Once these prey were ensnared, they would become nourishment for the plant. If it were a psychic awaken, that seems unlikely. After all, Tio conjures such a vast area and manifest a highly aggressive tiger for predation. Then, could it be the plants? A plant mutation seems quite plausible. The energy from the deceased illusionary tiger would be absorbed back into the plant. So how can one break this illusion? After a moment's thought, Wang Fan's expression relaxed. As long as they could identify what was creating the illusion, dealing with it would be relatively straightforward. For instance, in the case of plant-induced illusions, that I've found a way out. Wang Fan exclaimed, rising with excitement. Without waiting for the plump fellow to inquire, he swiftly retrieved a box of salt from his inventory. Then he pulled out a large bottle of mineral water. "Salt?" the plump fellow questioned, bewildered. Wang Fan grinned as he produced a trowel and began digging at the base of the willow tree, explaining along the way, "I suspect we've encountered a mutated willow tree. To escape, we must destroy it." "But didn't you already sever the willow tree?" "That hardly counts as destruction," Wang Fan replied. digging a hole while sprinkling salt into it. The mutated willow's root is its critical point. So even if you chop off other parts, it merely depletes some nutrients without killing it. Oh, I understand. Once the soil contains salt, following the principle of osmotic pressure, the plant won't be able to absorb moisture. Instead, the moisture within the plant's roots will be drawn out, just like pickling vegetables at home. If the tree roots turn into pickled vegetables, it will certainly perish. Yes, but also no. Wang Fan finished pouring in the salt and filled the hole with water. Smiling as he explained to the plump fellow, this willow tree is merely the focal point of the illusion. Destroying it will only allow us to escape the illusion. Though completely eliminate the threat. We must assess the situation outside. Focal point? That sounds like something out of a fantasy novel. Hee, it's a term I coined myself. If you can't grasp it, you may envision the tree's roots as a signal base station. Any area covered by the willow's roots falls under the scope of its illusion. The plump fellow responded with an "oh," seemingly understanding. That moment, bubbles suddenly began to rise from the pit where Wang Fan had poured the salt water. Soon, the bubbling intensified. The illusion is about to be dispelled. Wang Fan exclaimed with exhilaration. Meanwhile, the plump fellow, standing behind him, calmly picked up the Tang broadsword that Wang Fan had set aside, just as he was about to raise the blade. Wang Fan abruptly turned with a mocking smile, brandishing a repeating crossbow in his hands. You. The plump fellow retreated in terror, incredulously pointing at Wang Fan. Wang Fan chuckled and said, Hee, do you want to know how I figured out you were the faux fatso? It's quite simple. Your flaws are too numerous. Flaws? Chapter 38. Breaking free from the illusion, the faux fatso hastily touched his face, but Wang Fan merely shook his head with a smile. The flaws I refer to aren't about your appearance or voice, but rather your behavior and mannerisms. First, the fatso has called me De Fan, Xiao Fan, Baby, Mutt, and countless other nicknames, but he would never address me by my full name upon our first meeting. Yet you just met me and called me Wang Fan. Second, the fatso possesses earth-based abilities. With his stamina, he wouldn't tire after a day of running, yet you barely made a few laps before becoming exhausted. Third, the fatso lacks intelligence and wouldn't understand that salt and water prevents roots from absorbing moisture, yet you seem to comprehend it better than I do. Fourth, I intentionally discarded the Tang broadsword here. If you were the fatso, you would only wield a wolf-toothed club, not the Tang broadsword. Even with only one weapon, the fatso would willingly yield at the plump man, visibly anxious, posed a question, to which Wang Fan responded with a dismissive smile. This is even simpler, for only we few have encountered the visage of a fat person. Xiaohua is my sister, and how could Professor Zhang's family possibly think of killing me at this moment? Shouldn't they be preoccupied with reuniting as a family first? Among these individuals, you alone meet these criteria, yet regrettably, you are such a useless waste that you have failed to master your abilities. And now you are likely unable to revert to your original appearance. Wang Fan's observations were indeed accurate. Aisha was at a loss on how to control her power to alter her appearance. Initially, her transformation into a plump figure was merely a serendipitous occurrence. However, upon discovering Wang Fan's presence, her mindset shifted. She believed that if she remained herself, Wang Fan might not come to her aid. But as a fat person, he would surely rescue her at all costs. Thus, she adopted the guise of a plump individual, trailing Wang Fan, hoping he would lead her out of the illusion alive. Yet, when Wang Fan conjured the Tang Hungdao out of thin air, Aisha's mentality underwent another transformation. You are aware of my spatial abilities, and having resided together these days, you must have surmised that I have hoarded a substantial amount of supplies. Therefore, when you witnessed me produce the Tang Hungdao, you intended to eliminate me, subsequently using your shape-shifting skills to assume my identity, thereby replacing me. The foolish fat man would inevitably mistake you for me, dutifully becoming your henchman. Coupled with Professor Zhang and his talented family, you could easily dominate the realm. What a cunning scheme. You are truly terrifying. Aisha bit her lip, finally managing to utter these words. Wang Fan chuckled and inquired, however, I am rather curious about how you discerned my spatial abilities. This is my greatest secret, known only to the fat man. Moreover, how did you ascertain that I have stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies? The previous black dog craved steak, yet the one stored at home had spoiled. However, you effortlessly retrieved 5 steaks from the kitchen, which led me to deduce that you possess some form of material storage ability. As for your stockpiling, it is even more straightforward. Have you forgotten that you are a celebrity? Wang Fan was momentarily taken aback, realizing the truth. Being a star, he had sold the copyrights for a substantial sum and had since ordered large quantities of various food items. A fact that had been captured by paparazzi and widely disseminated. You truly intend to kill me? I am a stunning beauty, the runner-up of the SK model competition. Oh, you not understand the value of cherishing such beauty? Aisha attempted to adopt a seductive demeanor, slowly peeling back the fabric from her shoulder. Yet she overlooked the fact that her form still mirrored that of a fat person. It was utterly grotesque. Suppressing his revulsion, Wang Fan raised his hand and pulled the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows flew simultaneously, and with 3 muffled thuds, Aisha fell to the ground without so much as a whimper, as her blood touched the earth. The ground seemed to absorb it like a sponge, the process visibly rapid. The once vibrant figure of Aisha, the runner-up of the model competition, was reduced to a mere skeleton, entangled by the vines that emerged from the ground. Truly, as Wang Fan had surmised, due to the reinforced concrete structure of the administrative building, the willow tree was unable to directly hunt its prey within. Instead, it could only create illusions and drive people away as a tiger would. The moment these individuals opened a window or left the building, they would become mere food. Boss, Wang Fan and the chubby man were momentarily stunned when a familiar voice suddenly emerged from behind a set of stairs. Wang Fan turned to look, his expression shifting to one of astonishment once again. Old Zhang. You actually survived? Old Zhang then lifted his head, and his wife and child emerged from the stairs below. Though their legs appeared somewhat wobbly from squatting for too long, the chubby man hurried over to support him, incredulously asking, Old Zhang, you were hiding your abilities all along. You awakened and didn't tell us. What awakening? Old Zhang retorted, if I hadn't awakened, how could I have killed that tiger just now? Hey. Old Zhang smacked his thigh heavily before explaining to the two. You both went missing in the fog, and my wife and I were too scared to leave our spot, so we decided to head to the school. Suddenly, the white mist enveloped us, and the ground turned into a vast grassland. With no other choice, I had to use my GPS to navigate, but after just a couple of steps, I ran into a tiger. Oddly enough, it pounced on me but then vanished. Seemingly frightened, Professor Zhang swallowed hard and pointed to the stairs behind him. Continuing, after the tiger disappeared, the grassland vanished as well. We intended to hide in the school, but upon seeing this scene, he raised his hand to indicate the administrative building, quickly swallowing again. Wang Fan, upon hearing this, offered a wry smile. It seems our earlier conjecture was correct. This so-called illusion, while formidable, is ultimately a fabrication. It can deceive people, but it cannot fool GPS navigation. Old Zhang's arrival here by chance is no different from being driven here by the tiger. This is merely a stash of food. A stash of food. Indeed, the willow tree drives all living beings within the illusion to its core area, where it consumes them in batches according to the situation. For example, those like Old Zhang who survive will be kept like pets, while the dead will be directly absorbed. Professor Zhang looked back in terror and awkwardly spoke. So, you're saying that I've walked right into their lair? One could say that. However, had you simply run in the opposite direction using the GPS, it would have been easy to deal with this illusion. The key is to find a way to escape its control zone to ensure safety, Wang Fan advised. Yet, the chubby man, still clutching his chin, looked at Old Zhang with a sly grin. Once everyone fell silent, he coldly asked, Comrade Old Zhang, you're quite cunning, aren't you? How dare you deceive us? This left both Old Zhang and Wang Fan momentarily at a loss. Staring in bewilderment at the chubby man that moment, the chubby man grew even prouder, laughing mischievously as he questioned, I ask you, how could you possibly use GPS when all the networks are down? Speak up, what kind of monster are you masquerading as? What is your purpose? Idiot, Guzzi snapped, shaking his dog head as he exited the group chat. Wang Fan awkwardly patted the chubby man's shoulder. Explaining, Chubby.actually.gps has an offline function. Chapter 40. The Terrifying Plant Awakener. What should we do now? Should we charge in? Professor Zhang inquired. Wang Fan shook his head after carefully observing the administrative building. Those vines may appear still, but they are far from as safe as you think. With that, Wang Fan picked up a brick and handed it to the chubby man, who understood immediately and hurled it toward the area where the vines were densest. Upon impact, The brick struck the vines, causing them to slither and move like serpents. If we venture closer, I guarantee the outcome won't be pleasant. Then what do? Wang Fan shook his head in frustration. Aware of the solution, the quickest and most effective method to deal with such plant life was to use fire. However, the problem was that many people were trapped inside the administrative building but had yet to perish. If fire were employed, those individuals would also be incinerated. Fool, why bother confronting those vines? We need to find the core of the willow tree. As long as we eliminate it, the vines will lose their offensive capability. Guzzi rolled his eyes again, but this suggestion drew Wang Fan's scorn. You think you're the only clever one? Even a fool knows the principle of capturing the leader first. But the question is, how can we safely approach the core of the willow tree? Just walk right up to it? Or perhaps you'd like to lead the way? I'll give it a try. Guzzi rolled his eyes once more, then confidently strode toward the administrative building. Wang Fan and the chubby man watched in astonishment the moment Guzzi stepped into the vicinity of the administrative building. Several vines immediately coiled toward him. Be careful. Although the dog had a sharp tongue, Wang Fan instinctively shouted a warning. Just as the vines drew near, Guzzi's mouth opened, and to everyone's shock, a stream of fire erupted forth. The flames appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly. Upon contact, the vines trembled violently and retreated in haste. What the? Wang Fan and the chubby man exclaimed in unison. Until that moment, they had believed that Guzzi possessed merely telepathic abilities. They had never anticipated that he might also possess dual powers. While Wang Fan had encountered individuals with dual abilities in his previous life, the occurrence was so rare it could be disregarded. He refused to believe that, at the onset of the apocalypse, he would encounter such a phenomenon, especially in the form of a dog. Why confidence has crumbled. I can't believe I'm even less competent than a dog. The chubby man lamented, his expression despondent as he watched Guzzi effortlessly expel flames, rendering the attacking vines powerless. Let us go find the core of the willow tree. Wang Fan swallowed hard and immediately followed the path opened by Guzzi. In truth, there was no need for Professor Zhang to lead, as Guzzi was the one clearing the way. Besides his abilities, his keen sense of smell was equally impressive. Guided by the dog, they circumvented the steps of the administrative building and followed the original concrete path toward a small grove at the back of the school. This journey felt like traversing through hell. Wang Fan, who had never been to Xianying University, was fine, but for Professor Zhang and his wife, it was entirely different. The former experimental building, dining hall, teaching building, library, dormitories, and more were now all ensnared by massive vines. Resembling a scene abandoned for decades, the air was filled with the terrified screams and cries of students and faculty, sending chills down their spines. Guzzi led the way, incinerating any indiscreet vines in their path. And surprisingly, they reached the small grove on the east side of the school rather smoothly. However, upon arrival, everyone gasped in unison. Heavens! The sight before them sent shivers down their spines. This area had once been a quaint grove on the east side of Xianying University, a popular spot for students to flirt after class, but now, the grove was densely covered with intertwining vines, which ensnared countless corpses. There was a tale in Ghost Blowing Lantern regarding a plant known as yabulu, which was said to thrive in burial grounds. Its entire being was toxic, resembling a human figure or a large ginseng, leading the folk to refer to it as ghost ginseng or corpse ginseng. However, the grove before them differed from the so-called yabulu. The corpses devoured by yabulu appeared plump like large radishes, whereas those ensnared by the willow tree's vines had been drained to mere skin and bones. In addition to the grotesque corpses, the willow tree's trunk had transformed into a monstrous presence. Professor Zhang gazed up in horror, exclaiming, I was here just last week at that time. The willow tree was large. But not to this extent at this moment. Professor Wu also explained to Wang Fan and the others, this willow tree predates the establishment of our school. After the school was founded, the tree flourished, providing shade for students, and some romantic girls would even make wishes beneath it. Who could have imagined? The colossal willow tree had transformed its surroundings into a feeding ground, with roots twisting like a mass of serpents, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who beheld it. We can't venture any further, can we? Professor Zhang, intimidated by the terrifying scene, hesitated, and even Guzzi paused in his tracks. Wang Fan nodded. This is the core of the willow tree. Where its attacks are most extensive and perilous, we should proceed with caution. With that, he contemplated their next move carefully, when suddenly the chubby man exclaimed, "Since we've come this far, why fear anything? I say we set this damn thing ablaze. I refuse to believe it isn't afraid of fire." After speaking, the chubby man looked at Herr Guzzi, who replied with a bark, "Idiot, why are you looking at me? My flames are only enough for a barbecue." Although Herr Guzzi's words were somewhat exaggerated, he was not entirely wrong. The tree was far too enormous. Attempting to burn it down would likely exhaust Herr Guzzi first. Nonetheless, finding a solution was not insurmountable. With a wave of his hand, Wang Fan produced a large bucket of gasoline. "Chubby, here," as he spoke. He retrieved 3 or 4 barrels of gasoline, distributing them to the stout man and Professor Zhang, among others. "Douse it thoroughly as you go around," Wang Fan urged once more. Subsequently, the group began to pour the gasoline in a circular fashion. When the moment was ripe, he pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a drag, and with a flick of his finger, boom, a towering inferno erupted, and the roots and vines of the willow tree began to writhe violently. "Retreat!" Wang Fan shouted, leading the group backward. Simultaneously, the vines surrounding the school rapidly retracted, some even entangling the lifeless forms of the deceased, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. Chapter 41. Distrust. I expected a fierce battle here. Yet this tree shows no resistance whatsoever? The stout man scoffed, to which Herr Guzzi replied, "In truth, this tree is not as formidable as you might think. Aside from entangling with its vines and conjuring illusions, it is merely ordinary wood that I previously burned my way through. It was too busy fleeing to attack. Indeed, plant life typically possesses limited offensive capabilities, yet their vitality is remarkable. Take this willow tree, for instance. Once scorched, it can regenerate within a year, provided its roots remain untouched." Wang Fan nodded in agreement. With flames soaring high, Wang Fan and his companions did not remain idle. The willow tree would need to burn for quite some time. So they split up to rescue other trapped students. Herr Guzzi and Professor Zhang's family were responsible for the library, administrative building, and dining hall, while Wang Fan and the stout man tackled the student dormitories, which housed the largest number of individuals. This institution prided itself on being a university with a capacity of 10,000, boasting 17 dormitory buildings. Although the willow tree was vicious, the student population was substantial, and at that moment, most were still in their dorms. Despite the vines being capable of inflicting harm and inducing hallucinations, many were fortunate enough to avoid becoming mere fertilizer. "Dear students, we are here to rescue you. Please, do not be afraid or anxious. Descend in an orderly fashion and gather on the playground." As the vines retreated from the dormitory, the students' panic and terror began to dissipate. Some bewildered girls even inquired of Wang Fan if a film crew had arrived to shoot a sci-fi horror movie. To this, Wang Fan could only offer a helpless smile. These sheltered blossoms had yet to face the harsh realities of society, oblivious to the fact that sometimes 1 + 1 could equal 3. Watching the students descend like a tide, the stout man approached Wang Fan with a sense of relief. Wielding his spiked club, "I just did a rough count. It's not too bad. At least 2/3 of them are still alive." Upon hearing this figure, Wang Fan couldn't help but smile wryly. Sometimes, the more people who remained alive, the less it boded well. While this sentiment may sound harsh, it was the truth. For example, the students who had reached the playground were chattering loudly, some even expressing their frustrations towards the school for its perceived negligence at its dead of night, and were terrified. "Is there a film crew here, or what?" "What film crew?" A child from the dorm next door was snatched away by a branch. "I suspect it's an alien invasion. Yes, it must be extraterrestrial beings. So many died in our building. The school is utterly irresponsible. There hasn't been a single teacher in sight." Even more disconcerting, some refused to heed Professor Zhang's attempts to calm them, simply walking away absorbed in their own concerns. Students, please, quiet down and listen to me." Professor Zhang's voice grew hoarse from shouting, yet it proved utterly ineffective. "Students, you must not go outside. It's still perilous out there. Students, I am your teacher. You must trust me." Despite his relentless pleas, the number of departing students increased, until one from his class finally voiced the truth. A young girl, tears streaming down her face, approached him and explained, "Professor Zhang, it's not that we don't believe you. It's just that we feel utterly unsafe." After a moment of contemplation, Professor Zhang grasped the situation. It was not unreasonable. In broad daylight, announcing the apocalypse and urging everyone to follow him was hardly credible. Even if they did believe him, why would they follow? What was his intent? In a rational mind, the immediate response to such a crisis would be to call the authorities. Even if the phone lines were down, the instinct would be to find a way home. Better to perish at home than elsewhere. In the midst of this chaos, Wang Fan and the stout man were busy evacuating students from the upper floors, originally planning to lead the group to the playground and arrange for their transportation. However, while they organized the evacuation, the students on the playground made a swift exit, carrying their belongings as they fled. By the time the two arrived at the playground, they were nearly struck with despair. Professor Zhang, what is going on? Why are there so few people here? Don't ask. Some students don't believe me, accusing me of being a fraud, while others ran off crying to call the police. The majority, however, feel unsafe following us. They're desperate to return home. Professor Zhang explained, his voice raspy as he gestured animatedly, while the stout man cursed the ignorant students. Forget it, we've done our part. The rest is beyond our control. If they wish to perish, we shall not hinder them. Wang Fan waved his hand, feeling a sense of frustration, then turned to the pitiful group of about 17 or 18 who remained behind. Why aren't you leaving? He inquired, only to be met with responses that left him speechless. The only surviving female teacher, in a sorrowful tone, explained, my home is in the northeast, thousands of kilometers away. I can't leave. Among the remaining students, some were children of teachers who resided on campus, their parents already deceased. Others, more pragmatic, felt it wiser to stick with Professor Zhang for the time being, deciding to consider their options once they left the school. What shall we do now? Professor Zhang felt a twinge of guilt and embarrassment. After all, it was he who had insisted Wang Fan come to this university. Now, not only had they nearly lost their lives, but the students were also uncooperative. Wang Fan, however, was indifferent. He had always felt that a larger crowd was more of a burden. With a smaller group, it would be easier to manage. Let us first deal with the old willow tree. He waved his hand, and the others promptly followed suit. The group returned to the grove, where the scene was one of charred remains and a foul stench. The flames had died down, leaving only wisps of smoke. Those with masks, put them on. Those without, keep your distance. While the smoke is non-toxic, it was produced from burning corpses, which is hardly good for ordinary folk. Once the group had retreated to a safe distance, Wang Fan addressed the stout man. Go, uproot the tree. Seeing that the stout man was hesitant, Wang Fan added, this old willow has consumed so many lives. It must yield at least a level 5 crystal core. If you're unwilling, I shall fetch an excavator. Who said I'm unwilling? Upon hearing it was a level 5 crystal core, the stout man charged forward, tentatively touching the charred trunk, which was still hot, but bearable. Gritting his teeth, he embraced the trunk and exerted his strength. Chapter 42. Immortal Cultivation Village. Is the stout man going to be all right? Professor Zhang voiced his concerns. Wang Fan chuckled reassuringly, and no worries. This old willow tree is practically dead after our fiery assault. At that moment, the stout man let out a roar, and the ground trembled slightly. While an ordinary person would struggle to contend with such a thick tree, the stout man was far from ordinary. He was a level 5 earth element awakened one, with strength surpassing that of typical physical combatants. After a moment of grimacing, the willow tree began to lean, and with a resounding crash, he uprooted it and laid it flat on the ground. Ha ha! How about that? Am I impressive or what? The stout man boasted, brushing off the ash from his clothes. Guzzi rolled his eyes, while Wang Fan gave him a thumbs up. Once the roots were extracted, everything would fall into place. The crystalline cores of plant life were notoriously tricky to obtain, usually located at the root and stem junction. Look here. It should be around this spot. Wang Fan approached, using his memories from a past life to direct the stout man. With a mighty swing of his spiked club, the stout man struck the roots, causing them to crack. A yellowish crystal core was unearthed. Hey, this one's massive. He proudly showcased the core to the group, but then, bang, a sharp, explosive sound pierced the air. The core, roughly the size of his thumb, vanished into thin air. The stout man was taken aback, glancing around until he spotted the culprit. A girl clad in a black leather outfit had snatched it away. With an oval face, long hair cascading over her shoulders, and a tight-fitting jumpsuit, she wielded a slender whip in one hand while gripping the crystal core in the other. Oh no. She's absorbing the core, Wang Fan exclaimed, panic gripping him as he unsheathed his Tang-Hung sword. Charging forward, it wasn't mere bravado. He had no choice. This woman was already hard to read, and if she absorbed a level 5 core, it would spell disaster for their group, as fate would have it. Just as he reached her, she slipped away like a specter, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. By the time he instinctively swung his weapon, she was already 10 meters away, a mocking smile curling her lips. With another swift retreat, she vanished entirely. Damn it. At that moment, the stout man finally realized what had transpired, raising his spiked club and launching into a tirade of curses. You damn dog. Why did you not take action earlier? The hefty man, somewhat irate, approached Guzzi and posed this rather foolish question, resulting in Guzzi rolling his eyes and retorting, "Why should I take action?" The inquiry sent the hefty man into a fit of rage. To be candid, both he and the hefty man had initially sought the mutated old willow tree primarily for the crystal core. Any notion of rescuing others was merely a matter of convenience. Yet now, their efforts felt utterly futile, akin to a blind man lighting a candle in vain. Subsequently, discontented, he sought counsel from Professor Zhang, only to find the professor scratching his head in frustration, ultimately shaking it in resignation. When we arrived earlier, there was no such woman in our group. I did not see when she joined us at the back. Is this woman a student from your university? Uncertain. Professor Zhang mused. Isn't that obvious? With over 10,000 students at our institution, how could I possibly remember each individual? At this juncture, there were no alternatives. The old willow tree, now devoid of the crystal core, had perished completely, and the campus was largely deserted. The group exited the school gate and reboarded their vehicle, with the surplus students seated in the cabin. Along the route, they spotted students trudging away on foot, who, at that moment, could not help but feel a tinge of regret. Sometimes, it is only when one witnesses the truth with their own eyes that they come to believe it. Only through personal experience of death does one encounter despair. The tribulations faced by these students within the school were not particularly terrifying to them, as most had only regarded the so-called truth as mere moving vines. They pondered, is this a dream? Is this a film shoot? Is this someone's prank? Even if they sensed the impending apocalypse, they would not experience fear or terror, for they had never truly faced it. Much like how we all understand the hardships of military service. Yet unless one has stood in formation for an hour or endured a long march, they cannot truly comprehend it. Yet now, the scattered corpses along the road, the howling, lunging zombies, and the desperate, piercing screams had rendered them trembling. It dawned upon them how fortunate it was to be accompanied by Professor Zhang. Alas, there is no remedy for regret. When they attempted to flag down a vehicle, the hefty man pressed the accelerator and sped past. Professor Zhang, which direction should we head now? The hefty man, still brooding over the loss of the crystal core, inquired. Professor Zhang retrieved his phone to navigate and explained, our destination this time is Xianying Village, approximately 285 kilometers from here. However, the last 10 kilometers cannot be traversed by vehicle, and we may have to climb, so I personally suggest we camp at the foot of the mountain in Xianying Village. Rest for the night and ascend the next day. Is there something special about this village? When I asked you before, you seemed to place great importance on it. Professor Zhang chuckled heartily, glancing at his wife beside him. Before elaborating to Wang Fan.It's not so much that I place great importance on it. I owe it to the poverty alleviation teaching initiative our university undertook 2 years ago. At the time, I was reluctant to go due to the hardships, but thankfully, my wife insisted. 2 years prior, Xianying University had responded to a call for mental poverty alleviation, and the school had been allotted 2 slots. Due to his strained relations with superiors, Professor Zhang had been sent to Xianying Village, resulting in a significant confrontation with the school administration. As a result, he ended up going with his wife instead of alone. Initially, Professor Zhang contemplated resigning in a fit of anger, but how could he repay his mortgage without a job? If he went, despite the hardships, he would still receive a regular salary and bonuses, plus additional economic compensation from the university. Thus, the couple, along with their child, officially resided in Xianying Village. The name Xianying Village sounds romantic, yet it is, in reality, a remote and dilapidated mountain hamlet. Not only are humans scarce, but even birds find it challenging to venture there. When I first visited, the village had no electricity, and the wealthiest family owned merely 3 cows, while the most educated individual was a nonagenarian who had attended only a few days of private tutoring in his youth. To put it bluntly, the villagers' mindset seems to have been stuck in the past century. They are conservative, impoverished, and remarkably united. There's still such a destitute place today. The hefty man, curious, interjected, to which Professor Zhang responded with a wry smile and a nod. The village has a small population, and it is said that there were plans to relocate down the mountain, but the villagers are so conservative that they adamantly refuse to move. The authorities would not undertake the expense of constructing roads or providing utilities for a mere 100 residents. Thus the locals refer to it as a paradise, albeit a rather dilapidated one. Is this place safe? Safe. Yes. The village has only one access road. Surrounded by sheer cliffs hundreds of meters deep, the villagers seldom descend the mountain. And outsiders rarely make their way up, as it is quite difficult. The villagers are very resistant to outsiders. Chapter 43. Night attack on Xianyang village. As the vehicle ascended the expressway, it became increasingly rare to encounter other vehicles. Occasionally, those that did appear would deliberately slow down to avoid them or accelerate past. The maximum speed of 120 km/h now seemed laughable. Miraculously, they arrived at their destination just as night fell. The nearest location to Xianyang village is Linshui town. Although Xianyang village falls under this town's jurisdiction, it operates in a largely autonomous manner. For safety, I propose we set up outdoor tents at the foot of the mountain for the night. Professor Zhang maintained his usual caution, to which Wang Fan readily understood after a moment's thought. With 17 students and teachers in their vehicle, all ordinary individuals, if they were to spend the night in town and then separate, any attack would pose a significant risk, regardless of Wang Fan and the hefty man's capabilities. All right, I'll follow your lead. Wang Fan nodded, and as they reached the mountain's base, he noticed Professor Zhang had even prepared camping supplies. With the help of the students, 10 tents were pitched at the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, at the mountain's summit, a group of villagers encircled a middle-aged man in discussion. Village chief, this group has already set up camp. It seems they intend to ascend the mountain come morning. The plank road has been dismantled. How will they ascend? The plank road is gone, but there are still climbing openings. What if they manage to come up? The middle-aged village chief's expression darkened as he pondered before issuing a stern directive. If they attempt to ascend, warn them first. What if they do not heed the warning? Then shoot to kill. Understood. That night, Wang Fan encircled the area with bonfires, not only to ward off the cold but also to deter attacks from mutated animals and plants, after assigning several male students to keep watch in shifts. He, along with Professor Zhang and the hefty man, began to strategize at the mountain's base. It seems we are not the only ones with intentions of ascending, Wang Fan remarked with a wry smile at the destroyed plank road. This complicates matters. Without the plank road, how will we make our ascent? Professor Zhang examined the severed wooden posts, and the hefty man nodded in agreement, voicing his own fears. Indeed, I have a fear of heights. Having a plank road would have been preferable. Now, all we have left are these rocky openings. Just looking at the height makes my legs tremble. Xianyang village is surrounded by sheer cliffs, with only this singular entrance, which, according to legend, was painstakingly carved out by ancient peoples with chisels. Later, the government intervened to construct the wooden plank road along the cliff, thereby finally establishing a tangible connection between the village and the town below. Wang Fan ran his hand along the wooden posts of the plank road, sighed, and shook his head. It appears the villagers have become wary. They would rather cut off their own escape route than allow outsiders to ascend. We are likely in for some trouble. Pausing, he looked upwards and sighed again. Without the plank road, relying solely on these primitive stone openings, only seasoned climbers with specialized gear could hope to ascend. Even if we manage to climb, I suspect there are villagers stationed at the entrance. At that point, they would only need a stone to deal with anyone attempting to scale up. Professor Zhang broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. And just as he was about to nod in agreement, Wang Fan posed another question. Are there any alternative entrances? Non-alternative entrances? Professor Zhang momentarily faltered but quickly comprehended Wang Fan's intent and nodded. Yes, there is one, but what? But this route may not be of much use to us. Xianyang village originally thrived on hunting and herbal gathering, so they constructed a suspension bridge in the back mountains to connect to another peak. However, hunting was later banned, and with the government building the plank road, the suspension bridge fell into disrepair. I do not recommend we take the suspension bridge. Swallowing hard, Professor Zhang continued. First, The bridge has not been traversed in many years. Its stability is unknown. Second, to reach that suspension bridge, we would have to climb from 20 kilometers away on Zhougong Mountain. And furthermore, now, we have no other options, as dangerous as the suspension bridge may be. It's safer than here. Wang Fan decisively boarded the truck and waved at the two, giving Air Guzi a few instructions. As for the campsite, with mosquitoes and Air Guzi guarding, not even ordinary people, let alone hordes of zombies and mutants, could harm them. 3 individuals navigated their truck through a winding detour, arriving precisely at 8:30 p.m. at the foot of Mount Zhougong in the north. Professor Zhang, how long do you estimate it will take to ascend to the suspension bridge from here? Approximately 4 hours, though I made the climb during the day, and now that it is dark. The mountain paths are treacherous. Furthermore, there may be mutated flora and fauna present. As for how long it will take us to reach the top, I truly cannot estimate. There is no other option now. We must proceed step by step. Wang Fan sighed, producing 3 headlamps, and instructed Fatty to hand over the rat-toothed dagger to Professor Zhang. He took the lead, with Fatty wielding a wolf-toothed club at the rear. While Professor Zhang was safeguarded between the two, the night passed in silence. At 6:40 a.m. The entrance to Xianying Village. Villager, this group has yet to awaken. As dawn broke, the village chief donned a long cloak and began his rounds at the entrance. While 2 villagers on night watch reported back, carrying longbows. The chief nodded solemnly. It is likely they will attempt to ascend shortly. These outsiders have unclear intentions, and with an outbreak of infectious disease surfacing outside the village, allowing them entry could spell disaster for Xianying Village. Thus, you must. Why are you both staring at me? The chief began, but upon noticing the terrified expressions of the 2 men before him, he furrowed his brow and turned away. Behind him stood 3 figures, who were none other than Wang Fan, Fatty, and Professor Zhang. Fatty brandished the wolf-toothed club, Professor Zhang held the rat-toothed dagger, while Wang Fan was equipped with a repeating crossbow. You, Brother Taizhan, have you become the village chief? Professor Zhang exclaimed unexpectedly, leaving Wang Fan and Fatty momentarily stunned, as well as the bewildered village chief. You, who are you? It's me, Professor Zhang. Professor Zhang, the middle-aged man, referred to as Brother Taizhan by Professor Zhang, stared in disbelief for a considerable time before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha! It truly is Professor Zhang. Quickly, lower your weapons. He is our Professor Zhang. Chapter 44. Persuasion. Taizhan gestured to the villagers behind him, prompting them to lower their bows, while Wang Fan and the others likewise relaxed their weapons. Professor Zhang, I must admit, your appearance is quite unrecognizable. Ha. Come, let us sit and talk. Taizhan seemed particularly warm, pulling Professor Zhang to sit on a wooden bench designated for the village guards. While the professor awkwardly wiped his face, the so-called path he had mentioned to Wang Fan was merely a protrusion of climbable stones. The trio had spent the entire night scaling the mountain, enduring countless falls and attacks, and when they finally reached the suspension bridge, they had intended for Fatty to carry Professor Zhang, only to discover Fatty's fear of heights. Both had nearly soiled themselves as they shakily made their way to Xianying Village. Now, their clothes were tattered, and with disheveled appearances, it would be a miracle for anyone to recognize them. Professor Zhang, what exactly is going on? Taizhan pointed towards Wang Fan and Fatty. The professor opened his mouth, seemingly at a loss for where to begin, ultimately deciding to recount the key points to Taishan in no wonder. After listening, Tieshan's expression darkened, and he muttered a few words before pulling out a pipe, lighting it with a scent. To be honest, we recently encountered a zombie in our village that bit several individuals. I initially thought it was another outbreak of an infectious disease. Later, a crowd gathered at the foot of the mountain, clamoring to enter our village. Fearing the disease, I ordered the destruction of the plank road. He chuckled, expressing gratitude for not having demolished the suspension bridge, or else with you here guarding, we would have had difficulty ascending from below. Professor Zhang replied, but Taizhan shook his head with a bitter smile. Haha, it wasn't that I didn't want to destroy it. It was simply not feasible. Currently, there are 12 individuals who have turned into zombies in our village. Being so remote, they are all relatives of ours. They believe these zombies have contracted some infectious disease. Those who went down the mountain seeking medical help have perished outside, so everyone decided to gather herbs in the mountains to cure the illness. Which is why the suspension bridge was preserved. I see. Professor Zhang nodded, and a collective silence ensued. Tieshan's expression fluctuated, as if grappling with the weight of the information Professor Zhang had imparted. After a long pause, he finally took a drag from his pipe and addressed the professor. So, you mean that the situation outside mirrors our own, with people turning into zombies everywhere? Indeed, not only have they become zombies, but chaos has erupted outside as well. Transportation, water supply, electricity, and communications have all collapsed, and even life itself has become precarious. Then what is your purpose in coming here? Taizhan, I must admit, I feel somewhat embarrassed. I brought a few students this time, intending for them to stay in your village. Rest assured, these individuals are good people that I trust you, Professor Zhang. But Taizhan waved his hand, appearing somewhat troubled. Fatty, unable to contain himself, interjected with a mocking laugh. Don't flaunt your authority as the village chief. Let me be frank. Had it not been for Professor Zhang's standing, I would have smashed you into a pulp the moment I arrived. Can you not grasp the gravity of the situation? We are here to extend you a courtesy, not the other way around. With that, Fatty swung his wolf-toothed club, striking it against a nearby rock with a thunderous crash, shattering the stone into fragments. One piece flew off and struck a nearby old locust tree, leaving a gaping scar. This display effectively silenced Taizhan and the other two villagers, who initially intended to challenge Fatty but now remained speechless. Meanwhile, Professor Zhang seized the opportunity to further elucidate the situation to Taizhan. Taizhan, the current situation is quite dire. We come with no ill intentions. In fact, we bring goodwill. Consider this. Even if we did not come to Xianyang village, we could easily traverse to the adjacent Mount Zhougong, which is equally perilous. Our presence here is genuinely an attempt to assist you. Do you believe that with just your bows and arrows, you can secure this passage against our ascent? You witnessed Fatty's prowess just now. Do you think this is a capability of an ordinary person? To be frank, your village is in grave danger. Danger? Certainly. Take the suspension bridge, for example. If we can ascend, so can others. Should nefarious individuals gain entry? What fate awaits the inhabitants of your village? Have you encountered mutated rats? Have you seen a sentient willow tree? Surely, you have come across man-eating zombies by now. Do you still think I am deceiving you? It must be said, Professor Zhang is indeed skilled at the art of persuasion, his words rendering Taizhan speechless. By the end of it, Taizhan found himself questioning his own judgments. Professor Zhang spoke passionately about saving Xianyang village, ultimately extending his narrative to encompass the salvation of all humanity, only pausing when his throat grew dry. Just as Taizhan was about to concede, a faint humming sound rapidly approached from the cliff below. Everyone turned to see Wang Fan and his companions relatively unfazed, while Taizhan and the other villagers nearly succumbed to fright. Mosquitoes. They had seen mosquitoes before, but never ones the size of a fist. Wang Fan recognized this as a reconnaissance mosquito dispatched by Air Guzi and waved his hand, prompting the mosquito to obediently land on his shoulder. Professor Zhang seized the moment to introduce it to Taizhan. This is a mutated mosquito. It can kill you in mere seconds. Had I not been here, it would have launched a surprise attack last night, and Xianyang village would have faced total annihilation. Wang Fan gestured, and the mosquito flew towards the nearby old locust tree, its long proboscis piercing into the tree's bark. In the horrified gaze of onlookers, the once lush locust tree began to wither at a visible rate. Do you see? Fatty immediately puffed up with pride, straightening his posture and declaring, "Don't say I'm trying to scare you. With your physique, you wouldn't even be enough to satisfy my mosquito's appetite. It could drain you dry in no time. The only reason we are here proposing this arrangement is entirely due to Professor Zhang's influence." At that moment, Professor Zhang quickly grasped Tieshan's hand. Nodding in agreement, "Brother Taizhan, Fatty is right. Just think, had we not approached from the rear mountain last night, and instead allowed this mosquito to ascend first, what would have become of your people?" Huh. This statement struck like a sharp blade, sending shivers down the spines of Taizhan and the other two villagers. In truth, Fatty's assertion rang true. Had that mosquito flown up last night, not only the three of them but the entire Xianyang village would have been obliterated. Seeing Taizhan still in a quandary, Wang Fan smiled and reassured him. "Village Chief Taizhan, rest assured, upon our arrival in the village, we will not disturb the villagers, nor will we cause them any harm. You will remain the village chief. We will not compete with the villagers for food or drink. If there are surplus resources, we can purchase them. If not, we shall build our OW in any case. We will act as ordinary villagers. Should you wish, We will be under your jurisdiction. Not only will we not burden you, but we will also offer our assistance in protecting Xianyang village, as you can see. With us here, your village will undeniably be much safer than it currently is. Hehe, then you may stay. With the matter laid bare, Taizhan could no longer withhold his approval without appearing ungrateful. Chapter 45. Brother Go. The two parties reached an agreement, and Taizhan lowered the suspension bridge, then sought individuals from the village to transport supplies from the mountain below. He then led Wang Fan and the others into the village to select a residence. Xianyang village is modest in size, nestled against the mountains with several houses, predominantly built from earth and wood. A dirt path runs through the village, marked by deep ruts and remnants of cattle and sheep dung. Since the government prohibited hunting, our village has relied on cultivating the mountainous terrain for sustenance. The soil is not particularly fertile, yet ample enough. If you wish to cultivate, there are plenty of areas both in front and behind the mountains. Additionally, many of these houses are currently unoccupied, allowing for a choice of residence, though one particular household should be avoided. Taizhan pointed to a house on the left and proceeded to explain. Following the emergence of zombies in the village, these creatures were collectively bound within that very dwelling. Initially, relatives would bring them meals, but as it became evident that they no longer consumed food, neglect ensued. The cacophony of wails and howls became unbearable, leading to their confinement. With a sigh, Taizhan added, "Alas, they are our kin. While we understand that keeping them poses a grave danger, none can bring themselves to take action." Such words resonated deeply in his past life. Wang Fan encountered countless instances of this nature, where fathers or children had transformed into zombies, faced with their most beloved, who could bear to smash a weapon against their skull. Consequently, most families ultimately succumbed, becoming zombies themselves. However, retaining that room full of zombies remains a persistent threat. Wang Fan exchanged a glance with Mosquito, who flitted silently towards the house. Through their conversation, it was revealed that Tieshan's father had once served as the village chief when Professor Zhang came to offer his teaching services, residing with Tieshan's family. However, after the old chief passed away last summer, Taizhan inherited the position. Indeed, the village still operates under a hereditary system, with succession occurring only in the absence of male heirs or if the descendants are afflicted by certain ailments. This historical context grants the village chief significant authority, enough to determine a person's life or death with a mere word. Thus, upon the arrival of these outsiders, Tieshan's pronouncement officially represented the sentiments of all the villagers of Xianyang. Welcome to Xianyang village. Initially, Fatty and Wang Fan planned to share a house, but these dwellings are spacious, often featuring a front and back room layout, with each home containing at least 5 or 6 rooms. After some deliberation, it was decided that Fatty, Wang Fan, Xiaohua, and Professor Zhang would reside together, leaving 2 rooms unoccupied. The next task was to tidy up the house. It was evident that this residence had been abandoned by former villagers. Aside from the earthen bed, it contained nothing else. Fortunately, Wang Fan's stockpile of supplies was ample. He laid down bamboo mats atop the bed, followed by soft mattresses, pillows, pillowcases, blankets, duvet covers, toiletries, a sofa, and a table, even arranging an ashtray in the end. Professor Zhang, not a fool, recognized that Wang Fan's possessions did not materialize from thin air, yet he wisely refrained from inquiring, and Wang Fan was more than happy to explain, just as he completed his arrangements. Guzi swaggered in, wiggling his rear. "This house is quite nice. It suits my needs as a doghouse." With that, Guzi promptly squatted down. Uncle could tolerate it, but Fatty's aunt could not. Wang Fan and Fatty exchanged glances. Fatty stealthily closed the door, and Wang Fan swiftly lunged onto the bed, seizing Guzi's mouth to prevent his fire-based abilities from manifesting. "Got him? Let us see how this fat lord deals with this dog." Fatty bellowed, leaping from the floor to land squarely on Guzi. However, a crackling sound echoed. Ah! Both Wang Fan and Fatty screamed in unison. This dog possessed electric abilities as well, under the powerful electric assault. Wang Fan foamed at the mouth while Fatty was sent flying. Guzi broke free from their grasp, his mouth agape. Whoosh! A flame erupted, singeing their hair and leaving their clothes riddled with holes. A chorus of anguished cries filled the room. "What has happened?" Teacher Wu softly inquired, but Professor Zhang quickly pulled her back inside, admonishing her in hushed tones. The 3 of them, 2 men and a dog, what could they possibly do? It would be inappropriate for children to witness such events. Quickly return indoors. in Wang Fan's room. The dog stood triumphantly on the bed, huffing as if to teach the two a lesson. Now you know who the real boss is. Right? Indeed. Wang Fan and Fatty, looking pitiful with their heads bowed, responded from the earthen bed. Who is the boss? You are. And what should you call me from now on, dog brother? Let me hear you say it. Dog brother, hello? After finally emerging from Guzzi's room, Fatty gazed at his hairless reflection in the mirror. Feeling utterly miserable, he muttered. I told you not to provoke that wretched dog, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, my freshly grown hair is gone again. How could that dog awaken 3 powers? It's utterly abnormal. Wang Fan remarked, donning rubber gloves from his storage. Fatty rushed over, embracing him and nearly in tears. Whispering, brother, my dear brother, what are you planning? Please don't drag me into your troubles. No, no, no. I merely wish to test what other abilities this wretched dog possesses. Think about it. If I manage to hold its mouth shut first, it won't be able to use its fire abilities, and then with insulating gloves, its electric powers will be ineffective against us at that point. We'll have the upper hand. Do you truly want a filthy dog defiling us? What if that dog possesses a 4th ability? As the two fell asleep in the dead of night, Wang Fan had nearly given up, but Fatty, unwilling to relent, turned over and softly suggested, how about we go and give it a try? Perhaps it will actually work. Thus, they donned their rubber gloves and, feeling uneasy, even put on insulating shoes, quietly tiptoeing into Guzzi's room. Seeing the slumbering dog curled up on the earthen bed, they gritted their teeth in frustration. Just as they were about to seize the dog's mouth, suddenly, a buzzing noise emerged from the darkness, causing Wang Fan to exclaim in shock, damn it, that dog has no sense of honor. In a panic, the two fled, the buzzing sound behind them unmistakably belonging to Mosquito. Chapter 46. A new departure settling into Xianyang village, aside from the newly arrived students feeling somewhat out of place. Everything else was rather harmonious. After Mosquito drained the zombies in the village to mere husks, Professor Zhang examined the remains and informed Taizhan that they had all succumbed to complications from viral infections. Subsequently, under Professor Zhang's guidance, a group of students began working on greenhouses in the land allocated to the village, utilizing the ample supplies of seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides Wang Fan had stockpiled. However, when it came to agricultural labor, these university students were sorely lacking. Yet fortunately, the villagers of Xianyang were quite willing to lend a helping hand. Once the greenhouses were erected, Wang Fan transplanted a variety of fruit trees within: apples, apricots, peaches, oranges, pomegranates, and plums, ensuring that, in addition to their staple food, they could also enjoy an array of fruits. However, Wang Fan did not desire such a life. Therefore, on the very first day of constructing the greenhouse, he summoned Professor Zhang to discuss further plans. Although the mountains were surrounded by steep cliffs, they could only deter ordinary individuals. If confronted by ability users or mutated plants and animals, the danger would still be significant. What should we do then? I've given it some thought. How does this sound? Wang Fan led Professor Zhang to the cliff's edge, explaining his intentions as he gestured to the surrounding environment that I plan to construct a perimeter of electric fencing, powered by a combination of solar energy and batteries. You should be able to manage this. With this safeguard in place, unless we encounter flying ability users, we can consider ourselves relatively secure. Professor Zhang opened his mouth, seemingly hesitant before continuing. Actually, I had contemplated this before, but constructing such a perimeter would require a substantial amount of batteries and solar panels, not to mention a plethora of wires and other equipment. We simply do not have enough resources for that. What Professor Zhang truly wanted to express was that with so many batteries, they could supply electricity to the entire village. Why waste them on this? Yet he lacked the courage to voice it. Wang Fan smiled at Professor Zhang, watching as he became increasingly uneasy. Before alluding to deeper implications, these resources are not an issue. As you ought to know, Professor Zhang thought to himself, should I know or not? I myself am uncertain whether I know or not. Professor Zhang, you are an intelligent man. Many matters don't require me to elucidate too clearly. This world has descended into chaos. I do not aspire to be some so-called savior. I simply wish to survive, yet that I do not want to be the only one left alive, as that would be more painful than death itself. That I trust you possess a more noble heart than mine, perhaps striving to save all those you can. Wang Fan bit his lip, pausing for a moment before continuing. However, without the means to protect myself, Attempting to save others is tantamount to suicide. Hence, after Fatty and I depart, should anyone wish to seek refuge here, I hope you refrain from blindly playing the role of a self-righteous hero. You and Fatty are leaving? Professor Zhang exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment, but Wang Fan swiftly provided the reason for their inevitable departure. Though this place is secure, the current conditions are far too poor. Just think, what if someone in the village falls ill? Are we to rely on the villagers for medicinal herbs? What shall we do when someone becomes pregnant in the future? This includes our plans to construct numerous facilities here and even to prepare educational opportunities for the next generation in advance. Surely, you do not intend to simply drift through life, do you? What will happen when we pass away? To what will our descendants do? Will they continue to live like the villagers of Xianyang village, remaining illiterate and resorting to hunting? As for safety, rest assured, I have instructed Dog Brother, Erguzi, to stay behind along with Mosquito. With the two of them here, even if an extraordinary being were to arrive, they would be buried in this place. Moreover, Fatty and I must venture out to enhance our own capabilities. Otherwise, staying here and waiting for death would be no different. After an extensive discussion with Professor Zhang, Wang Fan and Fatty toiled in the village for another month, once the entire power grid was established. And seeing the saplings and vegetables in the greenhouse sprouting green shoots, the two finally decided to depart officially. However, just as they descended the mountain and boarded the heavy truck, Erguzi's voice echoed from the back seat. "Excuse me, are you really leaving just like that? Is this polite?" A shiver ran down their spines. During these days, if they had slightly displeased Erguzi, the consequences ranged from electric shocks to having Mosquito attend to them all night long. Thus, until now, they were still without hair. A him. Dog brothered at you. Did you not say you would stay in Xianyang village to enjoy your old age? Wang Fan chuckled awkwardly, but Erguzi snorted and rolled his eyes in disdain. Staying in the village with you? It's all so bland. I am a dog. Have you never heard that wolves travel thousands of miles to feast, while dogs travel thousands of miles to eat meat? Dog brother, I believe wolves feast on meat, right? Dogs seem to eat. Before Wang Fan could finish, he was abruptly shocked into a vibrating mode on the spot. Erguzi snorted, berating him. Is that all you know? Are you preparing for graduate studies? Thus, originally intending to form a duo, Wang Fan and Fatty became a triumvirate. Erguzi, not foolish, entrusted the care of Xianyang village to Mosquito with a single command. Anyone daring to approach Xianyang village would be treated as food and drained dry by Mosquito. Mosquito, indeed, served as the final layer of protection for Xianyang village. The first destination for Wang Fan and Fatty was the largest hospital in Xianyang city. His plan was to save lives, prioritizing technical personnel. Firstly, Xianyang village was too underdeveloped to accommodate many people, and secondly, to establish a sound ecological loop, it was essential to attract a significant number of skilled professionals. The trio drove to the entrance of Xianyang City Hospital. And Fatty frowned as he surveyed the surroundings. It's been over a month since the apocalypse. Where are the people in the hospital? Even if there were doctors, they surely wouldn't still be in the hospital. Right? Wang Fan rolled his eyes. Of course, I did not come to the hospital for that purpose. Then why are you here? As Wang Fan continued walking towards the hospital, Fatty followed suit, reluctantly admiring Wang Fan's intellect. He was indeed not heading to the hospital. He was merely making his way inside, with the ultimate goal being the hospital's family dormitory. Dog brother, could you kindly help us sniff out which household still has occupants? Wang Fan awkwardly addressed Dog brother, who merely rolled his eyes and ignored him. Wang Fan quickly changed his approach. Dog brother, when we arrived, Fatty said you are a fake dog. You excel at things dogs cannot do. And you are utterly useless at what dogs can do. Just a worthless dog. I find such statements erroneous. How could Dog brother lack even basic keen senses? Right, Dog brother. Fatty, after enduring a couple of beatings, Dog brother finally spoke up. Something's amiss. This place has issues. I just caught a whiff of strong bloodstains coming from the basement behind us. The inpatient department of the hospital was directly behind the family dormitory. With only a 2-meter-wide passage separating the two buildings, Dog brother had already reached the entrance of the inpatient department's basement, and after sniffing again, he cautiously halted. Wang Fan peered into the dark basement. The terrazzo flew. Seeing that the girl was emotionally stable, Wang Fan officially began to engage her in conversation. So, these days, it has been your sister who has been helping you find food outside? Yes. And then, those zombies were also killed by your sister? Is your sister really that formidable? Zombies can bite. You know that of course my sister is impressive. She is a master of the Kaiyang realm. Kaiyang realm? Chapter 48. The magician Wang Fan had little understanding of martial arts, but upon mentioning her sister, Tang Ruoxue seemed filled with pride, immediately pointing to the trophies on the liquor cabinet to introduce them to him. The martial arts hierarchy is categorized into 10 levels and 9 realms, comprising a total of 19 ranks, ordered from A, B, C, D, and the realms include Yinyuan, Dongming, Yaoguang, Kaiyang, Yuheng, Tianquan, Tianji, Tianqian, and Tianzhu. My sister is at the Kaiyang realm. Look, these are all her trophies. The above is the officially established classification of martial arts in our country. It is not my fabrication, nor is it some fantasy cultivation. It is a legitimate ranking of martial arts in our nation. Kaiyang.its quite ordinary. There are several realms beyond it. Your sister needs to work hard. The chubby boy muttered under his breath, but Tang Ruoxue pouted, seemingly a bit upset. What do you know? The highest realm in our country is Tianquan. My sister said that the last 3 major realms are unreachable by anyone except immortals. The chubby boy pursed his lips, seemingly wanting to say that even if your sister were at the Tianshu realm, she wouldn't withstand a single blow from his Wolf Fang club, but he held back, as Air Guzzi had already sent him a warning look. The chubby boy mumbled a vague insult of perverted dog, only to be zapped and launched into the air with a crackle. He had forgotten that this dog could read minds, however, upon hearing that Tang Ruoxue's sister was merely an ordinary martial arts expert. Wang Fan felt a sense of relief. He even planned that when this so-called sister returned, he would discuss sending the 2 sisters to Xianyang village, where Tang Ruoxue could work as the village doctor, and Tang Ruofeng could teach the villagers and children traditional Chinese martial arts for health and fitness. Having chatted enough, everyone felt a bit hungry, and Wang Fan asked Tang Ruoxue, "Why hasn't your sister returned yet, especially since mealtimes have passed?" Tang Ruoxue, clutching her doll, pouted and shook her head. Soon lowering her voice to say, "I heard my sister say that food is becoming increasingly difficult to find. Many things have gone moldy, and supermarkets have been completely looted. Then what do you have left at home?" Instant noodles. Upon mentioning instant noodles, Tang Ruoxue immediately became alert, her gaze involuntarily drifting toward the coffee table, her expression as if fearing Wang Fan would snatch her noodles. Glancing at the only cup of instant noodles and the half-dried, hardened piece of bread on the table, Wang Fan offered a wry smile. "Vegetables spoil, but rice and flour have a long shelf life. Doesn't your sister ever consider grabbing some rice or cooking oil for you?" "My sister doesn't know how to cook. And you?" I don't know either." Tang Ruoxue seemed a bit embarrassed. As if to cover this awkwardness, she explained, "I used to eat at the school cafeteria. And after starting work, I ate at the hospital cafeteria. My sister is at the Xianyang Martial Arts Academy, and they also have their own cafeteria, so, it seems I'll have to play the role of a chef." Wang Fan sighed as he walked into the kitchen, waving his hand to reveal an array of necessary ingredients on the cutting board. In addition to the steaming beggaress chicken and roasted duck, there were also ribs, lobsters, king crabs, and more. This scene left Tang Ruoxue utterly stunned. Before she could inquire, Wang Fan smiled and explained, Isn't my magic impressive? From now on, if you stick with me, I guarantee you'll feast on delicacies." "All right, let us serve the beggaress chicken and roasted duck first. The other dishes will be ready shortly." Initially, upon hearing the words, "stick with me," Tang Ruoxue felt a bit shy, but in a state of intense hunger. What did her face matter? To put it bluntly, it had been nearly 2 months since she last had meat. The best she had eaten before was the Hex's ham sausage her sister brought back. She disregarded her image and mumbled an affirmation, then tore off a chicken leg and began to devour it hungrily. All notions of being a lady, of politeness, and of maintaining an image were cast aside. Burp. After eating voraciously, Tang Ruoxue let out a satisfied belch. Wang Fan smiled and pretended to make magician gestures, snapping his fingers to make a bottle of French champagne appear out of thin air. With another hand movement, 3 tall glasses appeared. "Here, have some champagne. Don't choke." Tang Ruoxue nodded vigorously and grabbed the champagne, gulping it down. Meanwhile, Wang Fan busied himself in the kitchen. Although he was not a master chef, he had helped in the orphanage's kitchen since childhood and later cooked for himself while living as a drifter, so he was familiar with basic dishes. Soon, plates of food were placed on the table: braised ribs, garlic butter lobster, steamed king crab, and a special order of steak just for our dog brother. No, 5 portions. Wang Fan cheerfully brought the dishes to the dining table, then took out 2 bottles of Maodai. One for himself and the chubby boy, and he carefully opened one for dog brother, inserting a straw, making dog brother feel quite special. I'm full, but I still want to eat. Tang Ruoxue felt a bit awkward looking at the food on the table. Although she had nearly finished the beggar's chicken and roasted duck, the aromatic lobster and king crab were too tempting to resist. This was something she rarely got to eat, even in normal times, let alone in the current environment. After all, it was expensive. The 3 of them and the dog ate to their heart's content, leaving nearly nothing on the table. Originally, Tang Ruoxue had planned to save some for her sister, but Wang Fan insisted he could conjure more with magic, so they devoured everything. Having eaten too much, and with everyone having had a bit to drink, they soon found themselves ready for an afternoon nap. This time, dog brother did not compete for a room with them. He lazily climbed onto the balcony to bask in the sun, while the chubby boy settled into Tang Ruoxue's father's room. And Wang Fan took to Tang Ruofeng's room. As soon as he lay down, Wang Fan, with bleary eyes, caught a faint scent wafting from the bed. He groped around and picked up something resembling an eye mask, muttering softly, "So small, there's not even a B cup." After saying that, he drifted into a deep sleep. He awoke to find it was 4:30 in the afternoon and he went back to the kitchen to cut up a watermelon, which completely stunned Tang Ruoxue. "Brother Fan, in this season, you even have watermelon? Hee, magic knows no seasons." Wang Fan deflected the question with his magic once more. In this society, with zombies roaming about, claiming to be the reincarnation of Qin Shi Huang would hardly garner belief. Chapter 49. The heroine Tang Ruofeng. Meanwhile, Tang Ruoxue's sister, Tang Ruofeng, was currently wreaking havoc in a room. "You 2 beasts, to survive, you would even kill a child." She gritted her silver teeth in fury. When she arrived at this room, the 2 men had already slaughtered the original occupants, a family of 3, including a 7 or 8-year-old boy. One of the shorter men retreated to the wall, still clutching a half piece of bread snatched from the boy's grasp, grinning viciously as he spoke. "You're not any better than us. Why else would you come here if not to rob? Are you here for a friendly visit?" The other man chimed in. "Exactly. In this situation, with a dead father and a remarried mother, everyone looks out for themselves. Who cares about the old, weak, sick, or pregnant? Surviving is the priority. Do you expect civility and manners? Maybe in your next life." With that, the man was the first to strike, swinging a fire axe and charging forward. Seeking death, Tang Ruofeng's eyebrows shot up in anger. Seeing the man rush at her, she executed a spinning kick that struck the man squarely in the head with tremendous force. Fueled by her rage, the man was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall. Once he hit the ground, he struggled for a moment before succumbing to his injuries, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The other man, witnessing the fate of his companion, hesitated mid-charge and attempted to flee, only to be seized by Tang Ruofeng's single hand and tossed off the balcony. This was the 29th floor, so one can imagine the outcome. In summary, the result was undoubtedly, "Ah bang," Tang Ruofeng huffed, her icy demeanor gradually softening into sorrow as she picked up the half piece of bread from the floor and approached the boy's lifeless body, gently wiping the blood from his lips. She placed the bread in his embrace. Sighing, she turned and exited the room, locking the door behind her. Although this chaotic world lacks legal and moral constraints, Tang Ruofeng, having practiced martial arts from a young age, held herself to a personal code of ethics. This was also a significant reason why it had been challenging for her to find food these days. She would rather starve than rob from the living, much less kill for a mere bite to eat. After leaving the house, Tang Ruofeng had just ascended to the 28th floor when she unexpectedly encountered 2 men coming up. Upon seeing Tang Ruofeng, the men swallowed hard and forced a sheepish smile. Ruofeng. These 2 men were not strangers. They were also from the hospital's family quarters, but they were not doctors, rather from the hospital's logistics department. Although they had only seen Tang Ruofeng 2 or 3 times, her name was well known throughout the hospital. This girl practiced martial arts from a young age, and a few years ago, the hospital management, in a fit of whimsy, organized a sports competition to improve the physical fitness of the hospital staff. Other doctors signed up for basketball, soccer, and table tennis, but Tang Ruofeng's father was coerced into participating. Despite having no skills, eventually, he had no choice but to call upon Tang Ruofeng for assistance. Tang Ruofeng was clad in athletic attire, Wielding an iron spear with a fierce grace point, one of the hospital leaders muttered something about it being mere showmanship, only for Tang Ruofing to suddenly execute a swift maneuver, thrusting the spear into the basketball hoop, leaving a gaping hole in the metal frame. With another deft flick, she withdrew the spear, aiming it directly at the leader. Mere centimeters from his forehead, the leader was so startled that he wet his pants on the spot, reportedly requesting a transfer shortly thereafter due to the humiliation. That single incident elevated Tang Ruofing to the status of a formidable presence within the hospital. Upon encountering Tang Ruofing, two individuals were filled with a mix of surprise and delight. The delight stemmed from the realization that Tang Ruofing was affiliated with the hospital. Hers was the allegiance of kin. The surprise arose from the concern that the person who had fallen from the building might somehow be connected to her. Would they, too, find themselves at risk of being flung from the heights by Tang Ruofing? One of them, in a moment of panic, hastily stuffed the cookie he was holding into his pocket. "Who are you?" Tang Ruofing inquired. I'm Zhang Miao from the logistics office, and this is Chun Shang, a colleague of your father's." Zhang Miao mentioned Tang Ruofing's father in hopes of garnering some favor. Indeed, Tang Ruofing lowered her guard, though her expression remained inscrutable as she nodded in acknowledgement. "Ruofing, are you also seeking something to eat? Perhaps we could form a team. We could protect you," Zhang Miao suggested, though he himself found the proposition hard to believe. But in the face of survival, pride held little weight. Seeing that Tang Ruofing neither rejected nor accepted his offer, he took it as tacit approval and quickly beckoned Chen Sheng to follow, offering suggestions along the way. "Ruofing, let us head to the 5th floor. There were people there when we arrived. Surely there will be food." "I do not rob the living," Tang Ruofing replied coolly, prompting Zhang Miao to exclaim with joy, "Not the living." I peered through the door and saw zombies inside. 5 minutes later, the trio descended to the 5th floor. Tang Ruofing peered through the crack in the door and, indeed, spotted a couple, though they had already succumbed to the state of the undead. She gestured to Zhang Miao and Chun Shang, who promptly retreated 3 meters away. With a resounding kick, Tang Ruofing smashed the door open. The two zombies hesitated momentarily before lunging forward with a moan. Another 2 swift kicks sent them flying. With the immediate threat neutralized, Zhang Miao and Chun Shang rushed inside to scavenge. Soon, they unearthed all the edible items within the apartment. Half a bag of rice, 3 packs of instant noodles, half a package of sausages, a cup of fragrant milk tea, a leftover piece of chocolate, half a bucket of oil, and a handful of noodles. "Ruofing, shall we divide these provisions?" Zhang Miao and Chun Shang exchanged glances, neither daring to bring up the topic of distribution, silently hoping Tang Ruofing would allot them a generous share. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Ruofing had no inclination to cook, rendering rice and oil useless to her. She nodded, surveyed the items, then took 2 bags of instant noodles, half a pack of sausages, the milk tea, and half a chocolate bar, departing without uttering a single word. Overjoyed, the duo realized that with the remaining half bag of rice and noodles, they could stretch their supplies for at least another fortnight. Sensing a stroke of fortune, they decided to follow Tang Ruofing, hoping she would discover more delectable fare. To their surprise, however, after taking her share, Tang Ruofing headed straight home. Gritting their teeth, they resolved that returning home was better than leaving empty-handed, especially since the streets were rife with danger. Many were on the hunt for food, while others lay in wait for those fortunate enough to find it, ready to seize their bounty. "Ruofing, let us accompany you home. We can protect you along the way," Zhang Miao and Chun Shang shamelessly called out once more. Chapter 50. A meeting of adversaries. The trio made their way back to the family housing compound of the hospital. Just as they were about to part ways, Zhang Miao glanced upward and was met with the sight of the dog master lounging on the balcony of the 3rd floor. His eyes widened in astonishment. Ruofing, we'll accompany you upstairs. Didn't you say you lived in the back storage?" She replied, "It's all right that you're a girl, and it's too dangerous to be alone. We'll escort you upstairs before departing." Zhang Miao quickly explained. Once they reached the 3rd floor, he attempted to enter her home, but Tang Ruofing shot him a frosty glare before firmly shutting the door. "Damn it," Zhang Miao muttered under his breath. Chen Shang, puzzled, inquired after they descended, "What was that about? Why did you insist on going up to the 3rd floor? I saw your neck stretching long, as if you wanted to enter her home. What is the meaning of that?" Take a look." Zhang Miao grinned and pointed upward, causing Chun Sheng to lose his composure as well. "A dog. It's a dog. How could she have a dog?" Who knows? Perhaps her sister, Tang Ruoxue, found it somewhere. Zhang Miao speculated, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Old Chun, how about some dog meat? Are you sug indeed? Dear sister, they were not truly seeking you that I stumbled upon them while visiting our father in the morgue. Initially mistaking them for ill-intentioned individuals, I even struck the plump brother with a stick. Under the auspices of Tang Ruoxue, the two factions finally lowered their guard. Once everyone settled down, Tang Ruofing recalled the matter at hand and retrieved half a chocolate bar from her pocket, offering it to her sister. Xiaoxue, look what I found for you to enjoy. She anticipated that her sister would display immense delight upon seeing the chocolate, perhaps even leaping towards her. However, the response was starkly different. Wow, sister, you're amazing. Although Tang Ruoxue's words were overly complimentary, her actions were distinctly lackluster. She didn't even take the half-chocolate it wasn't that she didn't appreciate it, but rather that she simply couldn't eat another morsel at that moment. Earlier, she and Wang Fan had indulged in roasted chicken, roasted duck, and king crab for lunch, and after their nap, they had devoured watermelon with spoons while also sipping champagne and snacking on popcorn. Now, all that Tang Ruoxue desired was to rush to the restroom. What's wrong? No longer fond of chocolate. No, 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 sister, I will eat it. With no other option, Tang Ruoxue reluctantly accepted the chocolate and took a bite. Burp! Just as she finished her first bite, she let out a hearty belch, leading Tang Ruofing to mistakenly believe she was still hungry. Xiaoxue, are you starving? I took far too long to find food today. But fear not, I have unearthed an abundance of provisions. Look, ham sausages, with a shelf life of 2 more months. I'll give you all 5. You can have one each day, even before finishing the chocolate. Another ham sausage was thrust into her hands, nearly bringing Tang Ruoxue to tears. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. While she was occupied with the sausage, her sister brewed a cup of milk tea. Xiaoxue, look, your favorite milk tea. Chapter 51. Walking into the trap after ensuring Xiaoxue had finished her meal, Tang Ruofing stood up and began preparing instant noodles for herself, casting a cold glance at Wang Fan and the plump brother as she spoke. Although it was wrong of me to take your crystal cores, if you wish to eat, you must find your own means. The food in my home is not plentiful. The plump brother, fuming with rage, contemplated striking someone, but Wang Fan calmly restrained him, waving his hand. No worries. We're not hungry right now. You go ahead and eat without concern for us. Observing Tang Ruofing slurping her noodles at the coffee table, Wang Fan picked up the packaging of the instant noodles, prompting Tang Ruofing to instinctively guard her bowl. If you want instant noodles, go find your own. Wang Fan chuckled, raising the packaging. I'm not eating instant noodles. They unhealthy. I merely wanted to remind you that your noodles are expired. Disregarding it? Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoxue felt a pang of sympathy. Her sister had been scavenging for food, always leaving the better portions for herself. While Tang Ruoxue either ate expired items or endured hunger, she longed to inform her sister that Wang Fan had provisions, but he had previously advised her to remain silent, and they had even disposed of the remnants of their meals with great care, opening the windows to air out the scents. When Tang Ruofing finished eating and was about to sip her soup, there was a knock at the door. Tang Ruoxue rose to open it, revealing Zhang Miao and Chun Shangdada. It's Xiaoxue. Thanks to your sister's protection this afternoon, we managed to return safely. We happened upon some beverages in the basement of the nearby Jiayan community and brought them for you and your sister as a token of gratitude. Zhang Miao lifted a bottle of red tea, attempting to enter, but Tang Ruofing shot a glance at the doorway, causing him to retract his foot. Done about you all continue with your activities. If you need any assistance in the future, just come to the storage room. Zhang Miao awkwardly chuckled as he retreated and closed the door behind him. Once downstairs, Chen Shang grew anxious, grabbing Zhang Miao's sleeve. We agreed to infiltrate and wait for them to consume the drinks. I exchanged 3 pounds of rice for those beverages. What if she discards them? Zhang Miao rolled his eyes and muttered, Look at you. Did you not see Tang Ruofing's expression earlier? It would be a miracle if she accepted the drinks. Let alone let us inside. After a brief pause, he added, But don't worry. Beverages are currently scarce resources. Once the sisters obtain them, they'll surely drink them immediately. At that point, we can break in, and then. Upon closing the door, Tang Ruoxue glanced at the red tea. Certain she could not consume a single drop, she handed it to her sister, Tang Ruofing, who was just enjoying a spicy beef instant noodle. Without a second thought, she accepted the red tea and gulped down half the bottle, exclaiming in satisfaction, The sight made Dog Brother shake his head, covering his eyes in disbelief. After cleaning up the table's debris and finishing her soup, Tang Ruofing turned her attention to Wang Fan and the plump brother. "Aren't you leaving yet?" The implication was unmistakable. Wang Fan sighed, exchanged glances with the plump brother, and they bid farewell to Dog Brother and Tang Ruoxue before departing. However, they were now officially homeless. Having nowhere to go, as they exited the room, Dog Brother quietly remarked, "We'll temporarily stay in a room on the second floor. This foolish woman has fallen into a trap. Later, I'll give you a chance for a heroic rescue." The second floor room had already been ransacked. The door was ajar, and the interior was empty, with belongings strewn haphazardly across the floor. Wang Fan and the plump brother struggled to comprehend the situation. They overheard Zhang Miao and Chun Sheng whispering in the hallway, "Do you think the effects have kicked in yet? Rest assured, with the dosage we administered, even if she were a martial artist, she could take down an elephant. That's good." Back when I worked in the hospital, I thought Tang Ruoxue was tempting, with her delicate skin and figure. She's at least a fine, I'll indulge you. I'll take the fierce and cold Tang Ruofeng. I enjoy that kind of thrill. As they conversed, they ascended to the third floor, and soon the door was pried open. How did you get in?" Tang Ruoxue gasped in shock upon seeing the intruders. She tried to call for her sister, but Tang Ruofeng lay asleep on the table, unresponsive to her calls. "Xiaoxue, don't be afraid. Uncle is here to protect you." "Yes, Uncle Chin is here to safeguard your sister. Tonight, we shall all be one family. Ha ha ha." Just as Tang Ruoxue was on the verge of peril, the security doors swung open once more. "Brother Fan, Brother Pang, save me." Tang Ruoxue turned to see her salvation. At the doorway, Wang Fan and the plump brother stood like towering pillars, with Dog Brother leading the charge. Zhang Miao brandished a dagger, swallowing hard as he threatened the two. "Leave the dog behind. You two get out of here." Chen Shang echoed his sentiments, but before their words had faded, the plump brother swung his wolf-toothed club, catching Zhang Miao off guard as he ducked. While Chun Sheng was sent flying, crashing into the balcony railing, shattering the window glass, Zhang Miao, still bent low, was kicked away by the plump brother, and with another swing of the club, the floor beneath him shattered into pieces. "Brother, brother, spare me, spare me. I was wrong, I was wrong," he cried. Dodging the club's relentless onslaught, he attempted to evade the plump brother, but, upon seeing Wang Fan wielding a lengthy dagger, he dashed further inside that moment. The plump brother lunged, stabbing Zhang Miao in the arm, driving the blade deep into his heart. Instantly, Zhang Miao's body turned a deep shade of purple, and he could only let out a few agonized cries before collapsing to the ground, twitching in agony. But the ordeal was not yet over. The plump brother hoisted Zhang Miao as if he were a mere rag doll and unceremoniously hurled him off the balcony, then repeated the action with the lifeless Chen Sheng. "All done. It's over." The plump brother chuckled as he wiped the blood from his hands with a napkin. Tang Ruoxue trembled in fear. Wang Fan checked on the still slumbering Tang Ruofeng, reassuring Tang Ruoxue. "Don't worry. Your sister drank a beverage laced with a sleeping agent. She'll be fine after a nap." Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoxue grew anxious. But an overdose of sleeping pills can be fatal. "It's all my fault. I gave the drink to my sister." "Relax. Your sister is an awakener, and at the very least, she's at level 5. She'll be just fine," Wang Fan added, turning to Dog Brother. "We owe you a great deal, for without you, we might have been oblivious to these two plotting something." Dog Brother rolled his eyes. "I couldn't care less about their schemes, but these two fools were far too arrogant, thinking they could use me for their hot pot." Chapter 52. Plans and Duels. The group soon tidied up the room and settled down to sleep until dawn. Indeed, as the first light broke, Tang Ruofeng rose, and after listening to her sister's account, she remained eerily calm, saying nothing. She donned her trench coat and descended, dragging the bodies of the two intruders directly to the morgue, as if providing her father with a meager meal. Upon returning to the room, Tang Ruofeng's demeanor toward Wang Fan and the plump brother shifted. Although she did not directly apologize for seizing their crystal cores, she at least initiated conversation while preparing breakfast. "Would you prefer spicy beef noodles or pickled vegetables?" To her surprise, not only did Wang Fan and the plump brother shake their heads, but Tang Ruoxue followed suit. "No need for formality. You eat first, we'll have ours later," Wang Fan replied with a smile. When Tang Ruofeng finally began to eat, Wang Fan stepped into the kitchen and soon, a myriad of dishes was presented. Beggar's chicken, roasted duck, braised pork. Wang Fan had even specially prepared snail noodles for Tang Ruoxue, fragrant yet pungent. Gazing at the delectable spread before her, Tang Ruofing's eyes widened in astonishment. That moment, she was cradling a bowl, savoring the last remnants of instant noodle soup, and was even contemplating licking the bowl clean. You all, this? The scene before her left Tang Ruofing utterly flabbergasted. She vividly recalled seeing an empty kitchen just moments ago. Yet here lay the steaming beggar's chicken and roasted duck. What was happening? Tang Ruoxue, having received Wang Fan's consent, chuckled as she explained to her sister, Sister, Brother Fan is quite remarkable. He is a magician, capable of conjuring various things. Just yesterday, he even transformed my meal into king crab and champagne. Yesterday? You had king crab yesterday? Tang Ruofing exclaimed in surprise, only to have her expression darkened. No wonder when I brought you chocolate and sausages. You devoured them as if they were medicine. Turns out you'd already indulged in something exquisite. Before she could finish her thought, her younger sister Tang Ruoxue had caught on, immediately glancing shyly at Wang Fan. Wang Fan chuckled and interjected, Xiaofeng, it's not that we were withholding food from you that we had just met yesterday. Even if I had offered you something, your wariness would have likely prevented you from accepting it. This sentiment held truth. After all, one would seldom accept food from a stranger on the street, and there was a 99 chance of discarding it. The remaining one, akin to the naive and sweet-hearted Tang Ruoxue, would simply take it and exclaim how delicious it was. Thus, Wang Fan had cleverly navigated the personalities of the two sisters. Given that he feared her suspicion yesterday, what could he possibly fear today? Tang Ruofing scoffed, seemingly displeased with Wang Fan for deliberately allowing her to consume instant noodles, yet she refrained from voicing her discontent. Indeed, Wang Fan offered his own explanation. The world has descended into chaos. Resources are exceedingly scarce, and as the saying goes, even the landlord's family has no surplus grain. I am under no obligation to provide free meals for your sister, nor am I obliged to serve you a portion. You should know that if these dishes were tossed onto the street, they would incite a fray among hundreds. State your intentions directly. There's no need for circumlocution. Haha, my intentions are quite simple. Wang Fan smiled, glancing at Tang Ruoxue, and then at Tang Ruofing before continuing. I wish for both of you sisters. Go heed my guidance. Shameless. Tang Ruofing sprang up from the table, brandishing a whip with a crack. Ready to strike. Wang Fan gulped, hastily gesturing for her to pause. Wait. You've misunderstood. What I meant was I want you both to come with me. Is that not the same? Seeking death, Tang Ruofing, clad in sportswear with her ponytail swinging, raised the whip in an aggressive stance. Wang Fan, nearly exasperated, quickly added, It's not what you think. What I mean is that I need your sister. No, I need a doctor. Are you ill? No, I'm not ill. Here's the thing. Wang Fan proceeded to elaborate on the situation in Xianyang village. Visibly relieved, the rotund fellow had long harbored a desire to confront Tang Ruofing, driven by an unquenchable thirst for vengeance over the theft of his crystal core. Soon, both factions ascended to the rooftop, where the stout man brandished his wolf-toothed club, while Tang Ruofing unsheathed the whip from her waist. With a swift flick, the whip lashed out like a bolt of lightning, hurtling toward the stout man's chest. The whip seemed to possess a certain sentience, undulating like a black serpent poised to strike. When it struck the stout man, he merely swayed slightly and let out a sinister chuckle. Well done. Despite his burly appearance, the stout man was far from foolish. As the whip approached, he neither dodged nor flinched, instead seizing the whip with one hand and yanking it with force. Tang Ruofing, caught off guard from 3 meters away, was nearly sent tumbling down, had she not swiftly regained her balance. The ensuing skirmish grew increasingly entertaining. The stout man's thick skin rendered him impervious to pain. Fortified by the formidable black scales that adorned his body. In contrast, Tang Ruofing moved with the grace of a swallow, often evading him just as he closed in. After more than 20 minutes of combat, neither party could gain the upper hand. Growing impatient, Dog Brother leaped into action, unleashing 2 arcs of electricity that shot toward the stout man and Tang Ruofing. With a resounding crack, both emitted anguished cries as they collapsed to the ground. Dog Brother, with an air of authority, turned and declared, Enough! The battle is over. I am the boss. He glanced at Wang Fan, who had been officiating, and Wang Fan instantly transformed into a sycophant, sheepishly exclaiming, "Hee hee, Dog Brother speaks the truth. Dog Brother is formidable." Returning to the room, Wang Fan resumed a serious demeanor and inquired earnestly of Tang Ruofeng, "From what I observed during your fight, it seems you lack any supernatural abilities?" "What are supernatural abilities?" Tang Ruofeng countered, leaving Wang Fan momentarily flummoxed. Meanwhile, the stout man, nearly apoplectic with rage, pointed an accusatory finger at Tang Ruofeng and yelled, "Are you insane? How could you steal my crystal core without any powers?" "Where is my crystal core?" "Crystal core? It's gone." "How could it possibly be gone? You aren't a supernatural being, so you shouldn't even need a crystal core. Tang Ruofeng raised her hand, somewhat at a loss for words. And after a lengthy explanation, the others finally grasped the situation. It turned out to be an enormous misunderstanding. After the apocalypse struck, Tang Ruofeng's school was located adjacent to Xianyang University, where she too had found herself trapped in an illusion. Though she was reckless, she could not escape the illusion on her OW, and it was only after Wang Fan set fire to a large willow tree that she managed to break free. Her immediate intention upon escaping was to return home and check on her father and sister. However, upon passing by Xianyang University, she unexpectedly encountered a group of individuals gathered around the willow tree, particularly noting the stout man brandishing a gleaming gemstone. Under the impression that they were a destructive faction responsible for the deaths at the school, and worried for her family, she impulsively seized the gemstone they had just obtained. To her astonishment, the moment it was in her grasp, it vanished without a trace. Afterward, she had little time to dwell on the matter. Upon returning home, she discovered her father had transformed into a zombie, and her sister was trapped inside the house. The hospital had devolved into chaos. Thus, she began to clear the surrounding zombies and assist her sister in searching for food. Chapter 54. The need for a doctor listening to him was akin to hearing a profound truth. Wang Fan was momentarily stunned. "Why, you're saying you aren't a supernatural being, yet you can absorb crystal cores?" He turned to Dog Brother, who shook his head. "She speaks the truth. However, being able to absorb crystal cores certainly indicates she possesses some form of supernatural ability. She may just be unaware of what powers she has awakened." Upon hearing this, Wang Fan recalled that such situations were not uncommon in the past. Abilities often manifested as a result of mutations and were akin to innate talents. It did not imply that one would know they were a supernatural being the moment the apocalypse began, nor would they necessarily know the nature of their abilities. This was not a fantasy novel filled with prodigies. Thus, in later stages, many small groups would scour the world for ordinary individuals, attempting to have them absorb crystal cores in hopes of identifying those who had awakened abilities but were unaware of them, thereby integrating them into their teams. They even coined a rather appealing term for such endeavors: awakening intelligence. With this in mind, Wang Fan nodded, seemingly resolute, and addressed Tang Ruofeng. "Try entering a meditative state and envision yourself controlling this nail clipper." "Huh?" Tang Ruofeng regarded Wang Fan as though he were mad, yet she followed his suggestion nonetheless. The nail clipper on the table remained motionless, with everyone watching Tang Ruofeng anxiously. Suddenly, two peculiar sounds echoed, causing the stout man to leap to his feet in excitement, while Tang Ruofeng awkwardly scratched her head. "Hee hee, my apologies, I'm a bit hungry." The crowd fainted. Subsequently, Wang Fan guided Tang Ruofeng through a series of tests for speed, strength, illusions, flight, earth burrowing, invisibility, and other supernatural abilities, all of which ended in failure. Was it possible she truly had no abilities at all? The stout man began to lose his composure, but Wang Fan shook his head, reassuring him in the previous life, the ability tests were comprehensive and could take at least 3 days to complete. "We must be patient." The test continued, but more pressing matters awaited them. After a day of searching, Teacher Lu had gathered all the residents of the apartment building at the entrance. "I heard there's someone who can provide us with food. I wonder if it's true that I don't know. My family has run out of supplies. If we can't find food soon, we'll starve. I've been surviving on glucose from the hospital's pharmacy for days. If rescue doesn't arrive, we're all doomed." "Stop being foolish. There's no rescue now. My son drove away to escape half a month ago. But after traveling over 300 kilometers, he found nothing but zombies. Thankfully, he returned alive." As murmurs rippled through the crowd, Wang Fan emerged, prompting immediate silence as all eyes turned toward him. "Hello everyone, my name is Wang Fan." This introduction, rather innocuous at first, quickly spiraled into trouble when a young man excitedly pointed at him, exclaiming, "I know him. He's the celebrity Wang Fan." Initially, Wang Fan felt a sense of pride at being recognized. But the young man's next remark sent a chill down his spine. "No wonder he claims to have food. I've seen the news. This Wang Fan sold the rights and hoarded over 10 billion in supplies. We should rob him, and then we'll have all the food we need." One statement ignited a wave of fervor, and soon enough, under the temptation of food, the crowd began to respond. Unfortunately, as soon as someone spoke up, the stout man lunged forward, plunging his dagger into the young man's heart. The crowd erupted in chaos. Murder. As panic ensued, Wang Fan brandished a loudspeaker. "I am here to help you. Yet upon my arrival, he seeks to rob me. You tell me, does he deserve to die? If anyone is unwilling to accept my assistance, they may leave now. I shall not hinder you," as he set down the loudspeaker. Although the crowd remained agitated, not a single person departed. After all, a single grain of rice could prolong a person's life for another day, and as the saying goes, better to live poorly than to die well. No one wished for death. Once silence returned, Wang Fan continued, "I must tell you the truth. The entire world has entered an apocalyptic era. Do not harbor fantasies of seeking refuge with distant relatives, nor imagine that escaping abroad will guarantee safety. Now, the entire world is the same. What does this mean? Simply put, due to the paralysis of communication and transportation, everyone has become like frogs in a well, perceiving only their immediate surroundings and unaware of the outside world. Thus, for a long time after the apocalypse began, many people were not in despair, but rather filled with hope. They believed that rescue would inevitably come. If rescue did not arrive, they would find ways to drive on highways and escape to other places. If there was nowhere to go, they would simply drive longer, planning to escape abroad, convinced that safety awaited them there. Wang Fan's words did not resonate with everyone. Some astute individuals believed they were clever and that Wang Fan was mistaken. Now that many had experienced the hardships of the apocalypse, especially those who had likely run out of food, what should they do? The solution was simple: "Because I have the food you seek." After a brief pause, Wang Fan continued, "However, there is no such thing as a free lunch that I require a team of doctors. So that any doctors among you may join me in a safe place where you will be well cared for. Doctors, step to the left." No sooner had he spoken than the crowd began to stir. And within moments, over 100 individuals, nearly 90, had moved to the left. The remaining few exchanged glances, feeling foolish, as if they had been deceived. Consequently, some began to report, "Leader, he is not even from the hospital." The man being pointed at was a rotund, middle-aged fellow who immediately became flustered upon hearing the accusation. But this was only the beginning, as others continued to call out, "And he isn't from the hospital either." Furthermore, the entire family, are not affiliated with the hospital. The residence in the family dormitory was purchased by them. How to articulate this? It is as if everyone perishes together, which poses no issue. However, if I were to die and you escape, that is unacceptable, absolutely intolerable. I must hinder your progress, even if just slightly. Hence, there exists a saying, "It is not the scarcity that troubles us but the inequity." Chapter 55, A Plea for Assistance. Nevertheless, this is precisely the effect Wang Fan desired. He did not recognize who the doctors were. Tang Ruoshu had only been interning for 3 months and could not identify them all, and Tang Ruofeng was even less familiar. Thus, to identify the genuine doctors, it was essential to compel these individuals to come forward and report each other. Soon, after numerous reports from eager members of the public, the authentic doctors were filtered out, totaling merely 25 individuals. I wish to take my child. Lu, the teacher at the forefront, awkwardly addressed Wang Fan, followed by others who began to plead as well. "May I bring my wife along? I wish to take my parents with me. I have children too." Wang Fan raised his hand, signaling for silence. "Everyone, listen to me. Bringing family members is permissible, but there are corresponding conditions." Subsequently, Wang Fan elucidated the specific rules. First, each doctor is permitted to bring family members. They may even bring unfamiliar strangers. Upon hearing this, the recently dismissed overweight middle-aged man immediately turned to one of the doctors. "Brother, you'd take me along. I have a car. I'll give you my house. I have money. Is 1 million enough? 2 million would work too." Yet, the doctor merely regarded him with indifference, too apathetic even to respond. At this juncture, cars and houses could not even trade for a cup of instant noodles. If you desire a house, simply find any neighborhood and use a crowbar to break in. One could occupy a different residence each day. Money was rendered useless, as even with wealth, there was nowhere to spend it. Furthermore, Wang Fan soon articulated the second condition, further solidifying the conviction among others not to bring strangers. Second, we provide food for the doctors based on their numbers. In simpler terms, as long as one is a doctor. They receive food rations without participating in labor, but those brought by doctors must bear their own food costs. Third, everyone must understand, once you go, you cannot leave at will. Fourth, those who agree to accompany me must unconditionally obey my commands. Upon finishing the last point, an older doctor furrowed his brow and voiced his concerns. Unconditional obedience to you. Are you sending us to our deaths? Must we perish as well? You need doctors. We need to eat. This is merely an employer-employee relationship, I believe. Little did he know. Wang Fan smirked mockingly. I do not care for your beliefs. I care for my own. You are free not to go. No one is forcing you. He then turned to address everyone. As I stated at the outset, I will reiterate here. If anyone does not wish to go, do not feel compelled. For those who wish to join, I hope you think it through. Do not negotiate conditions with me, nor bring up trivial notions of freedom and democracy. Remember, I have choices. You do not have any. Subsequently, these 25 doctors brought along their family members or well-connected friends. Totaling 46 individuals, remember, tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. All 46 of you must gather here. As for luggage, please minimize what you bring or only carry simple food items. With a commanding word from Wang Fan, those selected rejoiced, while those not chosen were reluctant to relinquish their hopes for survival so easily. Leader, do we not need others apart from doctors? I am the hospital's security guard. I can serve as security there too. An elderly man with unkempt facial hair stubbornly made a fist, seemingly attempting to showcase his biceps to Wang Fan, only to exert himself too much and lose his dentures, while retrieving them from the floor. His vision was not quite clear, and ultimately, it was Tang Ruoxue who assisted him. She cast a pleading glance at Wang Fan, who shook his head regretfully. That I wish to take everyone along, but even if I did, they would starve. Not only would they starve, but they would also likely cause problems for others. At this moment, Tang Ruoxue approached, nodding in agreement. Wang Fan is correct. Xianyang village currently cannot accommodate too many people. If too many go, internal conflicts will arise due to uneven distribution or insufficient rations. However, Tang Ruoxue gazed at the old security guard, feeling a pang of sympathy. Tang Ruoxue patted her shoulder and sighed. I know your heart is kind, but to show compassion for others requires one to be strong enough. Otherwise, such compassion is rendered meaningless. The crowd soon dispersed, and Wang Fan looked up at the hospital building, calling out to Tang Ruoxue, who was ascending the stairs. Hey, where is the hospital's pharmacy located? It's on the second floor. Why do you ask? Tang Ruoxue pointed to the building across. Wang Fan smiled and waved his hand, walking away while saying, Oh, nothing, just going to use the restroom. After everyone had departed, Wang Fan stealthily ascended to the second floor, the so-called pharmacy of this hospital. Typically, the process for medication entering a hospital is as follows. First, it is delivered by pharmaceutical companies. Once the drugs arrive at the pharmacy, they are then distributed to various hospital pharmacies. Wang Fan had come here with the intention of acquiring items at zero cost. Although his storage space contained ample supplies, one should not pass up a free opportunity. Thus, under the pretense of using the restroom, he executed a thorough plundering of the entire pharmacy. After completing this, he ventured into the hospital's inpatient department, collecting whatever medications and supplies he encountered, indiscriminately stashing everything into his storage space, even seizing hospital beds. Upon returning to Tang Ruoxue's home on the third floor, he was still concocting excuses for taking too long in the restroom when he opened the door to find three unfamiliar individuals seated in the living room, a middle-aged couple and a boy of about 14 or 15 years, clad in a school uniform. Upon Wang Fan's return, Tang Ruoxue, as though she had found a savior, immediately rushed to greet him. Oh, you have finally returned. What is it? Wang Fan inquired curiously, glancing at the three individuals on the sofa. With Tang Ruoxue's explanation, Wang Fan finally comprehended the situation, though he could not help but reveal a wry smile. It seems that, regardless of the circumstances, it is customary for people to seek backdoor favors. Even in the apocalypse, This holds true. Tio put it simply. These three have come to request that Tang Ruoxue and Tang Ruofing assist them in taking the backdoor route. Brother Fan, if it is not too much trouble, could you please take them along? Uncle Liang may not be affiliated with the hospital, but he is a good person. He has helped our family many times in the past and has the best relationship with my father. When my sister and I were in school, my father was occupied with surgeries and could not pick us up. Uncle Yang was the one who took care of us. Seeing that Wang Fan remained silent, Tang Ruoxue continued to plead, but Uncle Yang was the first to grasp his wife's hand and kneel before Wang Fan. Leader, my wife and I do not wish to add to your troubles. We only request that you take our son with you when you leave. Although he is not a doctor, he is quite clever and might be of assistance to you. Chapter 56. The village's current situation. Wang Fan still did not utter a word, and Tang Ruofing finally could not contain herself, huffing before speaking. Did you not say that doctors can bring their families? Let us consider Uncle Liang's family as our own. You need not worry about their food and drink. That should suffice, right? Haha, that will not be necessary. Wang Fan chuckled, then helped Uncle Liang to his feet, inquiring, earlier, Xiaoxua mentioned that both of you work at the hospital. Are you the hospital's gardener? Yes, I am the gardener, responsible for the hospital's greenery. My wife works in the hospital cafeteria, preparing meals for them. That is acceptable. The two of you are useful and can be accepted separately. But your son can only be considered a family member and will not partake in the distribution of resources unless he can exist as an independent laborer. Uncle Liang was taken aback, but quickly realized and excitedly expressed his gratitude. All right. Thank you, leader. Thank you. Currently, Xianyang village operates under a collective production system, an unfortunate necessity. The majority of those previously sent were students, 90 of whom had no knowledge of labor and were unfamiliar with cooking. Some of whom even lacked basic household skills. Therefore, this time, apart from absorbing specialized talents, Wang Fan must also recruit a small number of other members. Once all arrangements were made, numerous individuals came knocking on Tang Ruoxue's door that evening. Seeking to leverage connections, yet despite their thick skins, Tang Ruoxue and Tang Ruofing did not dare approach Wang Fan. Until the next morning at 8, the 46 assembled individuals, along with Uncle Yang's family of 3, all boarded the heavy-duty truck. To ensure their comfort, Tang Ruoxue laid thick blankets in the truck bed. She and her sister were assigned seats at the front. Just before departure, Tang Ruofing changed into a leather jacket, her ponytail giving her a notably capable appearance. She glanced back at the hospital, her expression complex. Do you miss your father? Wang Fan inquired gently, to which Tang Ruofing did not respond, merely nodding slightly before gracefully boarding the truck. In an effort to lighten the mood, once aboard, Wang Fan looked at her and asked with a smile, "What will you do if you need to use the restroom while wearing that jumpsuit?" The only response he received was a curt, clean-cut, and emphatic, "Roll, hold on tight. We are off," the portly man shouted, and the vehicle roared back to life. Amidst the rumbling sounds, these individuals embarked on the train of life, heading towards a new homeland. The gathering was rather large, and Fatty drove slowly. By the time dusk fell, everyone finally arrived at Xianyang village. Upon learning that a multitude of doctors had been dispatched this time, village chief Taizhan was understandably overjoyed. Especially since there had been indigenous women nearing childbirth in the village. He had been troubled about where they would give birth. Now, with 5 obstetricians and gynecologists available, complete with medical instruments, everything seemed to be falling into place. The arrival of new faces in the village brought delight to the others as well. Theo welcomed them. A grand ceremony was organized in their honor. The night passed without incident. The following day, as Wang Fan awoke from his slumber, Professor Zhang eagerly rushed over, holding a single egg aloft. Look! Our hen has laid an egg." Wang Fan recoiled slightly at the sight of the egg, which was merely a centimeter from his nose and still smeared with chicken droppings. "Professor Zhang, is it really necessary to be so excited over just one egg? This is not merely an egg. This is the very first egg produced since our arrival in Xianyang village. Isn't it still just an egg? What's the difference?" Professor Zhang excitedly thumped his chest. "Of course, there is a difference. This is an egg from chickens raised in a factory farming style, which not only grow rapidly but also yield a high production of eggs. Do you know how many eggs we have harvested today? How many? 83. That's not a lot. I remember we released over 1,000 chicks, right? These were acquired at no cost from a nearby chicken farm the day after arriving at Xianyang village." Professor Zhang waved his hand dismissively, sensing that he was speaking to someone who did not grasp the significance. This is merely the first batch. Although the quantity is modest, its importance is immense. This means that starting today, Xianyang village will soon no longer have to worry about a shortage of eggs. Oh, Wang Fan responded, suddenly understanding the implications. He had not left any food or drink for Xianyang village before departing. Let alone meat, it wasn't due to stinginess. He simply recognized that with so many people, no matter how much meat was left, it would eventually be consumed. If they wished to eat meat, they would ultimately have to solve that issue themselves. Consequently, for over a month, everyone in Xianyang village had subsisted almost entirely on a vegetarian diet. During this time, the villagers had gazed longingly at the chicks in the chicken farm. Now that eggs were available and in abundance, they could at least enhance their quality of life, even if it did not equate to meat. All right, let us discuss serious matters. How has the village fared these past few days? Wang Fan inquired, pushing aside the egg to question Professor Zhang. The professor nodded and took a seat across from him. Expressing his excitement, "To be candid, your assessment is accurate. Xianyang village is indeed very backward. The villagers neglect personal hygiene, have low levels of education, and lack medical care. When children fall ill, they typically just endure it." The former village chief, that would be Taizhan's father, had a rudimentary understanding of traditional Chinese medicine and could treat minor ailments with herbal remedies. Nowadays, getting sick is quite troublesome. Minor illnesses often escalate into serious conditions, especially for pregnant women. Without a midwife, they are reluctant to conceive, fearing a tragedy could ensue. After a pause, Professor Zhang leaned closer to Wang Fan and whispered, "These days, couples in the village are sleeping apart out of fear of pregnancy. Weren't their midwives before? Don't even mention it. Midwives are a thing of the past. Villagers would go to the health clinic in town to give birth. But with the current situation, there isn't anyone at the clinic. Thankfully, you brought back doctors. Otherwise, if we had delayed another half-month, there would likely have been more fatalities in the village." After saying this, both men sighed in unison. After a moment, Professor Zhang produced a hand-rolled cigarette and lit it. Wang Fan was taken aback. "Oh dear, I haven't seen you smoke before. When did you pick up this habit?" Exhaling a smoke ring, Professor Zhang offered a weary smile. "What can I say? Back in school, I taught physics, but now I've become a jack of all trades. These dozen or so students know nothing and require my guidance on everything. To be honest, it's exhausting." Wang Fan had not noticed before, but upon closer inspection, he realized that Professor Zhang had indeed aged considerably in just over a month. But what? Wang Fan inquired, as Professor Zhang hesitated for a moment before continuing. "But the physical exhaustion pales in comparison to the mental fatigue. Many of these students are still struggling to adapt to life here, constantly clamoring to return home, particularly that one named Ming. He is driving me to distraction." Chapter 57. A lesson learned. Professor Zhang spent the entire morning rambling on, and then he took Wang Fan around to inspect several greenhouses and farms. "With the feed you provided, we should be able to harvest our livestock in 2 to 3 months to that time. We can allocate as needed, some for breeding, some for meat, significantly improving the village's diet. The crops in the greenhouses should be ready around the same time, and with the farmland allocated to us, we're planting wheat and potatoes, and they're growing quite well." Though everything was still in its infancy, under Professor Zhang's diligent management, progress was being made. Crops provided fundamental sustenance, and the climate here was suitable for 2 planting seasons. Once the wheat was harvested, corn could be sown. Given that Wang Fan had stockpiled a considerable amount of quality seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides, they could expect a yield of about 1,200 gene per mu. This meant that as long as they could endure until the first wheat harvest, they would have at least 40,000 to 60,000 gene of flour, enough to ensure nobody would starve. Simultaneously, in other parts of the mountains, Professor Zhang and Wang Fan were also breeding pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, and various fruits and vegetables in the greenhouses. In half a year, Xianyang village would not only be self-sufficient in grains, but would also have an abundance of meat, fruits, and vegetables. The greatest challenge at present was manpower. The villagers were doing the bulk of the labor, while the university students were incapable of lifting a finger as they walked. They discussed the future development of Xianyang village. "I originally planned to establish a school for the villagers, but it seems the pressure here is immense." "Not just immense, it is overwhelming," Professor Zhang replied, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Wang Fan nodded and sighed. "Well, let us take it one step at a time. They continued towards the village when Wang Fan spotted Uncle Yang at the roadside. Hoeing the ground, curiosity piqued, he approached and inquired, "Uncle Liang, what are you planting?" Uncle Liang paused his work, smiling as he gestured to the freshly planted area. "Hee, when I arrived, I pruned some rose cuttings from the hospital's flower bed. This is the perfect time for cuttings. With some free time today, I thought I'd plant them along the village road that they're easy to grow and flourish quickly. They should bloom by next April or May." "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Liang. It's no trouble, just my duty." Wang Fan smiled and was about to leave when Uncle Liang called him back. "What is it, Uncle Liang?" "Oh, I was just wondering. I heard you mention the greenhouses earlier. You still need additional hands. To be honest, I used to manage over 10 acres of greenhouses back home, growing all sorts of vegetables and fruits." "Really? That's wonderful," Wang Fan exclaimed, while Professor Zhang, who had remained silent, broke into a smile. Although he was a physics professor, he lacked expertise in greenhouse management. Now they had a knowledgeable insider. After bidding farewell to Uncle Yang, Wang Fan inspected the makeshift clinic. The building was simple, yet it was well equipped with various departments: pediatrics, obstetrics and gynecology, orthopedics, dermatology, neurology, and even a small pharmacy stocked with medications Wang Fan had acquired from the hospital, all with a shelf life of at least 2 years. The remaining medicines were stored in his space, which ignored expiration dates. Wang Fan cheerfully asked the doctors within, without any equipment, "How can you treat orthopedic cases here? Many machines from the hospital cannot be transported here due to power, network, and calibration issues." One doctor respectfully replied, "Brother Fan, while advanced tools like MRI and CT scans are beneficial for bone injuries, they are not absolutely necessary. We can treat common dislocations and fractures manually. Only severe injuries require further examination." "Hee, you're nearly 40, yet you still call me Brother Fan." The doctor sheepishly scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. "I see everyone else addresses you that way. So." Wang Fan shook his head with amusement, allowing it. Currently, Xianying village had received 2 groups of people, yet their attitudes towards Wang Fan were starkly different. The first group of university students was largely unhelpful, leaving behind leftovers and constantly complaining. Conversely, the medical staff from the hospital expressed their gratitude upon their arrival, with many moved to tears, while they did not sob uncontrollably. They cherished the stability and tranquility they had found. Perhaps this illustrated the difference between those who had faced the trials of society and those who had not. Wang Fan sighed, gesturing towards the distant hill. "Let us go check on our university students." Upon entering the greenhouse, he imagined the students would be bustling with activity, and indeed, they were. However, the work is solely performed by the indigenous villagers of Xianying village, and not a single university student is among them. In fact, Professor Zhang's wife, Wu Lily, is seen pulling weeds alongside her 2 children, Nyonyo and Xiaohua. Witnessing this scene, Wang Fan's smile immediately froze. He wished for someone to survive, but certainly not for those idle individuals who merely lay about, living off others. "Teacher Wu, where are the others?" "Oh, they..." Teacher Wu glanced awkwardly at Professor Zhang, who sighed and urged her, "Just speak honestly to AET this very moment." This group of university students, along with the female teacher Sun Qian, were comfortably seated in the courtyard of a mud house. They formed a circle, organizing a barbecue. A row of chicken legs was skewered on a metal rack, while several girls held wildflowers, weaving them into garlands, occasionally humming a tune. The only one who appeared slightly anxious was a short-haired girl sitting nearby. "Isn't it a bit wrong for us to do this?" she murmured softly. Li Ming, the student leading the group, dismissed her concerns with a wave of his hand while grilling the meat. "What are you afraid of? The village has thousands of chickens. Who would notice if a few went missing? We lock the door, and as long as we clean up after ourselves, there will be no consequences." At this, others immediately chimed in. "Exactly. We've worked for them for over a month. What's a few chickens? If we calculate it, given the wages we would earn in a factory, we would be owed tens of thousands by now. Can't we buy a few chickens? They're committing illegal detention. They say it's the end of the world. But who can prove it? I suspect we might have been drugged, and this is all just a hallucination." "I think so too. Just consider it. If it were truly the end of the world, why would they save us? Do you think that these people might be villains? I've heard of human traffickers who specifically..." "Enough. Who would human traffickers kidnap university students? Not necessarily. Perhaps they intend to sell our organs. Why else would they have fed us vegetarian meals for over a month? They must be trying to purge our bodies of toxins. The group continued to weave increasingly absurd theories. One imaginative young man proposed a bold hypothesis that surprisingly convinced others. I once watched an American drama where the protagonist's entire environment was fabricated. He was selected by a production team since birth, and all his relatives, friends, and teachers were actors. His every move was filmed. Therefore, I speculate that our current situation might be orchestrated by a production team, with the trend of outdoor adventure reality shows. Could Wang Fan, being a star, be behind this? Perhaps the zombies and killings are all part of the show, designed to make us believe it's real. Upon hearing this, others eagerly agreed. It's quite possible. I found it strange how a branch could come to life. Now I think it must be some bizarre prop from the production team. Right? I once saw a zombie smile. Surely, the actor couldn't hold back laughter. But for a show, there should be cameras. That's just it. Wang Fan is the main character. We wouldn't be worthy of cameras. Besides, if they wanted us to believe, any cameras would be hidden where we couldn't see them. Li Ming raised a grilled chicken leg to silence the group, scanning their faces before speaking. I understand your concerns. Whether you doubt the authenticity of the end of the world or worry about your families, or wish to join relatives, everyone wants to leave. I feel the same. Others nodded in agreement. Every day we're made to work. Who can stand it? Working is one thing, but we're fed nothing but porridge and noodles, without a trace of meat. I've long wanted to leave, but I'm too scared. Me too. That giant mosquito is terrifying. Li Ming waved his hand again. Don't worry. As long as we share the same goal. It's manageable that we don't need to run. They're making us work, right? If we refuse to cooperate and stop working and instead steal chickens to eat, what can they do to us? They'll surely let us leave peacefully. Boom! Before he could finish, the wooden door was forcefully kicked open. The group in the yard turned to see Wang Fan and Professor Zhang standing at the entrance, their faces paling like guilty children. Ah, you really thought this through, Wang Fan sneered, glancing at the fallen chicken legs, then continued with a hum. However, there's no need for such trouble. I've already stated I won't force anyone to stay. In fact, I would prefer if you all left, as your departure would save me a significant amount of food. Not to mention plenty of chickens. Professor Zhang looked at the chickens with a hint of sorrow. To him, they were not just chickens, but those capable of laying eggs. Are you serious? Li Ming asked coldly. Wang Fan nodded. Absolutely. You can leave right now. All right, we're leaving. Li Ming beckoned to everyone, and they scattered in a frenzy. The hefty man glanced at Wang Fan, who sighed and shook his head. These people are just a burden. I had already made concessions out of respect for Professor Zhang, but if they wished to seek their demise, I won't stop them. In the end, these university students departed. However, their exit delighted the families of the doctors, who had been struggling to find work. Now, with so many vacancies, they would finally have food distribution based on labor. That night, Wang Fan gathered everyone for a meal, and the doctors and their families ate heartily, feeling reassured and satisfied. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Wang Fan stood up to address the group. Ladies and gentlemen, as you have witnessed, the first batch of students has already left. Here in Xianyang Village, we operate on a system of labor and reward. The more you work, the more you earn. Those who wish to loaf about will be expelled from the village. Therefore, if you wish to stay, it's best to work diligently each day. Brother Fan, may I ask if there are rewards for good performance? A young man inquired, biting into a steamed bun. Wang Fan smiled and nodded. Certainly. We will hold monthly evaluations, and the top 3 performers will each receive a chicken as a reward. Those who meet expectations will receive a plate of eggs. And of course, there will be penalties. Those who fail will have half their rations deducted in the first month and will be expelled in the second. After this announcement, everyone erupted into applause. But soon, Wang Fan introduced new regulations. Today, I discovered that some university students have stolen chickens from the coop, so I'm establishing a rule. Although there is no law outside, we must have our own. Anyone caught stealing, fighting, or gambling will be expelled from Xianyang Village. Anyone damaging property, harassing others, disrupting labor order, or spreading rumors that disturb the villagers' emotions will have half a month's rations deducted. Additionally, food supplies will be distributed uniformly by Professor Zhang each month. Exchange between villagers is allowed, but theft and coercion will not be tolerated. Lastly, without the consent of Professor Zhang or myself, no one is permitted to leave the mountain, nor to bring outsiders up. If discovered, the consequences will be severe. His words sent a shiver through everyone. but they soon relaxed. Given the living conditions here, it was unlikely anyone would want to leave, let alone run away. It was merely farm work. As long as they could survive and have food to eat, they would endure even living in the fields. Thus, when the group of university students left the village, full of bravado and complaints, the hospital staff watched in disbelief, wondering how they could be so eager to depart at such a time. Was life outside truly that appealing? Meanwhile, in the stillness of the night, Li Ming and his group finally reached the nearest town to Xianying village. Realizing that Wang Fan's claims might indeed hold truth, "Brother Ming, should we perhaps head back?" one of them suggested, glancing around at the scarcity of people and the numerous corpses littering the streets. "Yes, Brother Ming. I'm feeling a bit scared." Li Ming turned and glared at the two who spoke, then pointed to a supermarket ahead. "What are we afraid of? We have so many people. Let us check this supermarket for food." Upon entering the supermarket, they found it already ransacked, devoid of food, but there were still a couple of zombies lurking within. The group was soon chased by the zombies, their screams echoing in panic. In the chaos, no one could pay attention to anyone else, and as they stumbled about in the dark, their cries attracted even more zombies. Ultimately, a cacophony of screams ensued, and some met their tragic fate. Fortunately, Li Ming was lucky. He collided with a person unexpectedly, and before he could react, he was lifted off the ground. Chapter 59. The death of Li Ming. Afterward, the person began to grope around him, and after a thorough search, shouted in frustration, "Damn it! This kid has nothing on him." The unfortunate individual failed to seize anything of value, and in his frustration, he forcibly removed the watch from Li Ming's wrist. Noticing the impressive belt Li Ming wore, he snatched that as well before finally releasing him. Poor Li Ming, with one hand awkwardly holding up his trousers, finally beheld the group before him, the cluster of 7 or 8 robust men brandishing iron rods, among whom the one referred to as Big Brother was a diminutive, frail bald man. However, upon noticing the blue flames flickering in the palms of his adversaries, Li Ming immediately discerned their true nature, superhumans. Panicking, he stammered, "Why, you're superhumans?" The bald man expressed surprise. "You know about superhumans?" "I know. I've seen them before. Please don't kill me. I can provide you with intelligence." The bald man grinned. "That depends on whether your information is worth anything." "It absolutely is. You must be in dire need of food, right? I know where to find plenty. There are chickens, ducks, fish, meat, and an endless supply of rice and flour." Thus, in a desperate bid for survival, Li Ming unceremoniously divulged everything he knew about Xianying village, particularly its layout and the superhumans stationed there. Tragically, by the time he finished, he found himself with no tangible benefits. The burly man approached with a gruff voice, lifting Li Ming as if he were a mere chick, and called out to the bald man, "Big Brother, this kid has spilled all his information. He should be of no further use, right? How about I take him? Such tender flesh shouldn't go to waste." The bald man waved his hand dismissively, and the burly man gleefully carried away the wailing Li Ming. An hour later, upon the burly man's return, the bald man inquired, "Is he dead?" "Yeah, this kid was too weak. He only lasted an hour. Enough with the chatter. Have the brothers prepare. Tonight, we will attack Xianying village." "But this kid just mentioned that there are superhumans in Xianying village. What is there to fear? Just one strength type. As a mage, I have ample experience battling warriors. I could easily kite him to death." And so, under the cover of night, this gang set forth towards Xianying village. However, once they arrived, before even reaching the foot of the mountain, they were already detected by mosquitoes. Hearing the anguished cries of his companions, the bald man was bewildered, feeling as though his neck had been pricked by needles. In a panic, he swatted at the air, only for a gigantic mosquito to buzz past him. He screamed and took off running. But despite his efforts, he only managed to gain 5 extra steps before being drained of life by the mosquitoes. Were it not for the mosquitoes informing Dog Brother the next day, Wang Fan and the others would have remained oblivious to the invasion. After inspecting the corpses, Fatty casually extracted a crystal core from the bald man's head, glancing at it with disdain. "Only level 2, he scoffed. Before absorbing the core, Wang Fan instructed his men to dispose of the bodies, then sighed and addressed Professor Zhang. "This is precisely why I opposed letting them leave. Once someone escapes, our location could easily be compromised. Yesterday was entirely your fault. Your misguided kindness prevented me from taking action. See the result?" Professor Zhang fell silent. Yet unbeknownst to him, Wang Fan was not foolish. Though he did not eliminate the group directly, he had discreetly sent mosquitoes to fall, however. If we do not elevate ourselves, a year or two later, other individuals with extraordinary abilities may surpass us in level. If they discover this place, then we, the ones who have painstakingly built the immortal nurturing village, could face annihilation at any moment. This thought caused Professor Zhang to break into a cold sweat. Although he was not an extraordinary individual, he grasped the crux of the matter. Very well. Then when shall we depart? Tomorrow, perhaps so soon. Hee. I fear that if I linger too long, I might become reluctant to leave. The next day, Wang Fan did not inform anyone, hoping to sneak away with the fatty. However, when he prepared to descend the mountain at 8 o'clock, he discovered that all the villagers had gathered at the mountain's base to bid him farewell. Still thinking of slipping away unnoticed? Let me tell you, everyone is quite energized now, with some rising as early as 4 o'clock to work the fields. Next time you plan to sneak away, remember to get up earlier. Professor Zhang chuckled and enveloped Wang Fan in a hearty embrace, while others raised their hands, shouting, "Brother Fan, go for it. Brother Fan, next time bring us more tall beauties. The gender ratio in the village is imbalanced. Brother Fan, may you have a smooth journey." Wang Fan and the fatty waved to everyone and descended the mountain via the makeshift cableway. As they neared the bottom, he turned to glance at the crowd, only to find Tang Ruoxue among them, but not Tang Ruofeng. Once back in the truck, just as Wang Fan settled into his seat, Dog Brother appeared, and to his surprise, Tang Ruofeng was seated in the back row as well. Yuda, what are you doing here? Why can't I be here? Tang Ruofeng rolled her eyes, then continued to complain. Staying in the immortal nurturing village is of no use to me. I've never been good at farming, and all I do is burden my sister. Currently, the immortal nurturing village operates on a food rationing system, distributing food based on each person's labor. This means Tang Ruofeng either needs to work in the fields or rely on her sister for sustenance. How could that be possible? She had always protected her sister, and now she found herself needing her sister's care, leaving her feeling utterly disoriented. However, it was quite nice for her to accompany them. At least Wang Fan could continue testing her extraordinary abilities. The fatty started the vehicle, and Wang Fan took a moment to ask Dog Brother, have you arranged things with Mosquito? I've already briefed him. Wang Fan had tasked Dog Brother with assigning Mosquito the so-called peripheral patrol duty. Starting today, aside from his regular duties in the immortal nurturing village, Mosquito would also patrol the outskirts, particularly the several hills bordering the village. His task was to eliminate all mutated plants and animals on those hills to ensure they posed no threat to the village's safety. Once cleared, these areas could be considered for resettlement as the village's population grows. Additionally, Mosquito was to monitor all extraordinary individuals and outsiders in the nearby town, draining them of their abilities upon discovery. The rationale behind this strategy was threefold. First, to eliminate potential threats to the immortal nurturing village. Second, by removing these individuals, the ordinary townsfolk would have a chance to survive, allowing them to gradually return to a peaceful agricultural life. And third, Mosquito could use this to enhance his own abilities, making the village safer as his level increased. However, Wang Fan and Dog Brother were unprepared for the significant surprise that Mosquito would later present them, but that is a story for another time. Where are we heading now? The fatty inquired as he merged onto the highway. Wang Fan shook his head. No destination. We'll go wherever the mood takes us. Upon hearing this, Tang Ruofeng quickly interjected, how about we visit Weishi Kalikyo? After all, you have no particular destination. We might as well take a look at my hometown. Chapter 61. The fatty steals melons. In the current situation, being able to return to one's hometown for even a glance was a luxury, as everyone harbored a yearning to return to their roots. However, in this world, ordinary people, let alone returning home, probably faced life-threatening risks just stepping outside. Not only those university students, but Tang Ruofeng herself found it hard to believe that the entire country and world were in an apocalypse. Thus, her purpose for returning home was to see for herself, hoping for a miracle. Perhaps what Wang Fan and the others said was false. The fatty checked the offline navigation on his phone, discovering it was approximately 200 kilometers away, not too far, indeed. Silence reigned as they traveled, and by noon, they arrived in Weishi. After pulling over for lunch, they continued driving for over half an hour until they reached Qingxi town. As they ventured north into the mountains, the vehicle could no longer proceed. Is your hometown in the mountains? Wang Fan asked. Tang Ruofeng nodded and shook her head. Yes, but even though this is my hometown, I haven't returned often, and my father was assigned to work in Xianyang City after graduating from university and subsequently settled there, got married, and then my sister and I were born. I left the village when I was 7 or 8 years old. So my memories are somewhat faint. However, it just happens to be on our way. Though you remember the way? I do. The road home is quite recognizable. This mountain path has no forks, and when there is a fork, a bridge will appear. Cross the bridge, and we reach our village. This bridge has quite a story behind it. It is my father's proudest achievement. Oh, as Wang Fan and the others walked along the mountain path, Tang Ruofing regaled them with tales of the Colicchio Bridge. It turned out that Tang Ruofing's family were newcomers to the village, and the story traced back at least 70 years to her grandfather. During the severe drought in the northwest, particularly around the Nanha region, many people fled in search of food. Tang Ruofing's grandfather was among them. He had managed to escape to the Qinling Mountains, wandering for over half a month, nearly starving to death when he was rescued by villagers from Colicchio who were hunting in the mountains. Later, he settled in Colicchio, married, and had children, eventually leading to Tang Ruofing's father. Her father became the first university student in the village, studying medicine, and after graduation, he found work at the Xianyang City People's Hospital, got married, and settled down. Thus, according to household registration, though Tang Ruofing was technically a villager of Colicchio, she had hardly returned. When my grandfather was alive, I visited often, but after my grandparents passed away, my father would only take us back during tomb sweeping festivals. However, there was one year I distinctly remember. I not only returned but stayed in the village for over a month. Oh, as they walked, Tang Ruofing pointed to an iron bridge hidden in the woods. See that? That is the original Colicchio Bridge, said to have been built during the Song Dynasty. Our village's name comes from this bridge. My father told me that the village was originally a treasure cave for some prince. Later, during times of war, this iron bridge was constructed, and eventually, treasure seekers began to settle here, forming the village as that a bridge. The fatty struggled up the mountain, glancing at the so-called Colicchio Bridge, and inadvertently exclaimed, while Wang Fan thought it hard to believe. It resembled two parallel iron chains more than a bridge. Tang Ruofing laughed, explaining to them, "It may look daunting, but it is not dangerous. When I was a child, my father and I used to ride it. Essentially, it's two iron chains with a sliding pulley attached, from which a bamboo basket hangs for passengers to slide across, much like the simple cable cars at some tourist attractions today." After a pause, she added, "However, it is still less safe than modern cable cars. My father told me that every year several people have accidents while using this cableway, and falling could leave one severely disabled. Therefore, for the villagers, building a proper bridge is everyone's dream. Unfortunately, constructing a bridge is not something that can be done easily. It requires funds. And then, did your father build a bridge for the village? How did you know?" "I saw it." Wang Fan pointed along the mountain path, where a stone bridge spanned a ravine, seemingly connecting the heavens to the abyss. The three quickened their pace, soon arriving at the bridge's entrance. The bridge was not long, perhaps only a couple of 100 meters, with a stone tablet at the entrance detailing the maintenance of the Colicchio Bridge and listing the names of benevolent individuals who had donated during its construction. Upon seeing this, Wang Fan and the fatty exchanged incredulous glances and exclaimed in unison, "What the heck? What is wrong with you two?" Tang Ruofing asked, puzzled. Wang Fan pointed at the stone tablet and the bridge behind them, his expression one of disbelief as he stammered, "I can't believe it, this place. The fatty and I have been here before." "Ah, you have been here? That's impossible." The two exchanged another glance before nodding in agreement. "But we were here many years ago, so when we arrived and saw the stone tablet, it jogged our memories. Back then. To recount this is rather embarrassing. The orphanage I was in desperately needed assistance from social benefactors. However, in the eyes of many, the orphanage was more like a talisman. Often, those who engaged in charity were not genuinely seeking to help, but merely to enhance their own reputations. Thus, although the construction of Chili Bridge at that time was not a significant project, the public sentiment surrounding it was quite favorable. The director of the orphanage was consequently invited to the completion ceremony by a philanthropic donor, who not only provided transportation for the entire event, but also made a donation in the name of the orphanage. For the children, the most meaningful aspect of this occasion was the opportunity to enjoy 2 days of abundant food, with a variety of choices available. Our director brought a group of children to partake in this event, among whom were myself and the chubby boy. The chubby boy. How that name seems vaguely familiar. I feel as though I have heard it somewhere before. Tang Ruofing muttered the name Chubby Boy, gazing at him for 3 seconds before bursting into laughter, unable to contain herself for over a minute. She then pointed at him, asking, "Wasn't it you who, during the completion ceremony, stole a villager's watermelon and ended up getting food poisoning?" Ha ha! Chapter 62. The Chubby Boy's theft of watermelons. This was undoubtedly a dark chapter in the lives of Wang Fan and the Chubby Boy, one they were most reluctant to share with outsiders. However, they could hardly anticipate that Tang Ruofing was already aware of the incident. After arriving in the village with the orphanage, Wang Fan and the Chubby Boy spent the night at a villager's home. They were quite mischievous and, unable to sleep in the sweltering heat, the Chubby Boy urged Wang Fan to seize the opportunity to sneak into the nearby watermelon patch under the cover of darkness. Wang Fan, skilled in such mischievous endeavors, readily agreed. Lighting a cigarette, he recalled their escapade with a chuckle. "I remember that night was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. We stealthily unlatched the door and slipped into the watermelon field. I had told the Chubby Boy to flick the watermelon with his finger. If it made a dull sound, it was unripe. But if it went thump, 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 then it was ripe. But then that fool. What happened to him?" Tang Ruofing asked, stifling her laughter out of curiosity. Wang Fan, exhaling a puff of smoke, replied, "That fool entered the field and found a watermelon, excitedly flicking it, convinced it was ripe from the thump, thump, thump sound. But do you know what he actually flicked?" "What?" "He flicked the head of the villager who was watching over the watermelons." "Ah? Ha ha ha, I'm going to die laughing at you too." Tang Ruofing laughed so hard she could hardly stand, and even the dog next to her was rolling on the ground, grinning widely at this moment. The Chubby Boy felt a bit embarrassed and angrily pointed a finger at Wang Fan, exclaiming, "I wouldn't be in this predicament if it weren't for you." Upon hearing this, Tang Ruofing became curious and asked them, "So, according to what you said, after the Chubby Boy hit the watermelon watcher on the head, you should have been caught. How did the Chubby Boy end up getting food poisoning afterward?" Years ago, she had only heard villagers discussing it, but was unable to squeeze through the crowd to witness the commotion. Wang Fan, still chuckling, began to explain, "As I said, this fool hit the watermelon watcher's head, thought the watermelon was ripe, and squeezed it hard. The watcher started howling in pain, and when discovered, we ran away. I ran toward the outside. And he ran deeper into the field, not realizing how many watermelons he was trampling underfoot. Eventually, he stepped on a large wolf dog lying on the ground, which yelped loudly, alerting the entire village. Ha ha dot. And then what? Then the watcher and the wolf dog went mad, chasing after the Chubby Boy. And that fool, even while being pursued, held onto a watermelon, munching away as he ran. He thought, if I'm going to be caught, I might as well enjoy this watermelon before I get caught. In the end, when they caught him, they made him spit it out, but he stubbornly refused to do so. Was the watermelon poisonous? Tang Ruofing inquired. Wang Fan sighed and nodded. The villagers had just sprayed chemicals on the watermelons during the day, and it was only later that I learned they weren't chasing him for stealing, but were worried he might get poisoned and they'd end up in jail. But that fool, while they were trying to make him spit it out, he was gulping it down. Later, the villager called for the village chief, who initially intended to take the Chubby Boy to the hospital. However, the Chili Bridge had just been completed, and both ends were bustling with a grand ribbon-cutting ceremony, making it impossible to pass. Even if they could reach the hospital, it would take over an hour. Fearing this fool might die on the way, an elderly woman from the village suggested a folk remedy. What remedy? To give the Chubby Boy to tea this point, the Chubby Boy grew anxious, rushing over to cover Wang Fan's mouth, displaying an expression that indicated he would retaliate if this matter continued to be discussed. After sharing a laugh, seeing how reluctant the Chubby Boy was to revisit the incident, Tang Ruofing decided not to press further. She, with a hint of pride, remarked, although my father did not construct this bridge, he presided over its construction at that time. My father was working in the hospital, treating a patient who happened to be a real estate tycoon. Upon learning about the bridge, the tycoon organized charitable donations, with my father overseeing the arrangements. Tio expressed their gratitude. The villagers erected this plaque at the bridgehead. Look, my father's name is even inscribed here. Seemingly to prove her point, Tang Ruofing pointed to the lower right corner of the stone tablet. Wang Fan and the Chubby Boy looked over and saw that the last donor's name read, Tang Linjun, donation of 5,000 yuan. Just as they were about to compliment her, Tang Ruofing exclaimed, Wait a minute. My father's name is Tang Junlin. Why is it written as Tang Linjun? Could the engraver have made a mistake? It can't be. When the plaque was erected, my sister, my father, and I all saw it. If there had been a mistake, we would have noticed it then. Besides, such a serious matter couldn't possibly be mishandled. Tang Ruofing skeptically wiped the dust off the stone tablet, but dismissed it as unimportant. She rose and pointed to the opposite side of the bridge. Let us go. Beyond the bridge lies our village. The trio made their way across the bridge, but upon reaching the village entrance, the chubby boy's Wolf Fong club clattered to the ground. Wang Fan opened his mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by a surprised exclamation, followed by the dog beside him barking incessantly. What the heck? Why does my Wolf Fong club feel so much heavier all of a sudden? The chubby boy bent down to pick it up, his face turning crimson as he could barely move it, requiring significant effort. Wang Fan patted his shoulder and pointed to a nearby patch of watermelon on the left side of the village path. Watermelons? The chubby boy exclaimed excitedly. This patch seemed to be nearing ripeness. With a sign reading highly toxic pesticide at the edge, Wang Fan shook his head in disbelief, exchanging a glance with Tang Ruofing, who appeared equally thrilled. This left him utterly speechless. Haven't you noticed anything unusual? What kind of unusual? Are there zombies? Doesn't seem like it. Tang Ruofing curiously scanned the surroundings. Wang Fan shook his head. It's not zombies. It's our abilities vanished. Upon hearing this, the chubby boy gasped and immediately stripped off his shirt. Sure enough, the black scales that had previously covered his chest had reverted to flabby flesh. The dog nearby anxiously paced back and forth, barking incessantly. Meanwhile, Tang Ruofing, acting like a lunatic, pulled out a long whip from her waist and cracked it twice in the air. Feeling no change whatsoever, Wang Fan picked up the dog, originally wishing to seize this opportunity for revenge, but given the current circumstances, he found no inclination to do so. Glancing around, he furrowed his brow. Something feels off here. Logically, it's winter now, so how can there still be watermelons? Moreover, the temperature is unusually high. Chapter 63. The peculiar village. At that moment, the chubby boy hastily pointed at the Chili bridge behind them, exclaiming, "Look!" They all turned to see the once dilapidated Chili bridge now appeared completely revitalized, with two drums set up on either side of the entrance. A banner hung above the bridge, reading, "Warmest welcome to leaders from all levels visiting Chili Bridge Village." This revelation left the three and the dog utterly dumbfounded. After a long pause, the chubby boy stammered, What is going on? Have we traveled through time?" The scene before them was one they had all experienced years ago. Yet the timeline simply didn't team-match. It was clearly the appearance of Chili Bridge right after its completion 18 years prior. I don't know. But this is incredibly strange. Wang Fan observed for a while before shaking his head. This situation is entirely different from what I've encountered before. The timing is wrong. The season is wrong. Even the temperature is wrong. Everything is off. Wang Fan reached out to feel the breeze, noting it was gentle yet uncomfortably warm. They had arrived wearing thick coats, and now the heat was becoming increasingly oppressive. I can't open my spatial abilities. The chubby boy is out of energy. And the dog can't speak. This place seems like all our powers are rendered useless. I can't tell if it's a natural phenomenon or the work of some powerful ability user. Wang Fan turned to take another look at Chili Bridge, where a thin mist was rising from the bridge surface, creating an unsettling sight in broad daylight. Could it be like that time with the big willow tree, where some hallucinogenic ability plants appeared here? The chubby boy asked, but Wang Fan shook his head. It seems improbable that in my previous life, I encountered many individuals and plants that could induce hallucinations. However, these phenomena adhere to a fundamental principle. They do not alter what already exists. For instance, if you possess strength-based abilities, even when ensnared in a hallucination, you remain fundamentally a strength-based individual. Yet, look at Dog Brother. Once a formidable canine, now merely a dog. Dog Brother barked a few times, expressing his discontent by rolling his eyes in protest. "Shall we exit?" suggested Tang Ruofing. Wang Fan nodded, though he was not particularly optimistic about this approach. Nonetheless, they could not simply wait for death. Thus, the three humans and one dog made their way along Chili Bridge, only to discover upon reaching the other end that the archway of Chili Bridge Village loomed overhead. They immediately understood. This bridge permitted entry only, not exit. Let us venture into the village and take a look. So far, we haven't encountered any dangers. The situation isn't too dire. However, let us remain vigilant, Wang Fan stated as he positioned himself behind Tang Ruofeng, with the plump fellow and dog brother quickly following suit. Chili Bridge village was not large, comprising merely a few dozen households with a population of around 100. Crossing the bridge, they found a narrow village path flanked by low, wooden structures and a haphazard assortment of deciduous trees. However, upon stepping onto the village path, they were taken aback. The plump fellow pointed towards the end of the path. A massive, red, mobile dining tent appeared before them. These tents are typically hired for rural celebratory events. Arranged by families for weddings or other significant occasions. They negotiate a fee, finalize a menu, and the hosts need not concern themselves further. The tent owner manages everything, from cooking and serving staff to tables, chairs, and even the cleanup of the resulting refuse. In simpler terms, the host merely needs to pay. Clearly, this red tent had been set up for the completion ceremony of Chili Bridge. Let us go grab a bite. I missed out on the watermelon feast back then, so this can remedy that regret, the plump fellow exclaimed, his lack of forethought evident as the aroma of food wafted through the air, drawing him irresistibly closer. Wang Fan contemplated intervening, but soon realized that halting him would serve little purpose. To comprehend the unfolding events, they needed to explore and inquire. Upon reaching the tent's entrance, the diners inside glanced at the trio before returning to their meals. The plump fellow, initially eager to dine, suddenly swallowed hard, the hairs on his arms standing on end. The atmosphere was unnaturally quiet, eerily so. Typically, such gatherings in rural settings are filled with lively chatter. Yet, in this tent, with over 100 villagers seated at 20 tables, not a single word was exchanged. Every individual wore an unsettlingly peculiar expression, appearing almost lifeless, as they sat rigidly at their tables, mechanically lifting their chopsticks to scoop food into their mouths without chewing, only to repeat the action in a monotonous cycle. The silence was palpable, sending chills down their spines. Perhaps we should skip the meal? The plump fellow stammered. His throat wide at it was indeed a scene that could quell one's appetite. However, just as they turned to leave, a hearty laugh echoed from behind them. Ah, we have 3 guests. Come, sit here. Turning around, Tang Ruofeng instinctively recognized the voice. Ugly Grandpa, she exclaimed. The man, taken aback by her call, displayed a look of curiosity. As Tang Ruofeng prepared to elaborate, Wang Fan stepped forward with a smile. Oh, we 3 are here to deliver supplies. We'll pass on the meal. He refrained from specifying the nature of the supplies, reasoning that for a bridge construction project, there would be plenty to deliver. The man, not probing further, cheerfully ushered them to a nearby table and provided them with cigarettes and alcohol before returning to his seat to eat. You called him Ugly Grandpa? Do you know him? Wang Fan inquired once the man had departed. Tang Ruofeng nodded affirmatively. He is the former village head of Chili Bridge, the one who saved my grandfather. Do not know his full name, but I have referred to him as Ugly Grandpa since my earliest memories. The plump fellow chimed in. I don't find him ugly at all. Tang Ruofeng shook her head, indicating she was uncertain. At that moment, 3 other individuals occupied the table. A young woman cradling a baby a few months old and an elderly, frail woman with white hair. Noticing the trio's reluctance to eat, the old woman raised her chopsticks, her smile devoid of warmth. Eat? Why aren't you eating? Her voice was reminiscent of a door creaking open, and combined with her expression, it was unsettling enough to make one uneasy. Wang Fan hurriedly smiled and picked up his chopsticks. As the old woman continued to gaze at him, he reluctantly picked up a small bean sprout from the dish and chewed on it carefully, only to discover it tasted bland and somewhat astringent. He quickly spat it out, only to find that what he had ingested had transformed into a pile of decayed leaves. Watching as the plump fellow eagerly picked up a steaming piece of braised pork, Wang Fan's mouth dropped in astonishment. Just as he opened his mouth to caution against eating, the plump fellow bit into the meat, only to let out a yelp and spit it out, revealing that the pork had morphed into a pebble. What the hell? Is this some twisted version of Journey to the West? Are we 3 becoming Tang Song? The plump fellow exclaimed, eyes wide. Meanwhile, the old woman again raised her chopsticks. Eat? Why aren't you eating? She repeated, her smile unsettling. After finishing her sentence, she too picked up a piece of braised pork and swallowed it whole without chewing, leaving the plump fellow dumbfounded, giving her a thumbs up for her impressive dental prowess. At that moment, The woman with the baby picked up a rib, but the infant began to wail. The woman blew on the hot rib and fed it to the child. What ensued was even more horrifying. The infant, upon seeing the rib, opened its mouth to reveal sharp teeth and swallowed the entire rib in one gulp. The most shocking moment came when the old woman, still wearing her unsettling grin, complimented the child. He, little one, you certai. As a consequence, upon witnessing the scene, the rotund fellow hastily fled, prompting Tang Ruofing to hesitate for a few seconds before following suit. Observing the absence of others, Dog Gu realized the peril of remaining behind. Thus he too took flight. Ultimately, the trio ran in a line for an indeterminate duration, only to find themselves enveloped by a rising white mist. As the daylight rapidly faded, with a sudden thud, all three collapsed. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Wang Fan rubbed his eyes and took a moment to regain his bearings. Turning around, he spotted the rotund fellow and Tang Ruofing lying not far behind, while Dog Gu lay sprawled on his back further back. Hey, Fatty, wake up, hey! After calling out numerous times, Fatty, Tang Ruofing, and Dog Gu finally stirred. What on earth happened? I remember chasing after you yesterday, and then suddenly feeling overwhelmingly drowsy. Collapsing without a clue. Tang Ruofing massaged his temples, with Fatty nodding in agreement. I felt the same. The moment that drowsiness hit, I felt utterly drained. Wang Fan's expression turned particularly grim as he glanced up at the sun, revealing a complicated look. Looking at the sunit should be around noon by now, which means the three of us must have spent the entire night lying on the ground, and we've only just woken up. What? I didn't feel a thing. It was as if I had only slept for a minute. So what do we do now? I don't know. Wang Fan shook his head, increasingly perplexed, utterly clueless about their current predicament. Summoning the other two, they headed back toward the village, only to be met with confusion upon arrival. Why is the dining shed still here? Indeed, I recall that the day of the completion ceremony, the dining shed was dismantled that very afternoon. That my father even provided meals for everyone, handing out handkerchiefs and cigarettes. Tang Ruofing seemed equally bewildered. The trio approached the entrance of the dining shed with a hint of trepidation. And indeed, inside, just as the day before, 100 or so individuals sat quietly consuming their meals, each bearing an expressionless demeanor, a scene that could chill one to the bone even in broad daylight. Luckily it was daytime. Had it been night, the sight might have scared one to death. There are three of you. Come, have a seat. A middle-aged man approached them with a forced smile, ushering them to a nearby table. Upon glancing at the occupants of the table, the three felt a chill run down their spines. An elderly lady and a young woman cradling a child. Wang Fan. You, do you think, have we truly encountered ghosts? Tang Ruofing stammered, just as the elderly lady began to echo her words from the previous day. Why aren't you eating? Chapter 65. Caught in a loop upon hearing this, their faces turned pale, and they immediately bolted outside. It was fortunate it was daytime. Had they encountered such a scene at night, the sheer fright could have been lethal. The trio dashed to the melon shed, and after resting for a while, Fatty exclaimed, Wait, didn't I crush all these watermelons into stones yesterday? How can they? What had once been a gravel-strewn area, trampled by Fatty, had inexplicably transformed back into a watermelon patch. Inspecting the watermelons more closely, Wang Fan stomped on one with force, only to yelp in pain as the formerly plump watermelon instantly turned to stone, nearly causing him considerable distress. That appears we are trapped in Calicchio village. Wang Fan's complexion darkened significantly as he added, It seems we are stuck in a perpetual loop on the day of the completion ceremony, 18 years ago. Perpetual loop? What do you mean by that? Have you noticed that what we are witnessing today is essentially a repetition of yesterday's events? Even the words spoken by the elderly lady and the ugly uncle are identical. They seem to be trapped too, forever reliving the day of the completion ceremony. But how can this be? I can't say for certain. But I believe I will find a way to prove it shortly. What way? Fatty inquired, but Wang Fan remained silent, intently observing the village path. Indeed, after about 5 minutes, familiar manic laughter echoed through the air. They're all dead. All dead. Murder. Ha ha ha, they've all been killed. Ha ha ha. As expected, the madman from yesterday reappeared, and this time, under Wang Fan's guidance, Tang Ruofing finally recognized him. It's the fool uncle, yes. It's the fool uncle. He is the son of the village chief, Tang Ruofing exclaimed excitedly. Just as she was about to pursue him, Wang Fan held her back. The mist is coming soon. We'll discuss it tomorrow. With that, Wang Fan quickly ascended to the wooden bed in the melon shed. Reclining comfortably, Fatty stared in shock, muttering, "Old six." Just after he spoke, both he and Tang Ruofing collapsed to the ground. Entering the third day in Calicchio village, the trio awoke to the sun overhead, left speechless. Wang Fan pulled half a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, took a puff, and then turned to Tang Ruofing. Yesterday you mentioned the fool uncle? Is he the son of the village chief? Yes, but not quite. Tang Ruofing's expression grew peculiar. The old village chief never married. He adopted this fool. According to villagers, he was already a fool when he was found, back when I was in elementary school. Kids loved to chase after him and call him a fool, but my father forbade it and insisted I call him uncle. I found it hard to say, so I always referred to him as fool uncle whenever I encountered him. What makes this person special? Special? Not particularly. He is just a fool, relying on the village for sustenance. When it's mealtime, he visits whoever's house, and they always save him some food. After eating, he enjoys running around the village, shouting. That's about it. Tang Ruofing struggled to recall more about him, but her memories were limited, as she had left the village when she was only 7 or 8. Let's go check the dining shed again. Unable to make sense of it, Wang Fan decided to investigate once more. As anticipated, this visit was no different from the previous two. The old village chief warmly invited the trio to sit down for a meal, and the elderly lady enthusiastically urged them to eat quickly. Upon returning to the melon shed, the fool once again ran past them, babbling nonsensically. However, this time, Fatty was the first to lie down on the wooden bed in the melon shed. Entering the fourth day in Calicchio village, the trio gathered around the wooden bed to analyze their situation. Wang Fan spoke first. It's becoming increasingly clear. This village appears to be frozen in time. Stuck on the afternoon of the completion ceremony 18 years ago, replaying the same scene daily. I've roughly calculated that the duration of this loop is only 20 minutes. But what? Tang Ruofing inquired, as Wang Fan stroked his chin, deep in thought. However, this scene seems incomplete. Incomplete? Yes. You came here with your father, while Fatty and I came with the orphanage director, but just now in the dining shed. You all saw it. Among the diners, aside from the villagers, there were no other guests from the completion ceremony, no sign of your father, nor any of the children or the director from our orphanage. That's rather unscientific. After a moment of silence, Fatty scratched his head, somewhat confused. Those people have nothing to do with us. Can't you analyze how we can get out of here? Otherwise, we'll surely starve to death. That won't happen. Wang Fan shook his head, a wry smile forming. Haven't you noticed? We've been here for 4 days, yet we don't feel hungry at all. Additionally, none of us has had to relieve ourselves. Don't you find that odd? In simple terms, it seems we are also caught in a loop here, but unlike the others, we possess our own thoughts. Or rather, the actual time of this loop is quite short. Which is why we don't feel hungered. I understand. It's similar to the saying in Journey to the West, where a year on the ground equals a day in the heavens. That's roughly the idea. While it appears we've been trapped for 4 days, the real world might only have passed a few dozen minutes. Wang Fan nodded, continuing to analyze. I'm not one to believe in ghosts or deities, but this situation may indeed relate to someone with special abilities. The time here is frozen on the day of the completion ceremony 18 years ago. What makes that day so significant? No, that line of thought is incorrect. If it involves someone with special abilities, then it must be that after the apocalypse, someone in this village evolved powers, subsequently causing the entire village to. Yes, Wang Fan exclaimed, startling Fatty and Tang Ruofing, both of whom turned to him in unison. Exactly. It must be true. Someone here has undoubtedly developed special abilities, and this power has either passively or actively trapped the entire village in an endless loop of the completion ceremony 18 years ago. Therefore, to escape, we must find this person with special abilities. It's similar to the great poplar tree. If we eliminate this person, we can break the cycle. But how can we identify who this person is? Tang Ruofing's question plunged Wang Fan back into contemplation. No. This doesn't align with my earlier thoughts. What is the underlying issue? Chapter 66. The Fool's Secret. One. At that moment, Fatty proposed several rather implausible solutions. If there is truly no other way, let us simply eliminate all the villagers. Without a doubt, this ability user must be among them. It is better to err on the side of caution than to let one slip away. Upon uttering these words, the rotund man received scornful glares from Wang Fan and Tang Ruofing. Setting aside the moral implications of directly slaughtering innocent people, one must also consider the connections these individuals have with Tang Ruofing. Although she does not reside in this village and shares little blood relation, it is nonetheless the place where she was born and spent the first 7 or 8 years of her life. To lay harm upon these people, Tang Ruofing would never agree to that. Furthermore, the practicality of such an act is in question. With over 100 souls inhabiting the village and the 3 of them lacking any abilities, the likelihood of their demise in such a confrontation is exceedingly high. These manifestations may be illusory, but that does not imply they lack the capacity to inflict harm. Did one not observe how Dog Brother has shown interest in excrement since arriving here? Once again, they found themselves at an impasse, prompting Tang Ruofing to suggest her thoughts. Earlier, you mentioned this cycle of time. I'm pondering why this ability user would choose to repeat this particular day. Is there something significant about it to him? Or did something occur on this day that he finds unforgettable? Can we possibly seek clues from this notion? This day particularly unforgettable? That seems rather implausible. The completion of the Chili Bridge is indeed memorable for the entire village, but that scope is far too broad. Wang Fan countered, leaving Tang Ruofing momentarily at a loss for ideas. After a night of silence, they entered the 5th day in Chili Bridge Village. Awakening from the melon shed, Wang Fan led the way back to the dining shed. At this juncture, he could only place his hopes on the people within the shed. Upon entering, he was greeted once more by the jovial old village chief, though this time Wang Fan was astute enough to offer him a cigarette first. The village chief accepted the smoke. This development eased Wang Fan's anxiety considerably, and as the village chief prepared to leave, he discreetly signaled to the rotund man, who promptly understood and pulled the village chief to the table. "Village chief, may I ask you something?" Wang Fan inquired with a smile, lighting the chief's cigarette, and without waiting for a refusal, he pressed on, "How do we leave this village?" The village chief was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head as he gazed at Wang Fan as if he were a fool, and after a prolonged silence, he finally replied, "You can just exit through the newly constructed Chili Bridge at the village entrance." Wang Fan found himself at a loss for words, unsure of what to ask next. It was at this moment that Tang Ruofing suddenly dashed out from the side of the dining shed. When Wang Fan and the rotund man chased after her, they saw her enter the first house on the northern row. Just as they intended to follow, they heard a sigh behind them. Turning around, they found the village chief had pursued them outside. "You wish to leave? Is our village not satisfactory?" "Indeed, it was you," Wang Fan exclaimed in shock, for he saw that the old village chief was wielding a sharp butcher's knife. "What are you planning to do?" Wang Fan swallowed hard and took a couple of steps back, while Dog Brother cowardly ducked behind the rotund man, daring only to peek out. "I merely wish for you to remain here forever," the village chief declared, brandishing the butcher's knife as he charged forward. Just as the rotund man prepared to confront him, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he silently cursed his misfortune as both men collapsed to the ground. After a night devoid of conversation, they entered the 6th day in Chili Bridge Village. Upon awakening, Wang Fan was eager to speak, but Tang Ruofing was even more fervent. Uncle Fool is married. I discovered yesterday." Before she could finish, the rotund man abruptly pulled her aside. At that moment, he noticed something was amiss. The old village chief stood expressionless beside the melon shed, still wielding the butcher's knife. "Ugly grandpa?" Tang Ruofing could not help but exclaim, but the old village chief, without uttering a word, swung his knife down. Wang Fan shouted in alarm, "Tang Ruofing, you are the only one capable of fighting. Hurry and deal with him." Wang Fan and the rotund man rolled away in opposite directions as the knife struck the wooden bed in the melon shed, cleaving it open and startling both men. Seeing the village chief raise the knife once more, Tang Ruofing immediately drew her whip, striking it against the village chief's wrist. However, he did not relinquish his grip. Instead, he seized the whip, attempting to pull Tang Ruofing closer. This, however, provided the rotund man with an opportunity. He dashed forward, grasping the village chief's wrist and trying to wrest the knife away. Unable to do so, he clutched both of the village chief's wrists. At this moment, Tang Ruofing took advantage of the situation, using the whip like a rope to bind the village chief securely. "Hurry and help. This old man must be nearing 80. How does he possess such strength? The rotund man shouted as he anxiously sat on the village chief's back, applying his weight as an additional precaution. Once they had fully subdued the village chief, Wang Fan inquired, "We merely wish to leave. Why do you seek to kill us? Release me. You are all villains. Villains. I will slay you all. You are all villains." Upon hearing these words, Wang Fan felt a chill run down his spine, for the village chief's voice had transformed entirely, sounding like a different person altogether, and his speech was utterly incoherent. This reminded him of another individual, Uncle Fool. Just then, the ramblings of Uncle Fool echoed down the village path. "They are dead, all dead. Murder! Kill. Ha ha ha, all killed. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, the rotund man glanced at Wang Fan, clearly questioning whether they should eliminate the village chief. Wang Fan nodded, and the rotund man replied with a determined "all right," raising the knife to strike. However, contrary to their expectations, no blood spurted forth. The village chief's body transformed into a twisted piece of wood. Oh, it is indeed true. Wang Fan was not disappointed. Instead, a look of enlightenment crossed his face. Subsequently, a thick mist enveloped them, and the three collapsed to the ground. Entering the seventh day in Chili Bridge Village, as dawn broke, Wang Fan promptly rose and instructed the rotund man, "You keep the village chief occupied. Ruofing and I will head to Uncle Fool's house." "Huh? Wasn't the village chief dead?" the rotund man asked in confusion, but before he could finish, the village chief stormed in, brandishing the butcher's knife, and soon the two were locked in combat, allowing Wang Fan and Tang Ruofing to dash outside. Before Wang Fan could inquire, Tang Ruofing explained the situation. "Yesterday, I saw Uncle Fool returning home with a kitchen knife, looking quite menacing, and there was a wedding banner posted at his door. Yet, in my memory, he has never had a wife. Out of curiosity, I went to his home, and you won't believe what I found. You best not keep me in suspense. This cursed village resets every 20 minutes. And if you delay further, it will all be for naught. To keep it brief, I saw that Uncle Fool is indeed married." "Married? That is impossible. After 20 minutes, he would have come running back, raving like a lunatic, hardly resembling a newlywed. I'm not entirely sure about the details, but I found a wedding photo of another woman in his house. Moreover, he appears to have killed the bride." Chapter 67. The Secret of the Fool to What? He killed the bride. Wang Fan suddenly recalled Uncle Fool's ramblings and pondered whether the madman's talk of murder referred to this. Soon, the two arrived at Uncle Fool's doorstep, just in time to see him approaching with a kitchen knife. "What should we do? Should we intercept him?" Tang Ruofing inquired, holding her whip. Wang Fan contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. Once the madman entered the house, they followed suit, but upon reaching the entrance, Tang Ruofing hesitated. "Oh, that I already saw what was inside yesterday. I won't go in. I'll wait for you in the yard. You go take a look." Wang Fan did not fully grasp the situation, but was unable to dwell on it as he boldly stepped inside, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. Inside the earthen room, Uncle Fool was viciously hacking away at a person, discarded white wedding attire and various undergarments littering the floor. The bride and another unknown man lay lifeless on the earthen bed. The madman raged as he struck, shouting, "Wicked woman! Wicked woman! Deceiving for money! Villain!" After a while, the madman began to laugh, tossing the knife aside and running out in a daze. Still shouting, "They are dead. All dead. Murder! Killed. Ha ha. All killed. Ha ha." Once the madman left, Wang Fan exchanged a glance with Tang Ruofing, both of them silent in the aftermath. Entering the 8th day in Chili Bridge Village, upon awakening, the rotund man instinctively grabbed a shovel from the corner of the melon shed, hiding at the entrance. When the village chief entered, he struck him soundly, expertly knocking him unconscious. He then pulled out a cigarette and asked Wang Fan, "Quickly, tell me, what have you discovered?" Wang Fan glanced at Tang Ruofing. Exhaling a resigned "It appears we have confirmed that the reason this village can loop is not due to the village itself, but because of Uncle Fool. His memories are not tied to the completion of the Chili Bridge. Rather, they stem from his recollection of murdering his own wife." "Wife? This fool managed to marry someone." The rotund man expressed disbelief, while Tang Ruofing, pouting, considered for a moment before hesitantly stating, "I recall, my father once briefly mentioned that Uncle Fool might have been married, but he said the woman left right after coming here. I was unaware of any murder involved." The mention of this, the rotund man perked up, rolling up his sleeves to explain, Such matters are not extraordinary. I harbor my suspicions. This bride must have been procured by the old village chief for his simple-minded son. On the day of their wedding, she was caught in an illicit affair by the fool, resulting in her untimely demise that I in your impoverished mountain village, to slay someone, not especially an outsider, and simply dispose of the body in the mountains. Who could possibly discern how that person met their end? Furthermore, with the entire village preoccupied with the completion ceremony, the old village chief undoubtedly took the opportunity to discreetly dispose of the corpse. When inquiries arise, he can simply claim that the bride fled. Who would dare to investigate? Moreover, who would wish to marry a fool? It is perfectly understandable that she would choose to escape. Wang Fan nodded in agreement, recounting an experience he had in Hongdian. I once encountered a group specializing in bird egg extraction in Hongdian. The fool's wife is likely part of such a professional cohort. What does bird egg extraction entail? Essentially, it refers to marriage scams. They use the guise of matchmaking to introduce young women to secluded, remote mountain villages, or to individuals like the simpleton, the lame, and others who struggle to find wives. Initially, they demand exorbitant bride prices, and once married, they will concoct various pretexts to extract further funds. After exhausting the husband's resources, these individuals will stealthily whisk the women away in the dead of night to ensnare their next victim. Those who engage in such schemes often leave their male victims destitute, hence the term bird egg extraction. However, the audacity of these individuals who dared to disrupt the wedding ceremony on the very first day is remarkable. Likely because they perceive the old village chief and the fool preoccupied with affairs outside, neglecting their own home. After listening, Tang Ruofing nodded, but soon pouted and murmured, "This fool truly is something. Why must he insist on marrying? If he were to wed a normal woman, wouldn't that be a disservice to her? Who would choose to spend their life with a simpleton? You fail to grasp the essence of the matter." The rotund man chuckled, settling into the shade of the melon shed to enlighten them in rural areas. What holds the utmost significance? Naturally, ensuring the continuation of one's lineage. Although this fool is not the biological offspring of the old village chief. The chief, lacking a wife, naturally seeks to find a bride for the fool. The primary concern is not merely finding a wife, but ensuring she bears a grandson, thus preserving his family line. Such occurrences were not uncommon in years past, leading to numerous tragedies. Wang Fan sighed. Alas, this day is the most splendid for the villagers, yet it is the most tormenting for the fool. Though he may be simple-minded, he is aware that he cannot allow outsiders to mistreat his bride. Therefore, the rotund man picked up the pig slaughtering knife at the old village chief's feet, cursing in a fit of anxiety. Enough with the melodrama. The fool is about to arrive. Quickly, shall we deal with him or not? Wang Fan shook his head. It is futile. The fool is likely already dead, and what we perceive is merely a manifestation. What? The fool is dead. What does this mean? Who created this illusion? It was the fool. As he spoke, Wang Fan wore a bitter smile, finally recalling the truth and understanding the situation. Yet now is not the time for explanations, as the fool has already approached, on the 9th day of entering Calicchio village. After rising, the rotund man, as usual, incapacitated the old village chief, while Wang Fan summoned him and Tang Ruofing to hasten towards the fool's residence. Listen to my instructions. Upon arriving at the fool's home, Wang Fan swiftly secured the door, urging the rotund man and Tang Ruofing to quickly attend to the two individuals on the earthen bed, when the fool, wielding a kitchen knife, burst through the wooden door. The bride had already donned a wedding gown under Tang Ruofing's insistence, while another bird egg extractor was unceremoniously tossed over the low earthen wall by the rotund man, wrapped in a bedsheet. Upon entering, the fool searched frantically but found no one, promptly discarding the kitchen knife and breaking into a foolish grin, appearing as helpless as a child who has committed a misdeed. As his smile emerged, the scene rapidly shifted, engulfing him in a dizzying sensation. When clarity returned, the surroundings had transformed dramatically. They still stood within the fool's home, yet the fool now lay lifeless on the ground, accompanied by a corpse clutching the pig slaughtering knife, which bore a resemblance to the old village chief. That I sense my strength returning. The rotund man relished the sensation, cracking his knuckles, while the nearby dog brother barked, beginning to articulate human speech. Being a dog is exceedingly arduous. I nearly suffocated during these past few days. Chapter 68. The White Windbreaker. Subsequently, the group began to exit the village along the path, surrounded by the sight of fallen zombies and ordinary corpses. A harrowing spectacle. Unable to contain his curiosity, the rotund man queried Wang Fan. "How did you ascertain that the fool is dead?" Wang Fan rolled his eyes. "Is that not self-evident? The apocalypse has persisted for over 2 months. With the entire village perished, how could the fool possibly survive? He would have starved to death. Moreover, there are so many zombies. However, judging by the earlier events, it appears the old village chief killed him before taking his own life. There must have been a zombie outbreak that incited chaos within the village, leading the old chief to slay many, perhaps mistaking the fool for a zombie, or deeming his existence meaningless, resulting in both father and son meeting their end within their home." Dog Brother inquired, perplexed. "This fool has been dead for many days. How can he still conjure an illusion?" This question lingered in the minds of the rotund man, and Tang Ruofing as well. As they walked, Wang Fan elucidated. "This is not an illusion created by them. Rather, it is an energy projection released from the core of the ability's user. I should have realized it sooner. Certain special psychic ability users retain fragments of their memories within their cores after death, which then manifest. Such illusions are harmless but can ensnare one indefinitely, ultimately leading to their demise. Had Ruofing not pinpointed the crux of the issue, we might have remained trapped here forever," the rotund man pondered. Asking, "Is it not akin to a dry battery? The machine may be broken, but the battery still has power. Is that the essence of it?" Wang Fan nodded. "Quite similar. After an ability user dies, the memories retained within their core project their essence. Typically, these projections reflect the last moments of the deceased or the most profound memories they held. That I suspect that 18 years ago, the trauma from the fool's actions haunted him after the apocalypse commenced. The old village chief undoubtedly committed murder before the fool's eyes, reawakening those memories. Thus, this fragment of memory was preserved within the core, allowing the fool's death to result in this distorted replay. Until someone alters that memory." As they spoke, the group reached the village's entrance, where the original banners, drums, and floral arrangements had vanished, and Calicchio had once again fallen into disrepair, with patches of moss emerging in places. And the watermelon patch at the village entrance reverted to a heap of rubble. Upon reaching the bridge's edge, Tang Ruofing glanced at the merit tablet once more. Why has my father's name reverted to its correct form?" Wang Fan examined it closely, smiling as he replied, "It appears the fool's memory is quite sharp. Aside from misremembering your father's name, all other names remain intact." He had uttered this casually when he heard Tang Ruofing scratch her head and respond. "The fool never attended school. He cannot read. Have you forgotten? I mentioned that he was a fool when the village chief found him." This remark plunged Wang Fan into an icy realization, and he quickly turned his gaze toward the bridge, where the once dilapidated village rapidly regained its former appearance, and the moss-covered Calicchio began to transform once more. How has my father's name reverted to Tang Linjun?" Tang Ruofing rubbed her eyes, convinced she had misread, only to hear Wang Fan, lost in thought, murmuring, "Perhaps I was mistaken. The old village chief is the true ability user." Dog Brother shook his head, insisting, "No, both the fool and the old village chief are likely ability users." I sensed the fool possessed core energy, yet did not scrutinize the old chief closely. If it is not the fool, then only the old chief remains. This suggests we may not have escaped the illusion, but rather been released by the old village chief. Perhaps he witnessed our actions within the house and perceived no malice in us. I find it difficult to comprehend. How can there be two ability users? Tang Ruofing felt bewildered, while the rotund man, unfazed, hoisted his wolf fang club onto his shoulder, grumbling. Regardless of who crafted the illusion, we have emerged, and it would be wise to avoid this place in the future. Let us descend the mountain and celebrate with a hearty meal." Wang Fan chuckled at this, refraining from countering, as he followed the rotund man down the mountain. Calicchio village may remain ensnared in its cyclical fate for a considerable time, with the villagers exuberantly celebrating the completion of the bridge daily, while the fool may eternally relive the most harrowing pain of his existence. After the trio and the dog descended the mountain, they first dined in the vehicle. Once they had recuperated, the rotund man prepared to turn around when a thunderous commotion erupted from the direction of Qingxi town. Following that were shouts and cries of battle. He exchanged glances with Wang Fan before steering the heavy truck toward the main street of Qingxi town. "Oh, so many ability users?" the rotund man quipped. Rolling down the window on the main street outside, For ability, users were engaged in slaughtering a vast horde of zombies, their tactics leaving Wang Fan thoroughly impressed. In truth, during the previous apocalypse, many individuals began by aimlessly attacking zombies without any semblance of strategy. However, numerous personal organizations later developed their own unique combat styles, which, to put it plainly, are merely adaptations from gaming strategies. For instance, the well-known kiting technique and the position-swapping method. The strategies employed by these individuals are evidently akin to the aggro-pulling or one-pull tactics found in games. The general concept is straightforward. One person is tasked with attracting the zombies, utilizing speed to gather a large horde in one place, while a robust, resilient psychic takes on the brunt of the attack, allowing other damage dealers to unleash their full potential from a safe distance. Once the zombie horde is vanquished, they collectively distribute the crystal cores. In just over 2 months, Wang Fan could hardly believe he was witnessing such a professional team. However, upon closer inspection, he shook his head in dismay. The group's tactics were not inherently flawed, but the issue lay in the fact that their team consisted of only 5 members. A young man clad in a white trench coat, whose abilities were unknown, remained aloof, directing operations from the rear with an air of arrogance. Another member, slightly older, either lacking abilities or not being a combat-type psychic, opted to observe from a distance, taking refuge in a corner several dozen meters away while the others engaged in combat. Consequently, the pressure from the zombies was entirely concentrated on the remaining 3 psychics, all of whom were spellcasters. Thin-skinned and soft-hearted, they dared not approach the fray. One cast fireballs, another unleashed jets of water, and the last hurled ice shards, all while being pushed backward by the relentless onslaught of the undead. It was uncertain whether they were attacking the zombies or being attacked themselves. In any case, their retreat while attempting to fight prompted the overweight man to scoff. Look at these fools, unable to handle such numbers, yet they insist on attracting a horde. Are they seeking their own demise? Fortunately, these are just regular zombies. If a mutated one were to appear among them, I can only imagine. Just as he finished speaking, one of the zombies in the rear of the horde halted, then proceeded to feast upon a nearby zombie. Chapter 69. The blind recruitment. The overweight man widened his eyes in gleeful malice, exclaiming, "What the hell, has my luck changed? Just like that, a mutation occurs?" The emergence of an evolved zombie in the horde did not increase the pressure on the team. The white trench coat-wearing leader was still shouting excitedly to his comrades, "Oh, look, even the heavens are aiding us. The zombies are turning on each other." Upon hearing this, even the outsider Tang Ruofeng could not help but frown in skepticism. Isn't it a bit odd for a zombie to consume another zombie? Odd doesn't even begin to cover it. Just wait. The real show is about to unfold. The overweight man sneered. Indeed, after the evolved zombie devoured 5 or 6 of its brethren, it visibly ballooned in size, its mouth dripping with yellowish goo, and it let out a howl before regurgitating. A torrent of yellow slime erupted under pressure, and the 3 mage psychics at the front, by sheer luck, rolled to the side, managing to avoid the offensive slime, albeit in a rather undignified manner. The fireball-throwing psychic hurled a fireball at the yellow slime while grimacing, calling out to the commander, "Hey, that stuff looks like it's fireproof." Witnessing this, Wang Fan could only bury his face in his hands and sigh. Alas, it's over for these morons. Just as he finished his lament, he saw the yellow slime meet the flames, producing a thick white mist accompanied by a hissing sound. The 3 mages, engulfed by the mist, began to cough violently, the noxious odor causing them to retch uncontrollably, while rising in their throats. At this juncture, the commander finally withdrew a spear, engaging the mutated zombie in a circular combat style. In truth, dealing with such a low-level mutated zombie is relatively simple. One could either incapacitate it with an electric baton or deliver ranged attacks to its head, as long as one maintains a safe distance. The danger is minimal. However, after observing the white trench coat wearer's attack, Wang Fan shook his head again, and even the overweight man recognized the issue. "This guy is a strength type," he scoffed, "but instead of using a blunt weapon, he insists on wielding a spear. That it's foolish to use such a weapon against something so tough-skinned." Wang Fan concurred. He probably watched too many dramas, idolizing Zhao Zilong from Changshan. The white trench coat paired with the silver spear looks cool, but against such a resilient zombie, it's hardly effective. Wang Fan's words soon proved prophetic. Though armed with a spear, the man clearly lacked any martial arts training. His attempts were akin to wielding a steel pipe. Aside from swinging it like a club, he resorted to merely stabbing with the spear's tip. Unfortunately, the mutated zombie's tough skin rendered his efforts futile. He could occasionally pierce its defenses, but it merely caused more yellow slime to ooze from the resulting wound. As he began to falter, Wang Fan exchanged glances with the overweight man, who confidently brandished his spiked club and stepped out of the vehicle. "Everyone, take note," he bellowed. Although the man's pride was somewhat bruised, he instinctively created an opening for the overweight man to strike. Thus, the overweight man positioned himself sideways, swinging his club with great force toward the mutated zombie's head. With a resounding crack, the oversized zombie's head was sent flying. The remaining 4 or 5 ordinary zombies were swiftly dispatched in a similar fashion, as if they were mere punching bags. Having escaped danger, the white trench coat wearer took a deep breath and turned to the overweight man, his expression shifting between gratitude and embarrassment. Ultimately, he clasped his hands together in a gesture of thanks, saying, "Thank you, brother, for your assistance." Shortly thereafter, Wang Fan and Tang Ruofing also disembarked from the vehicle, and the white trench coat wearer's team gathered. They began exchanging introductions. "I am Bai Fei, the leader of this group. This is Qin Dalai, a fire-type psychic. Lu Yangyang, a water-type psychic. He Miao, an ice-type psychic. And lastly," the leader in the white trench coat glanced at the middle-aged man who had walked over from 50 meters away. Although his face displayed a hint of disdain, he restrained his displeasure and introduced, "This is Fang Hua, our team's 5th member, who possesses telepathy. And don't misunderstand, our team ranks according to strength, not age or gender." Observing the 40-something Fang Hua as the 5th member, Bai Fei added this clarification, though it seemed somewhat unnecessary. The overweight man glanced at Wang Fan, who stepped forward with a smile. "Haha, I am their elder brother. But don't misunderstand. I am an ordinary person, as is my second sister. Only our third brother here is a psychic. We merely passed through on our truck, and I acted on a whim. Please don't take offense." Bai Fei nodded in acknowledgement, but upon hearing Wang Fan's introduction, his interest in the ordinary individuals immediately waned, redirecting his focus toward the overweight man. "Brother, judging by your performance earlier, you must be a strength type as well?" "Ha, to be honest, our team is in need of someone like you. If you could join us, our efficiency in hunting for crystal cores would significantly increase." At that moment, the fire-type psychic within the team had already begun collecting the crystal cores from the fallen zombies. Bai Fei smiled as he accepted the entire haul, distributing them exclusively to the overweight man. "Brother, if it weren't for your help, we would have been annihilated, so these crystal cores rightfully belong to you." His words rang with sincerity, yet his expression betrayed a hint of reluctance. The overweight man, accustomed to lavish feasts, found little value in the meager offerings, but recognizing this as a tactic to win his favor, he accepted the crystal cores without hesitation and absorbed them. This scene left Bai Fei momentarily speechless, internally lamenting, "I was merely being polite, and this glutton has no qualms about taking my hard-earned rewards." It was akin to visiting someone's home, where the host casually inquires if you've eaten. Even if you haven't, one would typically say they have. Yet here, the overweight man not only claimed he hadn't eaten, but also eagerly consumed the crystal cores they had labored to acquire. The atmosphere grew quiet for a few seconds as Bai Fei swallowed hard, finally managing a strained smile as he extended an invitation. "Well, since we've met, we might as well continue this conversation elsewhere. This isn't the ideal setting. How about we head to our base for a more leisurely chat?" "Sounds good. I happen to be hungry. Do you have food?" "Ha, what a coincidence. Just a few days ago, we managed to get our hands on a hen. Come, I'll have Fang Hua cook it for you." The overweight man eagerly accepted, and upon hearing this, Bai Fei was overjoyed. He glanced at the heavy truck they had arrived in and pointed at the nearby sports car. "Come, ride with us. Though I've sustained a minor injury, it won't hinder my ability to drive a Ferrari one-handed. By the way, your brother drives a cargo truck, right? Have him follow along." Thus, Wang Fan found himself relegated to the role of the cargo truck driver. Chapter 70. Each with their own thoughts yet. The more tragic fate befell the middle-aged Fang Hua, who had initially arrived in a sports car. Now, due to the overweight man's presence, he was relegated to the back seat of Wang Fan's vehicle. However, he appeared rather self-conscious, opting not to take the driver's seat or greet Wang Fan. Instead, he lowered his head and slouched into the back of the truck. "Sigh." Dog brother sighed, and before Wang Fan could inquire, he began to speak to himself. Sometimes, possessing telepathy can be quite a burden. This was clearly directed at Feng Hua, but Wang Fan found little interest in the man as well. It was hardly surprising that Bai Fei displayed a superficial interest. In a post-apocalyptic world, merely surviving an encounter without being annihilated is a miracle. Expecting others to respect you, polite to you, courteous to you, well, one must possess the merit that warrants such respect. Take, for instance, the rotund fellow. A single blow from him renders all notions of civility moot. In contrast, Feng Hua merely wields the ability of mind reading. While sometimes astonishing, in a direct confrontation, he is akin to an ordinary individual. The most fatal flaw lies in the fact that the effectiveness of mind reading correlates with one's rank. For instance, a level 1 mind reader cannot penetrate the thoughts of a level 2 superhuman. Consequently, within a team, when it comes to distributing crystal cores under scarce resources, no one would willingly allocate cores to a mind reader. Even if they were to share, it would be a mere pittance. Furthermore, many individuals in various teams harbor a disdain for those who can read minds. After all, in their presence, one feels utterly exposed, devoid of any privacy, which is undeniably uncomfortable. Under these myriad circumstances, mind readers become entities of little value. In the early stages, someone like Feng Hua still holds some worth for Bai Fei, particularly when encountering other superhumans, as he can boast and lend his team a semblance of credibility. This at least grants him some status as a superhuman. As the vehicle rolled on, Wang Fan could not help but wear a bitter smile. It seems today he would need to rely on the rotund fellow's fortune. Tang Ruofing furrowed her brow and inquired. Given Bai Fei's obvious intentions to win over the rotund fellow, do you think he might attempt to undermine him? Upon hearing this, Wang Fan remained silent, but Da Gu interjected with a sardonic remark. Rest easy, that rotund fellow is far more cunning and devious than Wang Fan. Just wait and see. The journey continued in silence as Wang Fan followed the sports car for approximately 5 to 6 kilometers before finally stopping at the entrance of a rural homestead. After disembarking, Bai Fei glanced their way, and an excited Wang Fan momentarily hoped that the other party might finally show some courtesy. Instead, Bai Fei directed Feng Hua, who had just stepped out of the vehicle. With a command, go, stew the chicken we caught yesterday and open a bottle of good wine. Today, I shall treat my rotund brother to a warm welcome. Oh, Feng Hua uttered dully, then trudged alone toward the kitchen of the homestead. Observing Da Gu let out a sigh and shake his head, Wang Fan couldn't resist whispering, I heard you sigh earlier in the vehicle. What is up with Feng Hua? Da Gu grinned wryly before finally speaking once the rotund fellow had entered the house. Ah, that poor soul. He awakened the ability of mind reading in this apocalyptic world. Although mind reading lacks significant utility, it is certainly better than being an ordinary person devoid of any abilities. Right? Why has he become a pitiable figure? Wang Fan asked, bewildered, but Da Gu's subsequent words made him nearly spit out his drink. With a complex expression, Da Gu regarded Feng Hua and said, after awakening his powers, he was elated for no more than 3 seconds, only to discover through mind reading that his wife had been unfaithful. And it wasn't just one instance. None of his 3 sons are his biological children. Astonishingly, each child has a different father. What? Wang Fan and Tang Ruofing were left speechless, incredulous as they stared at Feng Hua, who was busy cooking in the kitchen. They thought to themselves how utterly dramatic and tragic this situation was. No wonder Feng Hua appeared so dejected. They had assumed it was due to dissatisfaction with Bai Fei's demeanor, when in reality, it stemmed from his own betrayal. Da Gu, what ultimately became of his wife and children? Wang Fan could not help but pry. Da Gu rolled his eyes but seemed to relish the gossip, quietly divulging, initially, Feng Hua was unaware of his mind-reading ability and thought he was hallucinating. So he had no immediate reaction. However, the next day, when zombies attacked his home, he had the ability to save his wife and children. Yet, he did not. He could only watch as his family was devoured by zombies. I could sense the turmoil within him at that moment. Wang Fan and Tang Ruofing sighed in unison. In such a scenario, it is indeed difficult for a man who has been wronged to make a decision. To save them would weigh heavily on his conscience, yet to not save them would also gnaw at him. Although his wife deserved her fate, the children, of course, while they too were the products of infidelity, they remained oblivious to the truth, and after living together for over a decade, how could he bear to witness their demise? Da Gu continued. I sensed that Feng Hua began to entertain thoughts of suicide. Though he lacked the courage to act on them, he was filled with hatred for his wife and children. Yet, Witnessing them perish before his eyes while remaining passive stirred a sense of guilt within him. Thus, he felt a conflicting sense of relief. In short, his inner turmoil resembles a battle between two voices. One proclaiming, they deserve to die, and the other lamenting, but they are your wife and children. How could you be so heartless as to let them die? After Doggo finished, he yawned, finding a relatively clean and sheltered spot in the yard, curling up and shutting his eyes to sleep. Meanwhile, in the main room, Bai Fei enthusiastically ignited the coal stove, thoughtfully placing 2 oranges atop it, before pouring the rotund fellow a cup of hot tea and presenting sunflower seeds and peanuts. Then seated himself opposite with a smile. Rotund brother, I'm not boasting, but in these times, it's difficult for others to find a morsel of food. Yet look at us. Not only do we have oranges, but we also have peanuts and sunflower seeds. Soon, I will arrange for a hen, so you can enjoy meat and broth to your heart's content. At tea that moment, the rotund fellow rummaged through his pocket, and Bai Fei, clearly accustomed to flattering, quickly caught on and pulled out a pack of cigarettes, placing them in the rotund fellow's hands. Take these and smoke to your heart's content. From now on, we are brothers. Feel free to indulge. The rotund fellow, somewhat begrudgingly, accepted the cigarettes, lit one, and stuffed the remainder back into his pocket. Bai Fei continued to regale tales, from his exploits of single-handedly battling 100 zombies to how he had rescued certain individuals, boasting about his impressive stockpile of supplies. After more than an hour of this, the rotund fellow began to grow weary of the monologue, just as Feng Hua entered with the prepared dishes. Chapter 71. The gluttonous rotund fellow. As the dishes were placed on the table, Bai Fei introduced, Behold, we have just stewed hen, braised fish, shredded potatoes, stir-fried cabbage, and steamed rice. Before Bai Fei could finish his introduction, the rotund fellow had already seized the hen and began devouring it, reducing it to a mere skeleton within a minute. The room fell into stunned silence. Rotund brother, not you, Bai Fei stammered, unable to articulate his shock. The rotund fellow merely wiped the grease from his mouth and chuckled. Hee, you know that those of us in the strength category have a larger appetite. With that, he grabbed another plate of braised fish and devoured it in mere moments, followed by the stir-fried cabbage and shredded potatoes, then the rice. While others ate from bowls, the rotund fellow simply took the entire basin. His manner of eating was decidedly unrefined. Having polished off an entire table's worth of food, he still insisted he was only half full. Exasperated, Bai Fei shouted from the doorway, Feng Hua, hurry and prepare more food. An hour later, the second meal was ready, though its quality had noticeably declined, aside from a solitary scrambled egg. The rest were all vegetable dishes. However, the rotund fellow was not picky. He dumped 3 plates of food into his basin and continued his feast. Noticing the rotund fellow still eating, Bai Fei once again stood at the doorway, calling out, Feng Hua, make more food this time, and plenty of it. Wang Fan and Tang Ruofeng were relegated to a separate room with Feng Hua, who had already made several trips to the kitchen. Wang Fan, with a grin, leaned toward Tang Ruofeng and whispered, He trying to win over the rotund fellow. He must see if he can afford to feed him. Tang Ruofeng rolled her eyes and retorted, The rotund fellow is quite inconsiderate. If he doesn't wish to align with Bai Fei, why consume so much of his food? Doesn't he realize that one tends to feel obliged after indulging? If he later turns him down, it would surely be awkward. Doggo scoffed. Do you think the rotund fellow is the type to feel embarrassed? Doggo was right. For the rotund fellow, pride was the least of his concerns. Thus, Feng Hua made several trips to the kitchen, and when exhaustion finally set in, he resorted to steaming an enormous pot of rice over the fire. Unsurprisingly, the entire pot was consumed by the rotund fellow. The feast stretched well into the night, and after patting his belly contentedly, the rotund fellow let out a satisfying belch that, It's been ages since I've eaten so gratifyingly. The unfortunate Bai Fei and the other 3 exchanged glances, thinking, You've had your fill, but we've basically run out of food. It was worth noting that the 3 of them were still hungry. Tea wasn't tea that they didn't wish to eat. They simply had no provisions left. In truth, Bai Fei was merely trying to save face. He had been so preoccupied with hunting zombies and leveling up that he hadn't thought to gather food. He figured that overstocking would lead to spoilage, so as long as they had enough to eat, that would suffice. Now, however, it seemed that every edible item in the house had been devoured by the rotund fellow. At this moment, Bai Fei found himself in a difficult position. He could neither express his anger nor show any displeasure, instead feigning magnanimity. Ha ha ha, rotund brother, don't worry. From now on, as long as you stick with me, there will be plenty of food and drink. Really? More genuine than gold. Bai Fei boasted heartily, slapping his chest, and promptly took a gulp of tea, for he too was feeling the pangs of hunger. Reduced to quenching his thirst with watered my dear portly brother, it is settled then. You shall join our ranks. Given my advanced years, I shall shamelessly assume the role of the elder brother, while you may take on the position of the second. When it comes to fickleness and double standards, none can rival Bai Fei. He might dare to claim the second position, but no one would dare to bestow upon him the first. Just earlier, he declared that they ranked according to strength, yet upon witnessing the prowess of our rotund companion, he swiftly altered his stance to one based on age. Nearby, Qin Dalai, Lu Yangyang, He Miao, and the others exchanged glances. Yet none dared to speak. Particularly, the fire elemental Qin Dalai was internally seething, thinking to himself, by all means, if age is the criterion, I should be the one to take the lead. Have you not seen me wielding an elderly card while riding the bus? Yet he held his tongue. Though he was a fire elemental, he was but a pitiful level one, struggling even to ignite a flame. Very well, I shall join. The portly fellow nodded solemnly and then rose to face Bai Fei. Calling out with heartfelt fervor, "Elder brother," Bai Fei too rose, adopting a serious demeanor as he clasped his fists in salute. "Second brother, elder brother, second brother." The two exchanged loud and spirited greetings, their faces brimming with mutual admiration. Subsequently, arrangements were made for the portly brother to reside in the master bedroom, while Bai Fei returned to the main hall, discreetly beckoning Qin Dalai and the others. The three followed him outside the farmhouse. It was then that Bai Fei quietly instructed them, "Let us venture forth to procure some sustenance." Upon hearing this, Qin Dalai and the others were nearly moved to tears, thinking, if you, our esteemed second uncle, do not secure us some food soon, we shall surely starve. Thus, the three stealthily trailed Bai Fei out the door, wary of being discovered by the portly brother. The four dared not drive, opting instead to walk towards the nearest Qingxi town. Along the way, Qin Dalai inquired, "Elder brother, do you truly intend to allow this portly fellow to join us? Is it wise? He consumes an exorbitant amount of food. Can we afford to sustain him?" The others nodded in agreement, casting sidelong glances at Bai Fei. However, Bai Fei merely smiled cunningly. Rest assured, his prodigious appetite signifies his elevated rank. When it comes time for labor, we shall find it quite effortless. Did you not observe his performance at noon? When we attract a horde of zombies, he shall be tasked with dispatching them. As for food, is that a concern for us? But what if he decides to flee? Fool, Bai Fei scolded, then reproached, if someone is providing you with fine wine and sumptuous meals daily, would you choose to abandon them? Bai Fei was indeed correct at that moment. The portly brother had entered Wang Fan's room. Proudly patting his belly and boast, "Oh dear, I may have overindulged today. Who would have thought Bai Fei would be so warm-hearted? If he continues to treat me like this, I might become rather reluctant to leave." However, the food leaves much to be desired. Aside from the stewed old hen, the rest is merely vegetarian. Meanwhile, Feng Hua had succumbed to slumber, and Dog Brother, having requested steak from Wang Fan, munched away while questioning the two. "How long do you intend to entertain yourselves? I have no desire to continue partaking in your tedious performances. It is a waste of time. Wang Fan, are you contemplating recruiting these individuals? If you are, then do so. If not, then withdraw. This dragging on has led to me consuming nothing but dog food all day." Feng Hua mistakenly believed Dog Brother was a genuine canine. Today, Dog Brother had even procured a dog bowl filled with their leftovers. Naturally, Dog Brother would not partake in such remnants and refrained from eating. Consequently, when Bai Fei passed by and noticed Dog Brother had not eaten, he scolded him, infuriating Dog Brother to the point of wishing to electrocute him on the spot. Wang Fan chuckled and nodded. "Indeed, I plan to recruit them. However, it seems this Bai Fei is rather difficult to manage. While it is acceptable for him to assume the role of our leader, to have him as a subordinate, I suspect that is unlikely." With a sigh, he added, "Very well. We shall revisit this tomorrow, that if all else fails, we can let the portly fellow enjoy another meal before he departs." Just then, before he could finish his thought, Wang Fan dashed out like an arrow released from a bow. By the time the portly brother and dog brother arrived, Wang Fan had already rescued the hanging Feng Hua. If one possesses the courage to die, why not continue living? Wang Fan coldly remarked, observing the recovering Feng Hua on the ground. Chapter 72. The human heart is unfathomable. Tang Ruofing presented him with a glass of water. Yet Feng Hua buried his face in his hands, weeping uncontrollably, as the saying goes. A man may shed tears, but they do not flow lightly unless he has reached the depths of sorrow. When a man of stature cries, it is sure to evoke tears in the beholder and sorrow in the listener. In truth, it is challenging to console someone in Feng Hua's situation, whether it be the betrayal of a wife, the uncertainty of a child's paternity, or the traumatic experience of witnessing the deaths of 3 children before his very eyes. Such burdens are not easily borne by any soul. Once his sobbing subsided slightly, Wang Fan gently patted his shoulder and sincerely offered words of comfort. I am aware of the matters concerning your wife and children. Thus, I am uncertain how to console you. However, I do not wish to witness you take your own life before me. You know? Of course, you are not the only one with the ability to read minds in this world. Noticing Feng Hua's gaze upon him, Wang Fan continued, regardless of what your wife has done or how your children met their fate. It is all in the past. What must be let go must indeed be relinquished, and should you wish to die, I shall not intervene again. With that, Wang Fan turned to leave, pausing at the door to add, by the way, if you choose to live, you may accompany me when I depart. As Wang Fan and the portly brothers settled in for the night, Bai Fei and company found themselves in dire straits. They entered every house they encountered in search of sustenance, but not only did they find nothing to eat, they were also frequently beset by zombies that in the darkness. The undead's vision remained unimpeded, while humans suffered greatly. Thus, they fought on with empty stomachs, and by the end of their expedition, 3 of the 4 bore injuries, until the latter half of the night, when Bai Fei finally stumbled upon a field of radishes. He was as animated as a child, pulling up a white radish and gnawing at it while shedding tears. The 4 of them feasted on radishes throughout the night, and finally, exhausted, they made their way back to the farmhouse. The radishes, known for promoting digestion, rendered their sleep restless. Just as they fell asleep, a loud pft would startle them awake, only for the cycle to repeat. After a long night, they finally endured until dawn. With no food left in the morning, Bai Fei instructed Feng Hua to brew a large pot of radish soup. When the portly brother inquired as to the absence of meat, this fellow shamelessly explained that it was too greasy to consume early in the day. Amidst their mealtime, Bai Fei glanced at Wang Fan and Tang Ruofing in the corner, his eyes twinkling as he proposed to the portly brother, second brother. Here's the plan. After we finish our meal, let us venture to the county town. Our primary objective shall be to hunt zombies and procure provisions. We shall divide our tasks. When the time comes, let Feng Hua and your elder siblings distract the zombies while we focus on the kill. This way, our efficiency will be greatly enhanced. Sensing the likelihood of opposition from the portly brother, he quickly added, rest assured, they will be fine. At worst, they will merely run away. Their role is to draw the attention of the zombies while we handle the elimination. Ensuring everyone works to their strengths, the portly brother glanced at Wang Fan, who nodded slightly in agreement. As they prepared to set off, Bai Fei's thoughts turned rather mischievous. He deliberately distanced himself from Wang Fan and the others, cautioning Qin Dalai and his companions, if Feng Hua and the others encounter danger while luring the zombies, do not intervene. What if something goes awry? If something goes awry, all the better. A malicious smile crept upon Bai Fei's lips as he cast a cold glance at Wang Fan and the others. These individuals are mere commoners. Having them along is a waste of resources. It would be better to let the zombies take them out. Once these 2 relatives are gone, our portly brother will surely align himself more closely with us. But what about Feng Hua? He is one of us. One of us, my foot. Bai Fei disdainfully regarded Feng Hua, muttering under his breath, this useless fellow. What good is a mind-reading ability if we must constantly worry about him uncovering our secrets? He always hides in the shadows during our zombie hunts. What purpose does he serve? Perhaps realizing that his words were somewhat inappropriate, Bai Fei quickly shifted his focus to brainwashing the other 3. You are different. Each of you is an elite. We must mold our team into the most formidable elite force. Imagine a future where our entire group comprises superpowered individuals who would dare challenge us. At that point, we shall have all that we desire, food and drink aplenty. Carrying these burdens only hinders our progress toward victory. Do you wish for that? No. The moment he spoke, Qin Dalai and the others resolutely responded, their expressions mirroring Bai Fei's cold indifference. However, these foolish individuals seemed to have forgotten that Feng Hua was a mind reader, and of course, Dog Brother's abilities surpassed even that. Thus, as they concluded their discussion, Feng Hua was left trembling with fear, his legs quaking. Wang Fan, unable to resist, stepped forward to steady him while teasing, weren't you just planning to hang yourself last night? How is it that a little scare has you quaking in your boots? Is being frightened worse than contemplating your own demise? Feng Hua awkwardly grinned, swallowing hard before replying, well, considering my own death feels different from others wishing for my end. Haha, it matters not who meets their demise. As it stands, do not be too quick to fear. What if it is they who perish in the end? Wouldn't that render your fears pointless? Silence enveloped them as they drove to the nearby county town. And at that moment, Bai Fei's leadership instincts flared anew, as he imperiously commanded Feng Hua, Wang Fan, and the three others. You three, enter this community from the left, middle, and right. Do not fear the zombies you encounter. Simply lead them towards me. As long as you can bring them here, you will be absolutely safe. Feng Hua, hesitant to offend, slowly acknowledged and proceeded to the left. Wang Fan smiled and departed with Tang Ruofeng. Just as the plump man was about to follow, he was halted by Bai Fei. Bro, let them handle this minor task of drawing the monsters. We are all part of a team, whether ordinary people or those with abilities. Everyone should contribute a little, otherwise, how can we face the fact that we're living off you? Besides, I've already devised a detailed plan. Your departure would only cause chaos. Each of us must perform our designated roles for maximum efficiency. The plump man nodded, finding a position to stand, deliberately putting a considerable distance between himself and Bai Fei, fearing he might be struck by lightning as well. Soon, with a chilling wail, Wang Fan came running. Waving his arms, Dog Brother, who had been dozing under a tree, was startled awake, staring incredulously at Wang Fan, muttering to himself for quite some time, that scoundrel, simply too cunning. Observing the horde of zombies trailing Wang Fan, Bai Fei's expression shifted several times, first to surprise, then astonishment, and finally to terror. The group of zombies Wang Fan had attracted numbered not fewer than 80, and among them were 2 mutated ones. A dense mass, rushing towards them like a flock of ducks. The plump man proudly addressed Bai Fei. Look, my brother is a master at drawing aggro. SNT. Before Bai Fei could respond, unexpectedly, as the horde approached, they did not stand idly by to be attacked. Instead, they collectively redirected towards Bai Fei. Chapter 73. A lesson for the saintly Bai Fei, who had intended to assume a commanding presence in this hunt, was caught off guard and retreated several meters with a howl. Perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed, he cleared his throat and shouted to Qin Dali and the others, Brothers, kill. Qin Dali, Lu Yongyang, and He Miao simultaneously focused their attacks, while the plump man, at this moment, nonchalantly began to idle nearby. This led to a problem. The attack power of Qin Dali and his companions was too low. It often took them a minute or two to take down a single zombie. Bai Fei's attack power was slightly higher, but at this moment, he had been surrounded by zombies, essentially engaging in a one-man battle against a horde, or being besieged by a swarm of zombies. As the situation escalated, he became increasingly frantic, even cursing at the zombies. Why are you all attacking me, you fools? The poor zombies were humiliated even in death, leading them to attack even more viciously. Initially, he could hold his ground, but then came another wail from behind, and Feng Hua came rolling and scrambling toward them. This added new vigor to the already congested horde of zombies. Soon after, Tang Ruofeng arrived with her own group of zombies. That a rough count revealed that the 3 waves combined exceeded 400 or 500 zombies. Wang Fan feigned breathlessness, standing outside the horde, excitedly shouting to Bai Fei. Brother Fei, you're magnificent. Go, Brother Fei. Upon hearing this, Bai Fei, previously in a disheveled state, was instantly invigorated, sweeping his silver gun in a flourish, only to feel a claw from a zombie scratch his rear. When Wang Fan reached Dog Brother, the latter, still shaken, mumbled, I'm a dog. You're the real dog. At this moment, Feng Hua also approached, his legs trembling. Only with Tang Ruofeng's support did he manage to collapse in front of Wang Fan. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he asked the two, Something's not right. I've drawn zombies before, but today is utterly different. Usually, there are at most 5 or 6, but why are there so many today? And they seem crazed? That's because I've smeared garlic juice on you. Zombies are drawn to it like dogs to dung. Dog Brother started to say, but midway through, he realized it was inappropriate, prompting Wang Fan to burst into laughter. Wang Fan then explained to Feng Hua, actually, before we set off, I secretly applied some garlic juice on you. It's my secret recipe. The zombies smell it and come running. Afterward, I just wipe it off you. It's as simple as that, so. You put it on Bai Fei as well? Tang Ruofeng, quick to connect the dots, glanced at Bai Fei, now surrounded by zombies, and felt a chill run down her spine. She thought to herself, Wang Fan truly embodies the concept of a petty person. He appears cheerful in public but is backstabbing behind the scenes, calling him brother and smiling at the table. This is what treachery looks like. You might not even realize how you perish at this moment. Aside from the plump man, Qin Dali, Lu Yangyang, and He Miao all bore varying degrees of injury, while Bai Fei, trapped at the center, was a bloody mess. Clearly on the brink of death. Are we really going to stand by and do nothing? Tang Ruofeng looked at the situation, clearly inquiring of Wang Fan. Yet Wang Fan countered her, to repay kindness with gratitude. How do we repay treachery? Why should we save him? But, there is no but. From the moment I met him, I sensed he was not a good person. He presents himself as a gentleman while harboring the heart of a wolf. Selfish and unable to ensure fair distribution of team resources, and has the audacity to send us 3 to draw monsters to our deaths. My actions are merely an eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. If he harbors no ill will towards me, I will harbor no ill will towards him. As Wang Fan spoke, a distinct cry echoed, unmistakably signaling Bai Fei's demise. He had completely fallen, leaving only the remnants of his existence. What about Qin Dali and the others? Tang Ruofeng bit her lip, looking once more at Wang Fan, who had now shed his gentle demeanor and adopted a cold, ruthless expression. Tang Ruofeng, pay attention. In this apocalyptic world, being a do-gooder will only lead to your demise. Killing them is the only way to save ourselves. I would risk my life to save those worth saving. But for those who deserve to die, not only will I not save them, I will trample them underfoot. His words struck like thunder, leaving Tang Ruofeng frozen in place. Trained in martial arts since childhood, she had learned to uphold justice and act with integrity. Yet Wang Fan's actions starkly contradicted the principles she had been taught. However, in that moment, she felt there was some truth to Wang Fan's words. After all, she had learned the story of the farmer and the snake in her youth. Theoretically, the world should operate on reciprocity. I treat you well, you treat me well, and everyone benefits. Yet in reality, when I treat you well, you might just try to kill me. If I continue to treat you well, wouldn't that be sheer folly? Save me. At this moment, Qin Dali and the plump man were completely engulfed by the zombies. Among them, the weakest water ability user, Lu Yangyang, cried out in despair, only to be swiftly pinned down by 2 zombies that began to feast upon him. Next, it was Qin Dali and He Miao. Feng Hua grew anxious, pointing at the surrounded plump man. He is one of your own. Are you not going to save him? Wang Fan grinned, but before he could speak, the dense mass of zombies erupted like a boiling pot. Scattering haphazardly, revealing the plump man within, he swung his wolf-toothed club, as if in a realm untouched by others. Like the legendary Sun Wukong battling fiercely on the battlefield, he struck down zombies with terrifying ferocity, causing them to howl in agony. It was a sight that could bring tears to the eyes of the most hardened observer, leaving others in stunned silence. Just moments later, the world fell silent. The bare-chested plump man stood with his wolf-toothed club like a deity of war, bathed in sunlight. His flesh glistened with sweat, dazzling enough to blind Dog Brother's discerning eyes. The fallen zombies littered the ground like severed wheat stalks, presenting a scene of great valor. Dog Brother, lend a hand? The plump man approached with a smile. Dog Brother rose from the ground, shaking his head. Then he slowly lifted his gaze, fiery determination flickering in his eyes. He may not speak wisdom, but he could unleash flames. The flames surged forth with a life of their own, engulfing everything in their path. Soon, under the blaze, the original zombies, Bai Fei, and others were all reduced to ashes. This spectacle left Feng Hua's eyes wide with disbelief, and after a long pause, he stammered, It can breathe fire. Chapter 74. Feng Hua joins the team after a prolonged silence. Feng Hua nearly lost his mind. For in his heart, he had marked Wang Fan and his companions as extremely dangerous and unfathomable. Previously, his views had aligned closely with Bai Fei's, but now he realized that this group was the true cunning predator. While Bai Fei was merely a foolish jester, Tang Ruofing was utterly astounded. Though she knew Dog Brother was remarkable, it was her first time witnessing him wield fire abilities, which were clearly distinct from Qin Dali's powers. Qin Dali could only singe zombies, yet Dog Brother incinerated them to ash. Not a remnant remained, and it was merely a simple action. If Dog Brother had intervened earlier, could those zombies have been obliterated in an instant? The more she pondered, the more cold sweat trickled down her back. When she had previously seized the plump man's crystal core, she had felt a sense of pride, believing her combat power was at least on par with his. But now she realized she was inferior even to a dog. Perhaps sensing Tang Ruofing's thoughts, Wang Fan chuckled and patted her shoulder. Hee, now do you see why I call him Dog Brother? By this time, Dog Brother had dominated the battlefield, walking over to the group, casting a calm glance at the plump man, and speaking with unruffled composure. I desire a half-crystal core. Very well, the portly fellow nodded with a grin. Leading Feng Hua to gather the crystal cores, soon, he handed a pile of sesame seed-sized crystal cores to Dog Brother, while casting a glance at Wang Fan and the others, shamelessly executing what he deemed a fair distribution. Ahem. Well, Feng Hua finds little use for these things, and as for Xiao Tang that he doesn't even understand what abilities are, while old Wang has already reached level 5. These cores won't help him level up. So why not just give them all to me? If no one objects, then that must mean consent, right? Before he could finish his sentence, he eagerly clutched the crystal cores and began absorbing them. To his astonishment, amidst so many crystal cores, and under the influence of Bai Fei, Qin Dalii, and others, the portly fellow actually leveled up. His body was now entirely covered in black scales, even his palms and head were enveloped. Resembling a corpulent Spider-Man in a flattering light, or, in less flattering terms, a black serpent that had been standing upright for 10 months. What the hell? How did I end up like this? The portly fellow touched his face. Bemused, oddly enough, the scales that appeared so hard and gleaming were, upon his touch, as soft as a wool carpet. In a way, how can I not revert back? He retrieved his phone from his pocket and opened the camera. Gazing at his own appearance, his face a canvas of sorrow. Wang Fan glanced at Dog Brother, who merely shook his head in silence, clearly as perplexed by the portly fellow's situation as Wang Fan was. Thus, to console him, Wang Fan resorted to fabricating a story. Ahem, it's nothing to worry about. Think of it this way. Though you may look a bit unsightly, your defense is formidable. Now your entire body is cloaked in this defensive black armor. Invincible against anyone below level 6, and a one-for-one exchange against those above level 6. It's no exaggeration to say that very few can best you now. Really? Absolutely true, under Wang Fan's persuasion. The portly fellow's mood lifted somewhat. However, Feng Hua was soon left in shock once more. With a flick of his wrist, Wang Fan conjured a dining table on the lawn, followed by chairs, tablecloths, cups, bowls, plates, and everything one could desire. Then, with another flourish of his hand, an array of delectable dishes appeared. Smoked chicken, roasted duck, braised fish, shrimp, sauced beef, and so on, all steaming with warmth. Bang. Wang Fan uncorked a bottle of red wine and inserted a straw for Dog Brother. Feng Hua was left dumbfounded. Can dogs really drink red wine? Where's the justice in that? If Bai Fei were to see this, he would surely be furious. Here, there's nothing fancy, just make do with this. Wang Fan handed Feng Hua a bottle of Mao Tai, to which Feng Hua twitched at the corner of his mouth. He hadn't even indulged in Mao Tai before the apocalypse, yet here he was, in such dire circumstances, able to enjoy a whole bottle, and it was merely a make-do. He instinctively began inspecting the bottle when he heard Wang Fan chuckle. Don't worry, I borrowed this from the Mao Tai Direct store. If it's counterfeit, I'll compensate tenfold. Upon hearing this, Feng Hua awkwardly scratched his head and sought to spark a conversation with Wang Fan. So, have you awakened some kind of magical ability? Tang Ruofing nearly spat out her drink upon hearing this. When she first met Wang Fan, she too had been deceived into thinking he was a magician. Witnessing another fall for the ruse was simply amusing. However, Wang Fan did not respond directly, but rather casually asked, I mentioned before that if you wish to live, you can follow me. Have you made up your mind? Yes, I'll follow you. Fang Hua took another swig and bit into a pig-esque trotter, his mouth oily as he spoke. Though I was part of a team with Bai Fei, he never treated me as a person. I was merely there to cook for them. Oh, by the way, I should mention that I was the executive chef at a five-star hotel. A five-star hotel? An executive chef? No wonder your potato shreds are so delectable, the portly fellow praised while gnawing on beef. Heh, it's all just empty titles, nothing of great significance. Fang Hua humbly smiled, then sighed as he turned to Wang Fan and continued. I'm timid and lacking in ability, but I know how to be grateful. You saved me, so I will heed your guidance. Heh, it's not that serious. I'm not a bandit preying on the weak. I merely found you pitiable and decided to take you in along the way. Of course, if you have your own plans, feel free to leave at any time. We are all about freedom here. Wang Fan waved his hand, a bit awkwardly continuing. However, the situation is as follows. We have a camp where we initially intended for you to settle. But we've only been out a few days, and the distance is quite far, so you'll need to accompany us for a while. When we return, I'll take you back with me. All right, no problem. I'll follow your lead. Fang Hua nodded gratefully. In truth, to others, Fang Hua may seem inconsequential, but to Wang Fan, he was the ultimate human lie detector. Once Fang Hua was delivered to the village, he would be far more effective than Bao Zheng or Di Renjia. Who lost a needle? Who was short on rice? Who was slacking off and lying? Who was entangled with which widow? Fang Hua would know the answers just by looking. This was crucial for maintaining the daily order of Xianying village. Moreover, it was a two-for-one deal. Not only could Fang Hua read minds, but he was also a five-star hotel chef. If he were to open a restaurant in the village, the entire community would go wild. After all, the same ingredients prepared by him would yield an entirely different flavor. After the conversation among the group concluded, it was time to indulge in a feast. Chapter 75. The Women's Academy. Following the meal, everyone boarded the truck and set off. The portly fellow, still rather bored, only asked where they were headed after hitting the highway, but the group had no particular destination in mind. Observing this, Fang Hua, like Tang Ruofeng, sought to hitch a ride, awkwardly suggesting to the portly fellow, how about we swing by Tsinghua University? That place is bustling. Not only can we gather supplies, but we can also hunt for crystal cores. Why would we go to a university town? The portly fellow shook his head vigorously. Fang Hua awkwardly glanced at Wang Fan, who could no longer suppress his laughter. Ha, old Fang, just be honest. What is your real purpose for wanting to go to the university town? Don't say it's to hunt for crystal cores again. You're too honest and not good at lying. Realizing that the portly fellow was teasing him, Fang Hua scratched his head sheepishly and quietly explained. Well, my niece is studying at Tsinghua University. I heard you all mention having no destination. So did I thought. If it's on the way, could you possibly take me to see her? Are you sure your niece is still alive? The portly fellow asked while searching for directions. Fang Hua sadly shook his head. I'm not certain, but I still want to see. Her parents were bitten by zombies, and I thought I should check on her for their sake. I had mentioned it before while with Bai Fei, but he showed no interest in this request. What the hell? A Women's Academy. Tsinghua Women's Academy. The portly fellow exclaimed excitedly, quickly setting the navigation and pressing down on the gas pedal, leaving Fang Hua utterly bewildered. Wang Fan chuckled teasingly from the side. Portly fellow, do you think a Women's Academy means it's all women? Isn't it? The portly fellow retorted, causing Fang Hua to burst into laughter. The journey continued in silence, marking the second time in their lives that Wang Fan and the others ventured to a so-called university. However, after their previous experience at Xianying University, Wang Fan held no fondness for such institutions, especially towards the new generation of students who were incapable of lifting a finger, yet clamored daily for freedom. His disdain ran deep. Yet, he remained unaware that this visit to Tsinghua Women's Academy would profoundly alter his rigid and narrow-minded perceptions, revealing the more admirable facets of university students. As the saying goes, humanity's ignorance stems from a lack of knowledge. Not only a lack of knowledge, but also a reluctance to seek it. This aptly describes Wang Fan. After traveling over 300 kilometers, the vehicle entered the provincial capital. Tang Ruofeng, curious, gazed outside. They were now over 600 kilometers from Xianying City and in a different city altogether. She was eager to verify whether, at such a distance, there would still be zombies. Or rather, was the apocalypse a nationwide or even global phenomenon? Regrettably, the desolate scenery outside left her feeling disappointed. The broad streets were eerily quiet, public facilities lay in ruins. Corpses littered the roads, and dust-covered cars were strewn haphazardly, as if the entire city had been paused in time, silent to the point of lacking even a bird's chirp. Don't despair too much. There are actually quite a few people in the city. Most are simply hiding at home, only emerging when in search of food. Wang Fan gently patted Tang Ruofeng's shoulder in consolation, though he truly wished to express that now was not the time for despair. Wait a few more years and see. You might traverse an entire city without encountering a single person. Not even a zombie. Now that would be true despair, making you feel utterly abandoned by the world, the solitude suffocating. At that point, you wouldn't be thinking of hiding. Rather, you'd wish for a swift demise. For in such an environment, one could truly lose their sanity. Sighing, Wang Fan humorously remarked, in such surroundings, it's only natural to begin conversing with flowers, grass, and trees. If they start responding, then you ought to question your mental state rather than assuming you've awakened some abilities. Indeed, this feeling is truly terrifying. Tang Ruofeng said slowly, then curiously asked Wang Fan, do you think humanity will really face extinction? Humanity? Heh. Wang Fan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Even the mighty dinosaurs became extinct, didn't they? What chance do humans have? But that's different. The dinosaurs faced natural disasters. Tang Ruofeng exclaimed, haven't you heard that man-made disasters outweigh natural ones? What do you mean? Wang Fan replied. Humans are inherently selfish and greedy, under the immense pressure of military force. This selfishness may be suppressed, but when the apocalypse arrives, that force will no longer exist. Thus, human greed will be magnified infinitely. Do you know about Pandora's box? Tang Ruofeng nodded, and Wang Fan continued with a smile. A single Pandora's box can destroy the entire world, and now, everyone is like an open Pandora's box. They will fight, deceive, steal, and kill for food, power, wealth, and women. Once they have fought, deceived, stolen, and killed, do you think they will be satisfied? No. They will only continue to fight, deceive, steal, and kill, and with even greater ferocity, for that will yield them even more. Taking a moment to collect his thoughts, Wang Fan leaned back in his seat, a bitter smile on his face as he looked at Tang Ruofeng. So that under the weight of these issues, humanity is vulnerable. In truth, everyone knows that if we unite, we could easily eliminate all the zombies and restore our homeland. But no one would easily trust, respect, or obey anyone else. Instead, what we see is more of us fighting each other, vying for food and women. When you speak like this, it reminds me of my dad. It sounds very preachy, though I'm not particularly fond of it. It seems you make some valid points, as for whether it's valid. You'll find out for yourself in a couple of years, Wang Fan replied with a resigned smile, thinking to himself that if age were to be calculated, he was indeed much older than her father. He had witnessed the rise and fall of the last apocalypse, seen the myriad tragedies and horrors of the world, and watched as humanity was utterly annihilated amidst the chaos of mutual slaughter and monster attacks. Such experiences would surely earn him a senior citizen card. Tang Ruofeng did not want to hear it, and Wang Fan disliked speaking of it even more, for his experiences were 1,000 times more brutal than he could express. Yet, even if he were to speak of it, Tang Ruofeng would undoubtedly not believe him. The journey continued in silence until the vehicle exited the urban area. Following the navigation, they would reach Qin Hua Women's College after traveling more than 20 kilometers west. Fatty, slow down. I'm going to take a nap, Wang Fan instructed Fatty, leaning back in his seat and closing his eyes. Chapter 76. Niece in truth, he wished to correct Tang Ruofeng's perceptions and understanding of the apocalypse. But such an endeavor would be akin to a fool's errand. It was like a person from the future suddenly appearing before you, insisting that you abandon meat for a vegetarian diet to prevent the world's destruction. Likely, you would respond with a slap or a kick, cursing them to get lost. This was a collision of differing worldviews. Fatty, however, was different. He was not particularly bright and held an unconditional trust in Wang Fan. Even if Wang Fan were to tell Fatty that aliens were invading Earth and they needed to flee immediately, Fatty would turn on his heel and run without a moment's hesitation or a single question. After driving for several dozen kilometers, he would only then nervously ask, "Where are the aliens?" The journey, which should have taken 30 minutes, extended to over an hour due to Fatty's deliberate slow driving. We've arrived, Fatty exclaimed, and the group disembarked, standing before Hua Women's College. From the outside, the school appeared as quiet as the surrounding streets, with tall trees obscuring the view. However, upon closer inspection, they could see the occasional wandering zombie. Wang Fan examined the damaged electric gate of the school, brushing off the dust atop it, and shook his head regretfully at Feng Hua. Given the dust here, it seems no one has visited for quite some time. Coupled with the zombies wandering about, I suspect this place has been abandoned. Either everyone has perished, or those who remain have fled. With that, he stepped through the gate, and the group slowly made their way along the internal paths. Some zombies detected the presence of the living and charged at them, but they were swiftly dispatched by Fatty's trusty Wolf Fawn Club. For these low-level zombies, Fatty couldn't even be bothered to extract their crystal cores. They traversed from the flag-raising platform through the teaching buildings, entering the library, the multimedia classroom, the auditorium, and so forth, encountering not a single living soul, only corpses and zombies. Eventually, they arrived at the dormitory area, where Wang Fan and Fatty searched from the ground floor to the 8th floor, finding no living person aside from some zombies locked in rooms. Fatty lost interest in entering the subsequent buildings. But Feng Hua remained undeterred, continuing to search floor by floor in the dormitory building. More than once, they narrowly escaped being overwhelmed by zombies. Finally, they reached the last building on the top floor. And just as Feng Hua was about to give up, Wang Fan sensed something amiss. "It seems like someone is here." He observed the locked dormitory building door with a puzzled expression. Fatty tugged at the lock and muttered, "How could anyone be here? If there were, they would have locked it from the inside. Who would lock themselves in from the outside? Even for safety, if locked inside, how would they eat?" Wang Fan shook his head, not entirely agreeing with Fatty's reasoning but unable to deduce the situation either. Just as he pondered whether to break the lock and investigate, he suddenly caught a whiff of a sour and spicy potato shreds aroma. "Do you smell something? It smells like potato shreds," Feng Hua exclaimed, clearly excited. After all, if someone was cooking potato shreds nearby, it meant there were living people, and that meant it was possible his niece was still alive. Wang Fan waved his hand to signal the others and led the way toward the source of the smell, ultimately stopping in front of a dining hall deep within the school. However, trouble was imminent. At that moment, 7 or 8 female students stood at the entrance of the dining hall, each wielding makeshift weapons like steel pipes and rebar, some of which appeared to have been taken from bunk beds. The atmosphere became tense as both parties spotted each other. "Who are you?" the leading chubby girl asked, her voice lacking confidence, taking 2 steps back in fear and frequently glancing over her shoulder into the dining hall. She then shouted a few words into the hall, but they were too distant to hear clearly. "Please don't misunderstand. We're actually the good guys." Fatty stepped forward to explain, but as soon as he did, the group of girls let out a collective scream and rushed into the dining hall, pulling down the roll-down gate behind them. "Huh? I didn't do anything." Fatty raised his hands innocently, and Wang Fan smirked teasingly. "With that big black face of yours, you really didn't need to do anything." After that, Wang Fan prepared to knock on the door, but just then, the gate was pulled open again, and 5 or 6 girls streamed out. The leading girl had short hair, was of medium height, had slightly darker skin, and wore a white down jacket, wielding a double-handed sword. Judging by the red tassels on it, it was likely a weapon borrowed from the school's martial arts club. "Who are you?" the short-haired girl demanded, her eyes cold as she scanned Wang Fan and the others, raising her double swords in a defensive stance. Tang Ruofeng's eyes lit up as she whispered to Wang Fan, "That's the stance from the double-handed sword lifting technique. This woman must have trained." However, before she could finish, the short-haired girl's swords crackled with electricity. Wang Fan raised his eyebrows. "Oh, an electric ability user?" But then he smiled and stepped forward to explain, "Don't worry, we're not bad people, we're just here looking for someone. This is..." He gestured to Feng Hua, but before he could finish, Feng Hua excitedly called out to a girl among them, "Tong Tong, Shui Tong, it's your uncle." The girl opposite stared in disbelief, her eyes wide, and then rushed toward Feng Hua. "Uncle." The two embraced, tears streaming down their faces. After hundreds of kilometers apart, to meet alive was nothing short of a miracle. This revelation eased the short-haired girl's hostility. The electric arcs on her swords dissipated as she combined them into their sheath. Though she still regarded Fatty with caution, there was no helping it. Even Tang Ruofeng would be startled by Fatty's current appearance, let alone anyone else. "Uncle, Where are my parents? Why didn't they come? Shui Tong asked, wiping her tears, but Feng Hua was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Fatty called out to the short-haired girl, "Hey, you've seen for yourself. We're really just here to find someone. It's just about mealtime. Could we go in and talk while we eat?" The short-haired girl remained silent, but Shui Tong awkwardly pulled her uncle over to Wang Fan, whispering, "Our team leader is very strict. I'll go ask for a moment. Let us talk in my dorm." With that, she ran over to the short-haired girl, said a few words, and after receiving a nod of agreement, Su Tong dramatically sighed in relief, sticking out her tongue before returning to Feng Hua's side, linking her arm with his as they led several others back to the previously locked dormitory door. Chapter 77. Sister Ng Shui Tong led Wang Fan and his companions to the entrance of the dormitory building. After unlocking the door, she guided them directly into room 102. The room contained 4 bunk beds, and judging by the bedding, it was evident that it was inhabited. However, Wang Fan found it peculiar that the dormitory was filled with an array of plants. While one could understand the desire to keep a few flowers, these plants appeared to be wild grasses haphazardly uprooted from the ground. Strangely, various jars and bottles cluttered the table, filled with an assortment of bizarre seeds and fruit pits. Wang Fan glanced around and could only identify a few simple items like peanuts, soybeans, and mung beans. "Uncle, do you drink water?" Shui Tong asked, her expression peculiar and somewhat embarrassed. She quickly added, "Ever since the emergence of zombies, our water supply has been severely limited, and drinking water is strictly rationed. However, if you're truly thirsty, it's all right, we're not thirsty." Feng Hua was well aware of the situation. The underground water sources were scarce, sufficient for irrigation but not safe for direct consumption unless properly filtered. For instance, in Xinying village, under Professor Zhang's guidance, a drinking water filtration system was established. Initially, due to the lack of electricity, they resorted to manual filtration methods. Even so, villagers frequently fell ill from waterborne diseases. Once the generator was operational, they switched to industrial-grade filters, which finally resolved the water quality issues. As everyone settled down, Shui Tong impatiently inquired about her parents. Upon learning that they had fallen victim to the zombies, she burst into tears. After considerable effort to console her, Tang Ruofing expressed her skepticism. "You must also possess abilities if that's the case. Why didn't you return home when the apocalypse first began? Had you gone back that night, perhaps your parents would have survived under your protection." Tang Ruofing's situation was similar to Shui Tong's. She had rushed home immediately after the incident at her school. Unfortunately, her father had transformed into a zombie during that time. Thus, she found it difficult to comprehend Shui Tong's choices. However, she seemed to overlook the crucial factor of distance. Her school was merely a few dozen kilometers from home, whereas Shui Tong's was over 300 kilometers away. Especially during an apocalypse rife with marauders and zombies, returning home was far from simple. Indeed, upon hearing this, Shui Tong displayed a despondent expression, fidgeting with the hem of her clothes as she explained, "It's not that I didn't want to go back. Zombies had already appeared in our dormitory, and the scene was chaotic. By the time I reached the street, it was even more disorderly than at school, and I couldn't find any transportation back. All buses and shuttles had ceased operations. When dawn broke, my classmates were all screaming and fleeing for their lives, and I had no idea where to go. It was only then that I discovered I could control the growth rate of plants. And it was thanks to this ability that I managed to escape." Pointing to the strange plants in the dormitory, Shui Tong pouted and continued, "After discovering this ability, I led a few of my dorm mates to escape. But we still encountered trouble. I remember that day. After Shui Tong and her roommates fled, they did not encounter any zombies, but instead ran into a group of thugs. Although she had just learned to control her powers and could handle one-on-one confrontations, facing a large group of armed ruffians proved daunting. Fortunately, a short-haired girl came to her rescue. After some inquiries, they discovered that this girl was also from their school. Subsequently, the short-haired girl formed a team of ability users to protect the ordinary students left behind at the school. Was she the one wielding the dual swords? What's the name of your organization? We are called the Cosmic Super Thunder Invincible Qinhua Angel Beautiful Girl Crystal Core Hunting Wolf Feng Squad. Even as Shui Tong uttered the name, she felt a flush of embarrassment. During the naming process, a naive girl had casually suggested this grandiose title, and to her surprise, it had received overwhelming approval. The stout boy struggled to stifle his laughter, teasing her, You call yourselves the Cosmic Super Thunder Invincible Qinhua Angel Beautiful Girl Crystal Core Hunting Wolf Feng Squad. What about the male students? Isn't that discriminatory against our brethren? To his astonishment, Shuetong's next words nearly choked him. Our captain is named Huang Jianying. When she formed the team, she explicitly stated that no males were allowed. She believes that men should charge to the front lines. Our school already had very few boys left, and during battles with zombies, those who remained were forced to stand at the front. Ultimately, they either succumbed to the zombies or fled during the night. Damn! The stout boy was utterly stunned. I asked this girl out of her mind. Does she harbor such animosity towards us? No wonder she had looked at me as if I were a sworn enemy. Shuetong sighed. Alas, our captain has her own hardships. There's a reason for her behavior. Shuetong then recounted Huang Jianying's background. Huang Jianying had grown up without a father. Her father had cheated during marriage and abandoned her and her mother. Her mother instilled in her from a young age the belief that all men were untrustworthy. As she entered school, whenever she joked around with male classmates, her mother would harshly use her father as an example to admonish her. Over time, this distorted Huang Jianying's character. Later, when she attended university, surprisingly, she did initiate a relationship with a boy. However, it was rumored that she had attacked him with a knife after he had developed feelings for someone else, leading him to drop out of school, but ultimately, no consequences were imposed on her. That guy really has no fear of death. The stout boy exaggeratedly grinned, giving a thumbs up. Shuetong chuckled before continuing. However, Sister Ing has been quite good to us. Ever since the zombies appeared and chaos ensued, she established a training team for ability users, rescuing all the surviving students and faculty. She cleverly arranged for us to reside in this building, isolating us from the zombies in the surrounding area. The cafeteria you visited earlier is our collective dining hall, and we've allied with the students from Agricultural University. They regularly supply us with food, and we also help them out periodically. While we may be temporarily confined, we still feel quite safe. In that case, apart from her unfriendly demeanor towards us males, your sistering seems rather impressive. Shuetong nodded but soon pouted again. Chapter 78. Girls fighting. Seeing her reaction, the stout boy was perplexed until Shuetong sighed. Actually, there's another downside to Sister Ing. Not only does she despise boys, but she also forbids us from interacting with them. So when you arrived today, I felt both happy and terrified. Terrified? Yes, Sister Ing is quite fierce. Many of the girls we rescued had boyfriends, but Sister Ing made it clear. Either find your own boyfriends or stick with her. Who can ensure your safety? You can only choose one. They are providing you with protection, and it's not unreasonable for them to set a condition. Although it may seem a bit harsh, what more could you ask for to remain alive? You've probably never been in a relationship, have you? With that single sentence, Wang Fan was left speechless. The stout boy burst into laughter, prompting Wang Fan to glare at him. Cursing, I'm a single dog, but that is still better than you. You big sycophant. Laugh all you want. What is so funny about it? After a brief exchange, Wang Fan cleared his throat and glanced at Feng Hua, who quickly caught on and transitioned to the main topic. Tong Tong, these individuals are your uncle's saviors, and they are quite formidable. They have promised to take us to a safe place. So, gather your belongings. We'll be leaving shortly. By the way, if you have close friends, they can come with us as well. Just as Shuetong began to respond, the dormitory door was suddenly kicked open with force. Standing outside were Huang Jianying and 7 or 8 girls, armed and menacing, glaring at them. The two groups exchanged glances, and Shuetong immediately became flustered, standing behind Feng Hua like a child caught misbehaving. Huang Jianying glowered, her fury evident as she mocked. Well, if it isn't the treacherous Shuetong, how could you repay our kindness in such a manner? Wang Fan, taken aback by her words, retorted. Shuetong merely wishes to leave with her family. There's no need for such venomous remarks, is there? Did she sign a contract binding? However, this peculiar electric current rendered the stout fellow utterly defenseless. Fortunately, Huang Jianying's ability level was not particularly high, which spared the stout man from being electrocuted on the spot. Observing that the stout man could only defend himself against the blows, Tang Ruofeng furrowed her brows in frustration. She swiftly drew the whip from her waist and, with a flick of her wrist, ensnared Huang Jianying's dual swords. The electric arcs crackled ominously, yet strangely, these arcs did not transmit to the whip at all. Noting the astonishment on Huang Jianying's face, The stout man rubbed his tingling hands and scoffed, "Foolish woman, did you not learn the principle of insulation even after attending university?" Huang Jianying shot him an exasperated glare, feeling somewhat helpless yet unwilling to concede. She tugged at her ensnared swords and spat defiantly, "This is not a place for brawling. If you have the guts, follow me with that." She yanked her weapon free and turned to leave. Tang Ruofeng huffed, seemingly stirred by competitive spirit, and promptly followed suit. Before long, a curious crowd gathered around the basketball court. Xue Tong cast a concerned glance at Feng Hua, who initially intended to reassure her not to worry. However, upon reflecting that even the stout man struggled against Huang Jianying, he thought that Tang Ruofeng might not fare any better. Thus, he glanced nervously at Wang Fan, who, arms crossed and leaning against the basketball hoop, smiled calmly. "Rest assured, if it comes to blows, she stands no chance against the stout man. He simply lacks experience dealing with electric abilities. Just imagine if he were entirely clad in insulating material. What could Huang Jianying possibly do? And as for the stout man, he only needs to strike once." "What about Tang Ruofeng?" Feng Hua queried. After all, she lacked any abilities, and facing Huang Jianying, who had also trained in combat and awakened her powers, the odds were indeed stacked against her. Yet Wang Fan shook his head with a grin. "Not necessarily. First of all, the whip is insulated, meaning as long as Tang Ruofeng avoids contact with Huang Jianying's weapon, her chances of victory remain quite favorable." As they conversed, Tang Ruofeng and Huang Jianying faced each other, unexpectedly performing the traditional salute of martial artists. Tang Ruofeng bowed and declared coldly, "Kaiyang realm, Tang Ruofeng, I seek your guidance." Huang Jianying reciprocated the gesture, stating, "Huang Jianying, I accept your challenge." Both combatants assumed their starting stances, and soon, Tang Ruofeng was the first to lash out with her long whip. Simultaneously, she shifted her position, unleashing a second strike almost instantaneously. Huang Jianying's response, however, was markedly slower. As she prepared to counter, Tang Ruofeng seemed to anticipate her move, and her second whip strike thwarted Huang Jianying's attack. From that moment onward, Huang Jianying found herself on the defensive, nearly overwhelmed by Tang Ruofeng's relentless assault. Although she attempted to harness her electric abilities, it was in vain. The whip was insulated, and the basketball court beneath them was likewise insulated. Nevertheless, Tang Ruofeng's shortcomings became evident. As previously mentioned, she had been taught to be honorable and to hold back in her attacks, treating this as a mere sparring match. Were it Wang Fan and the stout man, they would undoubtedly employ ruthless tactics, caring little for the means as long as the end was achieved. Observing Tang Ruofeng's approach, the stout man grew increasingly anxious. "Oh dear, this foolish girl. Why speak of martial ethics with such a person? Just strike her down." At that moment, Wang Fan too felt a twinge of concern, shaking his head with a sigh. "If this continues, Tang Ruofeng is bound to suffer greatly." He then chuckled. "However, letting this foolish girl face some hardship may be beneficial. At least she'll come to understand the harshness of society." As Wang Fan had predicted, upon realizing her disadvantage, Huang Jianying shouted to the side, "Water!" A prepared female classmate promptly doused the ground with a bucket of water, soaking the entire area, including Tang Ruofeng's trousers. Upon seeing the water, Huang Jianying pointed her sword at the ground, and the air crackled with electric arcs. Just as Tang Ruofeng, who had been fiercely attacking, seemed struck by lightning, she uttered a soft gasp and stumbled back a few steps, clearly having been shocked. In that instant, Huang Jianying transitioned from defense to offense, wielding her dual swords. The tide of battle swiftly shifted. Chapter 79. Allergic to instant noodles. Tang Ruofeng, initially on the offensive, was now forced into a defensive stance, yet her footing remained precarious, enduring electric shocks with every passing second. "Oh no. My shoes are not waterproof." The stout man, disheartened, pointed at the competition arena, lamenting on Tang Ruofeng's behalf. She had been wearing Shifeng shoes, which could not withstand the electric current once wet. Yet Wang Fan was astonished to see that, despite the electric assaults, Tang Ruofeng managed to remain standing, even retaining some capacity for defense. Although Huang Jianying was merely a level 1 electric ability user, such currents could easily incapacitate an ordinary person. Yet here stood Tang Ruofeng. Was this due to a difference in physical constitution, or was it related to her own abilities? Wang Fan murmured to himself, pondering. Soon, the battle appeared overwhelmingly one-sided. and just as Tang Ruofeng was on the verge of collapse, this foolish girl seemed to have an epiphany. She leapt to a dry area and swung her long whip, effectively altering the dynamics of their duel. This, however, led to an awkward stalemate. Neither dared to advance. They merely locked eyes, neither willing to concede defeat. As it became clear that neither could find a resolution, Wang Fan finally stepped forward, raising his hand in a gesture of goodwill. "Captain Huang, we truly mean no harm. We simply wish to take Shuetong with us. Shuetong is an adult. She is not your personal possession, and I believe we need not seek your permission. Humph, Shuetong is my team member, and she must obey my orders. Otherwise, what do we even call ourselves, a team?" Both turned their attention to Shuetong, who found herself in a predicament. She genuinely wished to accompany her uncle, but felt reluctant to offend or let down Huang Jianying, who had shown her kindness. As she grappled with this internal conflict, Huang Jianying stepped back and spoke. "How about this? I cannot make a unilateral decision regarding Shuetong. We will discuss this matter within our team before making a final decision. Additionally, I must also inquire about Shuetong's own preferences. However, until a conclusive decision is reached, you must provide for your own meals and cannot stay in our dormitory." Wang Fan consulted the opinions of the others, then nodded in agreement. Soon, he led his group away. Huang Jianying was not lying. She indeed convened a team meeting in the dormitory to discuss Shuetong's future. Let everyone express their stance. Those in favor of Shuetong leaving, raise your hands. The others exchanged glances, yet no one raised their hands. Primarily, they did not wish to offend Huang Jianying, and personally, they were concerned that if Shuetong departed, the team's overall strength would diminish significantly. Not only did no one raise their hands, but a few even suggested, "Sister Ing, why waste our breath on these stinky men? Let us charge in. I refuse to believe they won't flee. Indeed, Sister Ing, with so many of us, why should we fear them?" Upon hearing such sentiments, Huang Jianying's expression brightened, and she nodded appreciatively. She then inquired, "What do you all think of that Tang Ruofeng, whom I just fought?" The group exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Huang Jianying's intent, until she began to muse aloud. "This woman is no less skilled than I am. Although she lacks abilities, if we could recruit her, she would greatly benefit us, especially with her long whip, which should easily counter the leader of the Blackface gang. But isn't she our enemy? Haha, there are no eternal friends, yet neither are there eternal foes." Seemingly coming to a realization, Huang Jianying turned to a nearby girl and commanded, "In that case, you will represent me and deliver some food to Tang Ruofeng, conveying it as a token of my goodwill." "Ah? Deliver food to her?" The group expressed their astonishment in unison. Not only did they react, but even Tang Ruofeng was taken aback. "Is this truly a gift from your sister Ing?" Upon receiving confirmation, Tang Ruofeng entered the dormitory with a bucket of instant noodles. They were all residing in the vacant dormitory of the adjacent building, and when Tang Ruofeng walked in holding a bucket of pre-soaked pickled cabbage instant noodles, everyone looked utterly bewildered. "What is this?" the stout man queried, to which Tang Ruofeng shrugged. "I'm not sure. The person just said Huang Jianying sent her with this, perhaps as an apology. By the way, does anyone want some?" The group collectively shook their heads, thinking, "Isn't this obvious? Who would choose instant noodles over chicken, duck, or fish? Then shall I throw it away?" Tang Ruofeng genuinely disliked wasting food, but having just eaten, the smell of the noodles made her nauseous. Had they not been soaked, she might have considered saving them for later, but now that they were ready, discarding them seemed the only option. Furthermore, after having been drugged by a stranger's tea before, she had since avoided eating food from others. After discarding the noodles, she returned to her room, only to hear Wang Fan chuckling. "I suspect Huang Jianying might very well be infatuated. She saw your heroic demeanor and felt a kinship. This instant noodle could be a token of her affection, and it seems you just tossed it aside. Ridiculous." Tang Ruofeng rolled her eyes, brandishing her whip in response, and Wang Fan immediately raised his hands in mock surrender, laughing that I was merely jesting. "Don't take it to heart. But honestly, she might genuinely wish to recruit you. She does not seem averse to women, especially someone with your combat prowess. Moreover, we truly have no deep-seated animosity. Gaining her as an ally could very well be feasible. Do not underestimate the power of a simple bucket of instant noodles. It may not elicit overwhelming gratitude from an ordinary person, especially in these times when food is more precious than gold." "What? She discarded it?" Upon hearing the news that Tang Ruofeng had thrown away the noodles, Huang Jianying initially felt a swell of anger. But as she listened to her subordinate recount Tang Ruofeng's attitude, she began to doubt herself. Could it be that she found my sincerity lacking? Or perhaps she simply does not enjoy the flavor of pickled cabbage. After a moment's contemplation, she deemed it quite possible and summoned someone for a hushed conversation. When dinner time arrived, there came a knock at the door, and 3 young women stood before Tang Ruofeng, each holding a bowl of freshly prepared instant noodles. This one is braised beef flavor, this one is spicy rib flavor, and this one is mushroom chicken flavor. Our Ingjie said you could choose any of these flavors. And if you like, you may take them all. The leading plump girl wore an expression that seemed to say, "What do you think? You've never had this before, have you?" Tang Ruofeng, exasperated, pressed her forehead, internally lamenting their audacity. Did they truly believe that merely being able to afford instant noodles made one exceptionally fortunate? Where was their sense of perspective? Yet, displaying more courtesy than the plump girl, she forced a smile and politely declined. "Ah, please thank your Ingjie for me, but I am allergic to instant noodles." Upon receiving this revelation, Huang Jianying erupted into laughter. I thought she simply disagreed. Turns out she is allergic to instant noodles. "This is easy, let's replace it." A younger girl beside her inquired softly. "Ingjie, the only thing we have to offer is instant noodles. We have nothing else to exchange." Huang Jianying recalled, "But isn't there still a bag of instant smoked chicken in our storage? And we have packaged marinated eggs too. Hurry, find them and have someone deliver them to Tang Ruofeng." The others were reluctant. These snacks had been painstakingly scavenged from nearby supermarkets and residential buildings, saved for special occasions or significant victories. They were sparing with their rations, subsisting on thin gruel and noodles, and only rarely indulging in the potatoes or sweet potatoes gifted by their university peers. Thus, receiving a bucket of instant noodles was already a luxury, let alone the smoked chicken and marinated eggs. However, Huang Jianying waved her hand dismissively. "These are mere trifles. If we can win Tang Ruofeng over to our side, we will be able to eliminate the black-faced gang and never want for food again. Not only will we have enough provisions, but we may even rescue the female students who have been captured." Upon hearing this, the others began to reconsider their stance. At 10 o'clock that evening, the sound of knocking was heard, and the plump girl immediately knew it was another delivery for Tang Ruofeng. With a smile, she teased, "What delightful treat have you brought for her this time?" Tang Ruofeng, resigned, raised the 2 marinated eggs and a vacuum-sealed package of instant smoked chicken in her hand, sighing in exasperation. "I must commend Huang Jianying for her relentless pursuit. Here, take this." She tossed the smoked chicken and marinated eggs to the plump girl, who promptly passed them to Dog Brother, who grumbled as he pushed the food aside with his paw. "What do you think you're doing? Do you look down on me?" Dog Brother enjoyed the finest meals in the entire team, never settling for anything less than premium steak, paired with fine French wine or champagne. He found this cheap instant food beneath his notice. However, Feng Hua did not share such sentiments. Having previously endured meager rations, he regarded this as a feast fit for a celebration and awkwardly picked it up. "Well, since no one else wants it, I'll save it for later." Yet, as soon as he picked it up, the plump girl rolled her eyes in boredom and complained, "These things take up space. If you're short on food, just ask Wang Fan." Though it seemed wasteful, she was not wrong. Wang Fan's storage held over 3 billion units of food, including packaged instant meals like smoked chicken, smoked duck, and marinated beef. He could easily produce hundreds of trucks worth. Making this single bag appear insignificant, it was akin to playing a game where, despite coins being sellable, one wouldn't bother collecting the few small coins when possessing billions. Observing Feng Hua collect the items, Tang Ruofeng approached Wang Fan. "I was thinking, refusing is not an option, but accepting is also unwise. Perhaps we should send them something in return, both as a gesture of reciprocity and to assist Shui Tong in improving her circumstances. Achieving 2 objectives with 1 action." "All right, I agree. What do you intend to send? What do you have?" Although Tang Ruofeng knew Wang Fan had storage space, she was unaware of the extent of his supplies. Only to hear Wang Fan respond, "Whatever you desire, I have it." The following morning, Huang Jianying and the other sisters gathered for breakfast, munching on steamed buns alongside pickles while proudly recounting their exploits to Huang Jianying. "Ingjie, you should have seen it. When I revealed the smoked chicken last night, Tang Ruofeng's eyes widened. She must not have had meat in months. It left her utterly speechless, of course. Not just her. Even among us ability users, meat is a rarity. It would be a long time before she could enjoy it. If it weren't for you, Ingjia, she might not have even been able to afford marinated eggs. They laughed, noting that even the infamous leader of the black-faced gang could only afford meat once a month. These folks must be starving. Did you see that little black dog? It's been listless and emaciated. Yet, despite their hardships, they still displayed a fondness for the dog. If I were that hungry, I would have likely resorted to eating the dog myself. At that moment, Huang Jinying felt a swell of pride but was interrupted by an urgent, excited shout from a plump girl stationed outside. Ingjia, someone has delivered goods. Goods? But the people from the agricultural university said it would take a few more days. Why have they come today? Confused, Huang Jinying rose and walked to the doorway, only to be taken aback. The plump girl had somehow procured a cart overflowing with supplies and, beaming like a good luck charm, exclaimed, I heard from Xiao Tang about your difficult circumstances, and I couldn't sleep a wink last night worrying about you. Thus, I made a special trip to deliver some supplies. However, she instructed me to warn you that too much instant food is unhealthy. So besides these snacks, I also brought you some fresh vegetables, freshly harvested from the field, absolutely organic and pesticide-free. Huang Jinying was about to refuse, but several other young women had already lost their composure. Wow, so much smoked chicken. And pig trotters too. Fantastic. I haven't smelled meat in 3 months. Look, there are radishes too. Both red and white radishes. This one is so long. I want this. I love white radishes. This one is enormous. I adore this. This radish is delightful, so whimsically curved. Radishes are perfect for winter. Cozying up in bed while enjoying them prevents colds. A throng of girls surrounded the cart, ecstatic, and soon those dining in the cafeteria emerged as well. Huang Jinying attempted to intervene, but the sheer number of excited students overwhelmed her. Within a minute, the vegetables and smoked chicken were entirely claimed. Witnessing the chaos, she wished to disappear into a mouse hole. Having sent her prized smoked chicken to others, she couldn't even bear to take a single bite herself, only to see it carted away as if it were refuse. This meal was the most satisfying one enjoyed by every girl at the Women's Academy. Not only did they all have meat to eat, but they also received a radish each. Consequently, they all slept contentedly that night, except for Huang Jinying. Chapter 81. The hunting competition after a restless night? She was not about to concede easily. Thus, at dawn, she gathered her companions and blocked the entrance to Wang Fan's building. We have discussed this. You are correct. I cannot forcibly keep Xue Tong, but there must be a condition for her departure. What the hell? The plump girl rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight, but Wang Fan restrained her. What condition? Quite simple. To prove your capability to protect Xue Tong. I propose a wager. Speak. You are aware of the current situation at our school. Aside from our relatively secure living quarters, the rest of the area is infested with zombies. Therefore, my wager is this. Let us compete over 3 days to see who can hunt more zombies. If you win, Xue Tong may leave with you. Should you lose, not only will Xue Tong remain, but Tang Ruofeng must also stay with our team, and she will have to follow my orders. Wang Fan surveyed the others, then nodded with a smile. All right, I accept. If you win, not only will Tang Ruofeng follow your lead, but so will the rest of us. Dream on. Who needs you men? Huang Jinying scoffed. Waving her hand, and her subordinates immediately readied their weapons to hunt zombies, confident in their numerical advantage. However, she had not anticipated that Wang Fan would produce a steaming roast chicken, raising it high and proclaiming to all, classmates, I propose a condition. Those who wish to accompany me shall be well fed with abundant food and drink, meat at every meal, along with a selection of beverages including beer, mineral water, peanuts, and 8 treasure porridge. Indulge in whatever you desire. We even have the head chef from a 5-star hotel dedicated to preparing meals for you. For those who choose not to join me, I assure you that for every zombie you help us dispatch, I will reward you with a free roasted chicken. Upon hearing this, everyone became agitated. One girl even boldly asked Wang Fan in front of Huang Jinying, can we exchange it for spicy strips? Ha, of course. Whatever you wish to eat or drink, I have it all. Beyond food and drink, we also possess cosmetics and all essential daily items. Huang Jinying nearly choked on her frustration. She turned to see that while the female students had scattered, she knew they were likely all going to assist Wang Fan in slaying zombies. After all, when faced with the allure of chicken, the prestige was utterly powerless, as the saying goes. I may not bow for mere rice, but I would certainly suffer a herniated disc for a feast of seafood. Huang Jianying glared fiercely at Wang Fan, wishing she could rush over and bite him. With a heavy huff, she finally turned and walked towards the nearest dormitory with her dual swords. The chubby guy approached with a grin, asking, with so many lackeys, "Do we still need to get our hands dirty?" Wang Fan shot him a glare, "Not of course. A prudent sailor saves his ship through caution. This Huang Jianying will undoubtedly not let this go easily, so we must remain vigilant." After this, he instructed everyone, "Let us split up and act independently. Feng Hua, you shall accompany me." He handed Feng Hua an electric baton. "When you encounter a zombie, jab it with this. Just remember to switch it on before you strike." After briefing Feng Hua, he turned to Dog Brother, who merely grunted in boredom, clearly uninterested in such a wager. Wang Fan, feeling helpless, dared not offend him. He had always maintained a deep sense of wariness regarding Dog Brother and Mosquito. Their relationship with Xiao Hua was too enigmatic, yet directly questioning them was evidently not an option. Unable to confront them or shake them off, he found himself both distanced and close to Dog Brother, revealing everything while concealing his greatest trump card. Since Dog Brother possessed the ability to read minds, Wang Fan made every effort to avoid contemplating privately in his presence, burying that backup plan deep within his heart. If Dog Brother were ever to turn against him, he would still have his ultimate weapon at hand. Who would emerge victorious remained uncertain. Naturally, if Dog Brother regarded him as one of his own, that would be the best scenario. Before long, the zombie clearing operation targeting the Qin Hua Women's College commenced. The chubby guy wielded a wolf fang club, charging in like a wolf among sheep, sweeping away the undead with each strike. Tang Ruofeng's whip proved ineffective against the zombies. Although she carried a dagger, she opted, on Wang Fan's recommendation, to use the chubby guy's rat-tooth dagger instead. This dagger, when plunged into a zombie, would infect it with the rat-tooth virus, ensuring its demise. Coupled with Tang Ruofeng's agility, her attack speed surpassed even that of the chubby guy. Wang Fan and Feng Hua, however, were considerably slower. Armed with a Tang-style broadsword, Wang Fan found himself clumsy, resorting to awkward hacking motions due to his lack of skill. At this moment, Feng Hua displayed considerable bravery, wielding a heap of electric batons and striking down zombies with gusto, effectively exhausting Wang Fan's entire stock of batons by day. Indeed, as night fell, Wang Fan had no choice but to send Feng Hua back to the dormitory while he accompanied Dog Brother to rest. Meanwhile, Huang Jianying convened an emergency meeting. A subordinate reported, "Sister Ing, their pace is alarmingly swift. That fat guy is dispatching zombies as if he were harvesting chives, taking down entire hordes in a single swing. Strangely, the zombies seem drawn to him, no matter how we call out. They are irresistibly attracted." Another individual nodded, but then pointed out a potential advantage. "However, I just sent someone to check, and Wang Fan and his crew are currently asleep. We can regain ground tonight, but attacking zombies at night carries significant risks." Huang Jianying rubbed her temples, her gaze settling on a bespectacled girl who paused her note-taking and cleared her throat. "Sister Ing, I've done some calculations, and our situation is not very optimistic, but there are some uncertain factors." "What do you mean by uncertain factors?" Huang Jianying inquired. "We ourselves are of little concern. But as for the other students, I worry they might turn against us for food. If we tally their zombie kills, we could certainly win, but if any of them report their counts to Wang Fan, we would lose. Thus, we cannot definitively ascertain whom they are aiding in the fight against zombies. These ungrateful wretches." Huang Jianying cursed vehemently. Seeing her displeasure, the bespectacled girl offered a quiet suggestion. "Therefore, I believe that if we truly want to win, we must prepare some backup plans." "What ideas do you have?" Huang Jianying asked. "I was thinking, we could count the bodies, as he won't know when those zombies were killed. We could dig up old zombies we've slain to bolster our numbers. Surely, there are dozens of them, and that might just tip the scales in our favor." "Agreed." Huang Jianying nodded, then tapped her fingers on the table before addressing her team to prevent any potential betrayal. "We must conduct dorm checks tonight. I'll write a message, and you will memorize it to relay to everyone, then split up. Also, we need to mobilize everyone to ensure they do not rest tonight but continue the hunt for zombies." Chapter 82. Counting numbers. Subsequently, the anxious Huang Jianying donned a jacket and personally conducted the dorm checks. Her message to the ordinary female students was simple. In essence, it boiled down to one statement. Do not listen to Wang Fan's boasts. He is merely deceiving you with empty promises. Even if he has all that food, why would he give it to you for free? This statement indeed swayed the hearts of many female students. However, she did not anticipate that her scheming would be outdone by Wang Fan's own cunning. After she instructed the female students to venture out and assist in slaying zombies, Wang Fan sought out Feng Hua to join him in working overtime that night. The two of them arrived at the scene, bearing instant noodles, ham sausages, and spicy strips, ready to offer the girls a delightful surprise. Feeling tired from the slaying? Here, have some ham sausage to recharge. Consider this a deposit. Classmate, would you like some snail noodles? Just take a whiff. How fragrant and authentic. They're all prepared for you. Eat while they're hot. Come on, ladies, would you prefer instant noodles or snail noodles? Take what you can't finish home. Oh dear, look at those pants. Here, take this overnight protection against leaks. And do you need brown sugar water? I have some too. Amidst this late-night distribution of goodies, the initially swayed female students began to waver once more. Seizing the opportunity during their break, they engaged in discussions about whom to follow. I think we should stick with Sister Ing. After all, she saved our lives, right? I agree, but we've already eaten their deposit. What if they ask us to repay it later? What would we use to compensate? I want to follow Sister Ing too, but I crave those snail noodles and roast chicken. Sticking with her would be too arduous. Do you know what it's like to live on thin gruel for 3 months? I now find the taste of gnawing on dead skin on my heels more appealing than porridge. I heard our food supplies are running low, and the agricultural university doesn't have much left either. I think we should side with Wang Fan. Otherwise, we'll all starve here. I'm still growing, oh no? I'm going to wither away. Though we are safe, the lack of a stable food source is not a long-term solution. Even if Ding from the agricultural university is growing crops, no one can guarantee a bountiful harvest next year. If something goes wrong, it could lead to a significant problem. Wang Fan doesn't seem to be bluffing. Just earlier, I heard Hanyu from the Information Engineering Department ask him for sanitary napkins, and he generously provided several packages, daytime, nighttime, leak-proof options. Take your pick. Really? Then I must side with Wang Fan. I've been suffering these days. Every time I come, I'm afraid to wear pants, and I can't even wash them if they get dirty. I want to change my glasses. I'm 700 degrees nearsighted. Since my last pair broke, everyone looks blurry, and just now, I almost mistook my roommate for a zombie. I stand with Wang Fan. Sister Ing is like a tyrant, preventing us from dating. My boyfriend died because she forced him to fight zombies. I also side with Wang Fan. I saw that chubby guy take down zombies during the day. He is so fierce. Being with him feels safer than with Sister Ing, plus we can still date. Are you not worried about his appearance? Why worry? In the dark, I'm even darker than him. Exactly, as long as he doesn't mind us. We have no right to be picky. Zombies don't care about relationships. Whoever they catch, they bite. If we're protected by that chubby guy, not only will we be safe, but we'll also feast on delicious food every day. I think Wang Fan is quite good. Although he may not perform exceptionally, he is handsome, and it seems he is the leader. Wang Fan, oh? You might as well save your breath. After all, she is a celebrity. And if she doesn't even deign to look at female stars, what chance do we stand? It's not that simple. Female stars are not as pure as I am. Pure, you say? You've already had 8 boyfriends by your junior year. One of whom is from Africa. At this moment, Wang Fan returned to his dormitory with a sense of satisfaction. He had initially planned to get a good night's sleep and assess the situation in the morning. However, just as he locked the door, he noticed a leggy beauty approaching him slowly, shedding her clothes as she walked. 1,000 words omitted here. Fortunately, Wang Fan had encountered such scenarios during his time as a celebrity, and his experiences had been even more extensive. Of course, the primary reason was that Tang Ruofeng was staying next door. In order to preserve his reputation, he ultimately declined the advances of this eager beauty, offering instead a roasted chicken as a token of appreciation. Nevertheless, where there was one, there soon followed another, and before long, a second, third, and even an nth beauty appeared. Left with no option, he had to share a room with the chubby guy next door. However, upon the arrival of the nth one beauty, rather than being deterred, she boldly informed him that any issues could be discussed later. Ultimately, they had no choice but to move in with Feng Hua. Locking all accessible doors and windows, a night passed in silence, and the following day, the hunt for zombies continued. When evening came and the statistics were tallied, Huang Jianying breathed a sigh of relief. The bespectacled girl informed her that if these ordinary students were on their side, victory was assured. Time swiftly passed to the 3rd day. To everyone's astonishment, The initial plan to clear all zombies by afternoon was accomplished by 11 a.m. With all zombies eradicated, some students even searched the restrooms of every building, ensuring that not a single zombie remained on campus. In the vast playground, Wang Fan and Huang Jinying lined up in 2 rows. While counters began tallying the number of zombie corpses, the playground was littered with bodies, a sight both shocking and tragic. Tang Ruofeng sighed. Alas, from a school of over 7,000, only a little over 100 remained alive. It was a dire situation. Such densely populated areas had suffered the most during this apocalypse. After all, once a zombie bites a living person, that person too becomes a zombie. Thus, to have over 100 survivors was already miraculous. It must be noted that the original Xianying University owed its survival to the old willow tree, for its illusions did not distinguish between the living and the undead, and its damage was considerably less severe than that of the zombies, allowing many students to survive. All right, let us begin the tally. Huang Jinying called out, and the scene fell silent. The bespectacled girl shot her a glance, conveying reassurance. Don't worry, victory is ours. Yet, the outcome was not as they had anticipated. At that moment, Wang Fan's chubby friend drove over a heavy truck. With a flourish, he threw back the tarpaulin, revealing the truck bed to all the students. Upon seeing the contents, the crowd erupted in excitement. The previously quiet assembly now a cacophony of enthusiasm. Chapter 83. Instant turnaround. Wang Fan seized the moment, raising a loudspeaker to address everyone. Classmates, I keep my promises. You can exchange the goods you need based on the number of zombies you've killed right here. If something isn't on the truck, jot it down, and I'll ensure it reaches you by tomorrow. Witnessing the bounty, the students went wild. The once chaotic throng now rallied around Wang Fan. I'll go first. I killed 12. I want to exchange for self-heating hot pot. The spicy beef flavor. The first girl, quite sharp-minded, spotted the self-heating hot pot in the truck and immediately raised her hands to shout. Wang Fan smiled and nodded, while the chubby guy tossed her 2 boxes. Here you go. 1 box contains 8 servings. That's 16 servings total, plus an extra gift for you. Next, I killed 5. Can I trade for that brand of luocefen we had last night? Of course. Here's a box of 10 servings. No need for change. The chubby guy tossed her a box. I want sanitary pads. All right, extra thick with leak protection, and I provide after-sales service. Take a box for now. I want spicy strips. Catch. Here's an entire box for you. Enjoy your spicy strip freedom. It's my birthday today. Can I have some cake? Sure. How about strawberry cream? Or I can give you the list. And you can choose yourself later. Watching the scene unfold like a food distribution event, Huang Jinying was left utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, she was not contemplating how to salvage the situation, but rather how Wang Fan had managed to acquire such an abundance of supplies. Had these goods been pre-loaded onto the truck? If that were the case, why bother hunting zombies at all? They could have just seized the truck last night. The bespectacled girl, tasked with tallying the numbers, was equally stunned, standing frozen with paper and pen, glancing at Huang Jinying as if to ask whether they should continue counting. However, it seemed unnecessary to inquire, for nearly all the 100 girls had gathered around the truck, eagerly awaiting their turn to exchange for supplies. Sister Ing, I want to exchange for something too. At that moment, an ability user beside Huang Jinying whispered, and before she could respond, dashed to the truck. Once the first had gone, the second followed, though this girl still possessed a sense of conscience, stating as she left, since we've lost, let us not waste it. Let us exchange these points for supplies. Treating it as a way to diminish the enemy's overall combat strength, Huang Jinying was left speechless, unsure how to respond. In truth, she realized there was some merit to that logic, given that they had lost. It might be wiser to exchange their points for supplies rather than leave empty-handed, thus preserving at least a semblance of dignity. Yet, she felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. She had fought tooth and nail to protect so many, only for these very people to betray her over a morsel of food. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Seemingly reading her thoughts, Wang Fan approached with a smile to explain. This is quite normal. If we compare your school to a nation, the students are like the common folk. You are the emperor, and it is only natural for the populace to be loyal to their country. However, when a better option presents itself, why should the emperor force the people to endure hardship? Why must they adhere to your rule, forgoing good food to subsist on pickled vegetables and steamed buns? That would be folly. You are a university student now. Do you not know why common folk have rebelled throughout history? This is merely a classic case of supply and demand. Having said that, Wang Fan continued, in the zombie hunting competition, it is evident that you have suffered a crushing defeat. Therefore, according to our wager, I shall be taking Xue Tong with me. Humph. Don't speak so lightly. Without these supplies, you would have lost instead. Oh, not necessarily. To be frank, even without the assistance of these students, I could still defeat you with ease. Do you think I'm merely boasting? Humph. Huang Jinying remained silent, her expression betraying her skepticism. Wang Fan smiled and offered, if you doubt me, I'll give you another chance. Let us make another wager. What kind of wager? I've heard that your neighboring Tsinghua Agricultural University has been maintaining a cooperative relationship with you. What of it? And if so, well, all I need is a day's time. Without relying on any of your people, I will effortlessly eradicate every zombie at the Agricultural University. That is absolutely impossible. Tsinghua Agricultural University boasted over 10,000 students, and their situation was equally grim, with the campus transformed into a veritable kingdom of zombies. The few hundred survivors had taken refuge in the experimental terraced fields nearby, with no one daring to enter the school. Thus, upon hearing Wang Fan's claim, Huang Jinying shook her head in disbelief. However, this was precisely what Wang Fan had hoped for. If I fail, I will abide by the old rules. Xue Tong goes to you. And so does Tang Ruofeng. Moreover, I shall deliver a truckload of supplies to you. But what if I succeed? If you succeed, I will abide by whatever you say. Deal. I'll be waiting for you at the Agricultural University playground this time tomorrow. With that, Wang Fan waved to his chubby friend, and they soon departed. At that moment, Huang Jinying found herself lost in thought. For some reason, she could see absolute confidence in the man's eyes. Could it be that he truly could accomplish this? If he succeeded, what demands would he make? What if he asked her to marry him? Would she really agree? The more she pondered, the more her face flushed. Sister Ing, what should we do next? Should we increase their difficulty? The bespectacled girl suggested a means to sabotage Wang Fan, which made Huang Jinying feel a twinge of disdain. While she could allow herself some unscrupulous tactics in competition, it was one thing to employ underhanded methods on her side and another entirely to deliberately create obstacles for others. There was a distinction between being shameless and being unscrupulous. Send 2 people to keep watch, but do not engage in any underhanded tactics. Also, have everyone unload the supplies from the truck to the cafeteria, distributing the excess evenly among the participants. After that, everyone should return to their dormitories immediately. Huang Jinying shot a cold glare at the bespectacled girl before turning on her heel to leave. Meanwhile, Wang Fan, along with the chubby guy, Tang Ruofeng, and Feng Hua, arrived at the Agricultural University a few hundred meters away. Upon entering, the chubby guy exclaimed in despair, "Damn, this school is in worse shape." The campus was teeming with wandering zombies, some even mutated, devouring their fellow undead. The largest of the mutated zombies towered at 5 to 6 meters tall, easily estimated to be at least level 5 based on its height. Apart from that, Wang Fan also spotted a massive black rat amidst the horde of zombies, which was evidently a mutated creature, even larger than the one he had encountered in the granary. No wonder so many lives had been lost. Wang Fan let out a deep sigh. Chapter 84, Overwhelming Victory. Forget about mutated zombies. This singular mutated rat could practically annihilate an entire town. Wang Fan mused that it was fortunate he had arrived when he did. Had he delayed by just a few months, by the time this rat had consumed all the zombies, the nearby Tsinghua Women's Academy would surely have been devoured as well. With someone of Huang Jinying's caliber among the ability users, it would not have been sufficient to stop it. It was no wonder Huang Jinying had remained holed up in the dormitory beside the cafeteria, too afraid to venture out here. Should we engage? Seeing the scene, the chubby man appeared somewhat timid, swallowing hard as he inquired of Wang Fan, who responded in a different manner. Just think about it, these are all crystal cores. Then let us do it. Upon hearing the mention of crystal cores, the chubby man instantly became animated. His current anticipation was not for leveling up, but rather for the possibility of reverting from his monstrous form back to a human. He shouted excitedly and then sprayed himself with garlic juice. Soon, the zombies, like flies drawn to blood, surged towards him in unison. At that moment, Tang Ruofeng, wielding a rat-toothed dagger, also sought to rush in and assist, but Wang Fan called out to her, "Forget about the chubby man. Have you noticed those rat holes? Keep your eyes on the big rat. Do not let it catch him off guard. Understood. As Tang Ruofing prepared to move, Wang Fan hastily added another note. The rat's attack methods are quite simple. Its teeth, tail, and underground ambush. Seize the opportunity to strike at its head. By the way, the rat tooth dagger is ineffective against it. Take this instead. Wang Fan threw his Tang Hung blade over, and Tang Ruofeng caught it midair. After landing, she swept the blade, effortlessly cleaving the 4 zombies before her in half. What a splendid weapon! She could not help but praise it, and Wang Fan felt a swell of pride, only to hear her add, "However, it's rather wasteful for you to wield it with that." The girl smiled smugly and charged forward with the blade, slicing through the zombies as if they were mere tofu, toppling a whole swath of them in mere moments. Just then, the ground beneath her feet trembled. Before Wang Fan could issue a warning, Tang Ruofing nimbly leaped away. Simultaneously, she swung her blade in the air, inflicting a deep gash on the large rat that had just surfaced, causing it to squeal in agony and spatter dark blood everywhere. Is its head made of iron? Tang Ruofing was equally astonished that her strike hadn't felled the large rat that moment. Wang Fan urgently warned her, raising his voice. That rat is at least level 5. Do not underestimate it. If it hits you, we shall be dining on a feast this afternoon. Meanwhile, 2 female classmates who had been secretly watching the spectacle stood agape in astonishment. Tang Ruofing's prowess at the Yang realm allowed them to truly grasp the essence of Huaxiao martial arts. The chubby man's sweeping movements further showcased the raw ferocity of the strength type. I am also a strength type, but compared to this hefty fellow, I am simply lacking. The chubby girl gazed at him with envy. However, her curiosity was piqued by Wang Fan. I wonder what kind of ability this Wang Fan possesses. He appears to be the leader, yet he stands there motionless. Another girl nodded in agreement. I'm perplexed. Do you think he might just be an ordinary person? How could that be possible? An ordinary person could never be a leader. Look, that dog is quite peculiar as well. It shows no fear despite the multitude of zombies and is even lying beside Wang Fan, sleeping peacefully. At this moment, Dog Brother was resting with his eyes closed, biding his time, as he had previously negotiated with the chubby man to split the crystal cores equally. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the 2 female students, the chubby man swiftly dispatched all the ordinary zombies. While Tang Ruofing successfully killed the large rat, only 3 mutated zombies remained, and the chubby man was slightly out of breath. Tang Ruofing now raised her blade, preparing for the next move. However, Dog Brother did not grant them the opportunity to shine. He slowly lifted his head, then stood before the chubby man, raised a paw, and stomped the ground forcefully. His mouth opened wide, and a jet of black flame shot forth. This black flame seemed almost alive as it struck one of the mutated zombies, which displayed a look of sheer terror. Before it could move a few steps, its body appeared to melt away, the ashes igniting the other zombies around it. Subsequently, as if by contagion, every zombie that fell was consumed by the black flames. In that moment, even Wang Fan was momentarily taken aback, for this time, the black flames emitted by Dog Brother appeared different from before. It seemed Dog Brother had leveled up again, yet Wang Fan felt no reaction from his connection with Dog Brother, indicating Dog Brother was either an anomaly or his level was unfathomable. However, Wang Fan could not comprehend why Dog Brother chose to wait until the chubby man and the others had killed the zombies before going to such lengths to incinerate the corpses. Would it not have been quicker to eliminate the zombies directly? He did not understand, nor did he dare to inquire. Yet, as for astonishment, the 2 female onlookers were now utterly beside themselves. They stumbled away as if they had seen a ghost. Rushing back to their school, when they finally reached Huang Jianying, panting for breath, they could only stammer a single sentence. That dog is a monster. After a long inquiry, Huang Jianying finally understood, though she was left even more bewildered. You mean that the dog following Wang Fan can breathe fire? The chubby girl nodded, then shook her head. It's not fire. It's black like fire. All the zombies it touched were incinerated completely. Are you sure you saw correctly? I am certain. It came from the dog's mouth. How is that possible? How could a dog breathe fire? Huang Jianying was perplexed. Thus she resolved to see for herself. At that moment, the chubby man and Feng Hua were busy cleaning up the battlefield. If Bai Fei from back then were to witness this scene, he would likely be utterly devastated. while others might rejoice at the prospect of crystal cores after slaying zombies. The chubby man, faced with an overwhelming number of cores, simply took a broom to sweep them into a pile, then handed a dustpan to Feng Hua to sift through on the side. Once all the crystal cores were sorted, Dog Brother did not take the cores from the mutated zombies or the large rat. He only took half of the ordinary crystal cores. After absorbing them, he approached Wang Fan and asked, "Do you wish to recruit Huang Jinying?" Wang Fan nodded, and Dog Brother returned the gesture. "Yes, although this woman harbors a strong prejudice against men, she is not of a wicked heart, and her ability, being a rare lightning type, is worthy of cultivation." Lightning type. Wang Fan was momentarily taken aback, then his expression transformed into one of elation. The lightning type and the electric type are entirely different concepts. In the previous apocalypse, Wang Fan was all too familiar with this distinction. While electric abilities sound appealing, they pale in comparison to lightning abilities, which are leagues apart. To illustrate simply, an electric ability user can emit currents to attack others, while a lightning ability user can gather electricity to create thunderstorms. However, in the early stages, these two types of abilities may appear similar, leading many to mistakenly believe that lightning abilities are merely a variant of electric ones. The specific differences will become apparent around Level 5, Chapter 85. A conversation with Dog Brother. In that moment, Wang Fan noticed that Dog Brother seemed to be in good spirits and could no longer resist asking a rather sensitive question. "Dog Brother, your flame attack just now seemed different from the last time." Dog Brother regarded him with a meaningful glance, then lowered his head, displaying a contemplative expression akin to that of a human. At that moment, Wang Fan was so tense he dared not even breathe. Ultimately, Dog Brother replied nonchalantly, "Because I leveled up." Based on Wang Fan's experience from his previous life, it was common for new skills to awaken every 5 levels. And Dog Brother was evidently beyond level 5. Of course, this so-called skill was merely a symbolic term. For instance, Huang Jinying's electric ability, depending on the user's comprehension and methodology, could manifest in countless attack variations. Huang Jinying, for example, had combined electricity with her dual swords. In his previous life, Wang Fan had encountered an unusual individual who fused electric abilities with a rechargeable electric baton, effectively creating an infinitely usable weapon. Thus, in the apocalypse, the attack methods of ability users are not fixed but evolve based on each individual's understanding and preferences, leading to different attack styles. For example, even among fire ability users of the same level, differing levels of comprehension, physique, and attack methods can result in vastly different power outputs. It seemed that Dog Brother had perceived Wang Fan's inner thoughts, as he now displayed a disdainful expression. Glancing toward the chubby man. The chubby man had already reached level 7, yet I did not observe him utilizing any new skills just now. Although his ability might have undergone a secondary mutation, it would still adhere to the rules of leveling up. This statement was left unfinished, but Wang Fan was no fool. He understood that Dog Brother was subtly reminding him that the chubby man had hidden his true capabilities. Yet he still dared to come and pry into his affairs. Indeed, upon hearing this, Wang Fan immediately chuckled awkwardly, attempting to explain. The chubby man, he hasn't figured out how to concoct an excuse yet." When Dog Brother scoffed dismissively, "You needn't fabricate excuses. Have you forgotten that I can read minds?" After a pause, Dog Brother looked up at the sky and let out a rare sigh. "There are certain matters that are not yet the right time to divulge. When the opportune moment arrives, I shall naturally reveal them to you. However, do not cast blame upon me. Were you not also on guard against me from the very beginning?" "Me? I have not." "Humph, from the outset. You harbored doubts about both my presence and that of the mosquito, and later you deliberately compelled me to use my electrical and fire abilities through your farcical antics in an effort to validate your suspicions. Such cunning schemes may deceive others, but they cannot fool me." Wang Fan's countenance turned pale in an instant. He had believed himself to be an actor, only to discover that he was but a fool in this charade. Was it true that Dog Brother was privy to all of this? Wang Fan wished to inquire why, if he already knew, he chose to accompany him. Dog Brother, however, sighed wistfully. "There are some things that cannot be spoken of. But there are 2 points I can share, and I shall only state them once. First, although I am unlike you, I too require crystal cores for my advancement. Second, I am not your friend, but I certainly do not qualify as your enemy. We can only say that we are mutually utilizing and assisting one another. Why did you choose me? It was not I who chose you, but rather I encountered you." Initially, I believed it to be fate. And as I followed you along this path, I came to see it as a commendable choice. Why? Because you are exceedingly cunning and devious, as well as shameless. Wang Fan had expected Dog Brother to commend him. But instead, he received this. Yet, Dog Brother swiftly changed his tone. However, I like it. Though you are treacherous and despicable, you possess your own principles, your bottom line. Your approach to governance in this apocalyptic world aligns well with my own thoughts. Most importantly, I sense a peculiar power within you, a force that may represent our last hope, or perhaps humanity's final hope. A peculiar power. Do not ask me. I cannot articulate what it is, but I believe that as long as we live, there will come a day when we understand. After Dog Brother finished speaking, he narrowed his eyes, seemingly ready to rest. Wang Fan, feeling a bit awkward, chuckled and asked, "So, Dog Brother, what would you have done if I had not met your approval back then?" "I would have bitten you to death." "Is there anything else?" Nothing at all." Wang Fan quickly waved his hands. However, after turning away, he revealed a contemplative expression. The truth of Dog Brother's words remained uncertain. Yet one thing was clear. Dog Brother was indeed not an ordinary dog, as he had suspected. Of course, this so-called ordinary does not refer to awakening. At this moment, the plump one, having consumed a plethora of crystal cores, felt it inappropriate not to share with others, yet he was eager to advance to level 7. While he scratched his head, pondering excuses, Wang Fan chuckled. "All right, stop concocting excuses. Focus on leveling up to 7 first. If there are any left, then share a bit with us. If not, so be it." In truth, their group did not have an overwhelming need for the crystal cores. He was of the space type. Tang Ruofeng's abilities were still unclear, and Feng Hua possessed telepathy. All rather inconsequential skills. Wasting crystal cores would be less beneficial than bolstering the plump one's combat prowess. Upon hearing this, the plump one excitedly hugged Wang Fan and gave him a kiss. Then he absorbed the large rat's crystal core. After doing so, he revealed a look of dejection. He then took out 3 mutated zombie crystal cores, yet after absorption, still did not level up. How could this be? The crystal core from just one large rat was nearly at level 6, and these 3 mutated zombies were also essentially at level 5. How could he still not advance? The plump one complained, evidently disappointed by his high expectations leading to greater disappointment. Wang Fan, however, smiled and explained, "This is quite normal. Do you think leveling up is as simple as 1-1-2? Before level 5, progression is relatively straightforward. But beyond that, it becomes exceedingly difficult. In my past life, I barely managed to level up a few times before my demise." The plump one sighed, resigning himself to hope for these low-level crystal cores. He could sense that at his current level, these lower-tier cores were of little utility. For instance, leveling from 1 to 2 might require only 10, but advancing from 5 to 6 would necessitate a staggering 100,000. Thus, once one reaches higher levels, they would opt to hunt mutated zombies or higher-ranked ability users for leveling up. This explains why, in my past life, humanity engaged in mutual slaughter. Competition for food was one aspect. But the primary reason was the desire to hunt for others' crystal cores to level up. The plump one, having absorbed about half of the low-level crystal cores, suddenly exclaimed in delight, "Oh my, I've leveled up. I've leveled up. Male or female, get lost. I've leveled up." The plump one excitedly touched his face and then pulled out his phone to open the camera mode, only to nearly spit blood upon seeing the result. A dark face, still a dark face. Wang Fan laughed so hard he could barely stand, patting his shoulder to console him. "Well, it's not entirely unchanged. The color is a bit lighter than before, in other words. While you are still quite dark, it is not as purely dark as it once was." "Really?" "Absolutely." Chapter 86. I shall speak of 2 points. The plump one remained somewhat downcast, gazing at the remaining crystal cores, which now held no interest for him. He tossed them to Wang Fan and turned away to sulk under a tree while smoking. Wang Fan held the crystal cores, glancing at Tang Ruofeng and Feng Hua. For the 3 of them, utilizing the crystal cores felt somewhat wasteful. He contemplated whether to give some to Dog Brother, yet Dog Brother remained motionless on the grass, clearly uninterested in such matters. Or perhaps he understood how to gauge his needs, neither taking too much nor too little. "Then, shall we evenly divide the remaining ones?" Feng Hua quickly waved his hands. "I don't need it. My abilities waste too much when absorbing crystal cores." Then Tang Ruofeng shook his head as well. "I don't need it either. I have no idea what my abilities are for, so what would I do with these? At this moment, Feng Hua thought of Bai Fei. If he could see so many crystal cores going unused, he might just rise from the grave. All right, everyone take some. It sounds as if my absorption is of no use. Wang Fan forcibly handed each of them a handful. And if others knew that crystal cores were being described in terms of handfuls, they would likely be utterly shocked. Subsequently, the three of them clasped hands and began to absorb the crystal cores simultaneously. Once the absorption concluded, Wang Fan could distinctly feel that he had reached level 6, though the difference between levels 5 and 6 was merely one level. The internal storage space had evidently expanded several-fold. At this moment, gazing at the vast space, he could hardly contain his delight. So, how do you both feel? Wang Fan inquired. Feng Hua shook his head in frustration. Although he had absorbed so many crystal cores, he still held the lowest level. Thus, among these individuals, he could perceive none of their inner thoughts. In other words, in the presence of this group, he was merely an ordinary person. Likewise, Tang Ruofeng shook his head, indicating that he felt no changes or sensations. Wang Fan smiled and opened his mouth, intending to comfort the two, but at that moment, a group of individuals emerged from the main entrance of the agricultural university. Leading them was Huang Jianying. She gazed at the desolate campus in disbelief. Were it not for the occasional remnants of blood and the numerous large rat burrows scattered about, she might have doubted she had come to the right place. Wang Fan and his companion's ability to eliminate all the zombies here was unquestionable. However, it had only been a little over an hour since the two had made their wager. Could it truly be, as the plump girl said, that this dog breathes forth mysterious black flames, turning all corpses to ash? Ah, Captain Huang has arrived. Wang Fan resumed his teasing tone. Huang Jianying's expression was complex. She found it hard to believe the result and even harder to face it. For after losing the bet, Wang Fan would undoubtedly present a condition. Could she forcefully deny it? That seemed unfeasible. One must honor their bets. Speak. How would you have me act? Apologize? Or kneel and bow? I will accept anything. No, no, no. I have no interest in coming all this way to engage in a battle of bravado. Then what do you wish to do? Wang Fan wore a mischievous expression as he leaned closer to Huang Jianying. I want. Slap. Huang Jianying delivered a resounding slap to Wang Fan. Shameless. Her face fluctuated between shades of blue and red, unsure whether it was indignation from the humiliation or embarrassment from Wang Fan's insinuation. Dog Brother glanced up, mumbling, deserved. Wang Fan, covering his face, appeared bewildered. How am I shameless? Could you wait until I finish speaking? What I meant to say is, I want you to join our team. Huang Jianying, taken aback, stammered, I thought you. All right, I admit I was impulsive earlier. I apologize. Her words left all the girls behind her utterly astonished. After all, Huang Jianying was known for her ruthlessness. She had once severed her boyfriend's life and had not uttered a word of apology. That's fine, hee. From now on, we're family. You can hit me whenever you like. After Wang Fan spoke, he displayed that cheeky expression once more, prompting the plump one to cover his face and mutter, what a scoundrel. The group then relocated to Tsinghua Women's College. At this moment, following Wang Fan's instructions, they set up 20 round tables in the school gymnasium, adorned with a variety of delectable dishes. Chicken, duck, fish, meat, seafood, vegetables, fruits, snacks, and beverages. All were in abundance. Additionally, some instant noodles and self-heating hot pots were piled in a corner. Once all the female students had gathered, Huang Jianying looked towards Wang Fan, who nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, he produced a loudspeaker and formally declared the true purpose of his gathering. Dear classmates, I have summoned you here today for two significant announcements. The first is to extend heartfelt congratulations to Huang Jianying, or as you affectionately refer to her, Angia, who has officially joined our team. This statement struck like thunder, leaving many female students who were unaware of the situation in a state of shock and disbelief. Isn't Angia notoriously averse to boys? How did she suddenly join their team? Whispers circulated. I heard she lost a bet. It's hard to fathom how so many of her peers could lose. With Angia aligning herself with him, what would become of the rest of us? As the crowd erupted in chaos, Wang Fan raised his hand to restore order. Once silence fell, he continued. Since Angia has joined us, the previously established Universe Super Thunder Invincible Qin Hua Angel Beautiful Girl Crystal Core Hunting Wolf Fong Squad is hereby disbanded. Former team members are warmly welcome to continue with us. However, those seeking to forge their own paths will be provided with a month's worth of supplies, albeit with heavy hearts. I want to join. Wang Fan had scarcely finished speaking when Xue Tong, brimming with excitement, raised her hand and stepped beside Huang Jianying, linking arms with her and sweetly calling her sister. In truth, Xue Tong and her peers did not harbor any animosity towards Huang Jianying. Aside from her somewhat misandristic disposition, she was, in many respects, well suited to be a leader, capable, fair in distributing responsibilities among her team, possessing a significant perspective and unwavering in her commitment to protect ordinary students in times of danger. With her own principles firmly in place, of course, these commendable traits were only applicable to females. For males, it was a different story altogether. As Xue Tong joined, other team members eagerly raised their hands in agreement. Wang Fan smiled and nodded. Excellent. Welcome to our Wolf Fang team. At that moment, a hefty student, choking on his cigarette, waved dismissively at Wang Fan. Hey, aren't we the Battle Wolf team? To which Wang Fan retorted. From now on, we shall be known by a new name. In truth, everyone was aware that names were merely code names without any real significance, much like the whimsical title concocted by Huang Jianying and her group. Ultimately, it was just a playful endeavor, possibly a ploy by the author to stretch the word count. Chapter 87. I can make you stronger. Wang Fan then addressed the other students. As I mentioned, there are two matters to discuss. The second is as follows. All students, please turn around. The collective confusion was palpable, yet they complied with laughter and chatter, only to find nothing but lifeless corpses behind them. Even Huang Jianying and Xue Tong were baffled by Wang Fan's intentions. However, upon noticing Wang Fan gesturing for them to follow suit, they reluctantly turned around. Do you see the corpses before you? Now, listen closely. Find a way to smash open the skulls of these corpses and extract a black crystal core from within. Boom. The moment those words left his lips, the atmosphere exploded with shock, and some with weaker constitutions even retched at the thought. Previously, students had collaborated to slay zombies, but the distinction between killing and smashing open skulls to retrieve items was an entirely different sensory experience. Wang Fan, though I lost the bet, I will not allow you to humiliate my classmates like this. Huang Jianying's face turned ashen, perceiving this as a deliberate affront from Wang Fan, the victor. Wang Fan shook his head, solemnly insisting, this is not humiliation. It is a means to empower them. Hmph, do you truly believe that smashing open these corpses' heads will make one stronger? Absolutely. Care for another wager? Upon hearing Wang Fan's words, Huang Jianying fell silent, realizing that he never acted without purpose. Yet she remained perplexed by his intentions. Wang Fan then reiterated, since you have just joined our team, I shall overlook your unreasonable objections this time. However, from now on, the entire team must obey my orders unconditionally. Otherwise, you will either leave or face dire consequences. This was no jest. Upon hearing this, the hefty student brandished a Wolf Fang club, while Tang Ruofeng raised a Tang broadsword. Even Fang Hua seemed ready to lash out. I merely sought to inquire about your reasoning. Huang Jianying murmured, unaware that tears had begun to stream down her face. At that moment, she recognized, perhaps for the first time, that she had been thoroughly conquered by the man before her. The words escaped her lips as if they were bitten out, her lip nearly bleeding from the pressure. She nodded vigorously, then broke free from Xue Tong's grasp, swiftly approaching the nearest corpse, ready to act with her dual-handed sword. However, Tang Ruofeng handed her a small dagger. Use this to make an incision about 3 centimeters from the temple, black and the size of a sesame seed. Thank you. You should thank Wang Fan. He is doing this for your benefit. Tang Ruofeng replied before rejoining the ranks. Yet, Huang Jianying remained confused. Although she had submitted, she still did not grasp Wang Fan's motives. Following Tang Ruofeng's guidance, she took the dagger, suppressing her disgust, and plunged it in. To her dismay, as she searched within the skull, she found no black crystal core. Frustrated, she glanced at Wang Fan and Tang Ruofeng, who remained silent. Resigned, she continued her search, ultimately pulverizing the entire head without success, only to switch to another corpse and quickly find a sesame-sized black crystal core. She held it before Wang Fan. Here, excellent. Hold it in your palm and try to sense the power of the core. Yes, just like that. How does it feel? Seeing Huang Jianying absorb the core, Wang Fan asked with a smile. Huang Jianying furrowed her brows as she concentrated. I feel slightly lighter, and everything seems to have become more vibrant. This sensation is faint yet clear, quite extraordinary. Ha! This is precisely what I meant. Smashing open these corpses can make you significantly stronger. Is this truly your intention? Wang Fan nodded. These are naturally occurring cores formed in the brains of zombies, which we refer to as crystal cores. When absorbed by those with abilities, they enhance one's strength, categorized into different levels based on power. The first time I encountered you, you were merely at level 1. And I assumed you wouldn't understand the concept of upgrading with crystal cores, but it seems I was correct. This is utterly revolting. Who would have thought such things resided within a zombie's brain? Huang Jianying grimaced. Wang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. He was unsure who first discovered the concept of upgrading with crystal cores, but he was certain that person was quite peculiar. Noticing Huang Jianying's silence, Wang Fan turned his attention to the other sobbing female students. All right, everyone, it's your turn to showcase your abilities. Smash open the zombie heads and retrieve the crystal cores. Those who successfully obtain a core can proceed to feast, while those who cannot may come to me for a month's worth of supplies and leave. Huang Jianying still struggled to comprehend Wang Fan's insistence on forcing ordinary students to smash heads for crystal cores, and she hesitated to voice her concerns. Tang Ruofeng, noticing her demeanor, smiled and explained on Wang Fan's behalf. The reason he has students kill zombies and now extract crystal cores is to instill in them the principle of self-reliance. In this apocalyptic world, relying solely on others for protection is not a sustainable solution. Consider your situation. You can protect them for a month, perhaps 6 months, but can you safeguard them for a lifetime? I understand your good intentions, but have you considered what would happen if more students joined? Where would your supplies come from? They sit idly under your protection, slowly waiting for death. What distinguishes this from raising pets? We must help them. At the very least, they should extend a hand for aid. Even the smallest of fledglings must learn to fly one day. However, Tang Ruofeng sighed deeply within. Her perspective had been completely altered by Wang Fan, while Huang Jianying before her mirrored her former self, eager to assist more individuals but lacking the strength to do so, leading to an awkward predicament. Under the watchful eyes of Wang Fan and the others, the tearful Xue Tong finally emulated Huang Jianying and began to take action. Yet, Xue Tong proved to be much cleverer. She tossed a yellow bean onto the ground, which miraculously sprouted into a green shoot. This shoot grew longer and entwined itself around a zombie's head, with a fine root penetrating its skull, ultimately twisting and extracting a black crystal core. I got it! Xue Tong exclaimed excitedly, rushing to Huang Jianying's side, where she too absorbed the core. Soon, other ability users followed suit, with the hefty girl, a power type, struggling to smash a brick against a zombie's head, splattering herself with blood, while Huang Jianying and Xue Tong recoiled in disgust. With these leaders paving the way, ordinary students began to smash heads in search of crystal cores, some boldly treating it like smashing watermelons, while the timid knelt on the ground, crying incessantly. Chapter 88. The first training. Wang Fan let out a sigh and cast a glance at Huang Jianying. Originally, I intended to prevent them from assisting one another. However, for your sake, I shall relent. With that, he directed Huang Jianying. Next, take your team and extract all the remaining zombie crystal cores. Huang Jianying was utterly taken aback. Staring at Wang Fan in disbelief, Tang Ruofeng offered a wry smile and nodded in explanation. This is for your own good. If you wish to level up and become stronger, you must adapt to this method of harvesting crystal cores. Otherwise, you'll forever remain at level 1. Not only will you be in danger when encountering ability users, but even mutated zombies could pose a significant threat. While the reasoning made sense, asking these girls to smash heads for crystal cores was quite an adjustment, especially for the chubby girl behind her, who, brandishing a brick and smeared with blood, sobbed as she trudged off to smash heads. All of you, heed my command. Hold the crystal cores in your hands and feel their power. Maintain this for 3 seconds, then open your palms. Let us see whose crystal core has vanished. Mine's gone. At that moment, a short girl leaped up in excitement and rushed over to Wang Fan. He smiled warmly and nodded at her, saying, "Smash another head and bring me a crystal core." The short girl collapsed onto the ground, but under everyone's watchful gaze, she mustered the strength. This is indeed splendid. A collaboration between men and women makes labor less burdensome. Ugh, shameless. Tang Ruofeng cast a glare at the portly fellow, then glanced at Wang Fan. Wang Fan certainly would not stoop to such sordidness. Would he, Wang Fan? Wang Fan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps the rotund man had a point. He certainly had no altruistic intentions in bringing over 100 burdens to the village. Male students wouldn't suffice, let alone this group of females. When Li Ming and his companions initially ventured to the village, they struggled with the hardships and complained incessantly, ultimately resorting to petty thefts and mischief, even exposing the village to the supernatural beings after being expelled. Yet, the issue of the gender imbalance in the village must also be addressed. Upon his departure, Professor Zhang had discreetly instructed him to bring back as many girls as possible on his next visit, should he find them. After all, their ultimate goal was the continuation of humanity. What good would it do for a bunch of men to propagate? However, if he were to express this sentiment to Tang Ruofing, wouldn't it tarnish his own reputation? He coughed. How could that be? His intention was merely to escort these young ladies to safety, ensuring they wouldn't be left to fend for themselves. Thus, he resolved to deliver them to their stronghold, allowing them to experience the warmth of the organization and embrace the familial bonds. Wang Fan articulated this to Tang Ruofing and the portly fellow, who merely huffed in disdain, muttering that it was still about bringing forth offspring. Albeit couched in more refined language, he then resumed voraciously devouring pig trotters. In the afternoon, Tang Ruofing organized personnel to manage the remains, constructing a pyre in the stadium to incinerate all the corpses, ultimately bowing 3 times in respect to these former teachers and classmates. Slaying zombies and extracting crystal cores was merely a means to ensure the survival of the living, devoid of any moral implications. If there was any desecration of the dead, it was Wang Fan who had compelled them to do so. Hence he and the troublesome author ought to be condemned to the depths of hell. As dusk descended, all the female students gathered in the dormitory, discussing their bright futures and speculating on where Wang Fan might lead them. In Huang Jianying's dormitory, several of her superpowered subordinates convened for what was ostensibly a meeting but resembled more of a casual chat. Sister Ing, are we truly going to follow Wang Fan? Indeed, Sister Ing. This person's background is unclear. What if he is akin to the black-faced gang and harbors ill intentions? Precisely. Would that not place us all in the lion's den? Seeing the concern among her peers, Xue Tong could no longer contain herself, thumping the table in defense of Wang Fan. I may not know Wang Fan well, but Feng Hua is my uncle. I know him intimately, and he would never harm us. At that moment, Jin Wei, the bespectacled girl, stood and, clutching her previous notes, addressed the assembly. While I also hold reservations about Wang Fan, let us be candid. We lack the luxury of choice. How could that be? We could simply remain here. How can we lack options? Someone retorted, to which the bespectacled girl responded with a wry smile. You all may feel secure here. But have you considered that there are 153 of us? What shall we eat? Drink? What if someone falls ill? But isn't there the agricultural university delivering supplies to us? Yes, they have promised to send provisions regularly. But what if unforeseen circumstances arise, such as crop devastation, natural disasters, zombie disturbances, or assaults from the black-faced gang? What then? Shall we merely wait here to starve? Jin Wei glanced at her notes before continuing. Some may cling to a sense of false hope, believing that nothing untoward will occur. Fine, let us assume that no misfortune befalls us and the agricultural university continues to supply food. Allow me to lay out the numbers for you. Together with the living students from the agricultural university, we exceed 300 individuals. Assuming each person consumes a pound of food daily, we collectively require 300 pounds of sustenance each day. An acre of land yields approximately 800 pounds of grain, with 2 harvests per year totaling 1,600 pounds. This implies that 1 acre's yield only sustains us for 8 days. To support such a large group, the agricultural university would need to cultivate at least 46 acres, and that is merely for staple grains. Cooking requires oil, does it not? On top of that, they must plant no less than 5 acres of oilseeds or peanuts, and at least 5 acres of peppers, soybeans, etc. If vinegar production is to be considered, an additional 5 acres of grain would be necessary. Given such vast cultivation areas, do you genuinely believe that with just over 100 people, the agricultural university could achieve this? Even if they could, without fertilizers or pesticides, do you think the yield would be this substantial? Her barrage of figures left the assembly speechless. Janwei paused and added, I know some of you might think we have enough food for now, and perhaps next year will yield a bumper harvest. But the truth is, we are already running low on supplies. The food we currently consume, aside from what the agricultural university sends, is supplemented by what Sister Ing and her team have scavenged from nearby towns. Otherwise, we might have had to reduce our rations over 13 days ago. Seeing that Jin Wei was about to continue, Huang Jinying raised her hand, addressing everyone. I understand your concerns. I share them as well. However, on one hand, Jin Wei's concerns are indeed valid, and on the other hand, Wang Fan's team possesses capabilities that far surpass ours that I believe you all recognize that they had the power to eliminate us or coerce us when they first arrived, yet they chose not to. That alone speaks volumes about their intentions. After a brief pause, Huang Jinying took a deep breath and continued. In truth, my previous obstinacy would have compelled me to force you all, but Wang Fan is correct. The decision to stay or leave is a fundamental right of every individual. A forcibly bent gourd is never sweet. So I have come to terms with this. Those who wish to stay are welcome, and those who want to leave will not incur my ire. If anyone truly desires to depart, I will endeavor to secure additional supplies for them as a gesture of goodwill. Upon concluding this dialogue, Huang Jinying felt tumultuous emotions stirring within her. She began to doubt whether her agreement with Wang Fan had been overly impulsive. As Li Qianqian had remarked, she knew nothing of Wang Fan's true nature. What if he was duplicitous? Her sisters could be led to ruin. After much contemplation, she resolved to have a serious discussion with Wang Fan. Chapter 90. Huang Jinying's Dilemma. Knock, knock, knock. The door was ajar. Hearing Wang Fan's voice from within, Huang Jinying stepped inside. To her surprise, their eyes met, and Huang Jinying felt her composure slip away. How could this be? Just moments ago, she and her sisters had been lamenting their plight, calculating how their provisions would not suffice. And yet here they were, feasting on hot pot in the dormitory? A copper pot simmered on the table, steam rising enticingly as the portly fellow stuffed lamb rolls into his mouth. Washing it down with a generous gulp of liquor, his eyes squinted in bliss. Upon seeing her enter, Tang Ruofing greeted her with a warm smile. Come, we just started. We were about to call for you. Huang Jinying longed to refuse with dignity, but her throat betrayed her, and she could feel her salivary glands kick into overdrive. Oh, thank you. I actually wanted to speak with Wang Fan about something. With that, she took a seat beside Tang Ruofeng. Outside, the north wind howled, yet within, a warm fire pot simmered, creating an atmosphere of cozy contentment amidst the harsh winter. What would you like to discuss? Wang Fan inquired while picking up cooked tripe. Noticing Huang Jinying's awkward demeanor, Tang Ruofeng waved her hand dismissively. Come, eat first. We can discuss matters afterward. Thus, Huang Jinying experienced her first taste of a grand feast in this post-apocalyptic world. Hot pot was served, lamb, beef tripe, lettuce, beef balls. Everything available outside was present here, and the charcoal-burning copper pot also served as a source of warmth. The aroma of the hot pot filled the room. Most astonishingly, a platter of assorted fruits adorned the table. Oranges, pomegranates, watermelons, cantaloupes, grapes, bananas. This was winter in the north. Not only was it difficult to acquire such a bounty now, but even in the past, it had been rare. The variety exceeded that of an ordinary fruit shop. Moreover, Wang Fan and the portly fellow indulged in liquor, while Tang Ruofeng shared wine and champagne with her. It was sheer extravagance. Upon reflecting, Huang Jinying realized that since the onset of the apocalypse, she had scarcely eaten meat in the past 3 months. Previously, she had managed to procure some processed meats, but as the leader of the team, she had deemed it beneath her to exploit her position for personal gain. Now, relishing this long-missed hot pot, tears nearly welled up in her eyes. Following a satisfying meal, she leaned back in her chair, thoroughly content. What did you wish to discuss? Wang Fan wiped his hands and inquired once more, prompting Huang Jinying to recall the serious matter at hand, though she hesitated, glancing around the room, feeling somewhat awkward. All right, let us go to my room. Understanding her discomfort, Wang Fan led her into his quarters. He shut the door and stoked the coal stove, making the flames dance higher. Only then did Huang Jinying finally speak. I would like to ask, where do you plan to take us? Haha, you don't trust me. No, I merely asked out of curiosity. Clearly, Huang Jinying was not adept at deceit. Yet Wang Fan answered her nonetheless. In the enchanting realm of Xianyang, we have established our stronghold. Tio put it modestly. It serves as my personal sanctuary for survival. On a grander scale, I aspire to transform it into the final bastion for the propagation of humanity. My initial purpose for venturing forth was to assist Feng Hua in locating his niece. Yet fate led me to encounter your group. Thus, I wish to bring you back with me, for residing there would undoubtedly be far superior to your current circumstances. Now, given our sizable company, will there be sufficient provisions? Upon hearing this, Wang Fan retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff, causing Huang Jianying to cough slightly. Ha! I cannot claim such nobility. Why stronghold emphasizes self-sufficiency. If one wishes to eat, one must labor. Labor, of course. I am not your parents. Why should I bear the burden of your sustenance? Though his words may sound harsh, they are rooted in undeniable truth. And what if someone shirks their responsibilities or refuses to work? In that case, I am afraid I cannot accommodate idleness. Here, one must fend for oneself. Moreover, the last group of university students who departed from Xianying village perished. Huang Jianying felt a pang of anxiety. While she knew Wang Fan was not engaging in alarmism, concern etched her features. At that moment, Wang Fan scoffed. In this apocalyptic world, it is wiser to cultivate your own strength rather than to indulge in sympathy for others. Otherwise, you may find yourself the subject of ridicule. Are you speaking of me? Indeed. Huang Jianying bit her lip, gazing intently at Wang Fan, whose expression grew increasingly disdainful. Do not look at me so. I shall be candid. When we first met in the restaurant, we possessed the capability to eliminate all of you within 10 minutes. Do not assume that your abilities render you invincible. You have much to learn. Tonight, you seek me out, undoubtedly burdened with many unanswered questions, particularly regarding your abilities, correct? Yes, I shall grant you an hour to inquire as you wish. However, once our conversation concludes, I hope you will temper your maternal instincts and refrain from pitying the weak until you have become truly formidable. Otherwise, in your attempts to save others, you may inadvertently endanger not only yourself but also your companions. Huang Jianying proceeded to ask all the burning questions that had accumulated within her heart over the past few days, and Wang Fan answered each one methodically. When we proposed the zombie hunting competition, we attracted zombies with loud shouts. How is it that you, without uttering a sound, managed to draw so many to you? Quite simply, zombies, like humans, possess not only sight but also a sense of smell. Though their olfactory senses are less acute, they are particularly sensitive to the scent of garlic. If you spray garlic juice on your clothing, the zombies will instinctively follow the scent. Ah, I see. But why is it that the burly man is significantly stronger than the plump woman, despite both having strength-based abilities? I addressed this in the stadium. Abilities can be upgraded. By means of the black crystal cores found in the brains of zombies, is it true that the higher the ability level, the more cores are required? Indeed. And a word of caution. Not only do zombies possess cores, but so do ability users, and theirs tend to be of a higher quality and purity. Therefore, it is wise to maintain a distance from unfamiliar ability users. Otherwise, you may find yourself at risk of being attacked. Huang Jianying recalled the gruesome scene in the stadium and felt a wave of nausea wash over her. She then remembered another pressing question. By the way, during that incident in the stadium, when the first zombie was destroyed, it seemed to lack a core. Furthermore, my team members also encountered many zombies devoid of cores, which seems contradictory to what you've said. This is a characteristic of zombie formation. Zombies that have naturally mutated during the apocalypse possess cores, while those artificially created after being bitten do not. We refer to these as stinky eggs. Artificial zombies? Huang Jianying chuckled, amused at the notion that there exists a distinction between natural and artificial zombies. Is there such a thing as greenhouse-grown zombies? Wang Fan nodded, continuing, there is much you must learn in this post-apocalyptic world. If you solely rely on your abilities to defend one location, you will surely not survive for long. Huang Jianying pondered this thoughtfully. By the way, I heard from the plump woman that the dog accompanying you can breathe fire. Was she mistaken, or does the dog truly possess this ability? She was not mistaken. Just as humans can awaken abilities, so too can animals, though the likelihood is significantly lower at O. That explains the large rat I saw at the agricultural university. I thought it had become sentient. By your reasoning, it must have mutated? Precisely. Let me ask you another question. Where did all this food come from? And what is your ability? Are you a virgin? Huang Jianying gasped and looked at Wang Fan, only to swiftly deliver a slap to his face. Fortunately, Wang Fan seemed prepared, catching her hand mid-swing and explaining with a smile. My inquiries are akin to yours regarding my abilities. They remain a secret. At that moment, their proximity shrank to a mere 8,493 centimeters. Huang Jianying, with her right hand captured, attempted to push him away with her left, only to find it held fast as well. She glared at him, yet was met with his clear, penetrating gaze. Then I shall not ask. Flushed and flustered, she withdrew her hands and shifted to the side, feeling a tumult of emotions and uncertainty about whether to leave or to inquire further. Consequently, she awkwardly stood up. I have no further questions. I shall take my leave. With that, she hurried toward the door, but just as she reached for the doorknob, she could not resist turning back to ask Wang Fan one last question. Why is it that you insist on having me join your team? Wang Fan regarded her with sincerity, uttering softly, because I have loved, bang. Huang Jianying slammed the door behind her. Yet, 3 seconds later, a voice rang out from outside. Yes. Wang Fan was momentarily taken aback. On the way back, Huang Jianying pondered deeply about the nature of Wang Fan. On the surface, he appeared to be an utterly shameless rogue, yet when faced with specific challenges, he transformed into a composed, astute strategist with a keen sense of the bigger picture. He showed profound kindness to those around him while remaining icy towards strangers. As she reflected, Huang Jianying came to a realization. This man must be a neurotic with a split personality. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Wang Fan instructed the burly man to acquire a heavy truck along the way. Why not opt for a bus? He inquired, to which the burly man replied that none could be found. Thus, 2 heavy trucks were procured, one to carry people and the other for the students' belongings. What was expected to be a poignant farewell did not transpire, as the students, led by Huang Jianying, boarded the vehicles in an orderly fashion. Wang Fan and the burly man each took the wheel of a truck, and after sounding the horn, they slowly embarked on their journey home. However, mere kilometers down the road, the burly man pressed the horn and abruptly activated the hazard lights. Leaning out of the driver's side, he pointed toward the mountains to the east. Wang Fan followed his gaze and saw a large group of students in the distant terraced fields, wielding various farming tools and flailing about as if in a mad dance. Although their voices were laced with curses at that moment, the burly man jumped out of the driver's seat, and Wang Fan followed suit. What happened? He inquired. The burly man pointed toward the mountain, but before he could speak, Huang Jianying, seated in the passenger seat, hurriedly leapt from the vehicle. These are students from the agricultural university. They appear to be in trouble. I wish to assist them. Huang Jianying's face was etched with urgency. The burly man scratched his head, still pondering why the students seemed to be dancing. Wang Fan nodded at Huang Jianying and then called for Tang Ruofeng. The 4 of them swiftly traversed the terraced fields to reach the vicinity of the agricultural students. Upon arrival, they were met with a scene that left them both astonished and speechless. The terraced fields were swarming with rats, ordinary rats, each no larger than a palm. The agricultural students were not dancing, but rather attempting to drive the rodents away with their farming tools. Despite their efforts, many of the female students were frightened, jumping and screaming, giving the illusion of a dance from a distance. Ding! Where did all these rats come from? Huang Jianying asked one disheveled male student who was frantically kicking away a few rats as he rushed over. I have no idea. They suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Please help us, or our wheat seedlings will be ruined. All right, Huang Jianying replied, looking at the chaotic swarm of rats and feeling utterly at a loss for how to help. Gripping her sword, she contemplated its effectiveness against the rodents, but it seemed inadequate. Tang Ruofeng, too, wielded a whip and struck a few times, yet the rats were cunning, either darting about wildly or scuttling into their holes. Though a few were dispatched, it was insufficient to address the vast numbers. Oh dear! At that moment, the burly man swung his wolf fang club, creating a massive crater in the ground with a single blow, causing the nearby Ding to nearly weep in gratitude. I thank your ancestors for 8 generations. The mice devoured the wheat seedlings one by one, yet you, with a single blow, have smashed a vast area, causing destruction that surpasses that of the mice. As the rotund individual prepared to strike again, Ding, a fellow student, seized his arm. Brother, I implore you, do not strike again. If you continue, our entire wheat field will be ruined. However, the rotund one scratched his head, clearly perplexed by the multitude of mice. He was not alone in his confusion. Wang Fan also found himself at a loss for viable solutions. overwhelmed by the sheer number of rodents. Even if their abilities were effective, it would be exceedingly difficult to combat the mice without damaging the wheat. Perhaps we should let Shui Tong give it a try. At that moment, Huang Jinying suddenly recalled the plant manipulator. And Wang Fan's eyes brightened. Yet, simultaneously, a dreadful suspicion crept into his mind. How could these mice have come here to gnaw on the wheat seedlings without reason? This behavior contradicts their natural instincts. Those familiar with rural life know that mice typically feast on freshly sown grains, seldom touching the seedlings, as they don't consume grass, with the exception of black-haired pigs. Even if they were to eat grass, they would not forsake the wild grasses outside to invade cultivated fields for wheat. It feels as though these mice are somehow being controlled by an external force. Wang Fan mused, stroking his chin. At that moment, Shui Tong and the other ability users arrived, and upon witnessing the swarm of mice, they began brainstorming solutions. Chapter 92. The black-faced gang Shui Tong tentatively employed her powers, attempting to ensnare the mice with plants. But the results were far from satisfactory. Firstly, the wheat would perish swiftly if forcibly stimulated, and secondly, the mice, once trapped, would quickly chew through the plants and escape. However, just as despair loomed over everyone, they collectively observed the mice suddenly freeze in place. Indeed, they halted abruptly, as if ensnared by an invisible binding spell. Then, a familiar girl's voice rang out from behind them, "ATEs." Following this command, the mice astonishingly lifted their right legs and stood upright. All together, march in place, move. With another shout, the scattered mice began to congregate in unison, moving in a strangely synchronized manner. Stand still, at ease, attention. At that moment, everyone turned in astonishment, revealing expressions of utter disbelief. Hua Ling. Indeed, the one issuing commands to the mice was none other than Hua Ling, whom Wang Fan had fortuitously discovered among over 100 ordinary girls through the absorption of crystal cores. Hee, this is so much fun. These mice are so obedient, Hua Ling declared triumphantly, leaving everyone exchanging glances filled with astonishment. You awakened your powers? Huang Jinying exclaimed, her eyes betraying envy. Wang Fan finally received affirmation. This was an ability, insect control and beast mastery. To be honest, even Wang Fan envied this ability. He recalled having encountered a beast master in his previous life, whose combat prowess was secondary to his sheer charisma. Riding atop a tiger, surrounded by a host of lions, leopards and wolves, the mere sight of him would captivate throngs of admirers. Yet, in this moment, Wang Fan was unable to revel in Hua Ling's triumph. Instead, he turned his attention to Ding. Quickly, see if there are any unfamiliar faces among your classmates. Ding appeared confused by the request, prompting Wang Fan to patiently explain. These mice did not arrive here by mere coincidence. They are undoubtedly being controlled by an ability user. This beast mastery ability typically cannot command creatures from a great distance, so I suspect the user is among your classmates. No sooner had he finished speaking than a dark-faced student in the chaotic crowd immediately bolted away. Shui Tong, capture him. Got it? Shui Tong nodded, raising her right hand skyward as a vine erupted from the ground, rapidly ensnaring the fleeing dark-faced student. Boss, save me! The student cried out, struggling futilely against the vine's grip while desperately shouting for help. Simultaneously, a group of individuals clad in black and veiled approached ominously from all directions. The black-faced gang. Huang Jinying pointed at the leader, her expression tinged with fear. Wang Fan glanced over, noting that the leader was similarly attired in black. With a cloth obscuring his face, revealing only a glint of menace in his eyes, this the black-faced gang. I heard from Shui Tong that they have abducted several female students? Wang Fan inquired. To which Huang Jinying nodded. Indeed, the members of the black-faced gang are quite disorganized. Most are transients who have migrated here. When they first arrived, they kidnapped several of our female classmates, and since then, they have absorbed numerous ability users, making them quite formidable. However, they seem to have left recently, and it's unclear why they have returned. Wang Fan quickly assessed the situation, counting a total of 13 ability users. Aside from the leader, whose level was slightly higher, the rest were largely inconsequential, mere rank 1 weaklings. Clearly, this individual was akin to Bai Fei from before, if not worse. Bai Fei would distribute crystal cores, keeping the lion's share for himself, while this leader likely consumed everything for himself. hence his elevated rank with the others remaining as mere rank 1 novices. This could prove to be a challenging encounter. Wang Fan mused, then discreetly instructed the group. The Rotund One will handle the leader of the black-faced gang, while Huang Jinying and Tang Rufeng will operate independently. Remember, strike to kill. Fat Girl and Li Qianqian will form a duo, with the former engaging in close combat, and the latter providing ranged support. Jin Wei, Shui Yinyin, and Shui Tong will work together, with Shui Tong controlling while Jin Wei and Shui Yinyin focus on concentrated attacks. The group nodded solemnly, but at that moment, Huang Jinying posed a question that struck at Wang Fan's core. Isn't your dog quite formidable? Why not let it engage? Wang Fan regarded Dog Brother, swallowed hard, and turned to Huang Jinying. That's not my dog, that I'm more like its pet. Without waiting to see if she understood, he stepped forward, taunting the nearby leader of the black-faced gang. You scoundrel, what brings you here this time? Planning to abduct people or seize goods? At this, the members of the black-faced gang erupted in curses, their leader taken aback by the disrespect from this ragtag group. Wang Fan, undeterred, escalated his insults. You lot, despite having received higher education and possessing special abilities, choose to bully ordinary students instead of upholding virtue and governance. How can you claim to be human? If I were among you, I would have hanged myself in shame. The leader's face flushed crimson with rage, and he raised his arm, shouting like a madman before pointing at Wang Fan. You think you're clever, huh? Soon, you won't be able to speak at all. He then signaled his comrades. Kill them all, men are to be slain, and the women shall be taken as wives. With that command, the two factions clashed violently as the leader lunged towards Wang Fan. The Rotund One charged forth, swinging his spiked club. Yet, upon their initial confrontation, both combatants froze in shock. Clang! The Rotund One's club struck the opponent with a resounding noise, akin to metal meeting metal. As the leader grinned wickedly, my ability renders me harder than steel. What can your little club do to me? With that, he unleashed a fierce punch into the Rotund One's chest, producing a similar metallic clang. You! Heh! My body is even sturdier than yours. The Rotund One retorted defiantly, discarding the club to engage in a contest of physical resilience. They exchanged blows, each strike resonating like two pieces of metal colliding, creating a cacophony that pained the ears of onlookers. Observing this, Wang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He did not expect the Rotund One to win, only to hold his own long enough to delay the leader. Once his minions were dealt with, they could converge their efforts and easily overpower him. Thus, Wang Fan shifted his focus elsewhere. Chapter 93. The Mother of Education noticing Huang Jinying and her group fighting effectively. Wang Fan's gaze fell upon the Beastmaster ensnared by vines, and he approached with keen interest. What's your name? The individual glared at him, prompting Wang Fan to deliver a sharp slap, instantly rendering him compliant. I'm Xiong Kai, male, 22 years old, a local that I enjoy surfing the internet. I have an elderly mother who is 80 years old and a child aged 90. Please, don't kill me. I am merely being coerced by them. Initially intending to further intimidate him, Wang Fan found himself lacking justification for further aggression upon hearing his compliance. You are a Beastmaster? I'm not entirely sure, but I can control small animals. Oh. Wang Fan waved at Hua Ling, then pulled out a dagger, presenting it to the captive. Kill him, smash his skull, and extract the crystal core. Hua Ling quickly shook her head, her expression fraught with distress. Although she had previously smashed many corpses' heads, this was entirely different from killing a living person. Wang Fan retracted the knife, and just as Hua Ling felt a sense of relief, he added that if you find it difficult to take action, then control the mouse to bite him to death, and gnaw on his bones until nothing remains. This way, you can also obtain the crystal core, which is far superior to that of a zombie. I dare not. Can we let him go? After all, he is a living person, and it is too cruel. Hua Ling pouted her lips, pleading while displaying a pitiful expression. Let him go? Wang Fan was taken aback, wondering if she had lost her mind. To his surprise, Hua Ling nodded while pouting. Indeed, we are all classmates. Killing him would be too cruel. Let us release him. Surely he won't commit any more wrongdoings in the future. Are you certain? Wang Fan took a deep breath and then nodded at her. Very well. Subsequently, Wang Fan handed the dagger to the bound Beastmaster behind him. She does not wish to kill you, so this knife is for you. If you kill her, you can survive. The Beast Master thought Wang Fan was joking, but seeing his serious expression and the dagger being handed to him, he accepted it without hesitation. At that moment, Hua Ling's face turned pale with terror. She could hardly comprehend Wang Fan's actions. Yet, Wang Fan sneered mockingly. "Did you not ask me to let him go? Did you not find him pitiable? Fine. I have done as you instructed." With that, Wang Fan drew out his Tang Hung knife and severed the vines binding the Beast Master, stepping back several meters to give the two ample space. At this point, Hua Ling was utterly stunned, unable to believe this group of women has become wives to the members of the Black Face Gang, and I still have to wash their clothes. "What about your girlfriend?" Xiong Kai did not respond, merely letting out a sigh. Were they forced into this? Did she not resist? Resist what? She did it willingly? Ah? This revelation left Wang Fan utterly astonished, pondering the existence of such willingness. Then, he heard Xiong Kai utter a profoundly philosophical remark. Being associated with the Black Face Gang means having food and drink, enjoying the finest delicacies without lifting a finger. Not only do they not work, but they also have someone like me, a worthless servant, attending to them daily. Who would refuse such conditions? If I were a woman, I would gladly stay. Shameless. Huang Jianying scoffed, but Xiong Kai could only manage a bitter smile and shake his head. When one cannot even afford a meal, what difference does it make to be shameless? As for the so-called love, according to the Black Face's perspective, that can be addressed later. Moreover, sleeping with someone is just that, sleeping with someone. If it's with the Black Face Gang, they provide food, drink, and ensure your safety. What could be better? Ah, slap. Utterly shameless. Before he could finish, Huang Jianying delivered a powerful slap, evidently fueled by her resentment. Her hand crackled with energy, and she struck Xiong Kai so hard that his mouth twisted. Huang Jianying then turned her fierce gaze towards Hua Ling. "Pick up the knife." Hua Ling instinctively retrieved the knife from the ground. Looking at Huang Jianying with fear etched on her face. "Kill this filthy man. Kill, kill, kill." Huang Jianying, who had never been fond of men, had recently found some semblance of understanding with Wang Fan, but now Xiong Kai's words triggered her fury once more, causing even Wang Fan to involuntarily take a step back. Hua Ling, holding the knife, was on the verge of tears, while Huang Jianying's eyes widened in intensity as she delivered her final warning. "I give you 3 seconds. If you do not kill him, I shall kill you." This warning was almost a roar, her eyes reddened with fury, clearly indicating she was not jesting. Hua Ling, overwhelmed by the shout, could no longer bear it. She closed her eyes and lunged at Xiong Kai, stabbing repeatedly, over and over, over and over. It was unclear how many times she stabbed him until she finally stopped. Crying out as she did so, Xiong Kai lay on the ground, utterly mutilated. A collective sigh emerged from everyone present. They understood Hua Ling. She was a timid, gentle girl, and killing was an immense psychological burden for her. Yet, they also empathized with Huang Jianying and Wang Fan. Circumstances had shifted, and if Hua Ling could not strengthen herself, she would face a dire fate. It was a simple truth. In the apocalypse, "If you do not kill me, I shall kill you." To seek peace, one must be stronger than the opponent. Otherwise, your survival hinges entirely on the whims of others. The onlookers observed Hua Ling weeping. Yet no one stepped forward to console her. At that moment, the fatty and Black Face had begun to tire in their scuffle. Both were panting heavily, and as the Black Face realized he could not escape, he turned to Wang Fan to negotiate terms. "Between myself and this fatty, we hold the highest levels here. While I cannot harm him, he is equally impotent against me. Therefore, let us not pursue this matter further. Let us each take a step back and agree to coexist peacefully, shall we?" Everyone turned to Wang Fan, who simply smiled and shook his head out. Abilities are not solely determined by levels. He then turned to Huang Jianying and the others. "Pay close attention. Today presents an opportune moment for me to impart another lesson." With that, he produced a glass vial and unscrewed the cap. Although abilities grant one superiority over ordinary individuals, especially those of higher levels, they are by no means invincible. In fact, every ability user possesses a significant flaw. Once identified, even an ordinary person can easily eliminate an ability user. For instance, this black-faced, as he spoke, Wang Fan raised the glass vial, and the fatty, in perfect synchrony, dodged aside, allowing the liquid inside to splash directly onto the black face. Chapter 95. The arrival of Ding Tongshue's piercing scream erupted as the black face writhed in agony. His body sizzling and emitting white smoke, he rolled on the ground like a madman, and then a horrifying sight unfolded before everyone. The black face's body began to melt away slowly, his heart-wrenching cries silencing even the sobs of Hua Ling. What has happened to him? What did you splash on him? Tang Ruofing could not fathom how someone who could hold his own against the fatty could be reduced to this state by merely a splash of liquid. Wang Fan raised the vial. Nothing much, just highly concentrated sulfuric acid. This revelation caught everyone off guard. Using sulfuric acid against an ability user. What kind of mind could conceive such a notion? Wang Fan proceeded to explain. Sulfuric acid has little effect on the fatty, but for the black face, a single vial is sufficient. The fatty and black face may be of similar levels, but why does it work specifically against the black face? Wang Fan pointed at the still writhing and wailing black face to elucidate. In truth, abilities do not manifest spontaneously. They are linked to DNA mutations. For instance, the black face's body has an excessive concentration of iron, resulting in his metallic ability. Simply put, his body is filled with iron, making it highly susceptible to sulfuric acid. Of course, it also expedites his demise. Afterward, Wang Fan glanced at the group. This is what one might call a case of one thing restraining another. Just like Shui Tong, her weakness lies in close combat and fire. Jin Wei and Cui Yin, your abilities revolve around fire, while your vulnerability is water. You should be familiar with the 5 elements. Correct? Upon hearing this, Jin Wei suddenly understood. Wood is weak against fire, and fire is weak against water. I get it now. That's why you arranged for the two of us to be paired with Shui Tong. Precisely. Wang Fan beamed with approval, then turned to Huang Jianying. Your ability, while formidable, also has clear weaknesses. For instance, while an insulator may provide defense, ranged attack abilities can exploit your shortcomings. Certainly, you are far stronger than ordinary electric-type abilities. But you are not invincible, therefore. Do not let overconfidence lead you astray. There are hidden meanings in his words, Huang Jianying thought, somewhat perplexed, while Tang Ruofing chuckled and offered clarification. What he means is that do not engage too closely with your enemies during an attack. However, Huang Jianying's nature was assertive, relishing the thrill of close combat, making her reluctant to alter her approach. Moreover, she had just begun to master the technique of condensing electricity into a sword. Consequently, Tang Ruofing cheerfully suggested, once we return, I will take the time to teach you the Tang Sect's 13 whips. You can then attempt to use electric arcs to form electric whips, which not only extend your attack range but also offer greater flexibility than a sword, thereby enhancing your safety. Really? Of course, but this is a secret of our Tang sect, so if you wish to learn, you will need to become my disciple. I shall honor you as my master. I do not wish to be your master. Consider it as me accepting you as my disciple on behalf of my master. You may simply call me elder sister from now on. Elder sister! The two engaged in light-hearted banter, while the black face lay silent, his body reduced to half, bubbling and grotesque in its demise. Wang Fan exchanged a knowing glance with the fatty, who was salivating at the prospect. He swiftly retrieved a rat-tooth dagger and deftly extracted a yellow-gray diamond crystal core from the black face's head. Judging by its size, it must be at least level 6. The fatty exclaimed in delight as he began to absorb the crystal core. Soon, everyone observed the gradual change in his complexion, shifting from a vibrant array of colors to a peculiar gray. How is it? Did it change? The fatty, excitedly pulling out his phone to activate the camera, let out a pathetic cry. Why did it turn from black to gray? Wang Fan sighed and offered consolation. Never mind, this appearance is quite favorable. In the land of Little Kalami, it would be considered a high caste. Moreover, this look saves you money. Saves money? Indeed, look at you. With this appearance, a photo could be taken without any need for Photoshop. And it would serve as a perfect posthumous portrait. The fatty. After dealing with the black face gang, Huang Jianying still felt a bit angry at Hua Ling's display, compelling her to extract Xiong Kai's crystal core for absorption. However, witnessing Hua Ling in such a state, Wang Fan could only sigh in helplessness. In terms of combat prowess, a beast master, if properly cultivated, could undoubtedly become a formidable force, capable of facing hundreds alone. Whether for reconnaissance, assassination, or group combat against zombies, it is an excellent ability. Unfortunately, Hua Ling's spirit is too fragile. If pushed too hard, it could backfire. Thus, at this moment, Wang Fan had nearly resolved to give up on recruiting her, regrettably allowing her to break through to a level 4 ability for nothing. Rising to his feet, Wang Fan looked over at the disheveled, unkempt Ding Tongxue, who exuded a strong odor of sweat, and without hesitation extended a handshake. "Hello, my name is Wang Fan. It is a pleasure to meet you. For some reason, whenever I see you, a familiar BGM plays in my heart. Hello, I am Ding Tongxue. I am also very glad to meet everyone here." Ding Tongxue? Wang Fan's expression reflected his confusion, prompting Xue Tong to stifle a laugh as she explained. His real name is indeed Ding Tongxue. Initially, I found it hard to believe, but after seeing his ID card, I confirmed it. Although the name is a bit peculiar, it is indeed his true name. Actually, that name is quite nice. It is simple and approachable. Wang Fan, feeling awkward, shook hands with the other party once more and then engaged in casual conversation. "I heard from Xiaoing that the food you've been receiving was from your relief efforts?" He chuckled. "It's hardly accurate to call it relief. Everyone is struggling. We do what we can to help." "And your situation?" Wang Fan gestured towards the area behind him, prompting Ding to adjust his glasses and explain. "Our school has been the hardest hit. Many of our classmates have turned into zombies. Aside from those who managed to escape, we're left with just over 100 of us. After discussion, we decided to stay here and await rescue. Conveniently, this is our school's experimental field, and since we all study this discipline, we're preparing to be self-sufficient. Before help arrives, we'll cultivate this land to ensure we don't starve. I see there are many machines lying around. Why aren't you using them for work? Could it be that you don't know how?" Ding pouted and sighed. Don't mention it. Operating machinery is part of our curriculum. Not only do we know how to use it, but we can also repair it. However, without electricity or fuel, those machines are nothing more than scrap metal. Given the current situation, we can only resort to the most primitive methods of farming. Do all of you understand how to farm? Of course, this is merely a foundational course for us at the Agricultural University. Unfortunately, aside from some seeds, we have nothing else. Through their conversation, Wang Fan gained a rough understanding of the basic circumstances of these agricultural students. They did not intend to stay here long term. They were merely banding together for warmth, waiting for external rescue, just like others. Regrettably, they were unaware that such aid might never arrive. "There won't be any rescue coming from the outside. Would you like to come with us?" Wang Fan asked Ding. He felt a strong affinity for this unassuming young man, whose face radiated an earnest charm, exuding optimism and hope for life. Moreover, Ding was an adept worker, not only capable but also scientific in his approach. Ding hesitated, for the aid they awaited was from the government, not just anyone who casually approached and said, "Come with me." Observing Ding's indecision, Feng Hua, the tragic figure, stood up, thinking his unfortunate mind-reading ability might finally prove useful. He stepped forward, taking Ding's hand and smiling. "Classmate, I am Xue Tong's uncle. I can guarantee you there will be no rescue. I can't claim that this is true for the entire nation, but at least from the 300 to 400 kilometers I've traveled to get here, I haven't seen any sign of rescue. Every place is swarming with zombies. You should really consider coming with us." At this moment, others in the group began to persuade him as well. "Yes, come with us. Wang Fan has plenty of food. It will be enough for us to survive. He can protect us too. If it weren't for him, would you have made it through the encounter with the black-faced gang? Especially for the female students at your school. That brute just mentioned the leader of the black-faced gang has 8 wives. Let's go." Under the collective persuasion, Wang Fan finally revealed part of the truth. "We have a relatively safe area where the villagers can sustain themselves. I can't promise you lavish meals, but I assure you won't go hungry." But, seeing Ding still hesitating, Feng Hua seized the moment to add value. Patting Ding's shoulder with a smile, "I know you are reluctant to leave these wheat seedlings behind, but let them grow here for those who need them. As for food, rest assured, Wang Fan will provide once you join us." "Really? Of course. We have nothing to gain from deceiving you. In fact, it would cost us food to sustain you." Feng Hua raised his hands in a gesture of sincerity. Noticing Ding's lingering doubts, Feng Hua offered one last compelling statement. "Just come with us for now. If you decide you want to return later, you can do so at any time. We value freedom of movement here. Unlike the black-faced gang, we won't make things difficult for you." Indeed, understanding the other party's thoughts made the conversation remarkably straightforward. After all, he sensed all of Ding's concerns upon their first meeting. "All right, let me discuss with my classmates." "Please wait a moment," Ding replied, then gathered all the agricultural students for a brief meeting, ultimately deciding to proceed on a voluntary basis. After roughly 10 minutes, he returned. We have a total of 188 people, and after voluntary selection, 3 have decided to strike out on their own, while 6 others from the same dormitory have chosen to stay. All right, leave the food and supplies for them, and let all the students board the vehicle. Wang Fan nodded, giving him instructions. For Wang Fan, there was no need to beg anyone to follow him. Everyone has their own thoughts. Especially in an apocalyptic world, it's perfectly understandable if they don't trust him. Soon, the students from the agricultural university boarded the vehicle. Among them, male students comprised a significant portion. As they climbed aboard, Huang Jinying furrowed her brow but ultimately refrained from voicing any objections. The vehicle set off again, smoothly merging onto the highway. The journey back to Xianying village would take at least a full day. Due to the delay caused by the black-faced gang, Wang Fan and the others arrived around 11 at night. Climbing the mountain at this hour with such a large group, they would likely struggle to ascend until dawn. Moreover, finding accommodation for everyone would pose a significant challenge. After some deliberation, Wang Fan and the fatty decided to park the vehicle in the nearby Qingxi town. Initially, he planned to find a residential area for them, but the number of people made it difficult to find suitable accommodations, and separating them could lead to potential danger. Thus, they ultimately decided that everyone would simply sleep in the vehicle. Though cramped, it would at least provide some warmth. Consequently, after announcing a rest period, the vehicle soon echoed with sounds of disarray. Hey, where are you putting your hands? Quickly take them away. Whose foot just landed in my mouth? Damn, your toes are poking my eyeball. Sis, stop grabbing around. Hurry, let go, it hurts. Whose foot smells so bad? Please, can you not take off your shoes? The inside of the vehicle was a chaotic mess. Huang Jinying initially intended to restore order but was pulled away by Wang Fan. Haha, don't be angry. Our conditions are limited. We can only endure this one night together in a vehicle. It's natural to have some physical contact with so many people. Besides, with this many people, I don't believe anyone can do anything inappropriate. But no buts. Come on, accompany me for a stroll nearby. Wang Fan insisted, dragging Huang Jinying away. Leaving her, who had an aversion to men, in the vehicle would undoubtedly spell disaster for the male students from the agricultural university. The vehicle was filled with bedding, and all the students lay closely together. Although the weather had turned a bit chilly, their hearts remained warm. The fatty, feeling envious, thought to himself, I wish I could squeeze in there too. Or let someone else squeeze me. Just as he was swallowing his saliva, he heard a plump girl beside the vehicle beckoning him eagerly. Fat brother, come here. I've made space for you. Coughing lightly, the fatty pretended not to hear and quickly ran away. At that moment, Wang Fan and the others had initially planned to sleep in the vehicle, but due to the crowding, he decided to take Huang Jinying to sit by the nearby Qingxi River. Observing the floating corpses in the water, Huang Jinying sighed. I had naively thought it was only our school's area that was experiencing problems. In reality, I had imagined it was so severe that our entire city was in trouble. But it turns out, haha, you're not the only one who is naive. Most people around the world are equally naive, clinging to their neighborhoods or other places, all waiting for rescue. Do you think this will all end? Or is this just a dream? One day, I'll wake up and everything will return to normal. Haha. Wang Fan chuckled softly. He had initially wanted to say that this was impossible, but then he recalled his own experience of rebirth and suddenly felt that perhaps it wasn't entirely out of the realm of possibility. If he could traverse from the moment of his death to before the apocalypse, then surely there could come a day when he would awaken, and this apocalypse would be over at that moment. Huang Jinying sighed and turned her head to smile bitterly at him. Haha, if we were to return to the days of normalcy, I suppose you and I would never have crossed paths. Why do you say that? Because you are a big star, and I am just an ordinary college girl who dislikes men. Haha, I've been past my prime for many years now. That still makes you better off than ordinary people who can do whatever they wish. Why do you say that? Haha, because being a star comes with its own set of burdens. For instance, when I go out to eat, if I eat at a roadside stall, the paparazzi say I've fallen from grace. If I eat at a fancy restaurant, they say I've become arrogant. If I stay at a hotel, they claim I'm sharing a room with a certain starlet. If I smoke, they say I lack race. If I spit, they accuse me of lacking civic sense. Do you realize? Once I step outside, even picking my nose becomes a luxury. Haha. Huang Jinying was amused to the point of laughter, at that moment. Wang Fan, smiling, attempted to reach for his cigarette case, unconsciously leaning slightly towards her. As a result, slap. A fierce blow came his way. Shameless, stinking man, especially a man in the spotlight. After cursing under her breath, Huang Jinying turned and left, leaving Wang Fan bewildered in the wind. Damn, am I really allergic to men? This is too exaggerated, isn't it? He muttered to himself in the darkness, covering his face. Hee hee, did you get hit? Serves you right for being so unruly. At that moment, the chubby guy emerged from nowhere, sidling up to Wang Fan with a smirk. Originally hiding away to see how he would deal with her, he ended up getting hit before he could even make a move. Truly embarrassing for us, Fat Master. Get lost. What are you doing here when you're supposed to be on patrol? Hee. Want to guess what I'm doing here? I guess you're here to take a dump? Wang Fan shot him a glare, then cursed as he returned to the car to sleep. However, upon getting into the car, he was somewhat dazed. The cab of the heavy truck had double bunks. He had initially arranged it for himself and Feng Hua, but upon opening the door, he found that the upper bunk was occupied by Cui Yinyan and Li Qianqian, while Huang Jinying was in the lower bunk. Shaking his head, Wang Fan suspected he had made a mistake, so he went to the chubby guy's truck. He opened the door to find Shuetong and Tang Ruofeng in the upper bunk, and Feng Hua and Dog Brother in the lower. He had intended to ask Feng Hua what was going on, but upon seeing Dog Brother, Wang Fan immediately shrank back and obediently closed the door. Glancing at the clock, it was nearly 1 o'clock. He had 2 hours left before swapping shifts with the chubby guy, so Wang Fan could only helplessly return to his own truck. Looking at the dark cabin, he hesitated for a moment, then thought to himself, I've already been slapped. What else is there to fear? I might as well take a few more slaps. Here goes. With that, he swiftly removed his jacket and quietly slid into Huang Jinying's warm bedding. Huang Jinying's eyes widened in surprise. She stared at Wang Fan in disbelief, her cheeks puffed up, clearly wanting to explode, yet probably afraid of waking those in the upper bunk, so she could only forcibly push Wang Fan away. The harder she pushed, the more he squeezed in. Just as it seemed Wang Fan would be pushed off, he flipped over and landed. Thanks to your feed. It is anticipated that within approximately a month, the first batch of pigs will be ready for market, and by then, our village will finally be able to enjoy meat. Professor Zhang is brimming with confidence regarding this prospect. Sitting on the hillside, he provided Wang Fan with a report on various aspects of the village's situation. During your absence, everything has been going well. The newcomers from the second batch are highly motivated, and there have been no complaints or grievances. Moreover, there have been no incidents of vandalism or theft in the village. And speaking of which, we have gained another member. An outsider has arrived? No. We have a pregnant villager who has given birth to a boy. Really? Wang Fan was somewhat astonished. In his preconceived notions, the apocalypse was synonymous with death, an endless cycle of dying. This was his first encounter with the birth of life. Although he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, the emotion felt profoundly real. However, soon after, Professor Zhang's expression turned somewhat dejected. While the birth of new life is indeed a joyous occasion, challenges soon arise. Challenges? What sort of challenges? Is it related to the delivery? That shouldn't be an issue. I recall that several obstetricians and gynecologists were among the second batch of arrivals. It's not that. It pertains to resources. Resources? We have food and drink, don't we? Wang Fan was somewhat perplexed, and Professor Zhang looked at him as if he were a fool before slowly explaining. Resources are not solely limited to food and drink. While sustenance is our most fundamental necessity for survival, there are many essential items beyond that, particularly small items that, though inexpensive, become troublesome when needed. For instance, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, towels, basins, toothbrushes, toothpaste, cutlery, light bulbs, electric kettles, repair tools, wires, pipes, and so forth. These daily necessities are also consumables. The village originally had a limited supply, and as the population grows, these items dwindle. With you having brought back several hundred people, we are in even greater need. Upon hearing this, Wang Fan merely chuckled. Ha, I thought it was something significant. This is simple. Prepare the warehouse tomorrow, and I'll provide you with a batch of supplies sufficient for everyone for a year and a half. Surprisingly, Professor Zhang shook his head at this. I know you have them, and I'm not asking you for more. What I mean is that how can we make these items self-sufficient? Otherwise, relying on you alone will inevitably lead to exhaustion of resources one day. That seems rather improbable. If you suggest producing toilet paper, that is somewhat feasible, But light bulbs and electric kettles cannot be crafted by hand. These require complete production lines and skilled technical workers. Even if we had them, it wouldn't make sense to use an entire workshop to produce dozens or hundreds of light bulbs for us, would it? That's unrealistic. No, no, no. I don't mean for us to establish a factory. What I mean is can we perhaps expand the production area to an entire city? In that case, we could directly requisition the existing production equipment, and as long as we find workers, we can resume production. Wang Fan sighed and shook his head with a wry smile. In truth, I've considered all of this, but it's not something that can be accomplished in a short time. A village is manageable for me to protect. But expanding to a city? How would I guard it? What if riots occur? An ability user might be able to handle 100, but not 1,000, nor 10,000. People are restless now. If we enter the city, we would have no means to control the situation. He patted Professor Zhang on the shoulder. Old Zhang, for now, we must focus on agriculture. Let us ensure everyone has food to eat before we discuss anything else. It may be tough, but once we resolve the food issue, we can then consider other matters. Now, let's talk about the current situation. How do you plan to arrange for the more than 300 newcomers? I have considered that. First, we need to address their food and housing needs. I have already communicated with Taizhan, and starting tomorrow, all villagers with construction experience will be mobilized to build houses. This batch of students will temporarily share accommodations with the villagers until the new houses are completed. And what about work? Work-wise, it's straightforward for those from the agricultural university. They can directly start working. However, the female students from the women's college are a bit more complicated. I was thinking, let us have them try various roles. If it doesn't work out, we can discuss it later. As for the work model, we can start with collective production, and once we have a bountiful harvest next year, we can then consider individual production contracts. That night, Xianying Village held yet another grand welcome ceremony for the new students. However, given the lessons learned from the last event, the villagers were somewhat skeptical about these newcomers. The only exception was the second batch of doctors, many of whom were young and some were just interns, and in terms of age, they were quite similar to the students. Most of them were male, and upon suddenly seeing so many females, they were all invigorated, with some audaciously offering eggs they had been saving for special occasions as tokens of courtship. Chapter 99. The arrangement of Hua Ling. A night passed without incident. And the following day, Professor Zhang took all the students to begin their trial work, leaving only Feng Hua behind. How do you find this place? Wang Fan asked with a smile as they walked. Feng Hua nodded. Yes, it truly is a wonderful place, with clear mountains and pristine waters. Even without the apocalypse, it would be an ideal location for retirement. Of course, it is also quite pleasant now, at the very least. I feel very warm here. Would you like to stay? Absolutely. After saying this, Feng Hua suddenly realized what it might imply. Thinking to himself, is he trying to send me away? Observing his anxious expression, Wang Fan chuckled and patted his shoulder, signaling him not to overthink it. They then reached a stone staircase where they sat down, and Wang Fan took out a cigarette, offering one to Feng Hua. Once they lit up, he explained his true intention. You know, your mind-reading ability is not particularly suited for our team, so I thought it best for you to remain here in the village. Feng Hua barely uttered a word before Wang Fan waved his hand. Don't think too much about it. Even though you might not contribute to the team, you have an important role to fulfill in the village. I promise to fulfill it. It's actually quite simple. You need to work. Just wander around the village. With so many people, if any conflicts or disputes arise, you can use your mind-reading ability to mediate. Of course, if you notice anyone with ill intentions, you can promptly report it to Professor Zhang. I would essentially be a sort of supervisor for our village. What if I discover someone cheating on their spouse? Wang Fan. Wang Fan could foresee that the greatest utility of a mind reader in the village would be as a member of the patrol team, as this ability would be more accurate than any lie detector. However, the only downside was that Feng Hua was particularly sensitive about infidelity, so it seemed that any woman in the village with a history of disloyalty might be in for a rough time. After arranging for Feng Hua, Wang Fan entered the vegetable greenhouse, and after some effort, he found Hua Ling, who had become the center of attention. At that moment, she was surrounded by a crowd, waving her arms as mice continuously emerged from the ground beneath the greenhouse, eliciting shrieks from her classmates. Look, there's one. Oh, another one. There's another. Under Hua Ling's movements, mice kept popping up from their burrows, and soon, she clapped her hands and, with a hint of pride, informed Professor Zhang. All done. This greenhouse had a total of 6 mice, and they're all out now. The 6 mice, under Hualing's control, stood still as specimens quickly captured by Professor Zhang. Wang Fan nodded and couldn't help but inquire. Apart from mice, can you sense any other pests in this greenhouse? Earthworms and bees, aphids, mealybugs, caterpillars. There are so many I can't even name them all. Can you control them? Yes. Hualing nodded, and Wang Fan exchanged glances with Professor Zhang, thinking to themselves that this would certainly save them the trouble of applying pesticides, truly a green and harmless solution. However, what Wang Fan did not anticipate was what came next. Hualing proceeded to showcase her talent by controlling the earthworms in the soil, making them burrow back and forth. Earthworms, performing a little dance. If these earthworms could speak, they would probably be cursing her as a capitalist. After her display with the earthworms, Hua Ling then manipulated the hens in the chicken coop to lay eggs. My goodness, the hens went into a frenzy, clucking loudly and flapping about in confusion, likely pondering how their due date had suddenly arrived early. Moreover, Hua Ling could also use her abilities to determine if the chickens, ducks, cattle, or sheep had any parasites or diseases. Originally, there were no veterinarians in the village, but now, with her capabilities, she was far superior to any vet, being able to control the parasites to expel themselves. The spectators were left utterly astonished. However, Wang Fan's hopes for her were not solely based on this. Once the crowd dispersed, he called Hualing aside. After the incident with Xiong Kai, I realized that you are not suited to stay with the team. Ah? Upon hearing this, the previously elated Hualing instantly displayed confusion and disappointment. She was about to plead, but Wang Fan interrupted with a smile. However, after watching your performance, I believe you would be better suited to remain at the base. I trust that with you there, our greenhouses and farms will undoubtedly become much more efficient. Thus, I have resolved to leave you in Xianying village, where you shall be solely responsible for pest control within the greenhouses and the breeding farms. Really? How splendid! Hualing danced with joy. Despite having taken lives before, she felt a profound aversion to it. Remaining in the village signified she would no longer have to resort to such actions. Subsequently, Wang Fan added with a smile. However, I do not wish for you to limit yourself only to pest control in the fields, for I have another task to assign to you. Yes, I assure you I shall complete the task. This task is quite simple. Do you see those towering mountains? Wang Fan gestured towards the majestic peaks surrounding Xianying village, enveloped in dense forests teeming with countless snakes, insects, rodents, and ants, as well as wolves, tigers, and leopards. I hope that in due time, you will be able to tame these creatures and become the true king of beasts. Me? Upon hearing this, Hualing's confidence wavered. Sensing her trepidation, Wang Fan chuckled and continued. Do not fear. I certainly will not send you alone. I will arrange for ample assistance, I am afraid. Could I not go? I'm afraid that is not an option, and my reasoning for this task encompasses 3 aspects. First, to enhance your own strength. Second, to harness these wild beasts as a defensive force for our Xianying village. And third, to transform these mountains and forests into a secure haven in the future, as our population grows. We may need to migrate to the nearby woodlands when accommodation becomes scarce. Although towns are indeed the most suitable and convenient places for a prosperous life, residing in a town at this juncture is fraught with peril. The mountains, on the other hand, are inherently difficult to access. If one were to dwell within, it would be a fortress, easily defended and challenging to assault, especially with the protection afforded by various wild beasts. All right, I shall undoubtedly fulfill the task. After hearing Wang Fan's explanation, Hualing finally responded with earnest commitment. In the days that followed, everyone in Xianying village diligently attended to their respective duties, in addition to managing the greenhouses and breeding farms. During their leisure, they also needed to fell trees in the forests to prepare for the winter. After all, the climate here is already quite frigid, and with winter upon them, the stoves and earthen kangs were kept warm and toasty around the clock.